Chapter 1. Road Town of the East Sea, Execution Ground. Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasure you found? Is it truly in the Grand Line? You must have obtained it, that legendary great treasure, the one and only one piece. Executioner, silence. As the Pirate King Roger was about to face execution on the gallows, someone could not restrain themselves and urgently posed the question. It seemed as if this moment had been awaited for an eternity. The corners of Roger's previously downcast and somber visage suddenly curled into a low, defiant, and exuberant smile, a manifestation of having achieved his goal. He then lifted his head and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! The entire execution ground fell into a hushed silence. Every gaze fixed upon Roger, the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Roger spoke. "Do you wish for my treasure? If you desire it, I can reveal its location. I have hidden all my wealth there." Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, the executioners on the platform finally remembered their duty, hastily thrusting their sharp, slender spears into Roger's body. His words were abruptly silenced as the spears pierced him. Instantly, a wave of excited shouts erupted from the crowd, a tide of exhilaration that could not be contained. Thus, the era of great pirates was ushered in. The onlookers at the execution, in the years to come, would transform into figures renowned throughout the world. The four emperors, red-haired Shanks, and his dear comrade, for emperors, Buggy the Clown. The world's most notorious criminal, revolutionary, Monkey D. Dragon. The greatest swordsman in the world, the grandfather of four Emperor Buggy, Dracul Mihawk. The user of the Sand fruit, the leader of Baroque works, Crocodile, who also serves as one of the two grandfathers to the four Emperor Buggy, a notorious arms dealer, alongside the devil fruit developer, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Can you believe that a mere ordinary person consuming the thread fruit, which only allows them to become a tailor, was developed by Doflamingo into a myriad of bizarre abilities, such as flight, control over others, emergency aid, and even clones? The most formidable natural type, smoke fruit wielder, the Just Navy Vice Admiral Smoker. On the verge of entering the Grand Line, having lost his comrades, his spirit crushed by Kaido, the once mighty warlord, the shadow fruit user, Gecko Moria, in the year 1503 of the Sea Circle. 4 years have elapsed since the execution of Pirate King Roger. The dialogue on the gallows that day sparked the dawn of the great pirate era. In pursuit of the treasure left by the Pirate King, young men from all corners of the seas flocked to the ocean to become pirates. Yet, a larger portion of these individuals was driven to sea by the unbearable burden of various taxes, compelled by the oppression of kingdoms and the celestial dragons. Thus, to survive, they had no choice but to set sail. Roger's words merely acted as a catalyst, providing an outlet for those who felt oppressed. Having chosen the path of piracy, what could these idle pirates do without funds? They could only resort to slaughter and plunder among the common folk. Henceforth, a tragic cycle of pirates ravaging villages and seizing wealth unfolded daily upon the seas. Despite the presence of the Navy, the surge of pirates incited by Roger overwhelmed the naval forces, leaving them unable to maintain order, and chaos reigned as the Navy found itself in disarray. Pirates appeared to spawn infinitely, captured in droves, overwhelming prisons to the brink of bursting. At this moment, on an island in the East Sea, within a small village. Ha 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 ha! Praise my Captain John's benevolence. Men, slay everyone. I am Deadshot John. Wherever I tread, only death follows. That is the true embodiment of my name. Ha 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 ha! Oh ho ho! Truly, the great and merciful Captain Deadshot John. Our captain is simply the coolest. The minions, burdened with the spoils of their plunder, did not forget to lavish praise upon Captain John. Indeed, what is Pirate King Roger compared to our Captain John, who is destined to become the Pirate King? Hearing the flattery from his subordinates, Captain John swelled with pride. Quickly load the treasure onto the ship. If we encounter that old geezer Garp, we'll be in big trouble. I've heard he's re-entered the East Sea from the Grand Line. Yes, Captain John. The pirates hastened their pace in transporting the goods, for they dared not provoke the Navy hero Garp. Boss, there are a few attractive women in the village. Shall we take them along for some fun? One pirate approached Captain John with a lewd grin, attempting to flatter him. However, the response he received was a bullet to the head. Bang! John raised his revolver and fired. The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief as he met his demise. What the hell? I am Deadshot. If I leave any survivors, what becomes of my reputation? Should I hear such words again? I shall show no mercy. Yes, yes, boss. We understand. Please calm down. Don't stoop to the level of this fool. Boss, this old man insists on seeing you. Before long, a pirate brought forth the old village chief, clutching a bundle of wealth. Old man, what do you want? Captain John chambered around, rotated the cylinder, and aimed the gun at the old chief's head. The old chief, gripped by terror, trembled as he clutched the money, overwhelmed by the menacing pirate before him. Seeing the wealth in the old chief's arms, Captain John felt elated, surprised to find so much treasure, even after having pillaged the village. All the riches of our village are here, all offered to you. Can you spare our lives? The chief sighed inwardly, lamenting the state of their existence. Last year, they had also suffered a robbery by pirates and had paid them to spare the village. Yet this time, the chief had misjudged his audience, for Captain John was a true killer. Old man, I must say, you are quite clever. Had it been an ordinary pirate, you might have been spared. But do you think I am just any pirate? You die, and the money is still mine. As Captain John prepared to pull the trigger and end the old chief's life, suddenly, a pirate shouted, "Hey, there seems to be a strange figure out at sea." A lookout pirate exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Captain John instinctively halted his actions, turning to gaze toward the ocean, while the old chief collapsed to the ground, momentarily spared. He realized that this vicious pirate not only sought wealth, but also aimed to eliminate all witnesses. The band of pirates had encircled the village, leaving no avenue for escape. Soon, Captain John spotted a blood-red figure swiftly approaching across the sea. What in the world is that? Before him stood a peculiar man, engulfed in crimson flames, racing towards them at an astonishing speed. Incredibly, this man was running atop the surface of the water. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Captain John and the other pirates gaped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The man closed the distance rapidly, leaping high into the air. Flame fist. A strange burst of fiery crimson erupted from his fist, swiftly engulfing the pirates, whose pupils dilated in terror. Truly pathetic. Anyone can adopt a grand title and call themselves a pirate. As Lynn landed gracefully, the blood-red flames dissipated from his form. During his time as a bounty hunter, he had discerned that names like Deadshot John, the one-eyed grim Reaper Perry, and the sword god Leeson were merely empty titles, concealing the fact that these individuals possessed little to no real power. Drawing the dagger from his waist, he severed John's head, placing it into his backpack, which was already filled with various pirate heads. Lynn remarked that it had been yet another fruitful day. Though the titles were fabricated, the pirates, due to their acts of arson, murder, and theft, had attracted bountiful rewards from the Navy. The bounty for John's head alone was worth 17 million berries. The village chief, witnessing Lynn's swift and efficient actions, if he had performed this many times before, was left utterly dumbfounded, especially since he had just feared he would be engulfed in the flames. Yet the fire had seemingly avoided him as if it possessed its own consciousness. Regaining his composure, the chief approached Lynn, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Thank you for saving us. This is a token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Lynn graciously accepted the berries offered by the chief. The overjoyed chief then conveyed the good news to the remaining villagers hiding in fear, and as they learned of their salvation, tears of relief streamed down their faces. After Lynn dealt with the remaining pirates left in the village, he proceeded to scour the pirate ship for spoils, gathering all the jewels and gold he could find. Afterward, he silently intoned, "System, absorb." A peculiar event transpired. To his astonishment, the treasures that had once gathered on the ground had vanished into thin air. Observing the increment in his exchange value, Lynn couldn't help but smile faintly. He possessed a system. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that it resembled a rather underdeveloped, half-finished system. Aside from the functionality to exchange for supplies and weapons, the other abilities to enhance his strength had yet to be unlocked, as evidenced by the grayed-out task rewards and training room. while other travelers were bestowed with magnificent systems replete with impressive rewards. He was left with a mere prototype. Nevertheless, Lynn felt a sense of contentment after all. He was still a man who possessed a system, albeit an incomplete one. Moreover, he also had the innate ability that came with his transmigration blooded flames. Lynn discovered that these flames were extraordinary, unlike the common attributes associated with the burning fruit. The blood flames, when utilized, could augment his own strength and speed. Although they did not possess the elemental transformation of natural abilities, the temperature of these flames was exceptionally high. Furthermore, through rigorous training, this ability could be enhanced to become even stronger. Perhaps one day, I could ascend to the status of a flame emperor or something similar. Just then, as Lynn disembarked from the ship, he noticed a throng of villagers gathered by the seaside. Even the injured leaned on crutches, putting on a brave front. "What brings you here? Benefactor, please allow us to bow in gratitude. We are eternally grateful to you for saving our village from the clutches of the pirates." The village chief and the villagers bowed deeply, their hearts brimming with sincere gratitude. Lynn could sense the authenticity of their feelings. Shrugging his shoulders, he replied, "I merely came to pursue this pirate crew. There is no need for thanks. Regardless, you have rescued us. You shall forever be our village's benefactor." Looking at the resolute villagers, Lynn chose to say nothing further and proceeded to retrieve a small boat from the pirate ship, placing it on the water. With a single leap, he found his footing. However, Lynn did not employ the rowing oars. As the esteemed literary figure Zhou Shuren once remarked, true mastery in rowing does not rely on oars. Lynn unleashed his blood flames, enveloping both himself and the boat in a fiery embrace. By the way, this pirate ship should fetch a handsome sum. Since I cannot take it with me alone, feel free to sell it and convert it into currency. How can we accept that? This is your bounty, dear benefactor. The opulent pirate ship was clearly worth millions of berries. Before the village chief could finish his sentence, Lynn activated his ability, flames erupting from the ship's stern, propelling it forward. In no time, Lynn, along with the vessel, vanished from the villagers' sight, leaving behind a long trail of fire. Shortly thereafter, a villager shouted excitedly from the deck, "Chief, come quickly, there's a bag of berries here." Upon seeing the substantial sum, the village chief was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. With this money, they could not only pay their taxes this year, but also enjoy a period of prosperity. Once again, the village chief led the villagers in a deep bow toward the direction in which Lynn had departed. A naval vessel adorned with a dog's head holding a bone at the bow, and sails depicting seagulls alongside the words Navy, soon appeared on the sea shortly after Lynn's departure. Captain Garp, the island ahead appears to have suffered an assault by pirates. Please advise. Noticing the thick smoke emanating from the island, the first mate, Bogart, reported. Steer the ship closer. Have those damned pirates raided another village? An unassuming old man with black, cropped hair, dressed in a white naval uniform, made his way to the bow. This was the legendary naval hero Garp, who had journeyed from the calm belt back to the East Sea aboard a warship. Throughout his travels, he had vanquished numerous pirates. Wherever pirates emerged, there was a high likelihood that smoke from burned homes would be visible. Roger, is this the scenario you wish to witness? The onset of the Great Pirate Era had led countless individuals to embrace piracy, wreaking havoc across the seas and significantly increasing the workload for the Navy. Unbeknownst to Garp, who had initially planned to return to the East Sea for a vacation, he was now compelled to resume his duties. Hey, it's the Navy has arrived. The villagers working along the shore spotted Garp's warship and exclaimed in surprise. As Garp and the naval officers disembarked from the ship, they found no sign of pirates, only the vessel of the dead gun pirate crew nearby. Greetings, I am the village chief here. The chief felt a twinge of anxiety having barely escaped from the pirates. He feared that this group of Navy personnel might extort money from them under various pretenses, as such incidents were not uncommon. It was evident that the villagers harbored a less than favorable impression of the Navy, which only seemed to appear after the pirates had left, adept at collecting fees. After some communication, the village chief finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared they were not the type of Navy he had dreaded. The naval officers and ship's doctor aboard Garp's vessel initiated their efforts to treat the injured, as the attack by Deadgun John had resulted in significant casualties and extensive damage to homes from cannon fire. After understanding the sequence of events, Bogart remarked, "Ah, yet another bounty hunter." Garp chuckled heartily, finding this bounty hunter quite amusing. Crimson flames, you say? Throughout this journey, from the accounts of witnesses, Garp discovered that Lynn had been systematically eliminating pirates. Furthermore, his acts of leaving behind a portion of his spoils to assist the villagers only heightened Garp's satisfaction. Such character surely has the potential to become an exceptional Navy officer. I shall suggest to Sengoku that he consider recruiting this young man. Meanwhile, Lynn had arrived at the nearest naval branch to redeem his bounty at the East Blue Navy's 18th branch. "Is this all behind you?" asked a naval officer, his scalp prickling with disbelief as he glanced at the bloodied parcel Lynn carried. "Please wait a moment." He hastily called for another officer to assist in comparing Lynn's bounty at the same time. Lynn was shown to a resting area. The sheer volume of bounty he intended to exchange startled the branch commander, Baz, who rushed over to meet Lynn. Typically, this branch dealt only with the heads of minor pirates. Upon seeing Lynn, casually seated and sipping water, Baz was about to inquire when Lynn conjured a plume of crimson flames in his hand, unequivocally proving his identity. "Ah, I see." Baz chuckled wryly, initially believing that the sea had birthed another formidable figure, only to realize it was none other than the renowned bounty hunter Lynn, infamous for his year-and-a-half-long hunt of pirates. The crimson flames had evidently become Lynn's emblem. After all, the peculiar nature of these flames was such that it was nearly impossible to go unnoticed. "Here are 86 million berries. Please accept this," Baz stated earnestly as he handed over the bounty. Fully aware of the formidable presence before him, he dared not skimp on the payment, relieved that he had made the trek to verify Lynn's identity. Baz silently admonished himself for earlier contemplating a portion of the bounty for himself. Now, reflecting on that thought made him break out in a cold sweat. This man was no trivial matter. He could easily reduce the entire branch to rubble. "Relax, I'm really a good person," Lynn said, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he accepted the hefty bag of berries, embodying the essence of a cheerful young man. "Am I really that frightening? Look at you. Your hands are trembling. You scoundrel. If you claim to be a good person, then why not extinguish the flames in your other hand?" Lynn, cradling the substantial sack of berries, exited the naval branch. The paper currency he held could not be directly absorbed by the system. Thus he needed to find a way to exchange it for gold and treasures. Perhaps he could also acquire some additional gains while he was at it. Arriving at the most bustling town on the island housing the naval branch, Lynn opened the mouth of his bag, revealing the berries within. Wandering aimlessly, the wealth he carried attracted the gazes of many. Whether intentional or not, a few berries occasionally fell to the ground. Bending down to retrieve them, Lynn sighed dramatically. Having too much money can indeed be a burden. He then turned and entered a nearby lively tavern. As he pushed open the door, a rush of light flooded the formerly dim and clamorous establishment. Upon seeing the substantial amount of berries Lynn held, many patrons halted their activities, instinctively swallowing hard. "That's an impressive sum. Must be nearing 100 million berries." Faced with a myriad of astonished and greedy gazes, Lynn remained oblivious, making his way to the bar to place an order, seeing such a prominent customer. The tavern owner beamed with delight, graciously leading Lynn to a private booth. "I'll have a beast's thigh meat and a gigantic serving of fried rice, along with one of everything on your menu," Lynn ordered, as though money were of no concern. The owner, momentarily taken aback, quickly wore a broader smile. After all, who would refuse a lucrative opportunity? If it had been anyone else, he might have suspected they were trouble. But this gentleman was clearly not short on funds, as evidenced by the bulging bag of berries. "Very well, your order will be ready shortly," the owner responded, his smile radiating warmth as he hurried to the kitchen. "Will he even finish all that?" Patrons whispered amongst themselves, speculating whether this extravagant diner hailed from noble lineage seeking a taste of the common life. Simultaneously, Lynn's lavish display incited anger among some armed individuals lurking in the shadows. How dare he spend so much on a mere meal? The audacity! It was as if he were squandering their coin. The thought of losing a portion of their anticipated earnings gnawed at them. "Is your chef competent? The food is taking forever," Lynn exclaimed, grasping a large bone in one hand and a plate of dishes in the other, voraciously consuming the offerings until the table was cleared once more. Hurry up, we're not here all day. The owner, drenched in sweat, took on the role of a waiter, urging the kitchen staff to speed up their service, while Lynn's comments ignited the competitive spirit among the chefs. The kitchen transformed into a battleground as they struggled to keep pace with such a demanding customer. The other patrons gaped in astonishment, witnessing Lynn's extraordinary appetite. After a whirlwind of consumption, Lynn patted his belly in contentment. I must say, the cuisine in the pirate world is truly delectable. Strangely, despite the staggering quantity of food consumed, his stomach only bulged slightly. Owner, I'm ready to settle the bill. Certainly, that will be 2.36 million berries, equivalent to Japanese yen. Typically not requiring such a sum. However, in gratitude for your patronage, let us round it down to 2.3 million, the owner said, eager to please. Keep the change, gazing at the tempting sack filled with money. The owner felt a flicker of greed but ultimately accepted the 2.3 million berries. This is 2.3 million. Would you like to count it? He inquired. Wary of Lynn's trust, there's no need. I'm in a hurry. Lynn replied nonchalantly, standing up with the money bag in hand. Please take care, and we welcome you back anytime. The owner bowed deeply at the door, his service impeccable. Observing Lynn's departure, several figures concealed in the shadows could no longer contain themselves and followed suit. A rugged, middle-aged man with 6 whiskers on his face laughed boisterously. Ha! Today, I've encountered a plump sheep ripe for the taking. With this money, I can venture into the Grand Line. Yet, he lamented that the entire 2.3 million should rightly belong to him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Listen up, don't kill him. I want to deal with this brat myself. Understood, Captain Jimite. His crew responded in unison. Fools, this is Navy territory, don't utter my name. Lynn had already sensed the figures trailing him and turned towards the outskirts of town. That it seemed a fish had taken the bait. This was a tactic Lynn occasionally employed. Whether he could reel in a big catch depended entirely on luck. If he discovered only a group of petty thugs behind him, he would simply have to accept his misfortune. I was pondering how to make my move. But this kid has unwittingly provided me the opportunity, Jimite thought, feeling confident as they exited the town and entered an uninhabited thicket. He no longer concealed his intentions and beckoned his crew to hasten their pace. However, to their astonishment, Lynn, fully aware of their presence, remained unperturbed, even taking a seat on a nearby stone. Surrounding him, the group erupted in boisterous laughter. Kid, are you daft? You saw us tailing you, yet you chose to sit instead of running. Jimite taunted, raising his long blade and pointing it at Lynn with arrogance. Why would I run? Lynn replied, unfazed, a smile playing on his lips, seeing the bewildered expression on the rich young man's face. Jimite nearly burst into tears of laughter. Hey, little ones, tell him who we are. Jimite, believing he had secured Lynn's defeat, relaxed and removed the hat that obscured his face, revealing an insidious countenance. He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness the sheer terror that would wash over the boy upon hearing his infamous name. Listen well, lad. We are the notorious Black Striped Tiger pirate crew of the East Sea. Our captain, Black Striped Tiger Jimite, is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 42 million berries. He has even destroyed 2 naval warships. Especially, our captain has devoured the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Just as the pirates were about to continue their reverence, Jimite interjected. Enough? Fool, do not divulge my trump card. The fact that I have consumed a devil fruit is best kept under wraps. It is my key to turning the tide in battle. Aside from my crew, anyone who has witnessed my fruit's powers is dead, and even the Navy remains oblivious to my devil fruit consumption. Otherwise, my bounty would be significantly higher in this sea, rife with weakness. Possessing a devil fruit, particularly a robust and resilient zootype, grants one unparalleled dominance. Oh, how delightful, the Black Striped Tiger pirate crew, I have been searching for you. Yet I never imagined you would dare to hide on an island guarded by the Navy. As he spoke, Lynn retrieved several wanted posters resembling newspapers from his waist pouch, one prominently displaying the visage of a bearded man with an unsightly appearance. Indeed, the most perilous places are often the safest, aren't they? Lynn's tone shifted as he adjusted his slightly askew cowboy hat and casually rose to his feet. Aside from the wanted poster of the Black Striped Tiger pirate crew, he returned the rest to his pouch. Regrettably, your voyage ends here. Who on earth are you? Jimite instinctively distanced himself from Lynn, his senses heightened after consuming the devil fruit. since earlier, this seemingly ordinary man had exuded an aura of danger. "Hey, boss, is it necessary to be so tense?" he asked, just a weak little brat. The crew of pirates looked on in confusion at their captain's sudden vigilance. Typically, he only became serious in the face of danger. Piercing fireworks, 6 intensely concentrated flames erupted from behind Lynn. The sound was reminiscent of red-hot iron plunging into water, echoing abruptly. 5 pirates stared in disbelief at their charred chests, the very location of their hearts. Before collapsing in defeat, another pirate was pierced through the thigh by Lynn's fiery spikes, rolling on the ground in agony, wailing in pain. In an instant, the minor threats were vanquished. Damn it, I never expected to be targeted by a bounty hunter. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the infamous Blood Flame Lynn, who has recently made a name for himself in the East Sea. As he spoke, black-striped tiger Jemite's face contorted with deep apprehension. For one who understood the existence of such bizarre powers as the devil fruit, his fear of Lynn intensified. In his mind, Lynn was undoubtedly a user of a Logia-type fruit with flame abilities. Logia is inherently far superior to his Zoan-type fruit. No need for pleasantries, I'll grant you a chance to showcase the powers of your devil fruit. Lynn felt a surge of bloodlust and a flicker of excitement. His anticipation evident. After a year and a half as a bounty hunter, this was his first encounter with a devil fruit-empowered pirate. In this so-called weakest sea, those with abilities had become rare creatures. Unlike the latter half of the Grand Line, where encountering a devil fruit user was commonplace, although your fruit grants you flame abilities, inflicting damage far surpassing mine. Do not forget, I am a speedster with a Zoan-type tiger fruit. Do not underestimate me. To be honest, Jemite was initially dissatisfied with his abilities. After all, he was merely a tiger. How could he compare to a true tiger's prowess? The only notable trait of this fruit was its speed. Thus, he named his pirate crew the imposing black-striped tiger pirate crew. It was only later, when pursued by the Navy, that he single-handedly annihilated 2 naval ships with his tiger-like speed, that he truly recognized the worth of his fruit. Especially now, facing the bounty hunter Blood Flame Lynn, Jemite felt fortunate to possess a fruit that excelled in speed. Just imagine, had he consumed a standard tiger Zoan-type fruit, he might have been utterly powerless against the flame user before him. However, with a speed akin to the wind, the situation was vastly different. Jemite's aura shifted dramatically as his light yellow fur erupted from his body. His limbs transformed into powerful paws, sharp claws resembling blades extending forth, and black stripes adorned his back. His formidable fangs were fearsome indeed. Though he was but a single creature, the enhancement of his size and features transformed him into an evolved beast, letting out a primal roar. Jemite vanished from his previous position, launching himself toward Lynn. This was the beast form of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Meanwhile, Lynn, having unleashed fiery spikes against the 6 pirates, did not retract them into his body. The robust spikes, akin to spider spears, extended from his back. The burning heat radiating from the flames only added to his imposing presence, when paired with his half-covered face by the cowboy hat and his grayish-brown coat. He resembled a nefarious villain, unmistakably not a good person. The collision between the tiger-striped Jemite and Lynn was unlike the anticipated clang of combat. Instead, one of Jemite's claws was incinerated, leaving it charred. They distanced themselves once more. Glaring at the unmoving Lynn, Jemite seethed with resentment. His full-force attack had been effortlessly defended against by this boy. You little brat, don't get too cocky. You merely got lucky. Using that sluggish flame to block my strike. This time, I will sacrifice 2/3 of my power to enhance my speed. Lynn, unfazed, had grown accustomed to such bravado. After all, this was the world of One Piece, where individuals often displayed a certain straightforwardness. For instance, they would introduce their abilities during combat, declaring, I am so and so, and I have consumed such and such fruit. Furthermore, they would elaborate on their attack intentions mid-battle, this speed attack. I refuse to believe you can withstand it. Prepare to die. Hunt. Phantom. With his claws regrown, Jemite launched another offensive as Jemite's speed reached its zenith. He even created afterimages, making it challenging for most to discern his attack intentions. Yet, he was facing Lynn. The tiger-striped Jemite unleashed a torrential onslaught at breakneck speed toward Lynn. Although Jemite had sacrificed much of his power, the escalation in speed resulted in even greater destructive potential. Astonishingly, even with his power diminished, Jemite could not evade the fire spikes that were as familiar to him as his own limbs, in no matter from which angle he attacked. those scorching spikes intercepted him, forcing him to alter his approach. Damn, this guy is far too powerful. His speed surpasses mine, leaving me with no chance of victory. Jimite realized that despite the seemingly languid appearance of the 6 flames behind Lynn, they always positioned themselves before him whenever he launched an attack, their intense heat threatening to reduce his claws to ashes upon contact. Throughout the encounter, Lynn had only utilized a single fire spike. This was utterly infuriating. How could one defeat such a formidable opponent? Jimite began to entertain thoughts of retreat. He distanced himself from Lynn once more, but this time, the gap was significantly greater than before. You truly believe you are formidable? Prepare to witness my transformation. This is my ultimate form. Open your eyes wide, and do not be foolishly astonished. The previously prone tiger-striped form surged in size, undergoing a transformation, rising to stand upright. Upon completion of the transformation, he became a lean, powerful figure capable of bipedal movement. This was the second form of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the hybrid form. Lynn could sense that the aura of this fellow had indeed escalated significantly. "Ha, little brat, are you frightened into silence? This is my true power. Die." After uttering those fierce words, the orc-like Jimite transformed into a gust of wind and vanished from sight once more. However, instead of launching another attack, he fled in the opposite direction from Lynn. With the speed of the wind, he stumbled along, shaking off the branches and leaves that clung to his fur, quickly leaving Lynn behind. Watching Jimite disappear from view, Lynn turned around leisurely. Controlling a fiery spike, he pierced the chest of the incapacitated pirate, extinguishing all traces of life as the intense flames consumed him entirely. Only after reducing him to ashes did Lynn withdraw the fiery spike. Initially, he had intended to spare a life to lead him to the location of the black striped tiger pirate cruise ship. However, it seemed that such a plan was now rendered unnecessary. After all, Jimite was a power user, and his speed and guiding would have been far superior. Otherwise, how could he have escaped from Lynn's grasp? As Lynn dismissed the fiery spike behind him, a torrent of crimson flames erupted from his body. Blazing fiercely, resembling a specter returning from hell, imbued with infernal fire, with a leap, he ascended into the sky, soon spotting the striped Jimite, who was now racing towards the coast that Lynn's figure accelerated with a fiery jet. Instantly disappearing from sight, Jimite, sprinting along the cliffs, felt a moment of relief upon confirming that Lynn had not pursued him any further. If he had not fled, he might have met his demise at the hands of that formidable bounty hunter, who had once slain a notorious pirate worth 90 million berries, his strength unfathomable. After escaping, Jimite felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Next, he needed to leave this perilous place without delay, agilely leaping down the cliffs. He arrived at a nearby sandy beach. Not far ahead, there was a naturally formed cave. Jimite stepped inside. "Boss, why are you back so soon? Did you capture the daughter of that naval colonel?" Seeing only their captain return empty-handed, the pirates gathered around him, eager for news. "Don't mention it. I encountered that terrifying bounty hunter, Flame Lynn. We must set sail at once. This place is not safe." He had initially planned to abduct the naval colonel's most cherished daughter as leverage for riches. But little did he expect to meet such a character. "Yes, Captain." Upon hearing the name Blood Flame, the pirate's expressions changed drastically. This name was a frequent topic of discussion in taverns, leading to Lynn's reputation spreading rapidly throughout the East Blue. Flame demon fire. Just as the pirates were boarding the ship to flee, a searing inferno, as if capable of incinerating all, surged forth. A delayed pirate scream echoed within the cavern, causing the others to halt in panic. Turning in terror, that unfortunate pirate had spontaneously combusted, engulfed in blood-red flames. Within mere seconds, he was reduced to a charred corpse on the ground. Of course, had Lynn chosen to maintain the temperature of the demon fire a moment longer, that pirate would have been reduced to mere ashes. "Hey, what is happening?" The pirates were filled with dread at the sudden death of their comrade. Another pirate collapsed, turned to charcoal. The remaining pirates could no longer contain their fear, and chaos erupted. Amidst the turmoil, Lynn's flames continued to weave through the bodies of the pirates, resulting in an increasing number of ignited corpses falling. "Run! That man is coming after us." The speed of the flames was swift, and in his beastly form, Jimite barely caught a glimpse of the blood-red flame's afterimage, its velocity unmatched. Saying this, he fled frantically towards the ship. Faced with such an invisible assault, The cries of their fallen comrades shattered the pirates' mental fortitude. Those still standing hurriedly followed Jemet aboard the ship. The flame's speed intensified, and the frequency of fallen pirates escalated. Within this cavern, which resembled a hellish domain, Jemet successfully boarded the ship. Set sail quickly. Once we are at sea, we will be safe. Just as he was about to urge his crew to make haste, an eerie silence fell behind him. No one responded. Jemet's heart sank with a foreboding feeling. Turning back, he was met with the horrifying sight of all his companions sprawled lifelessly on the ground, their bodies charred. This nightmarish scene rendered the captain, who was accustomed to violence and slaughter, pale with fear. His legs retreating involuntarily. Demon, you are a ruthless, killing fiend. Thank you for your kind words. You won't be the first to describe me as such, nor the last at that moment. Lynn silently appeared before Jemet. The blood-red flames now retracted. Confronting the defeated Jemet, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force erupting from his fist causing Jemet's abdomen to twist as he spewed blood, sent crashing away to shatter the mast, losing consciousness instantaneously. Thus, the black-striped tiger pirate crew, with a bounty of 42 million berries, vanished entirely from the East Blue. Next came the eagerly anticipated phase of collecting spoils. After a brief period, Lynn swiftly gathered the valuables aboard the ship. Counting them together, the total estimated value exceeded 12 million berries. While not an exorbitant sum, it was certainly substantial, absorbing the gold and silver treasures, transforming them into the system's exchange value. Lynn then gently caressed a seemingly inconspicuous ring on his finger. A flash of white light erupted, causing the paper currency on the ground to vanish into thin air. This was the storage ring Lynn had exchanged from the system. If one were to question why Lynn did not simply place the severed heads of the pirates into the storage space for convenience, but instead opted to use a large cloth bag for separate storage, his answer would certainly be, would you want to mix the bloody, stinking heads of pirates with your food and clothing? However, Lynn did indeed plan to acquire a storage ring with a freezing space next. At the 18th Naval Base. What? That dangerous bounty hunter has returned. Could it be that the bounty was miscalculated? Baz rushed out in a frenzy. Colonel Baz, it shouldn't be. He brought a pirate with him. Only then did Baz breathe a sigh of relief, relaxing. Observing the typically domineering Colonel Baz treating a bounty hunter with such seriousness, a nearby naval officer couldn't help but inquire, Colonel Baz, is it truly necessary to show such reverence to a bounty hunter? Even disregarding the spoils, you don't understand a thing. This is precisely why I am the colonel of this base, while you are merely a lowly naval officer. Lighting a cigarette, Baz spoke slowly. Apply more thought and effort to your tasks, and you will perceive a different reality. Understood. The naval officer scratched his head, indicating that he grasped the concept. Lynn was led into the lounge, where he once again encountered Colonel Baz. This pirate, could it be the black-striped tiger Jemet, who destroyed 2 naval ships? Baz exclaimed, astonished. This pirate had suddenly gone off the grid, leaving many to wonder what he was plotting, now appearing here. This fellow has his eyes set on the berries in my possession, aside from the black-striped tiger. I have already eliminated all other members. Lynn casually sipped from his cup of coffee, grimacing at the bitter taste. What? This guy actually had the audacity to show up on an island guarded by the Navy. What gall? Then, Baz earnestly bowed to Lynn, expressing his gratitude. Thanks to your assistance. I shudder to think what these unruly individuals might have planned otherwise. The appearance of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 42 million berries within the confines of a naval base is undoubtedly a precursor to heinous criminal activities, endangering countless lives. Lynn's intervention undoubtedly saved many. Baz's previous respect stemmed from his fear of Lynn's formidable strength. However, now it has transformed into genuine gratitude. This immensely destructive pirate quietly infiltrated the base under his jurisdiction. And once the higher-ups become aware, will he still retain his position as base commander? If he were to learn that these pirates aim to abduct his most cherished daughter, one could only imagine the expression that would grace the colonel's face. Just as Colonel Baz wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the black-striped tiger, Jemet, slowly opened his menacing inverted pupils. His nails stealthily elongated into sharp claws, and fur began to sprout across his body. His gaze locking onto Colonel Baz with the intensity of a predator zeroing in on its prey. I am destined to become the Pirate King. I refuse to perish in this mere East Blue. Once I am sent to impel down, my life will be irrevocably over. As Jimite contemplated launching a sudden attack on Colonel Baz to take him hostage, a heavy sound resonated from above. The clinking of a teacup against a wooden table. This is dreadful. The sudden exclamation from Lynn startled Jimite into a shudder, prompting him to retract his abilities and feign death on the ground. Colonel Baz, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "This is a rare beverage brought back from an island abundant in coffee along the Grand Line, that it may taste a bit bitter compared to regular coffee, but if savored, its unique bitterness and rich aroma offer a delightful experience." Internally, he lamented, "I brought forth this exquisite drink that I can hardly bear to enjoy myself. Yet you fail to appreciate it. Truly a waste of such a rare cup of coffee. If you don't fancy it, I can fetch something else. Never mind, let us discuss matters at hand." After delivering a graceful kick to Jimite, Lynn spoke up. "Very well, I understand your intention. Fetch 42 million berries." Colonel Baz instructed his subordinate to procure the funds. Wait, you have any further instructions? Please, speak freely, as long as it is within my capabilities, Colonel Baz replied respectfully. This pirate possesses the dangerous powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Your Navy's bounty notice did not indicate this. Had my skills not surpassed his, I might have lost my life as a result. Therefore, you comprehend my meaning. I require additional remuneration. Huh? Jimite is a Zoan-type devil fruit user? A look of disbelief crossed Colonel Baz's face. After all these years, this was only the second time he had encountered the term devil fruit user, although Navy training had informed him of the existence of devil fruits, which grant bizarre powers to those who consume them. Colonel Baz had served in this East Blue branch for over a decade without ever witnessing one firsthand. That he had, however, read numerous accounts of various devil fruit users in the New World through newspapers. If Jimite was indeed another devil fruit user aside from Lynn, the gravity of the situation would be vastly different. The Navy's full combat capabilities are primarily displayed at sea, where the might of warships reigns supreme. Even a devil fruit user would think twice before confronting a naval vessel, for they share a fundamental weakness, their fear of seawater. Should their ship be sunk, a devil fruit user would be left awaiting their demise. Colonel Baz thought to himself, if a devil fruit-imbued pirate were to appear at my base, I would indeed find myself in a predicament. They are merely a group of individuals with slightly enhanced physical attributes. And facing an assault from a Zoan-type devil fruit user would inevitably lead to immense casualties, potentially costing me my life as well, upon realizing the tremendous threat a devil fruit user could pose to his base. I know you are awake. Transform for me. Lynn raised his foot and stomped down on Jimite several times, the intense pain contorting Jimite's face. Damn it, he has discovered that I am awake, just as Lynn was gathering a layer of crimson flames around his foot. Ready to crush Jimite's head, Jimite felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and imminent death. He hastily sprang to his feet, feigning compliance. Meanwhile, Colonel Baz looked on at Lynn's brutish display, his mouth twitching slightly. Who is truly the wicked pirate here? Didn't you claim to be a good person? A good person exhibiting such a terrifying demeanor. I must never cross this dangerous individual again. I see you are more pirate than any pirate. Yes, yes, yes. Please wait. I shall transform immediately. Under the pressure of Lynn's threat, Jimite could only comply, tears of despair brimming in his eyes. Show Colonel Baz your devil fruit abilities. Yes, yes, yes. Jimite nodded fearfully at Lynn, who could have imagined that prior to his capture, he had been a fearsome devil fruit user across these seas. Jimite first underwent his beast transformation, becoming a creature on all fours, slightly smaller than a tiger, adorned with tiger stripes. His sharp claws imbued him with a primal ferocity. Witnessing the power of a devil fruit user for the first time, Colonel Baz felt a tremor course through his body. The dangerous aura emanating from Jimite confirmed his earlier suspicions. What a terrifying beast. Is this the power of a devil fruit? It can transform a person into a ferocious beast that defies the limits of human strength. As Colonel Baz expressed his fearful admiration, Jimite held his head high, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. Yet, when his gaze met Lynn's, he quickly recoiled in terror, revealing the profound psychological impact Lynn had instilled in him. Subsequently, Jimite performed his human transformation, his form expanding significantly. Towering over both Lynn and the Navy personnel present, several Navy members broke into a cold sweat from the oppressive aura of this beastly form, while Colonel Baz managed to maintain a semblance of composure. The Navy members pondered, this guy is here to cause trouble. Imagine if we had to face such a formidable opponent on land. What chance would we stand? With the demonstration concluded, Lynn and Baz began discussing the bounty amount. "It is indeed the Navy's intelligence that has erred, and I sincerely apologize, Sir Lynn, that I shall contact my superiors to explain the situation and strive to secure a satisfactory bounty for you." Lynn did not press him, recognizing that as a mere colonel, this was the extent of his authority. The final bounty would ultimately be determined by those above him. "Although I cannot ascertain the bounty for the striped gemite, I wish to express my gratitude for Sir Lynn's elimination of the black striped tiger pirates, which spared our branch from potential danger. Therefore, I am willing to personally offer 6 million berries," Colonel Baz earnestly declared. Genuinely appreciative of Lynn's assistance, should the infamous black-striped tiger have invaded this island, the repercussions would have been incalculable. In this remote East Blue, the willingness to part with 6 million berries speaks volumes of the Navy colonel's sincerity. "Please hold on. I shall contact headquarters immediately." Suddenly, as Baz moved away from Gemite, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Gemite, who had been maintaining his beast form, struck, "Don't move. If you dare to make a move, I will kill him. You surely would not want this Navy base to lose a capable and astute colonel, would you, Colonel?" The Navy personnel erupted into chaos upon witnessing Baz being taken hostage. "You cunning pirate, if you dare to harm the colonel, we will not let you off lightly." Outside, Navy members, armed with firearms, rushed in, yet none dared to take action, for Baz's life was firmly in the pirate's grasp. The entire scene fell into a moment of silence. Feeling the icy sharpness pressing against his neck, the immense claws poised to strike, Baz was paralyzed with fear. In that tense moment, Lynn lazily rose to his feet. "You have taken him. What concern is it of mine?" "Huh?" Lynn's words left the Navy members bewildered, including Gemite, who was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected declaration. Upon reflection, it indeed made a twisted sort of sense. Flame finger. Under the radiant sun, the vast blue sea resembled an endless expanse of sapphire, devoid of any visible horizon. Seagulls circled gracefully in the sky, while a gentle breeze infused with a hint of saltiness swept over, enveloping Lynn in a sense of blissful relaxation. Today was indeed an auspicious day for setting sail. After a day of rest, Lynn planned to return to the village for a proper farewell before embarking on his journey to the Grand Line, where he hoped to gather intelligence on that notorious pirate crew. His abilities had grown significantly stronger, equipping him with the prowess needed to navigate the perils of the Grand Line. A.S. Lynn prepared to pilot his newly acquired small boat. He noticed it bobbing in the harbor. This vessel, obtained from the Deadshot pirates, had succumbed to the intensity of Lynn's blood flames, arriving in a charred state that rendered it unfit for further sailing. Moreover, he had forcibly propelled the boat using his blood flames, which was a remarkable feat in itself, considering the high temperature of his flames. Despite his attempts to control the flames, they had nonetheless caused damage to the hull. He wondered where Ace had sourced his durable jet-propelled boat, pondering whether only the craftsmen of the Grand Line possessed such skills. Lynn had indeed made attempts to commission a similar jet-propelled vessel in the East Blue, but the results were less than satisfactory. The boat had only managed to endure slightly longer than a standard one before the jet ports melted away. His previous jet-propelled craft had been destroyed not long ago while on his way to confront the Deadshot pirates. Leading to that initially shocking and bizarre scene, A.S. Lynn contemplated finding a renowned craftsman to forge a vessel capable of withstanding his formidable powers. Upon reaching the Grand Line, he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. "Lord Lynn." It was Baz, who seemed to have something to discuss. "We heard you were departing today, and we have come to bid you farewell. We are immensely grateful for your assistance to our humble island." Colonel Baz bowed deeply, followed by the naval officers behind him, creating an imposing atmosphere that would lead one to believe Lynn was the offspring of a high-ranking naval officer. Fishermen, merchants, and tourists at the port wore expressions of astonishment. "Who is this person, that even a naval colonel pays him such respect?" they murmured, speculating he might be a high-ranking officer from the Navy headquarters. The notion was absurd. Could there truly be a young admiral? Having visited the cave where Lynn had vanquished the Black Stripes tiger pirates, Baz recalled the gruesome sight of charred bodies, their faces contorted in expressions of extreme agony, rendering the entire cave a veritable hell on earth. The pressure weighed heavily on Baz, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He increasingly felt that his misappropriation of public funds to curry favor with Lynn, a powerful figure, was a justified decision. He could only hope that the naval officers Lynn encountered in the future would exhibit the same integrity. refraining from withholding bounty from a bounty hunter. Colonel Baz had conveniently forgotten who had initially proposed such an unethical act. Having ultimately been won over by Lynn's charisma, Lord Lynn, do you require our assistance in your journey? Baz inquired. Thank you, but I shall manage on my own, Lynn replied politely. Farewell, as Lynn took his leave. He leaped onto the deck of the pristine little boat he had just purchased. By the way, have you heard of the Twin Dragons pirates? Lynn asked as he departed. Over the past year, while eliminating pirates and exchanging bounties to enhance his strength, he had also sought information about the Twin Dragons pirates, but to no avail. After all, being in the East Blue, news was scarce compared to the significant reports and the more connected realms of the Grand Line. Recalling his last encounter with that pirate crew, who had brutally murdered his family in the West Blue, Lynn speculated that if that pirate crew still existed, they would have likely ventured into the Grand Line. Drawn by the allure of the ultimate treasure that all pirates coveted, Lynn was not originally from the East Blue. He hailed from the Flower Kingdom in the West Blue, having endured a tumultuous journey across the seas. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived in the East Blue and was rescued by the villagers of Good Luck Village during a fierce storm that time. He had yet to regain his past memories or activate his system, and was merely an ordinary person struggling to survive amidst various crises. Colonel Baz pondered for a moment before answering. I have not heard of them. Is that so? Lynn replied, his expression suggesting he had suspected as much. Ultimately, with the naval officers watching, Lynn propelled his small boat forward, swiftly cutting through the waves. What an extravagant ability, Baz exclaimed, laughing heartily despite being drenched by the splashes of seawater, a consequence of their proximity to Lynn's vessel. It seems we need to bolster this island's defenses. How could such a formidable pirate approach undetected? Had it not been for Lord Lynn's intervention, unimaginable damage would have ensued. Everyone, return to your posts and change into dry clothes. We shall commence training immediately. Begin with 20 laps around the training ground, followed by 500 push-ups for each of you. And this is merely a warm-up, Baz declared, emphasizing the need for robust physiques to better capture pirates and protect civilians. All of this is in the name of justice. In this era rife with pirates, the spirit of justice imbued each naval officer with a distinctive vigor, reminding them of the very reason they had joined the Navy, to protect their families among the civilians. The fervor among the officers surged, their voices rising in unison. All for justice, to safeguard the innocent. Excellent. Channel that energy into your training, Baz proclaimed, unable to suppress a hearty laugh at the sight of his somewhat competent sailors. A day passed, and after exchanging several free boats, having dashed the dreams of numerous pirates, Lynn finally returned after several months to Barbary Island. This large island was home to many villages, particularly a bustling town at its center. To express his gratitude for the villagers' rescue, the now remembering Lynn had provided them with means to earn a living in the town, resulting in a small fortune that allowed each villager to upgrade from wooden huts to brick houses. I'm back, Lynn announced, wondering how his friends had fared in his absence. Thinking of the kind and hard-working villagers brought a smile to his face, indicating his good spirits. The coastal cliffs of Good Luck Village stood a tall, sturdy tree, where 3 little rascals, adorned with floral and green camouflage, peered out over the sea. This vantage point offered the best view of the entire village. The waters ahead were the primary approach to the village. And should any pirates attempt an assault, the flag emblazoned with a skull would be visible from afar. Nothing out of the ordinary. It seems today is another peaceful day, remarked a slightly plump boy with satisfaction, relishing the tranquility of their life. If the pirates don't come to attack the village, then my training was for naught, scoffed another boy, who hung upside down from the tree, doing sit-ups and dripping with sweat. Idiot Kate. How many times must I tell you not to exercise in the tree? Remember last time when you fell and broke your leg? It was us who had to carry you back. And you cried like a baby, chided a girl with adorable pigtails, her age comparable to the boys. Humph, silly Millie, that was just a mistake. Now, following Brother Lynn's training methods, I can break rocks with a single punch. I won't fall this time. Kate blushed slightly at the memory, but quickly defended himself. Speaking of Brother Lynn, it had been months since they last saw him, but his reputation had only grown. One day, I too shall become a hero like him and eradicate the evil pirates of the sea, declared the chubby boy, Papachi, with determination, a twig clenched between his teeth, whenever Lynn's name was mentioned. The trio's faces radiated respect and admiration. Just then, A dazzling little boat appeared on the horizon, gleaming brightly against the already scorching sea, quickly capturing their attention. "Look, there's someone on the water," the plump little fellow. Papachi held a telescope aloft, squinting his eyes in an effort to discern the identity of the approaching visitor. Due to the considerable distance and the blinding light emanating from the vessel, he was momentarily unable to make out who it was. Could it be pirates? In stark contrast to Papachi's vigilance, Kate wore a countenance of sheer excitement. If it's not pirates, then it appears to be Brother Lynn. As Lynn drew closer, the little chubby boy puffed up his cheeks, holding his breath in a state of flushed exhilaration, clearly displaying his extraordinary excitement. Indeed, Brother Lynn has returned. Seizing Papachi's telescope, Millie let out a delighted scream upon recognizing Lynn. "Wonderful, Brother Lynn is finally back. He will surely be amazed by my progress," Kate exclaimed, her eyes glued to the sea in eager anticipation. That it was evident that Lynn was highly cherished by these three little rascals. "Pay no mind." Kate, Millie, and Papachi called out. Lynn soon spotted the trio and greeted them with a smile. After all, it was hard to forget the names of the village's most mischievous troublemakers. Brother Lynn. The three of them leaped in greeting at the edge of the beach, their excitement palpable at Lynn's return. As Lynn arrived at the shoreline and turned off the engine to dock the boat, the three rushed towards him in a jubilant throng. "Come, Brother Lynn, regale us with tales of your adventures upon the sea. Surely, many interesting things have transpired during your absence." "Certainly," Lynn replied. The little ones, displaying admirable thoughtfulness, assisted Lynn by retrieving the luggage from the boat and shouldering it. Together, they chatted and laughed as they strolled up the sloping shore towards the village. "Jack, the village chief, Lynn has returned." An exuberant villager burst into the village office, the place where villagers attended to community matters, flinging open the wooden door of the chief's office. "That I say, you, always making such a racket. You nearly gave me a heart attack." An energetic man in his 50s set aside the ledger he had been reviewing and emerged with his hands clasped behind his back. "This lad. Truly, to have been at sea for so long without a word, and only now does he return." Jack complained with a hint of reproach. Outside the village, it was far from safe, especially in this tumultuous age of piracy. Lynn, as a bounty hunter battling dangerous marauders, was a cause for concern. The village had become prosperous now, and Jack resolved to persuade Lynn to refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors. "Uncle Dolly, have you recovered from your illness? Ha ha, I can't believe you still remember after all this time. Rest assured, I am fully healed, thanks largely to the miraculous medicine you found for me." "Hey, Lynn, tell us about your experiences on the sea." Villagers approached with faces alight with joy, eager to hear Lynn's tales. It was clear that they regarded Lynn as one of their own, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. "Young man, you've finally decided to come back." It's a relief. Upon seeing that Lynn bore no injuries, the village chief and the doctor behind him breathed a sigh of relief. It was worth noting that when Lynn first embarked on his bounty hunting journey, he would return with various wounds, which caused them great concern. Now, Lynn is an exceptionally powerful bounty hunter. "Jack, you should be more worried about the pirates. When I grow up, I will certainly become as formidable as Brother Lynn." Kate chimed in. Lynn shared some of his maritime experiences, satisfying the curiosity of the villagers. "Those pirates are utterly vile, wreaking havoc everywhere. Indeed, the seas are fraught with danger. All right, let us save the rest for tomorrow." Jack interjected. "Lynn has drifted upon the ocean for so long. He must be utterly exhausted. Let him rest without disturbance. See you tomorrow, Lynn," came the chorus of protest from Kate, Millie, and Papachi, who were ushered home by their parents. As the villagers dispersed to attend to their own affairs, Lynn walked alongside old Jack along the stone-paved paths of the village, the verdant foliage of plants enveloping them in a refreshing embrace. As the village's greenery flourished abundantly, "Jack, has anyone caused trouble in the town?" "Not at all. The town's security is quite stable. We've even paid a fee to the town's guard, who have been diligent in maintaining order. Moreover, thanks to your assistance, our villagers' resilience has improved, coupled with the dangerous weapons you provided. No one would be foolish enough to challenge us. All of this is due to your contributions. Those culinary recipes you provided, particularly those of the chef known as Zonghua, have resulted in food that is in constant demand. Our daily supplies often fall short." The village chief could not help but extol the prowess of the chef, who created such delectable dishes. "And this white liquor sells remarkably well. Merchants from outside the island come here to sign contracts for procurement. making a fortune by selling it on other islands, from which we also benefit greatly. The recipes and liquor formulae were rewards Lynn had exchanged from the system. How is the perfume factory faring? Aside from the luxurious tavern that had expanded to 4 stories, Lynn had also utilized the island's resources to exchange for various perfume formulas from the system. Upon mentioning this, the village chief's expression turned peculiar before he burst into hearty laughter. Young man, I must say, your ideas are truly brilliant. The perfumes produced in our village have already reached the nobility and have garnered widespread acclaim. The profits generated even surpassed those of the tavern. Lynn knew this was merely a temporary success. As production increased, the tavern would ultimately become the primary source of income. That is good to hear. The two continued their conversation as they made their way home. Before them stood a charming 2-story house, behind which lay a fenced yard, Lynn's home. Since Lynn's departure, the village chief had ensured regular maintenance, so it appeared quite well kept. Here, your key that I instructed the cleaners not to enter your room, so there may be a bit of dust. I will help you tidy it up shortly, and no need for trouble. I can manage myself. Accepting the key from the village chief, Lynn turned to head towards his home. By the way, there will be a welcome banquet for you tonight. Make sure to rest well. And I will come to fetch you before the feast begins, the village chief said with a smile. Originally, this was merely a poor village, but Lynn's arrival had brought about a monumental transformation. To the simple villagers, Lynn was akin to a heroic figure, held in high regard. All right. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Lynn entered his home, which appeared immaculate due to regular cleaning, opening the door to his room. He paid no heed to the slight dust on the bed, sprawling out without a care. After all, he had not been able to sleep so soundly while away as time passed. Dusk settled in. The village buzzed with lively festivities, adorned with a variety of lanterns that might lead one to believe it was a grand celebration. The villagers employed at the perfume factory had concluded their 6-hour shifts. Currently, the factory operated with its own personnel. Meanwhile, the liquor factory had recruited individuals from neighboring villages, providing them with job opportunities. Furthermore, island residents enjoyed a higher profit share compared to outsiders, allowing them to obtain supplies at slightly lower prices for resale. This had stimulated the island's economy, with many who ventured out to sea amassing considerable wealth. Moreover, the white liquor and cosmetics had unknowingly established a reputable brand. Upon hearing of products from Fortune Village, consumers instantly recognized their quality. There is no worry about sales. In fact, the greatest challenge currently faced is that production speed seems to be lagging behind ever so slightly for the revered deity of good fortune in Yearn Village. No one would dare to seek trouble with him. Should a fool truly provoke trouble, it is likely that the wrath of the island's inhabitants would descend upon him before the villagers of Yearn could even intervene, potentially resulting in a severe beating. With Lynn's assistance, Yearn Village has prospered greatly, and since the headquarters for sales is located in this town, an increasing number of outsiders are being attracted, hinting at a subtle trend towards becoming a small city. A lively banquet is being held in the central square of the village, officially commencing with Lynn's arrival. The banquet has begun. With an exuberant shout from an unknown source, music resounds. Instantly, a jubilant atmosphere envelopes the dining tables, and some even comically insert chopsticks into their noses and mouths, creating a ridiculous spectacle. The banquet has plunged into an ocean of merriment. Observing this delightful scene, the village chief's eyes glisten with emotion. Lynn, all of this is thanks to you. The village has become so wonderful. Village chief, there is no need for all this gratitude. I've grown weary of it. You might as well focus on your own plate. Lynn replied, gnawing on a substantial piece of beast thigh, the aroma of the food blooming in his mouth as he savored every bite. Upon hearing this, the village chief glanced down, only to discover that the last piece of cake he had been saving had mysteriously vanished. Beneath the tablecloth, the mischievous trio of Papachi, Meatsai, and Kate stifled their giggles, having successfully divided the chief's cake among themselves. How infuriating! That rascal has taken away the cake I was saving for last. Truly ungrateful. Hearing such a serious complaint, the trio could no longer contain their laughter, bursting into hearty guffaws. So it was you rascals, the village chief exclaimed, lifting the tablecloth to reveal the 3 troublemakers. I shall let you feel the iron fist of love and the importance of respecting your elders. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch, that hurts. Ha! Chief Jack, you truly are stingy. 2 villagers, with their arms draped around each other, flushed with mirth. clutched their wine glasses, and laughed heartily. The jubilant atmosphere reached its zenith. Crash! Lynn delivered a powerful punch, causing a network of cracks to radiate from the center of a solid rock before him. His physical strength in its current state still felt inadequate. It seems he must delve into learning the techniques of observation hockey and the iron block from the Six Powers. These two skills are currently his aspirations. After all, his physical prowess is merely average in this world teeming with monstrous beings. The aim of acquiring these abilities is to ensure his own survival. That, of course, he must also learn armament hockey. Otherwise, dealing with those possessing Logia powers would prove quite challenging. That he certainly does not wish to be dispatched before he can unleash his blood flame. The mere thought of such a humiliating fate makes Lynn internally protest. Please, not that. As long as I can unleash my ultimate move, I shall vanquish you. At present, Lynn possesses 3 forms of power: the blood flame inherent to his crossing, the ability of life return, which he has already utilized in the Tavern of Navy Branch 18, and paper drawing, which came as an unexpected gain upon mastering life return. Furthermore, Lynn has a vague sense of another hidden power within him, something akin to control, though he has yet to successfully harness it, and thus remains unaware of its nature. Learning hockey can be pursued with Rayleigh, a relatively approachable figure among the strong. Yet, it took Rayleigh 2 years to teach the Straw Hat Kid the rudimentary armament hockey that everyone in the New World is expected to know. After some contemplation, Lynn decided to temporarily abandon this pursuit and take things one step at a time. If he cannot find a more suitable and efficient teacher, he may have to seek out this fellow. That if Rayleigh were to catch wind of Lynn's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. Wait, are you really being choosy? Are you looking down on me, the vice captain of the Pirate King? Do you think I'm just some cabbage? With the physical training concluded, Lynn retrieved a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow and exchanged it for a large cup of chilled milk from the system. On this sweltering day, downing it in one gulp was nothing short of refreshing. The system functions as a portable supply store, proving to be remarkably convenient. However, it can only exchange for supplies. How wonderful it would be if it could provide methods for mastering hockey as well. After finishing his training, Lynn returned home to take a shower and changed into a casual white short-sleeved shirt and long pants. Now, sans his trench coat and hat, Lynn's complexion appeared unusually fair, and his visage was strikingly handsome, resembling a youthful beauty. Especially notable were his eyes, which bore a hint of innate crimson, giving him an air of wickedness. With such devilish eyes, it would be a shame not to pursue a life of piracy. Ah, Lynn, good morning. Lynn had completed his morning exercises early and, after washing up, stepped outside just as the clock struck 9. Lynn, are you heading to town? Would you like to borrow my bicycle? Every villager he encountered greeted him warmly. Completely unfazed by the slightest hint of malevolence emanating from him, in turn, Lynn smiled back at each villager, exhibiting no airs of superiority. Hello, Moses. Colonel Baz answered the phone snail on his desk. Baz, did a bounty hunter by the name of Flame Lynn come to redeem a bounty a few days ago? A voice filled with authority emanated from the phone, unmistakably that of Admiral Sengoku from Navy Headquarters. This moment, Sengoku was handling naval matters in place of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who was occupied with affairs in Mariawa. Although he still held the rank of admiral, his power was virtually equivalent to that of a fleet admiral. Admiral Sengoku. Baz, who had previously been somewhat relaxed, straightened up instantly, his voice brimming with respect. Relax. Yes. Baz recounted the incident of Lynn redeeming his bounty, also mentioning how Lynn had aided in neutralizing the movements of the black striped tiger pirates on the island. He took the opportunity to report on that rascal Haru's misdeeds as well, including the unauthorized increase in bounty. He was aware that this matter could not remain concealed, as officers from Navy Headquarters periodically visited the East Blue Branch to investigate any misuse of bounty funds. Baz, you have handled this matter well. As for your report regarding Haru's negligence, I will address it seriously. If the bounty hunter happens to be a devil fruit user, indeed, the bounty would be subject to an increase. Sengoku laughed heartily, showing no intention of reprimanding Baz. If that bounty hunter were to become disillusioned with the Navy, recruiting him would become significantmi more challenging, especially since he is a fire-type devil fruit user. It remains uncertain whether he possesses the powerful Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi. If that is indeed the case, the Navy would have gained a new figure of admiral caliber for the future. Seeing that Sengoku bore no ill will, Baz breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the matter had been resolved. Upon learning that Lynn had already departed from Branch 18, Sengoku felt a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, he prepared to issue instructions to the East Blue, ensuring that should this bounty hunter appear to redeem his bounty, he would be contacted without delay. After all, a fire-type devil fruit user is a rare find indeed. Especially considering Lynn's accomplishments in vanquishing countless pirates during his over a year in the East Blue, he has undoubtedly alleviated some pressure on them, proving his strength beyond doubt. Click. The call ended. Baz wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved. The pressure from Admiral Sengoku was quite overwhelming in any case. He need not worry about losing his position as a colonel anytime soon at AT Navy headquarters. Within Sengoku's office, the old rascal Garp had finally made some contributions to the Navy during this period. With his long beard and wearing the seagull hat representing the Navy, Sengoku remarked, "If this person possesses a sense of justice and considerable ability, we might consider nurturing him." The crane beside them spoke up, pondering whether, in the years to come, the decision made today would evoke feelings of regret in the heart of Sengoku. Riding a bicycle, Lynn leisurely circled around Babari Island, cherishing this rare moment of tranquility. The area was replete with a variety of flora, and the air was infused with a refreshing aroma. Upon reaching the harbor, the throngs of people began to swell. Gazing at the harbor bustling with merchant ships, Lynn couldn't help but smile gently, noting the evident progress of recent developments. After a pleasant stroll, noon approached, prompting him to seek a meal in the town. He parked his bicycle in front of the Zhonghua restaurant, and, before even stepping inside, the tantalizing scents wafting from within ignited his appetite. In gratitude to the chef known as Zhonghua, the villagers, in consultation with Lynn, had named the establishment after him. Following several expansions, it had now reached a grand height of 4 stories. Despite this, the restaurant was perpetually packed, drawing numerous visitors from distant islands. As Lynn stepped inside, a server approached him. "Sir, please follow me upstairs. There are no seats available downstairs." The slightly shy young woman lowered her gaze, her voice sweet and melodious, pleasing to the ear. "Please arrange a seat by the window." Lynn smiled at her. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced his recollection. "Mr. Lynn." The girl looked up, her eyes sparkling with recognition, her excitement palpable. "Lilith, how many times must I remind you to carry yourself with confidence? Keep your head up and chest out." "Ah, yes, Mr. Lynn." Lilith promptly complied, lifting her chin and revealing her stunningly beautiful visage, akin to that of a village flower. Originally a resident of Xinghua village on this island, she had been left to fend for herself after her father took to the seas as a pirate. With her ailing mother, they struggled until one fateful day, when she encountered Lynn. Witnessing the feverish girl on the cart behind her, Lynn employed a disease scanner he had exchanged for through his system, administering the correct remedy, and soon, the girl's health was restored. Now, she worked as a server at Zhonghua restaurant, though she remained timid. Despite Lynn's attempts to bolster her confidence, her resolve would falter within days. "Boss, don't be too harsh on Sister Lilith. She's our restaurant's mascot now, beloved by the patrons." A robust figure appeared before Lynn, grinning broadly. "Papalolo, your spirits remain as high as ever." The two embraced warmly upon meeting. "Boss, you've been gone for 5 months. Everyone missed you. I only learned this morning of your return. They held a banquet last night, and those scoundrels didn't even notify me. I was eager to showcase my culinary progress before you." "Well, it's not too late. Don't let me down." I promise to astonish you, Doe." "It's Boss Lynn. That man has returned." The restaurant staff gasped, and the townsfolk greeted him with familiarity. Everyone in the town recognized Lynn as the mastermind behind this Chinese tavern and the perfume factory. Especially after his fame as a bounty hunter on the seas, the townspeople took pride in him. Moreover, Lynn had advocated for road construction on the island, significantly contributing to its development. Zhonghua restaurant occupied a vast area, resembling a grand circle with its 4 stories. Lynn settled into a private room on the 3rd floor while Papalolo ventured into the kitchen to showcase his talents. "What? Boss Lynn is back. This time, I shall truly impress him and conquer his appetite. Hey, I'm the head chef. You all focus on preparing food for the other customers. Today, Boss Lynn as challenger is me. Cut it out." "Head chef, you're abusing your position." "Silence. I am the head chef." Gazing out at the distant verdant mountains, a gentle breeze caressed him as Lynn reclined comfortably on the sofa, relishing the moment. Initially, he had guided these individuals, expanding the restaurant and perfume market. With confidence in their growth, he had entrusted them to run the establishment while he pursued his strength as a bounty hunter. However, the pirates of East Blue no longer satisfied him. To continue growing stronger, he needed to venture into the Grand Line. Sengoku would never have anticipated that he, who believed he could comfortably wait for Lynn in East Blue, would find himself thwarted by Lynn's aspirations for the Grand Line. The flavors of home spread across his palate. Particularly, Papalolo's exceptional knife skills had mastered the essence of a bygone era, transforming each dish into a work of art, reflecting the dedication he poured into his culinary craft. Papalolo, splendid. Your culinary skills have indeed improved, Lynn praised unabashedly as he devoured his meal. Of course, boss. I didn't slack off while you were away. Papalolo beamed, his delight evident at Lynn's commendation. After finishing the last succulent pig trotter, Lynn leaned back in contentment. Lilith, ever attentive, offered him a handkerchief. Thank you, Lilith. You've done splendidly. He accepted the cloth gratefully. Receiving praise from her esteemed boss brought a radiant smile to Lilith's lips, which she struggled to contain. By the way, Lilith, are you interested in becoming a chef? I can't. I wouldn't be good at it. Fool, how can you know you're not good if you've never tried? Answer me honestly, do you desire to be a chef? Feeling the pressure of Lynn's gentle inquiry, Lilith momentarily forgot her shyness and exclaimed, I do. I want to be an exceptional chef, like Papalolo, creating dishes that bring happiness to others. Lynn laughed heartily. Papalolo couldn't help but share in Lilith's joy. He had long noticed her keen interest in cooking, but had seen her self-doubt hold her back. Now, encouraged by Lynn, she had finally confronted her true desires. Indeed, it's all thanks to boss. You're truly reliable. Lilith, to become an outstanding chef, you must begin by mastering the art of chopping vegetables. Are you prepared to endure the hardships? Papalolo flexed his muscular arms confidently that in teaching culinary skills, he brimmed with self-assurance, believing that soon, Zhonghua Restaurant would cultivate another remarkable chef. Chef Papalolo, I will strive diligently. Lilith, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy to pursue what you desire? Woo-woo. I'm sorry, Mr. Lynn. I'm just so overwhelmed with joy at the thought of becoming a chef. Don't apologize. You silly girl. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lynn. I'll change. Once their meal concluded, Lynn caught up with his former subordinates and assessed the operational status. Finding everything satisfactory, he departed Zhonghua Restaurant, cycling toward the sales headquarters of the perfume factory in town. Arriving before a creatively adorned building, Lynn noted the bustling crowd inside, filled with customers either purchasing perfumes or seeking to franchise. It appeared the perfume was selling quite well. As he entered, a professionally dressed woman approached him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Boss Lynn. Upon recognizing him, the beautiful woman rushed forward, embracing him warmly. It's been a while. We've all missed you. After releasing Lynn from her grasp, Iway exclaimed with delight. Is Aunt Amir here? Take me to see her. Very well, Boss Lynn. Please follow me. The company has undergone some changes recently, and Amir's office has also been relocated. Upon reaching the second-floor office hall, Iway knocked on the door of one office. Amir, Boss Lynn has returned. At the sound of these words, hurried footsteps echoed from within, and with a swift motion, Amir flung open the door, quickly spotting Lynn. You rascal! I haven't heard from you at all during this time. I thought you had perished at the hands of pirates. Amir, who had previously ventured to sea and worked as a reporter in the Grand Line, had lost his job due to the monopolistic forces behind the Newsbird, and, fearing for his life amidst the chaotic era of piracy, he returned to his hometown of Good Luck Village. Sensing Amir's volatile demeanor, Iway awkwardly smiled. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lynn, however, remained unfazed, treating the office like his own home as he plopped down onto the sofa. Did I not return alive? He quipped. Listen to my advice. Don't pursue the foolish path of a bounty hunter. Isn't it better to count money here until your hands cramp? I apologize, Amir, but I have pressing matters to attend to. If it were a peaceful world, Lynn would indeed relish such a leisurely lifestyle. However, this is the world of One Piece. Pirates wreak havoc across these seas, and in the Grand Line, powerful pirates rise in droves, with the Navy not exempt from oppressing the common folk, especially under the rule of the Celestial Dragons, who are so arrogant that they consider themselves divine. The Celestial Dragons wield catastrophic power, as evidenced when Im raised a finger, unleashing a divine flame that obliterated the land of the Lu Lucia Kingdom, leaving behind nothing but a charred crater, with such terrifying forces looming overhead. The dream of living a blissful life seems implausible. After the Straw Hat Boy concluded his training and returned, he too entered this chaotic era, where no one could predict the unimaginable disasters awaiting this world. Thus, Lynn felt it was imperative to compel himself to grow stronger in this perilous realm. Very well. Do as you wished, I cannot persuade you otherwise, Amir sighed, crossing her long legs adorned in stockings as she sat back in her chair. Exhaling deeply, with glossy purple hair cascading down her shoulders, complemented by her professional attire, she exuded an air of sophistication. Well, Aunt Amir, fret not, I am now the illustrious Blood Flame Lynn. I will not falter. During my days as a news reporter, I encountered many formidable beings in the Grand Line, and those who dared to speak boldly often met with dire fates. And you, Lynn, refrain from calling me aunt. I am only 30, sister would suffice, Amir corrected, a large X forming on her forehead. All right, Sister Amir, it's time to discuss the operations of the liquor and perfume, Lynn declared. Humph, that sounds more agreeable. In summary, we can expand production, allocate more personnel, and continue to operate with everyone responsible for different processes as before, Lynn stated as he rose. That I know what to do. It's just that I feel a sense of unease, as if expanding production might lead to unforeseen troubles. So the plan has been shelved. Our products have already made their way into the Grand Line, garnering positive feedback, yet this realization brings a slight discomfort. An instinct that further expanding production might bring peril to this island. In truth, the East Blue had remained relatively calm, as Garp frequently took leave, clearing any pirates that dared to surface. Online evaluations of Garp and Sengoku are largely negative, influenced by sensationalist narratives, such as claims about Sengoku slaughtering pregnant women on Batarora Island, which are pure fabrications aimed at generating clicks. In reality, only one person perished in that incident, Ace's mother. Rouge. Those who diligently follow the anime know this. The operation aimed to locate suspicious pregnant women because Rouge had concealed her pregnancy for 20 months. The Navy took the pregnant women for investigation, as the world government possesses advanced technology to ascertain if any were carrying Roger's offspring. In the anime, there is a scene where, after the investigation, the Navy and world government found no suspicious pregnant women, confirming Roger had no children, and they returned the women to their families. Thanks to Garp's presence, the East Blue had not suffered as severely from pirate incursions as other regions. Moreover, Lynn had equipped his own people with some firearms, which were more than sufficient to handle the relatively weaker pirates of the East Blue. Thus, Lynn felt relatively at ease. However, what if the enemies from the Grand Line, as Amir suggested, posed a significant threat? Perhaps becoming part of the Navy and utilizing his authority to establish a branch here would be a wise choice. Lynn pondered for a moment. Let us proceed according to your perspective. Indeed, we must regulate production until we possess the means to safeguard this wealth, Lynn concluded. That is for the best, Amir remarked, her brow relaxing, a smile gracing her lips, watching Lynn ride away on his bicycle from the window. Amir felt a pang of emptiness in her heart. Subsequently, she clapped her hands sharply against her face, leaving behind 2 faint, stinging imprints. Fool, what are you thinking? Although Lynn appears mature and tall, he is merely around 15. Once her thoughts settled, Amir returned to her work. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, Garp was in a frenzy, cradling a wailing infant in his arms. That rascal Dragon has given me a grandson. Garp's anger towards Dragon for leaving the Navy began to dissipate. Luffy, I will undoubtedly raise you to be an outstanding Navy officer, just like your father. No, what am I saying? That foolish son. Luffy, remember this. You must become a fine Navy officer when you grow up. Upon hearing this, the infant's wails intensified, yet Garp mistook it as a response to his words, his face beaming with joy. Truly, my grandson possesses such a strong conviction to become a Navy officer. Time passed leisurely with training interspersed. Occasionally, Kate, Millie, and Papachi joined him in his training. During physical training, Lynn noted that Kate showed the most significant improvement among the 3. This lad is exceptional. His determination to grow stronger and his physical prowess indicate vast potential for future advancement. Papachi also impressed, demonstrating remarkable accuracy with his slingshot, showing promise as a sniper. As for Millie, well, she could focus on being adorable. In terms of physical training, she lagged far behind the other 2. Nonetheless, Lynn, observing the earnest effort of the little girl striving to catch up. Sought to find a suitable path for her. Ultimately, Lynn traded for a wooden sword and handed it to her. Although Lynn's combat style did not primarily rely on swordsmanship, his year of battling pirates had afforded him some understanding of how to wield a sword. As most pirates employed them. In the world of One Piece, individuals inherently possess strong physiques. With proper nutrition and diligent training, they can enhance their strength. Besides training, Lynn also embarked on a journey to the East Blue to seek out renowned craftsmen. When Lynn shared his ideas, the craftsman was momentarily taken aback. "Kid, why are you making such a peculiar ship?" Upon witnessing Lynn unleash his flames, the old craftsman was initially startled, but after Lynn's explanation, he quickly grasped the purpose behind the vessel. "Ha ha, a devil fruit. Is it? Interesting. I'll take on this task." After departing from the forge, Lynn returned with red pine and tungsten steel acquired through the system. The old craftsman's eyes lit up as he beheld the dark metallic materials. Could it be tungsten steel? Upon receiving Lynn's affirmative response, the old craftsman burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Fear not. Young lad, I assure you, by my honor, I shall craft a vessel that will exceed your expectations. By the way, your flames burn so fiercely. Might you assist me in the smelting process?" Thus, through the diligent efforts of both men over the coming days, the ship that Lynn desired came into existence. It was largely thanks to your flames. Without them, the construction would not have progressed so swiftly. "Young man, I shall not accept payment. Could you kindly donate the surplus materials to me?" "Of course, but you must accept some payment as well." Lynn expressed the utmost respect for these skilled artisans. "Ha ha ha. Very well. You are quite a decent fellow, and I apologize for my earlier misjudgment in assuming you were a pirate." "What, do I truly resemble a pirate?" Lynn couldn't help but retort, as he was clearly the epitome of a virtuous gentleman. After all, the faint aura of wickedness that emanated from Lynn was undeniably reminiscent of a pirate. It was difficult not to be mistaken for one. After settling the payment, Lynn harnessed the power of his blood flames, augmenting his strength as he effortlessly lifted the newly constructed ship and departed. He hoped the vessel would endure for a considerable time. "Alas, are today's youth always in such a rush?" the old craftsman muttered, before glancing at the tungsten steel on the ground and laughing heartily once more. An intriguing thought struck him. Tungsten steel, with its high hardness and low toughness, could not be forged into a sword directly, but perhaps by mixing in other materials, he could create a most interesting weapon. "Oh no, this lad has left too swiftly. Without his flames, I shall find it challenging to process this." Meanwhile, Lynn had already mounted his new ship, the rear thrusters belching forth flames, propelling the vessel to ride the waves. It must be said, this old craftsman possessed remarkable skill. He had coated the interior of the ship with a material that allowed Lynn to channel the flames through a metallic-like substance at the thrusters, thereby reducing the burden on the ship's hull. Lynn's ship was now ready for its voyage to the Grand Line. 10 days passed. Upon learning of Lynn's impending departure, a farewell banquet was held at the Hua Hua Tavern the night before his departure. "Lynn, you must take care. I know, Aunt Amber, you have repeated this numerous times. You are more verbose than my own mother. You rascal, Lynn!" Amber exclaimed in embarrassment, and the two began to chase and playfully tussle. "Ha ha ha. Today is indeed a splendid day for a banquet. Cheers." The atmosphere of the gathering was warm and joyous. The following day, along the coast, everyone who could come gathered to bid Lynn farewell. Knowing he would be gone for an extended period, "Lynn, I will train diligently," said Papachi. Recently empowered Kate clasped her hands in front of her chest, declaring, "Brother Lynn, I shall become a hero capable of protecting the village." Millie, clutching a wooden sword, excitedly proclaimed, "Me too." Lilies, albeit somewhat timid in the face of so many, mustered her courage to shout, "Mr. Lynn, I will also strive to become a competent chef before your return." Though Amber had countless words to share, she ultimately spoke with gentle sincerity. "Lynn, take care of yourself. Hey, I'm merely going on a brief trip to the Grand Line. Why does it feel like a parting of life and death? Also, while I'm away, do keep an eye out for pirates. I would rather not return to find your graves. Tisish. Don't underestimate us, Lynn." Paparo and the muscular chef brigade flexed their impressive muscles, striking poses that were rather embarrassing, leaving Lynn feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Farewell, everyone." Lynn ignited the flames beneath him, and the ship's thrusters erupted in a blaze, causing the vessel to vanish from sight in an instant. 2 days later, in Lowtown, boss, pack up all your buns for me. After sampling a few, Lynn found them delightful and decided to purchase the entire stock for his journey. The boss, sweating profusely, inquired, "Young man, do you truly believe you can consume all of these by yourself? It would be a shame to waste food, especially in this era of great piracy when many struggle to make ends meet." However, thanks to the protection offered by the Navy's base in Lowtown, the town fared slightly better than elsewhere. "Rest assured, my appetite is prodigious." Lynn then produced a stack of belly, silencing any objections from the boss, who hurriedly packed the buns, fearful that Lynn might change his mind. "Thank you for your patronage. Come again." Lynn merely nodded in response. This boss is quite interesting. After paying, he took his leave with the buns in hand, leaving the proprietor in disbelief, marveling at having achieved the peculiar feat of closing shop immediately after opening. "Yeah, no. Hee. Scream all you like. No one will come, my lovely lady." A burly pirate, grinning wickedly, reached out toward a girl. Nearby, a disheveled man struggled against two pirates, pinning him to the ground. Lynn, run. "No." As the coarse hand, calloused from labor, drew near, the girl bit the pirate who had been harassing her with all her might. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The imposing figure, seemingly the leader of the pirates, quickly withdrew his hand. "Damn it. How dare you resist me? You second-hand goods." He then raised his hand to deliver a harsh slap. "Very well, since you are so in love, allow me to." "Hey, you too. Ensure this man keeps his eyes on the show." "Yes, Captain." The girl found herself restrained by a pirate, stripped of her ability to fight back. The man on the ground, filled with despair, cried out, "No, please. I will give you money. Just let Lynn go." His agonized pleas only seemed to fuel the excitement of the burly pirate. "Help! Is there anyone who can save us?" he shouted to the heavens, met only with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. The two pirates holding him down laughed mockingly. This is the fate of the powerless. Without strength, one becomes a lamb to be slaughtered. Just as the situation took a bizarre turn, an unexpected event unfolded. The street was suddenly illuminated by flames. "Hey, boss, what is that behind you?" The three henchmen gazed in terror at the searing crimson flames that had materialized, their smiles fading as cold sweat broke out on their brows. The burly pirate turned to see the source of the heat. The flames embraced him from behind, igniting his entire being. Water, water." The same three voices cried out in desperation. Within seconds, silence enveloped the scene. That moment, a deep, resounding footfall echoed through the alleyway, clad in a grayish-brown trench coat and wearing a cowboy hat. Lynn, standing at 6 feet tall, emerged. "Strange, the execution platform is supposed to be in this direction. How did I end up in a dead end?" Lynn mused, checking the map of Lowtown he had just purchased. "That map, did you buy it from a store called Gwen's General Goods?" Upon seeing Lynn, the man, just having escaped the clutches of the pirates, appeared visibly shaken. After the demise of the 4 pirates, he hurriedly helped the frightened girl to her feet. Her face was pale with terror, uncertain whether it was the pirates or their corpses that had frightened her. "Indeed," Lynn replied, "you should head in the opposite direction. That shop has a batch of defective goods, which you likely purchased. How do you know this?" "Well, I am the son of the shopkeeper." "Lynn, shall I also grant this fellow a ball of ghostly flame?" "I appreciate your assistance. Please allow us to express our gratitude properly. At the very least, let us treat you to a meal." The man, grasping his girlfriend's hand, knelt in thanks. The girl, having just emerged from her state of terror, relaxed, suddenly feeling weak as tears streamed down her face. She bowed her head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for saving us." "There is no need for thanks," Lynn replied coldly before turning away. His current goal was to locate Roger's execution platform. This was indeed the opening scene, the place where dreams began. It would be a pity not to explore Lowtown on this rare visit. Tap, tap, tap. Shortly after Lynn departed, a squadron of Navy officers clad in white uniforms appeared. "Are you all right? We heard screams while patrolling over there." The Navy soon discovered several charred pirate corpses on the ground. The pirates' faces remained twisted in agony from their final moments, sending chills down the spines of the Navy personnel. As Lynn traversed in the opposite direction indicated on his map, the landscape before him opened up. He gazed at the towering platform ahead, the very site of Joel D. Roger's execution. Lowtown earned its reputation as the town of beginnings and endings because it was Roger's birthplace. And it was here that his life came to an end. Before him, a throng of people surged. Lynn couldn't help but marvel that this town had become a must-visit location for every pirate entering the Grand Line. Even ordinary vessels passing by would stop to witness the place where the Pirate King met his demise. The iconic opening dialogue of the Pirate King was first uttered here. Lynn regretted that he had only regained his memories the year Roger was executed. Otherwise, he would have certainly come to see it. After a leisurely stroll, Lynn departed from the execution site. It must be said that Lowtown was indeed vast, a city well suited for tourism. Here, Lynn witnessed a duel between Usopp and the former Navy Colonel Dottie. Demonstrating precise shooting skills akin to the wind's, he also walked past the street where Smoker was accidentally splashed by a little girl's ice cream. Sometimes, a journey through the world of One Piece could prove quite delightful. Hey, you can't be serious. Are you certain that person is Blood Flame Lynn? Several shadowy figures stealthily followed Lynn at a distance. The pirate who spoke bore a grotesque scar across his face, his physique brimming with explosive muscles, particularly the massive machete in his hand, glinting dangerously. "Boss, it can't be wrong. I saw him kill my former captain with my own eyes," replied a young pirate with short black hair. "Ha, I was just contemplating how to make a name for myself on the seas, and lo and behold, here comes a pillow to help me doze off. Let's take down this bounty hunter, boys, and make our names legendary across the ocean." Whoa, whoa, whoa. The pirates licked their blades with a thirst for blood, faces twisted with malice. "Brothers, kill!" The young pirate who had encountered Lynn before quietly retreated behind the others as they lunged forward. "These idiots can't comprehend human speech. I clearly stated that this bounty hunter is exceedingly dangerous. I don't want to die." It seemed he would need to find a new captain next time. He vowed to join a pirate crew led by an intellectually astute captain. Turning to face the fierce pirate crew charging towards him, Lynn spoke, "Hold on a moment." Upon hearing his words, the pirates indeed halted. "Are you pirates? What is your bounty?" "Ha, listen closely. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3.8 million berries." Upon realizing they were merely a bunch of small fry, flames flickered around Lynn, and he turned to leave. "Hey, kid, don't look down on us. Captain, you're on fire." Help? I'm on fire too." Unbeknownst to Lynn, he had unleashed his powers, and the waves of fire had spread to these pirates, igniting them in an instant. That a bounty of merely 3 million berries was not worth his personal involvement. The Navy base in this town was still a fair distance away. As Lynn's composed figure receded, the pirates behind him met their doom in a sea of flames, their anguished cries echoing in the air. The young pirate who had fled far behind glanced back, his expression shifting dramatically. "Perhaps I should just go home. The sea is far too perilous," but he quickly dismissed the thought, unwilling to return to his village and be labeled a coward by those rascals. That day, the entire populace of Lowtown found themselves engulfed in panic, unable to sleep through the night. Rumors swiftly spread throughout the town that a three-headed hellhound had appeared in Lowtown, and anyone who locked eyes with it would endure unimaginable torment before death. Some claimed to have witnessed the charred remains of those who had perished, their bodies blackened, especially their faces, which bore expressions of agonizing despair, contorted in their final moments. Why is Lowtown in such disarray? There are pirates everywhere. I don't recall such a number of pirates in the original story. Even if there were pirates, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in a Navy-guarded Lowtown, Lynn pondered. Today, he had encountered numerous nefarious pirates. Dispatching each of those arrogant and vicious marauders, it quickly became clear to Lynn that the current state of Lowtown was not under the watchful eye of Smoker, the gatekeeper boss. Smoker, having consumed the smoke fruit, was practically invincible in this sea devoid of hockey, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates. Simultaneously, Smoker was a diligent Navy officer, renowned for capturing pirates, earning him the moniker of the White Hunter. It was said that he had once enjoyed a promising future at headquarters, but his bluntness and lack of social finesse had offended superiors, or he had committed some error, resulting in his demotion to the weak East Blue as a base commander. However, the exact reasons remained obscure. No one knew why someone with a natural-type devil fruit and a bright future at headquarters would be assigned to this feeble sea. How strange that the people of Lowtown retire so early. Lynn mused, walking down the suddenly desolate streets after returning from the seaside. "I suppose I've explored enough? It's time to return to the inn. Guest, are you all right? Come inside quickly. It's best not to wander around." Get some rest, urged the innkeeper, hastily shutting the door after glancing outside. The girl beside the proprietor wore a look of exhilaration. Hey, big brother, I heard a terrifying hellhound has appeared outside, and anyone who locks eyes with it will be turned to charcoal. Their faces still holding expressions of agony when they died, and I really want to see what that hellhound looks like. Sensing something amiss in the innkeeper's tone, Lynn fell silent upon hearing the young girl's words. He then removed his hat, revealing a handsome face, and smiled at the girl, saying, "It probably looks something like me, but that's not true." "Big brother, you're too handsome to be a hellhound," the girl pouted, shaking her head. "Ha ha, little brother, you really know how to joke. If the hellhound looked as handsome as you, all the girls in town would be clamoring for it," the innkeeper teased. Morning arrived, and Lynn stood at the harbor. The sea breeze caressing his face like a cool goddess, imparting a refreshing chill. Set sail. Lynn produced a small boat from seemingly nowhere and set it upon the water. The nearby fishermen, preparing to head out to sea for a catch, stared in astonishment at Lynn's inexplicable actions. Surely, I must still be dreaming. How could something like pulling a boat out of thin air even exist? As the fisherman rubbed his eyes and opened them again, a blood-red flash erupted from beside him. The fisherman stood there, dazed, watching Lynn's flaming vessel disappear from sight until it was lost beyond the horizon. That a splash of cold seawater hitting his face brought the fisherman back to reality. Ha, 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 he chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps I should take the day off and see a doctor. Not only my vision, but even my sense of touch seems to be malfunctioning. Continue searching for me. This individual must be the bounty hunter Lynn in that the Warring States General seeks to recruit. If I can locate this fellow, I might just secure a promotion and a raise, exclaimed the current commander of Rogtown's base with palpable excitement. The charred remains of the pirates, who perished in flames yesterday, serve as undeniable evidence that the infamous Lynn has arrived in this town. Unbeknownst to them, Lynn has once again narrowly missed the recruitment notice from the Warring States Navy after departing Rogtown. He piloted his flame boat and has now reached Reverse Mountain, navigating the currents of the Red Line. The currents of the four seas converge at Reverse Mountain, ultimately flowing into the Grand Line. The Grand Line and the Red Line intertwine like two overlapping rings. Once one enters the Grand Line, returning to the four seas necessitates either climbing the mountains or traversing the world government's pathways. Of course, if one possesses the audacity of the Krieg pirates, one might attempt to traverse the calm belt directly, relying solely on fortune. Yet, should misfortune strike and encounter sea kings, one could find themselves meeting an untimely end. In the first segment, upon entering the Grand Line from Reverse Mountain, there are 7 routes to choose from. Once a route is selected, it cannot be altered. Regardless of the chosen path, all point towards Fishman Island. To reach Fishman Island, one must acquire the resin from the Yarchim N red trees at Sabeti Archipelago to coat their vessel. Beyond Fishman Island lies the latter half of the Grand Line. The New World, a grand stage where myriad factions vie for dominance. Big Mom, Kaido, the future red-haired Shanks, and Whitebeard. Given his current abilities, Lynn should be able to navigate the Grand Line without significant issues, even if he is not a skilled navigator. Having watched One Piece, Lynn is well aware of the nature of the Grand Line. Its climate is notoriously capricious. One moment it may be bathed in sunlight, and the next, hail or torrential rains could ensue. As he pondered these thoughts, Lynn retrieved the recording pointer he had purchased in Rogtown. It resembled a disc, encased in a transparent, light green glass cover. Although he was not aspiring to become the Pirate King, possessing the recording pointer would alleviate his fears of becoming lost as his thoughts flowed. The flame boat ascended the rising current, propelled by the peculiar waters below towards the summit of the Red Line. 2 hours later, Lynn finally traversed the strange current and entered the Grand Line. In the anime, the Straw Hat crew arrived in an instant. Yet in reality, this journey took considerable time. Had it not been for Lynn's use of the flame boat for acceleration, the voyage would have undoubtedly taken longer. The expanse of the Red Line was vast, and Lynn found it curious that such a large landmass seemed devoid of inhabitants, save for the celestial dragons, feeling it was a waste of such extensive territory. Upon entering the Grand Line, Lynn's eyes were drawn to the twin cape at the bottom. Speaking of this lighthouse, it is tended by a loyal gentleman named Kurokas. He has been caring for the whale Laboon, fulfilling a promise made to the Rumbar Pirates, a musical traveling crew. During his quest to locate the long-lost Rumbar pirates, Kurokas accepted Roger's invitation to become the ship's doctor, prolonging Roger's life despite his terminal illness. Upon sighting the lighthouse, Lynn's eyes lit up. He navigated his flame boat toward it and soon spotted Kurokas, whose hair resembled blooming flowers, sporting a black beard and glasses, engrossed in reading a newspaper. Upon noticing Lynn jump from the flame boat, Kurokas initially showed no reaction as he turned back to his newspaper. However, realization dawned upon him as he widened his eyes, witnessing the boat vanish into thin air. Though he had seen tremendous storms in the New World, he had yet to encounter someone wielding two abilities simultaneously. Typically, a devil fruit user could consume only one fruit, yet Lynn had exhibited flames while commanding a ship that disappeared. Was this not the manifestation of two distinct powers? "Young man, you are quite extraordinary," Kurokas finally remarked as Lynn approached. "Excuse me, sir, have you ever encountered a crew known as the Twin Dragons Pirates?" Lynn inquired, producing a beautifully packaged bottle of white liquor from his hand and offering it to Kurokas. Kurokas's eyes sparkled at the sight of the unfamiliar drink. He accepted it, uncapped the bottle, inhaled its aroma, and without hesitation, took a sip. "Young man, this liquor is quite exceptional. It must be quite expensive. This is called white liquor. Produced in a village known as Lucky Village in the East Sea that I paid a hefty sum to procure a few bottles. Ha! What an intriguing drink. It surpasses any liquor I've tasted before." Kurokas exclaimed. Lynn, unfazed, waved his left hand gently, and a table laden with steaming delicacies appeared before them. "You are quite courteous. If I were to disregard your inquiry, it would reflect poorly on me as a host," Kurokas remarked, helping himself to a portion of chicken rice without hesitation. "This flavor, it's delicious," Kurokas praised. Lynn, taking a seat from his spatial ring, gazed out at the distant sea, patiently awaiting the elder's meal to conclude. Once sated, Kurokas let out a contented burp. This had been the most delightful meal he had enjoyed in years. Ever since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, he had not feasted so heartily. "The Twin Dragons Pirates, you say?" Kurokas shook his head. "That I have not encountered them." Lynn felt a tinge of disappointment, but gleaned valuable information that it was likely that the pirate crew had either been eradicated by other pirates or captured by the Navy, or perhaps they were still lingering in the West Sea. Regardless of the possibility, Lynn understood that joining the Navy was the most effective means of obtaining intelligence on the Twin Dragons Pirates. "Haha, my apologies, young man. You graciously treated this old fellow to a meal I shall not soon forget. Yet I cannot assist you. You still have youth on your side. At least you haven't reached the stage of being gray-haired as depicted in the original tale. Haha, you have a way with flattery. By the way, young man, what is your purpose in seeking the Twin Dragons Pirates? My family perished at their hands. This. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, but my apologies for bringing up such a painful subject," Kurokas said. "However, I shall keep an ear out for news of this pirate crew. Here is my din mushy number. Feel free to contact me periodically." Kurokas jotted down his number, and Lynn accepted the note. "Thank you, sir." "Ha, no need for thanks. I have not truly aided you and have merely squandered your hospitality. Just call me Kurokas. By the way, young man, do you possess hockey?" "Hockey? What is that?" Lynn was aware of hockey. Yet it struck him as peculiar that someone who had never ventured beyond the East Sea would know of such a phenomenon that was prevalent only in the New World. "Just as I thought. You have recently emerged from the Four Seas," Kurokas mused. "You may currently possess formidable strength, thriving in the first half, but in the latter half of the New World, lacking hockey will make it exceedingly difficult to survive." Kurokas was indeed a formidable individual. During his time with the Roger Pirates, he had battled the Whitebeard Pirates for 3 days and nights without a victor and had once utilized a fish spear to vanquish a colossal giant squid. His powerful aura allowed him to sense the strength radiating from Lynn. "Hold on a moment, young man.as Kurokas prepared to impart the methods for training observation hockey and his insights into its cultivation to Lynn. The latter could hardly have anticipated that his simple act of kindness towards this elderly recluse would yield such invaluable knowledge. However, such behavior was typical among members of the Roger Pirates, a group unbound by convention and free-spirited in nature. Suddenly, the surface of the sea trembled, and an enormous shadow surged forth from the depths. Its colossal form obscured the sun. It was an immense whale. Its head marred with scars, resembling a great mountain. The whale emerged, It accelerated toward the nearby red line. Hey, Laboon, you aren't planning to harm yourself again, are you? Boom! The red earth continent echoed with a tremendous sound after being struck. In the distance, Kalokas, in a state of utter disarray, rushed towards Labu, and faintly, a dark portal could be seen upon the whale's body. I apologize, my friend, but I must prevent this foolish creature from harming itself. If it is merely a matter of stopping its self-destructive tendencies, I can assist you. Lynn was acutely aware that Kalokas intended to pass through that portal to administer a tranquilizer within Labu. Then I shall leave it to you. Observing Lynn's demeanor, which bore no trace of anxiety, combined with the aura of a formidable being emanating from him, instilled a sense of reassurance, recalling the myriad of extraordinary feats associated with this man. Kalokas halted and beseeched, "Leave it to me." Flames erupted from Lynn's form, and in an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a swirl of dissipating smoke at his feet. Labu continued to ram against the red earth continent, yearning to return to the West Sea in search of the Rumbar pirates. This pursuit was fueled by Kalokas' receipt of precise intelligence indicating that someone had witnessed the pirate crew departing from the Grand Line and entering the doldrums. Kalokas had conveyed this information to Labu, who, in disbelief, refused to accept that the Rumbar pirates had abandoned him. If I can just break through this wall, I shall surely reunite with them. Fueled by this conviction, Labu relentlessly charged at the red earth continent, disregarding the injuries he sustained, all the while clinging to the hope of reuniting with his companions. Lynn approached Labu, momentarily suspending in the air, then restrained the flames enveloping him. Utilizing the enhancement from the blood flames, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Labu. However, just as Lynn was poised to strike, that fist, imbued with terrifying force, came to an abrupt halt. What followed was astonishing. Lynn ceased his assault. Yet the residual shock wave traversed through the an invisible wave spread above Labu's head, subtly distorting the atmosphere. Before long, the colossal Labu succumbed to sleep, akin to a baby lulled by a soothing lullaby. Leaving only tumultuous waves rippling across the sea's surface, Kalokas exclaimed, "Is this what you call a solution?" Observing Kalokas' anxious expression, Lynn reappeared, extinguishing the flames that danced around him. "He is unharmed. I merely induced a state of dizziness through the shockwave, and he shall awaken shortly. You can take this opportunity to administer the tranquilizer." Kalokas could sense the formidable power Lynn had concentrated in that punch, potent enough to slay Labu. Yet, Lynn had merely restrained his strength, relying on the shock to render Labu dazed. Even now, Labu remained in a semi-conscious state, bound to resume his assault on the red earth continent soon. Intrigued, Kalokas pondered the young man's adept control over his abilities. "Regardless, thank you, my friend. With your assistance, I can better administer the tranquilizer." With that, Kalokas hastened towards the portal on Labu's body. Upon entering, he discovered Lynn had followed closely behind. "Kalokas, uncle, will such a gaping wound on this whale not lead to its demise? Do not underestimate me. I am, after all, a physician of considerable skill. Can you enlighten me about this whale? It seems to possess something of significance on the other side of the red earth continent." Lynn chose to inquire procedurally at this. Kalokas began to reminisce. Lynn listened patiently. The Rumbar pirates had encountered Labu, a juvenile whale, separated from its pod, and discovered that Labu had a profound fondness for music. Endearing itself to the crew, this highly intelligent whale became a companion to the Rumbar pirates. Concerned for Labu's safety amid the treacherous Grand Line, the captain of the Rumbar pirates decided to leave Labu at Twin Cape, entrusting Kalokas to care for him for 3 years. However, 3 years passed without any word from the Rumbar pirates. Eventually, Kalokas learned through inquiries that the Rumbar pirates had departed the Grand Line. Having seen One Piece, Lynn was aware that the Rumbar pirates' departure from the Grand Line was due to their captain, Stampede Yorkie, and several crew members succumbing to a plague, leaving the mission to Brooke and the remaining crew, who then exited the Grand Line through the doldrums to a sense. Kalokas' information was accurate. The Rumbar pirates had indeed left the Grand Line. However, the remaining crew, steadfast in their promise to Labu, had not forgotten him. Ultimately, under Brooke's leadership, the remaining members of the Rumbar pirates fell victim to an ambush, succumbing to poison, leaving only Brooke, who had consumed the Yomi no Mi, to survive. As they conversed, the pair traversed a well-lit corridor, navigating several turns until they arrived at the injection room. Here, a substantial portion of whale flesh was exposed, and Kalokas utilized a massive syringe to extract the tranquilizer from a barrel. Just then, the entire ground trembled. As Lynn had predicted, Labu would soon awaken. Labu is waking. I must act swiftly. Kalokas drove the enormous syringe into the exposed whale flesh. Shortly thereafter, the violent tremor subsided, allowing Kalokas to exhale a sigh of relief. Kalokas, uncle, continuously administering tranquilizers is not a viable solution that I am aware, yet no alternative presents itself that I in that moment. Kalokas paused, then gazed at Lynn with anticipation. Hey, oh, you possess a solution? Through their brief interaction, Kalokas had gleaned some understanding of Lynn's composed character. Had he not been confident, he would not have spoken so boldly. Initially, Kalokas had agreed to care for Labu merely out of obligation, but as time passed and he witnessed Labu's growth, he developed a bond akin to that of a father and son. Lynn nodded. Of course this. Kalokas rejoiced. If you can truly help Labu cease his self-destructive behavior, I shall be eternally grateful. However, before long, the effects of the tranquilizer began to wane, and Labu erupted into chaos once more. Intent on breaching the barrier that separated him from his companions on the Red Earth continent, that moment, Lynn appeared before him. Hey, foolish whale, do you remember me? Lynn's tone dripped with mockery, exuding arrogance. Upon recognizing the human who had previously struck him, Labu, enraged, let out a furious bellow and charged at Lynn. Lynn tempered his strength, engaging in a back-and-forth tussle with Labu as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a vibrant twilight across the sky, both Labu and Lynn ceased their battle. Lynn feigned exhaustion upon the ground, while Labu, equally drained, stared blankly at the human who had fought back with equal fervor. Lynn opted to navigate the original storyline to win over Labu. Your name is Labu, is it not? The mountainous whale responded affirmatively. That I acknowledge you. You are not a foolish whale, but rather a powerful being like myself. I am indeed strong, am I not? When I return, shall we have another match? We can determine the victor then. What do you say? Labu, exhilarated, emitted a call, declaring his readiness for the challenge, provided that Lynn ceased to harm himself. If you can manage that, I would be more than willing to help you locate the Rumbar pirates. With Lynn's promise in mind, Labu, who had longed for the Rumbar pirates, eagerly agreed, emitting several calls to signify. I shall no longer ram the Red Earth continent. Seeing the situation resolved, Kalokas approached, smiling as he gave Lynn a thumbs up. Lynn, my friend, I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Through their conversation, Kalokas had learned Lynn's name. It is nothing. Rather, it is you, Kalokas, who imparted upon me such invaluable knowledge of hockey. I have merely performed a trivial act, just moments ago, while engaging in a bout of laughter with Labu. Following the administration of a tranquilizer, Kuralokas imparted the mastery of Kenbunchika hockey to Lynn within the confines of his stomach, enriched with gastric fluids. Notably, the journal containing the insights of Kenbunchiku practice, reflecting Kuralokas's own revelations during his training, is a treasure that cannot be purchased. The detailed entries far surpass the teachings of that insipid mentor who incessantly strikes you from behind. I in the archipelago of Sabaody. Rayleigh inadvertently sneezed, exclaiming, "It appears age is catching up with me. A mere breeze can provoke such an outburst." He chuckled, lamenting that his Kenbunchiku is merely rudimentary, and regrettably, without the mastery of Busashoku hockey. He cannot bestow it upon you. Yet, I can recommend someone. That old fellow was my first mate, and I hear he resides in Sabaody, a notorious drinker. You need only present him with a fine bottle of today's vintage to learn Busashoku hockey. For your journey, allow me to pen a letter of recommendation along with his portrait. Thank you, Uncle Kuralokas. Lynn expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He had not anticipated that his first venture at sea would yield such an opportunity to learn Busashoku hockey. Although he was not particularly inclined to seek out the old man at present, this was a gesture of goodwill, and Lynn responded with polite appreciation. Who knows, should he find himself unable to locate a worthy mentor in the future? This letter of introduction might prove useful when approaching Rayleigh. Let us set aside this topic. You have truly labored today. It is worth noting that Lynn's strength is unfathomable, and to restrain himself in combat with Labu was no small feat. Let us feast. It has been far too long since I have experienced such joy. Kuralokas draped his arm over Lynn's shoulder and led him to the barbecue, where a massive sea beast was roasting over a crackling fire. As it turned out, while Lynn battled with Labu, Kuralokas had been fishing. Lynn retrieved an array of spices from his spatial ring and sprinkled them generously over the meat. releasing an aroma so rich that it left Kuralokas salivating. He glanced at the seasoning in Lynn's hands, hesitating to voice his desire, ultimately remaining silent, yearning for it. Despite the banquet comprising only 2 men and 1 whale, the atmosphere was harmonious. After savoring a piece of the sea beast's flesh and sipping some white liquor, Kuralokas appeared utterly content. By the way, Lynn, I noticed you entered the Grand Line alone. Where are your crew? And why have I not seen your pirate flag? Have you stowed it away? The convivial mood dissipated abruptly with Kuralokas's unexpected inquiry. Lynn choked on his cola, hastily coughing it out. Noticing Lynn's unusual reaction, Kuralokas looked momentarily taken aback. Lynn, are you not a pirate? Absolutely not. Following Lynn's explanation, Kuralokas realized the misunderstanding had led to a significant blunder. Uncle Kuralokas, you didn't think I was a pirate all along, did you? Lynn took another sip of cola. Cough, cough. I cannot be blamed. After all, your malevolent aura is overwhelming. One glance reveals you are no saint. Kuralokas sheepishly turned his gaze aside. That I've always said, in these times, how could there be a pirate as courteous and kind-hearted as you? The pirates I've encountered recently, newly arrived in the Grand Line, bully this old man at every turn. Whether with cannons or guns, they possess no manners whatsoever. At that moment, Kuralokas finally understood, having mistakenly believed he had encountered a band akin to the Roger Pirates, who sailed purely for adventure, only to realize he had erred. Lynn was not a pirate at all. Ha ha ha. I sincerely apologize, Kuralokas said. This misunderstanding was hardly his fault, as Lynn's aura indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of a pirate. Hey, Lynn, given the atmosphere, why not consider becoming the Pirate King? Kuralokas remarked, whether intentionally or not. Ha ha. I'm merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Lynn was not offended. After switching to a cup of milk tea, he replied, I have no interest in piracy. That's so? What a pity. Should you choose to become a pirate, you might attract numerous followers. Kuralokas's words were not unfounded. He genuinely sensed an allure in Lynn akin to Roger's, one that compelled others to follow. Lynn, not wishing to squander the opportunity to gather intelligence, gleaned much about the pirates of the Grand Line and their nautical exploits from Kuralokas. Labu, do you enjoy music? Observing Labu's keen interest in his conversation with Kuralokas, Lynn decided to grant this silent companion a moment to participate. If only Labu were smaller, they could share a meal together, perhaps in the future. He might procure a Zoan-type devil fruit for it. However, consuming a devil fruit would incur the curse of the sea, rendering it unable to swim. Once in the water, it would sink like lead. A whale that had eaten a devil fruit and could not swim sounded rather peculiar. Labu responded, indicating its fondness for music. Subsequently, Lynn produced a violin from his spatial ring and began to play beneath the moonlight of the Grand Line. He had a modicum of understanding of music from his previous life. The cheerful melodies resonated throughout the Twin Cape, causing Labu's eyes to mist over with nostalgia, evoking memories of its time with the Rumbar pirates. It had been far too long since it had heard such enchanting sounds. Labu emitted jubilant calls and accompaniment, then swam towards the distant sea, dancing beneath the crescent moon. As the music reached its crescendo, Labu's massive tail splashed through the water, propelling its entire form into the air, creating a breathtaking tableau against the moon. Thank you. Labu has not felt such joy in ages, observing the lively spirit of his long-nurtured son. Kuralokas wiped away tears that had fallen unbidden. The performance continued until the depths of night before finally drawing to a close. The following day, Lynn was to embark on his journey anew, with the goal of establishing his name across the Grand Line and securing the Navy's favor, thus gaining greater authority. After a night of contemplation, Lynn resolved to join the Navy. This affiliation would prove most advantageous, whether for gathering intelligence on the Dragon Pirates or protecting Barbary Island. Lynn left behind a substantial supply of provisions, including grains, oils, spices, and other necessities for the empty-nested Kuralokas. The latter exclaimed that the gifts were excessively generous. Lynn understood that these items were but trifles when compared to the invaluable insights he had received in return. The mastery of Kinbunchika Haki and its associated wisdom were incomparable. Labu, having enjoyed the concert the previous night, had developed a fondness for this man who could produce such delightful music and was reluctant to see Lynn depart, vocalizing its discontent. Lynn obliged with another tune, soothing Labu until it calmed. All right, Labu, Lynn is setting sail now. We must not burden him. Let us bid him farewell. Kuralokas said, handing Lynn the letter of recommendation and the portrait. Upon receiving the items, Lynn's lips twitched slightly at the sight of the likeness. Uncle Kuralokas, are you certain this isn't a torn bounty poster of Rayleigh? After bidding farewell to both the man and the whale, Lynn activated his flame boat and soon vanished from the surface of the sea. Watching Lynn's figure recede into the horizon, Kuralokas crossed his arms, chuckling heartily. What a fascinating individual. It has been ages since I felt such joy. Thanks to Labu. Labu echoed its approval with a couple of calls. Labu, ensure you live well. At last, I won't have to spend money on materials for tranquilizers. My pension has been entirely depleted on you. Labu lowered its head, looking rather pitiful, as if to convey remorse. Haha, I'm merely jesting. I harbor no resentment. No need to feel guilty. 3 months hence, on Grass Valley Island, this once vibrant locale has devolved into a haven for pirates. The island, which previously housed a naval base, now lies in ruins. Illicit trades, including slavery and arms dealing, have become rampant. 4 formidable pirate crews have united to slay the local navy and seize control of the island. Attempts by the navy to dispatch warships for a crackdown resulted only in their disgraceful retreat or utter annihilation. A testament to the overwhelming power of these 4 pirate factions, even Sengoku finds himself in a predicament, as the navy's available forces are woefully insufficient. That in this tumultuous era, piracy is rampant and chaos reigns supreme. Particularly in the New World, where vigilance against the Bigmum pirates and Whitebeard leaves little room to address the scourge of Grass Valley Town's pirates. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, received news that the pirates of Grass Valley Town had annihilated another settlement, plundering its wealth while inflicting heavy casualties on the defending navy. Eyewitness accounts reveal that they also abducted women and children from the island. Yet the troubles do not cease. A disconcerting report arrives. Admiral Sengoku, the G5 base stationed in the New World, has come under attack from the Iron Blood pirates. The base commander is gravely injured and requests immediate assistance. The branches of the Grand Line are all designated with AG. Borisolino happens to be nearby. I will dispatch him at once to provide support. Damn those rascally pirates wreaking havoc everywhere. Our naval forces are dreadfully scant. We must expedite the recruitment of fresh blood. Sengoku furrows his brow, clearly burdened by the challenges faced by this substitute admiral. Meanwhile, the 2 vice-admirals, Akiji and Akainu, each possessing the formidable powers of Logia-type devil fruits, are also deployed, tirelessly pursuing pirates across the seas. Even if new recruits are enlisted now, extensive training will be required. Admiral Sengoku, there's urgent news. A naval officer rushes in, breathless. The bounty hunter you instructed me to monitor has been spotted. A marine reported seeing a man engulfed in blood-red flames sailing a peculiar vessel on the sea, and his current course appears to be directed towards Grass Valley Island. This bounty hunter has actually arrived in the Grand Line. No wonder there were no traces of him in the East Blue. Although he possesses considerable strength now, confronting 4 billion-plus bounty pirates may prove exceedingly challenging. Sengoku promptly contacts the nearby navy to coordinate an assault and protect this bounty hunter. Report. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp's ship has entered the Grand Line. Garp, you old rascal, returning now? Sengoku quickly makes a call, extending his greetings to Garp. Meanwhile, Garp, munching on sunbae, is accustomed to Sengoku's tirades, chuckling to himself, pondering how his old comrade has once again lost his composure. Ever since Dragon inexplicably introduced him to a grandson, Garp has been making frequent trips to visit. Sometimes, Garp muses, his seemingly dull son has been quite the charmer outside, having not yet met his daughter-in-law. However, Dragon has finally accomplished something commendable, allowing this old man to embrace a grandchild in his twilight years. After a bout of roaring, Sengoku inquires about Garp's location and quickly instructs him to rendezvous with the nearby navy to obtain a permanent pointer directing to Grass Valley Island. Has that fellow arrived in the Grand Line? Very well, I shall pay him a visit. Upon hearing that Lynn intends to single-handedly confront the so-called pirate den of Grass Valley Island, Garp's expression grows serious. If he could be recruited into the navy and properly trained, he could very well become another admiral. Naturally, Garp does not wish for him to meet his demise here. This young man is rather overconfident, daring to venture alone into a place known as the Pirate's Nest. Of course, Garp is hardly in a position to criticize. If recklessness were to be measured, he would be the foremost in the navy. With that, Garp orders the ship to change course, heading directly towards Grass Valley Island. His choice of route back to the Navy headquarters was no mere coincidence that it seems he had long since devised a plan to resolve the pirate threat here while returning to the headquarters. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of a permanent pointer to Grass Valley Town aboard his vessel? Grass Valley Island, specifically Grass Valley Town, serves as the stronghold for 4 notorious pirate crews, each boasting bounties exceeding 1 billion. In the expansive harbor, Lynn's ship comes to a halt, swiftly capturing the attention of the pirates. "Hey, kid, do you know whose territory this is?" The group of pirates, initially bored from guarding the harbor, suddenly finds amusement in the unexpected intruder. Ignoring them, Lynn disembarks, his flaming vessel vanishing behind him. Were it the pirates of the East Blue who witnessed such an eerie flame and its sudden disappearance, they would undoubtedly be terrified. However, the pirates of the Grand Line merely display mild surprise before resuming their bravado. As Lynn disregards their presence, the pirates' anger flares, and they raise their firearms, ready to pull the triggers. Yet, Lynn shows no sign of hesitation, maintaining a steady pace. The pirates pull the triggers, and bullets are unleashed towards Lynn. Just as the bullets are about to strike, an uncanny event occurs. Lynn's form subtly sways, allowing the bullets to whiz past him. This fellow has somehow evaded the bullets. Surely, he must be a devil fruit user. Brothers, draw your blades. Unbeknownst to them, their misplaced confidence leads them to believe that mere knives could harm Lynn. Before they can even launch their attack, flames erupt beneath Lynn's feet, scattering across the ground and piercing through the bodies of the pirates. The cacophony of wails fills the air, drawing the attention of many more pirates. Upon arrival, they see their comrades' charred bodies, pierced by the flames, sending shivers down their spines. "We've got an intruder. Open fire." Faced with such a barrage of bullets, Lynn shows no sign of retreat. Flames engulf his entire being at an astonishing speed, coalescing into a radiant suit of fiery armor. The blood-red flames swirl around him. Blood flame armor. The hail of bullets strikes the armor, leaving it unscathed, while the intense heat melts the projectiles into pools of evaporating iron that drip to the ground. A monster. Fools, he is also a devil fruit user. Quickly, summon the captains to take action. Allow me, the indomitable bull Shatter, to hold him off. As he speaks, the yellow-haired pirate at the forefront steps forward, his physique suddenly transforming into a towering, muscular bull-headed creature, his bright yellow tuft of hair standing out. Truly, he is the reliable Lieutenant of Shatter, embodying explosive strength. "Go, Lieutenant Shatter, take down this guy." The pirates rally behind Shatter with fervor. Such enthusiastic hospitality towards a foreigner is quite overwhelming. "Accept my return gesture," Lynn replies coldly. As he speaks, flames coalesce into 2 short guns in his hands. Merely bluster, prepare to die. The indomitable bull Shatter swings his massive iron hammer with great force towards Lynn. In this era, who still engages in close combat? Hellfire bullet. With both hands raised, the gun blazed, its incandescent red hue transforming into a shadowy darkness, akin to the infernal fires of hell. The hellfire projectiles were unleashed upon the pirates with relentless fury. And in that moment, Lynn seemed to transcend into a being of greater might, overshadowing even Mark Beat. The foremost pirate, Chete, was the first to fall victim to the hellfire, his body reduced to ashes before he could even emit a scream, consumed by the searing heat of the infernal projectiles. Yet, the very orbs that had obliterated the pirate did not cease their onslaught. They continued their trajectory towards the remaining foes, showcasing their penetrating nature. In Lynn's grip, the suppressive handguns unleashed a continuous barrage of hellfire, leaving the pirates with no avenue of escape, as they were swiftly turned to mere piles of ash scattered across the ground. Perhaps, nourished by the remains of these brigands, this land would flourish even more in the coming year. Not far from Grass Valley Town, a naval warship lay anchored on the surface of the sea. The naval officers stared in astonishment at the distant figure of the bounty hunter, Lynn, who was single-handedly decimating the pirates. Clad in blood-red flames, he was indeed the bounty hunter that Admiral Sengoku had instructed them to assist. "Major Water, should we intervene? Let us assess the situation first. If that fellow falters, we shall act. Should we plunge into the fray now, we might meet a similar fate." As they watched the terrifying bounty hunter unleash his wrath, the spreading hellfire sent chills down Major Water and his crew. Truly a fearsome power. Within the largest tavern of Grass Valley Town, 4 distinct pirate captains sat around a large square table, discussing how to divide the spoils from the previous day's plunder. Among them were the Black Mantis, Locke, with a bounty of 340 million berry, the Deadshot, Nelson, who had previously assassinated high-ranking naval officers, with a bounty of 300 million berry, the Fighting Fish, Wallach, with a bounty of 260 million berry, and the Whaler, Jamil, with a bounty of 150 million berry. Notably, both Black Mantis and Fighting Fish were users of Zoan-type devil fruits, while Whaler Jamil possessed immense natural strength. Deadshot was renowned for his precise assassination skills. Each of the 4 pirate leaders harbored their own ambitions, yearning to secure the greatest share of the loot. Let us not forget that I was the one who eliminated the strongest colonel in town yesterday. Claiming 4/10 of the bounty should be reasonable, stated the Black Mantis, his expression inscrutable behind a black mask. Do not overlook the fact that I tampered with the naval reinforcements aboard their ship. Deadshot added nonchalantly. Fighting Fish Wallach burst into a raucous laugh. It matters not how we divide it. I simply wish to revel in the spoils. Whaler Jamil interjected. Enough, if you lot do not grant me a satisfactory share this time. Do not blame me for overturning the table. He had always received the least wealth, and his disdain for the others had grown, contemplating whether it was time to part ways. You, the one with the lowest bounty. What do you have to say? The Black Mantis slammed his hand on the table, his face darkening, amplified by the eerie black mask that adorned him. Whaler Jamil showed no signs of intimidation, rising to his full height, towering over the Black Mantis. Though I have not consumed a devil fruit, underestimate me, and you will meet a grim fate. Ah, let the battle commence. The victor shall dictate the spoils. Fighting Fish Wallach exclaimed with excitement. Just as the atmosphere escalated, and the subordinates braced for conflict, the tavern door was suddenly thrust open. Bosses, trouble. A bounty hunter has invaded. Ha! This is amusing. A bounty hunter? Leave him to me. Let the fun begin. Fighting Fish Wallach, fearing that someone might seize the opportunity first, dashed out with his fists raised at a bounty hunter. Deadshot Nelson pondered, perplexed. Logically, their formidable pirate crew, a conglomerate of power, should not attract the ire of those who thrived on the heads of pirates, unless this individual was a fool or possessed the confidence to eliminate them all. Indeed, Chette's subordinate has been eliminated. The bounty hunter is characterized by blood-red flames and a gray-brown trench coat, wearing a cowboy hat. At this revelation, silence enveloped the room. However, the tranquility was short-lived, as the Black Mantis's expression soured. Chette was his subordinate, and the audacity to slay his devil fruit-empowered minion ignited his fury. Very well, the Black Mantis, Locke, stormed out in wrath. Ha! This is going to be entertaining. Whaler Jamil followed suit, eager to witness the spectacle. Look, a brave fool. Perhaps we shall witness the captains in action. The subordinates surged from the tavern, leaving the hall empty, save for Deadshot Nelson and his crew. Captain, should we not follow? One subordinate inquired. That of course we must. If we remain behind while they venture forth, it may jeopardize our standing, Nelson remarked, sensing an unusual tension, yet he chose to pursue. Just as Nelson's crew prepared to depart, one subordinate piped up, Captain, I need to use the restroom. Nelson turned to see who had spoken, realizing it was a member he had nearly forgotten. This individual had joined the crew months prior and was remarkably timid, having previously spared the lives of captives out of pity. Why venture out to sea if you are so cowardly? Truly a fool. If not for your industriousness in maintaining the ship, you would have met your end long ago. Nelson's gaze bore into Alan, sending shivers down his spine, yet he had no intention of striking him, merely muttering, "Do as you wish," before departing. Once they had all left, Alan sighed in relief and hurriedly fled. I am Alan, a man who chose to venture into the sea to escape his cowardice and the ridicule of villagers. The previous 2 captains fell to the bounty hunter Lynn due to their recklessness. Arriving at Rogue Town aboard a merchant vessel, I sought a captain of high intellect to follow. I set my sights on Deadshot Nelson, initially impressed by his cunning as he toyed with the navy. However, this man expected me to kill. Pray tell, I have never even slain a chicken. I secretly freed those captives and was subsequently beaten. Fortunate to have survived. Upon hearing the words blood flame, I knew Lynn, the merciless bounty hunter, had arrived on this island. My hair stood on end, recalling the sadistic hunter who reveled in watching pirates burn alive in his flames. I resolved to concoct an excuse to escape. Yet, as a man, I did not abandon my aspiration of sailing the seas. That I learned that there exists a pirate crew led by a captain named Old Dad. a family-like crew where all members share love and harmony. This pirate crew is known as the Whitebeard Pirates. I know that such a crew is truly suited for me. Old Dad Whitebeard. I, Alan, am coming. Life gradually ebbed away, the body growing colder, with the only warmth emanating from the fiery blaze in his chest. Lying on the ground, losing his life force, was none other than Fighting Fish Wallach, who had rushed out first. His eyes moistened and tears streamed down. Memories replayed in vivid detail like a film in his mind. He had once lived in a destitute village, where the inability of its inhabitants to pay the ever-increasing taxes resulted in their being cast into the arena by the nobles. The nobles, elegantly seated in their gilded boxes, sipped their wine, eagerly awaiting the spectacle to unfold in their eyes. The lives of the villagers were akin to mere entertainment, akin to the amusement derived from watching a dog perform tricks. From this moment forth, I shall kill one person every 10 seconds, and unless you kill each other, only the last one standing shall remain. The noble presiding over the entertainment event wore a cruel smile upon his visage as he commanded his subordinates to cast weapons such as swords and daggers into the arena. Initially, none were willing to engage in combat, until the sound of gunfire echoed, causing the first, second, and third individuals to collapse. The villagers gradually descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the observing nobles were filled with fervor, their faces contorted in excitement as they cheered. In this grim chessboard of survival and mutual slaughter, Wallach and his brother fought relentlessly, enduring until the very end. As his brother swung a blade toward Wallach, he deliberately exposed a flaw, ultimately succumbing to Wallach's unstoppable sword, which pierced his body. In that moment of downfall, he smiled and uttered the words, "Survived," that he lived on, while his family perished at his hands. The surviving Wallach found favor with the nobles, who utilized him in subsequent brutal contests, leading to the establishment of his infamous name, Wallach the Victorious. However, Wallach's character underwent a profound transformation, morphing into a mere machine of combat and slaughter, molded by the nobles. Yet, he also demonstrated a semblance of obedience to them, gradually easing their vigilance, leading them to believe that he had been successfully trained. In their misguided attempt to enhance his prowess in the arena, they bestowed upon him a fruit of the animal type, the fish fruit. Little did the nobles anticipate that this seemingly obedient creature would, one fateful night, rise up and decimate their entire estate. With his deep-seated vendetta fulfilled, had the tale concluded here, Wallach might have been hailed as a hero of vengeance. However, after escaping the kingdom, Wallach became a pirate upon the seas. His twisted nature, forged in the arena, drove him to slaughter villages indiscriminately, leaving a trail of fallen villagers in his wake. Only through battle could he numb himself. Forgetting all that had transpired, the gentle demeanor of his brother before his demise, and the fact that he was the one who had slain him, on the ground, Wallach lay devoid of life, tears mingling with a sense of liberation upon his face. For Lynn, there might be a tale hidden within this pirate. As for the sins of one whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent, Lynn would never show mercy. After all, your head is simply too enticing, worth over 200 million berries. Moreover, during his training in observation hockey, he had not indulged in bounty hunting for quite some time. Thus, my apologies, brother. I shall borrow your head for a moment. Were Wallach still alive, he might have expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, you are truly kind." As Lynn, expressionless, readied himself to sever the head, a throng surged ahead. 3 formidable pirates strode forth, followed by a horde of lesser pirates. Upon witnessing the corpse at Lynn's feet, the 3 major pirate captains of Grass Valley Island, who had been relaxed, suddenly shifted to a state of alarm. Wallach the fish is dead? Dead at the hands of this seemingly youthful bounty hunter? Despite Lynn's cowboy hat obscuring half of his face, it was evident that he was a young man. No way. Captain Wallach has actually fallen. Does that not indicate that this bounty hunter possesses strength greater than Captain Wallach? The pirates gasped in disbelief. They had witnessed Wallach's ferocity in battle, knowing him to be a bloodthirsty maniac born for combat. Now, the undefeated Wallach lay vanquished at the feet of this seemingly ordinary bounty hunter. The pirates behind him became agitated. Why are you panicking? We still have these 3 powerful captains. Even if this bounty hunter is stronger than Captain Wallach, can he truly take on all 3 of us? Indeed, even if he is formidable, he cannot possibly defeat us 3 notorious pirate captains, feared even by the Navy. Ignoring the murmurs from the pirates behind him, Rock the Black Mantis stepped forward. "Bounty hunter, if you covet my bounty, You must possess the ability to claim it. Rock did not underestimate his opponent and immediately employed the powers of his animal-type black mantis fruit. His arms elongated and curved, sharp and glistening blades emerging from his transformed hands. That moment, Rock had transformed into a humanoid black mantis, resembling a fusion of man and insect. This was the human-animal form possessed by those who wielded animal-type devil fruits. Rock was serious now. The pirates behind him expressed their envy. This is a treasure of the sea, a devil fruit. Whoever obtains one shall become a formidable force. Such were the thoughts of the pirates. At this juncture, Lynn had already reverted from his sniper form, now clad in a trench coat. If he were to unleash his hellfire bullet upon the pirate captain, he would likely be left with nothing but ashes. Lynn's body ignited with flames as he conjured two orbs of intense fire in his hands. Before Rock the Black Mantis could make a move, Lynn vanished from sight in an instant. How is this possible? The bounty hunter has disappeared. As the pirates, bewildered, searched for Lynn, a scorching jet of fiery blood erupted from Rock's mouth, his expression darkening. The powers of his animal-type devil fruit were forcibly undone. Lynn's flaming hand had pierced through Rock's chest, extracting his heart as if he were a mere ragdoll, tossing him aside like a discarded object. Rock could not fathom that he had perished before even displaying his prowess. His face etched with profound disbelief. Oh no. It seems we have caught the attention of a terrifying individual. The whaler, Jimmel, quickly distanced himself from this dangerous foe, his face a mask of horror. Hey, Nilsson, let us join forces. Otherwise we stand no chance against this guy. Hey, Nilsson, say something. Upon witnessing Nilsson's silence, Jimmel turned to look to his shock. The bounty hunter had mysteriously appeared before the dead sniper, swiftly delivering a fiery hand slash that severed his head. Nilsson's head remained frozen in a state of confusion. Lynn's ghostly presence instilled terror among the pirates, causing them to retreat in fear. Damn it, brothers, charge together. The whaler rallied his crew, thrusting his harpoon toward Lynn. Lynn discarded the severed head of the dead sniper and advanced toward Jemiel. Do not underestimate me. Perish, Jimmel shouted with resolve. However, as the harpoon lunged toward him, Lynn's body executed a peculiar evasive maneuver. Effortlessly avoiding the strike, Jimmel unleashed a relentless barrage of harpoon attacks, but no matter how he attacked, Lynn's form seemed to sway effortlessly, evading each strike with uncanny grace. That moment, the whaler's crew members, regaining their senses, drew their blades and aimed for Lynn's back. Flames erupted from behind, coalescing into deadly spikes that pierced through the bodies of the pirates. The corpses of the whaler's crew were impaled and suspended in the air, consumed by flames. Amidst their anguished cries, clouds of black ash rained down to the ground. Jimmel, now utterly defeated, abandoned his assault, muttering in disbelief. This cannot be. How can there be such a powerful bounty hunter? One that instills despair? Amidst Jimmel's collapse, Lynn's flaming hand slashed downward. In an instant, a massive head soared into the sky, which Lynn caught as it fell. The corpses of the 4 pirate captains lay gathered in that clearing. Amidst the cacophony of the pirates, throngs of people jostled against one another, each eager to flee the scene. Yet, how could Lynn possibly grant them the luxury of escape? They had gathered together of their own volition. If I were to refrain from unleashing my full power, it would be a disservice to the will of the deceased. Blood flame. Spreading fire, a dense, sanguine flame erupted from Lynn's fist, barreling towards the frenzied pirates, who were desperately attempting to escape. Human bodies collided, and the fire leaped from one to another. The pirates were engulfed by this inferno of terrifying heat, which even spread further in its wake. Instantly, the entire street transformed into an ocean of blood flames, filled with anguished cries. On this battleground of one-sided slaughter, a few white newsbirds perched atop a towering building. Though merely winged creatures, they possessed the uncanny ability to trigger the camera buttons hanging around their necks, as if they were human. Snap, snap. The newsbirds captured the scenes of Lynn annihilating the pirates of Grass Valley Island. Offshore from Grass Valley Town, that is Admiral Garp's ship, a naval soldier exclaimed in haste. A warship adorned with a dog-headed figurehead and sails painted with seagulls approached them. Admiral Garp, what? And the other Marines saluted with reverence. It was evident how profoundly the name of the naval hero resonated within the hearts of the Navy. No need for such formality. What is the situation? Where is that fellow? Garp inquired, noticing the absence of any pirates in the distant Grass Valley town. The pirates at the port have been eliminated by that bounty hunter. "We are preparing to sail the warship over," came the reply. "Doe, this fellow is quite formidable," Garp remarked as two warships headed towards Grass Valley Town, only to find the ground strewn with black ash. "As expected of a flame user, these wretched pirates have been reduced to cinders," Bogart commented, his hat obscuring his expression. "It seems my trip here was indeed worthwhile." "Wah!" Garp laughed heartily, recognizing the sheer ferocity of the bounty hunter's flames that could incinerate foes into ashes. "Ah!" The anguished cries of pirates consumed by fire echoed from the center of the town. Bogart's expression darkened. "I truly hope he is not like Commodore Ghost Spider, that extreme sort of individual. Otherwise, it would be troublesome that in Bogart's eyes, Ghost Spider, known for executing his subordinates, was unworthy of being called a courageous and benevolent Marine." One could discern from the events at Judicial Island that this individual was not only brutal, but also a complete fool, senselessly executing allies who reported intelligence. Despite knowing that cannonballs were ineffective against someone with the Straw Hat's abilities, he carelessly opened fire, resulting in the deaths of 1,000 Marines aboard the warship. Those Marines, who had trained diligently to combat pirates, did not perish at the hands of their foes, but rather fell victim to their own inept comrades, with the enemy unscathed and no achievements to speak of. Losing 1,000 men to internal strife is quite a talent. If a Kainu embodies strategic foresight and an unwavering sense of justice, then Ghost Spider is undoubtedly a foolish swine at the very least. A Kainu listens to his subordinates and does not resort to shooting those reporting situations. Kobe, who once offended a Kainu, now thrives, having risen through the ranks due to his merits, illustrating that a Kainu is not the type to act on impulse. Were Ghost Spider to become the Admiral of the Navy, it is likely that he would kill all his fellow Marines without the intervention of pirates. One cannot help but wonder if he is a spy sent by some pirate crew or the world government to balance the power of the Navy. Although the Navy appears united, it is, in fact, fragmented into various factions. The traditionalists like Sengoku and Tsuru, the hawks like Ghost Spider, and those like Akiji, who, having experienced the O'Hara incident, are now disillusioned with their sense of justice. There are those like Zephyr, who witnessed the dark side of the Navy and now seek to establish a new one. And then there is the most righteous Marine, Pawn, who, upon seeing his subordinates injured, tears his own clothes to bandage them, embodying the qualities of a compassionate and considerate superior. After being targeted by pirates, one wonders what he saw in that kingdom, or if he was dispatched to collect heavenly gold and learned of the darkness, willingly sacrificing his life for civilians to claim the bounty and survive, reminiscent of a great warrior from a past life. The beliefs within the Navy are a muddled mix, each with their own thoughts. Garp said nothing, raising his head towards the source of the sound, and cheerfully declared, "Let us go and take a look. Please spare me. I will never be a pirate again." Puffed. Lynn shot forth a fiery bolt from his fingertips, piercing through a pirate's body. He then continued to purge the hidden pirates within the town. Observation hockey possesses many applications. Once utilized, one's senses become extraordinarily acute, allowing for the prediction of an opponent's next move and evasion of attacks. It can detect the presence, strength, and emotions of surrounding beings. With mastery, one could even glimpse the future. For instance, at this moment, Lynn sensed a presence of fear and malice emanating from a box ahead. With a flick of his fingers, a fiery ray shot forth, igniting both the pirate and the box in a blazing inferno. Before long, the pirate met his demise. Lynn's path was not aimless. He was headed towards the dungeon, as sensed through his observation hockey, clearing away the pirates that bore ill intent along the way. The overwhelming despair and pain that flooded his mind caused Lynn considerable distress. Upon pinpointing the dungeon's location, he quickly retracted his sensing ability, for the negative emotions had begun to induce a throbbing pain in his head. Clearly, he must further hone his observation hockey and learn to control this power, allowing for precise application. Currently, his sensitivity is still too scattered, not reaching the level of Enel. Tap, tap, tap. Lynn's figure traversed the corridor, his shadow elongated in the light as he descended the stairs. Beasts! How did he know we were hiding here? Run! Lynn observed the pirates who suddenly leapt out from behind the supply crates. With his perception turned off, Lynn remarked, "If you hadn't jumped out, I truly would not have discovered you'd the bottom of the passage." In the dungeon, a group of pirates, oblivious to the demise of their crew, were drinking and guarding the dungeon. There have been sounds from above. Could it be another feast? One pirate grumbled. "We're stuck here." watching these goods while drowning our sorrows. Just then, two figures tumbled down the stairs in a disheveled manner. The drinking pirates found their chaotic appearance amusing. "Ha! Two fools," they laughed, simultaneously warning, "Hey, you two, this is the storage area. No one is allowed to approach without the captain's orders." However, the two pirates paid no heed, rushing toward them in a frenzy, crying out in terror, "Run! The demon has found us!" Puff! Two elongated flames shot from behind Lynn, piercing through the pirates' bodies like nails. In the next instant, the two pirates froze, engulfed in flames, and were reduced to ashes in no time. The entire dungeon was permeated with the scent of charred flesh. Who is it? The sudden, bizarre deaths of their comrades sent the drinking pirates into a panic, hastily drawing their swords and raising their guns. "Hey, what in the world is happening up there? Who is this guy?" Before they could receive an answer, the frozen flames behind Lynn elongated like creeping vines, shooting straight towards the pirates. As they beheld the impending searing assault, the pirates anxiously raised their blades in defense. However, under the extreme temperature of the flames manipulated by Lynn, they, along with their weapons, were pierced through, ultimately transforming into thick, burning flames, emitting agonizing screams as they turned to ashes. The wails of the pirates before their demise sent shivers down the spines of the women and children imprisoned in the dungeon. Lynn, exuding an aura of malevolence, slowly approached the cell. "I don't want to die yet." The women revealed expressions of dread. "Mom, are we going to be killed?" The children trembled in their mother's arms. "Damn pirates. As long as I can survive, no matter where you flee, I will hunt you down and kill you." At that moment, a young boy clenched his fists and stepped forward from behind the group of women and children. His face marked by an indomitable spirit in the face of death, with eyes ablaze with hatred. Though his body was covered in scars, he summoned the courage to shield the women in front of him. Standing alone against Lynn, who appeared as a wicked specter with flames sprouting from his back like a fiery spear, the people in the dungeon assumed that the pirates had turned against each other. "Ha ha ha! Kid, you're quite impressive," Lynn cackled with an air of malevolence, offering no explanation. "Given the atmosphere, if I don't play the part of a pirate, wouldn't I be disappointing your expectations?" The women and children felt an overwhelming chill, and the boy tightened his fists, sweat beading on his forehead, as he braced himself for the worst. This man, dressed in black, lurking in the dungeon, was an embodiment of pure evil. "Since you've chosen to be my enemy, then you shall die alongside these scoundrels." Lynn commanded the flames behind him with the ease of an arm, launching an attack towards the boy and his group. The women and children could not help but shut their eyes tightly. The iron bars of the prison door were sliced through by Lynn's solidified flames, melting under the intense heat. However, to everyone's astonishment, after destroying the prison door, Lynn retracted his powers and turned to leave. As they watched Lynn's retreating figure, a wave of disbelief washed over them. "Wait, we're not dead? We survived." The occupants of the dungeon erupted into tears of joy at their unexpected reprieve. The boy standing before the women and children momentarily froze, realizing he hadn't killed them. Soon, the corridor of the dungeon echoed with the sound of many footsteps. Just as the people had begun to rejoice in their survival, anxiety resurfaced. Could it be that the pirates were returning? However, when a squad of Navy soldiers clad in white uniforms appeared, everyone finally relaxed. "Thank goodness, it's the Navy. We are saved." It must have been that seemingly pirate-like villain who sensed the Navy's approach and didn't have time to kill us. The young boy Atlas remarked. "Ha ha, kid, have you ever considered joining the Navy?" As the Navy team led by Admiral Garp approached, Lynn also halted his steps. "Admiral Garp, perhaps we should reconsider. There's something ominous about this individual." Bogart whispered from the side. The boisterous Garp, however, paid no heed to Bogart's warnings and awaited Lynn's response that "I'm afraid I must decline. Uncle, I have no interest in the Navy," Lynn replied, attempting to walk away. Yet, Lynn underestimated Garp's tenacity, who persistently followed him, extolling the virtues and benefits of joining the Navy. What also broke into a sweat. "Is this the Navy hero, Admiral Garp? He seems quite affable." Bogart lowered his hat to obscure his expression, maintaining a distance from Garp while trailing behind him. Faced with Garp's incessant chatter, Lynn finally spoke up. "I might consider joining the Navy, but on one condition." Above the azure sea, seagulls soared freely in the sky. Meanwhile, a warship adorned with a dog's head sailed toward the gates of justice. At this moment, a newsbird flapped its wings and landed on the ship's railing. Bogart approached, retrieving 50 berries from his pocket, which the newsbird accepted with one wing, securing the payment before producing a newspaper from the tube on its back and handing it to Bogart. Subsequently, the large bird flapped its wings and ascended into the skies that I in the world of One Piece. People generally refrained from attacking newsbirds, the only group daring enough to strike at them. The Blackbeard pirates had not received any newsbirds since, leaving them to covet newspapers from others. Admiral Garp, Bogart said, presenting the acquired newspaper to Garp, who was snacking on rice crackers after reading the paper. Garp laughed heartily at Lynn, who was lounging on a nearby sunbed. Lynn, this newspaper is about you. Garp carelessly tossed the newspaper over, while Lynn, basking in the warm sun beneath his hat, caught it without even glancing. Upon removing his hat, Lynn began to read. Aside from various local news, the center featured several large images. There he was, clad in fiery armor, surrounded by a horde of pirates, with additional images depicting the downfall of the pirate captains. The headline was striking: the man who returned from hell, gaining the powers of a demon. The legendary bounty hunter Blood Flame Lynn makes his debut in the Grand Line, annihilating the pirate coalition of 20,000 in Grass Valley Town. The 4 pirate leaders beheaded under his thunderous wrath. Let us anticipate this bloodthirsty demon returned from the abyss to deliver even more explosive news. After finishing, Lynn's expression darkened. In summary, the article portrayed him as a monster in human guise, mercilessly slaughtering pirates. Just because I killed a few pirates, I've become a monster. Morgan's, is it? Next time we meet, I'll pluck every feather from your bird. Ha ha, Lynn, you're about to become famous in the Grand Line. Garp chuckled heartily, having noticed Lynn back in East Blue, where he conceived the idea of recruiting him into the Navy. Though, I appreciate your attention. Admiral Garp, Lynn, still not officially enlisted, felt comfortable calling Garp uncle. Kid, why not show me your abilities? I'm curious about what kind of blood flames you possess. As they stepped onto the deck, the Navy personnel gathered around. Eager to witness the spectacle, they had visited Grass Valley Town and knew firsthand the might of the young man before them, who had single-handedly taken on a pirate stronghold. That guy Ison, T.A. pirate. He.S. not a bad person. He eliminated the pirates here and saved us. The boy, Atlas, regretted having uttered shameful words against his savior, realizing that Lynn must have felt hurt by their fear. Clenching the newspaper tightly, his cheeks flushed with regret. Hey, Navy uncle, where did that guy go? I want to thank him in person. Looking at the earnest boy, What smiled, he's probably on his way to the Navy headquarters now. He'll likely become a member there, making it hard for you to see him. The Navy? Uncle Navy, I want to join the Navy too, to capture all those vile pirates and protect the civilians. The boy's eyes gleamed with determination, his resolve as firm as iron. Wanting to join the Navy. Huh. You need to heal your injuries first, and besides, you're still a bit too young, What said with a chuckle. The boy sighed, slightly disappointed. By the way, little one, what about your family? Woad inquired, as the anguish of a young boy who had fallen victim to the pirates flickered in his eyes, reminiscing about the tragic demise of his parents at the hands of those marauders. I see, he said. What is your name? I am called Atlas, and I am 10 years old. The boy replied that I can enlist you in the Navy, but you will have to start as a deckhand. Is that acceptable? After all, you are still too young to engage in combat with pirates. Woad explained. That is splendid. Thank you, Navy uncle, Atlas exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of joining the Navy. Foolish child. You shall address me as Colonel Woad from now on. Yes, Colonel Woad, Atlas responded, mimicking an improper salute akin to what he had observed from the Navy, which elicited hearty laughter from the nearby sailors. Atlas, we shall be comrades in arms henceforth. I look forward to working with you, one of them said warmly. Yes, Senior, Atlas replied earnestly, his body still wrapped in bandages, a fiery determination to forge ahead igniting within him. Woad, unaware that his compassion for Atlas's plight had inadvertently cultivated a future powerhouse for the Navy, smiled at the boy on the East Sea. At Barbary Island, an excited villager burst into the village chief's office once more. Chief, we have news about Lynn. You rascal, how many times must I tell you to be more composed in your duties? Sighed Chief Jack. Taking the newspaper handed to him by the villager, it appeared that Lynn had safely navigated the tumultuous currents and entered the Grand Line. With a sigh of relief, the chief relaxed. However, he was incensed by the absurdity of the news article. What nonsense is this? How can they claim Lynn is not human? Even the usually composed Chief Jack couldn't help but cursed the news agency for disparaging Lynn. The villagers, witnessing the chief's unexpected outburst, could only sweat nervously, realizing it would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. In a vast grassy field, Kate was diligently training. Millie, who had enrolled in a swordsmanship dojo, continued her practice during the break from her studies. With each swing of her wooden sword, sweat trickled down her brow. Just as they were engrossed in their respective training methods, a slightly plump figure came running towards them, shouting, "Kate, Millie, I have news about Brother Lynn. Here's this afternoon's newspaper." The efficiency of the news agency at sea was remarkable. The article was printed and distributed by afternoon after being composed in the morning. As the three sat on the ground, unfolding the newspaper, Kate exclaimed, just as expected from Brother Lynn, "He single-handedly vanquished 20,000 pirates. He even annihilated 4 pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. Papaki admired. "But what does this part say? I can't comprehend it." Kate remarked that I recognize the characters, but together they make no sense, Papaki added. "The gist is that Brother Lynn is incredibly formidable," Millie, possessing stronger comprehension skills, concluded. "Oh, I see." Meanwhile, aboard a sailing dog-headed warship in the Grand Line, Lynn unleashed his blood flames, which blazed fiercely around him. Intriguingly, he felt that the temperature was even higher than that of Akainu's magma. However, he wondered if it would hold true in actual combat. The old sea dog, Garp, felt a surge of battle fervor. "Come, young lad. Let us engage in combat. Use your full strength. That suits me perfectly. To be honest." After sailing the East Sea for so long and having taken countless pirate lives, he had never encountered anyone compelling enough to warrant his full power. Garp, a formidable figure from the Roger era, was the perfect opponent for Lynn to gauge his current strength. Lynn intended to follow Garp into the Navy to gain the esteemed title of a Navy hero. If he could become Garp's disciple, that would be even better. The identity of Garp's disciple would facilitate his advancement within the Navy, as joining other branches might not grant him such swift access to the headquarters. "Just don't go dying on me, Uncle Garp," Lynn thought, as the swelling blood flames enveloped him, momentarily contracting to present him as a fiery figure with glowing red eyes. "You are the first to witness my transformation," he declared, embodying the fiery humanoid form. The flames at his fists resembled 2 blazing gauntlets. Although this form lacked the durability of his shooter form, it represented Lynn's purest mastery over flames, maximizing his power and speed for an unparalleled output. "Ha ha, seems I underestimated you. Take this," Garp shouted, launching a seemingly ordinary punch imbued with terrifying strength toward Lynn. Just as the fist was about to connect, Lynn instinctively veered aside, causing Garp's formidable punch to crash into the deck instead. Bogart, who had been shadowing Garp, sensed impending doom. Was the warship destined for yet another overhaul? Just as Garp hesitated, Lynn bent down, clasping his fists together and aiming at the airborne Garp, to prevent Garp from damaging the ship. Lynn decided to employ his most potent attack to thwart him, Flame Flash, Sun Piercer. A terrifying beam of fire erupted from his clenched fists, resembling a pair of flaming gauntlets, and shot forth. "Nanny?" Garp gasped, but before he could react, a massive fire beam, as thick as a barrel, engulfed him and the railing, sending them flying. Even though Lynn had aimed to minimize collateral damage, the ship suffered considerable damage. With half of it charred, yet it remained afloat. "Hey, that flame was terrifying. Garp Admiral won't be killed, will he?" The Navy personnel exclaimed in panic. Even Bogart, usually stoic, paled in alarm. "Quick, search in the direction the flame shot off for Admiral Garp." The crew hurriedly steered the wobbling warship toward the trajectory of the fiery beam. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Garp, now a fiery figure resembling a red-hot iron, writhed in the sea, causing the surrounding waters to boil to that moment. He had coated himself entirely in hockey to shield himself. Otherwise, his flesh would have been seared by Lynn's fire beam. This displayed the extreme temperature of the blood flames. Garp propelled himself from the boiling waters. Like a molten piece of iron falling into the ocean, puffed, he splashed into a cooler region. "Found him. It's Admiral Garp." The Navy personnel rejoiced upon spotting Garp, now a crimson figure in the water, and quickly maneuvered the warship closer. Bogart wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. "Thank goodness, Admiral Garp is still alive." After Garp swam through several cool patches of water, the burning sensation finally subsided. "Hey, kid, are you trying to kill me?" Garp exclaimed, leaping high onto the warship's deck. The Navy crew hurried to provide him with clothing, as his garments had been incinerated in the flames. Fortunately, his observation haki had alerted him just in time to activate his haki. Seeing that the old man was unharmed, Lynn turned towards the deck chair, remarking as he walked, "It seems you are too weak. The once legendary hero of the Navy who pursued the Pirate King has only this level of strength." Clearly, the rumors are exaggerated. Roger must have gone easy on you. Then, Lynn slowly added, "I've heard there is a remarkably strong Navy instructor named Zephyr, a former admiral, whose pupils are all exceptionally powerful. If I were to join the Navy, I would choose to become his disciple." Lynn spoke with an air of indifference before reclining, closing his eyes, and lazily basking in the sun. Indeed, Lynn's words incensed Garp, fully aware that the young man was being deliberately provocative. Garp could not help but exclaim, "Nonsense! Who said that Roger allowed me leniency? If anything, it is I who showed him mercy, not wanting to bully a sick man." The moment Garp heard Lynn claim to be inferior to his old rival, he became furious. How could he possibly be less than Roger? And what was so great about Zephyr? In a real fight, he would have to bow his head to meet A.T. that moment. Zephyr, training the Navy far away at headquarters, sneezed. "Moreover, I had not even used my full strength when you struck me. It was merely because your technique was executed instantaneously. Once I have seen it once, it holds no more power over me." Garp continued to stride toward Lynn, insisting, "Lynn, think it over. Only by becoming my disciple can you truly become a formidable force. I am certainly more reliable than that old man Zephyr." Upon hearing that Lynn had considered becoming his disciple, Garp was filled with excitement. He had glimpsed the immense potential for the future within Lynn during their earlier battle. "Lynn, become my disciple." Although he understood that Lynn's words were laced with ulterior motives, Garp couldn't help but feel elated. The thought of having such an outstanding disciple was a dream come true for him. "All right, but I expect to see results in a short time," Lynn replied earnestly. Garp truly excelled in physical training. "Haha, rest assured, following me is undoubtedly the right choice. I am far more dependable than that fellow Zephyr." Garp laughed heartily, in high spirits. Meanwhile, Lynn contemplated not just the prospect of becoming Garp's disciple, but also the possibility of becoming Zephyr's as well. Although Sengoku's teaching prowess had not been portrayed in the anime, it would not be unthinkable to adopt him as a foster father. With the backing of these three highly esteemed figures within the Navy, his path to promotion would be remarkably smooth and devoid of obstacles. However, Lynn did not wish to rush, now that he had joined the Navy. The priority was to master the armament haki and the 6 styles of the Navy. After a lengthy voyage, the damages to the Doghead warship had been repaired by the shipwrights, while it still bore a battered appearance. At least it no longer swayed. "We've arrived. Ahead lies the gates of justice. Once we enter, we can ride the currents within to reach Marine headquarters, Marineford." Bogart resumed his expressionless demeanor, patiently explaining to Lynn, who stood at the bow of the ship. Before Lynn stood an enormous white door adorned with a cross-like pattern. Naturally, Lynn was aware that entering the gates of justice would grant passage through the exclusive currents of the world government to Marineford, as well as to the notorious underwater prison. Impelled down, a colossal war that would shake the world was destined to unfold at Marineford, the Paramount War. The principal opposing forces would be the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates along with their Grand Fleet. Additionally, several other factions would suddenly intervene, including the Straw Hats and Buggy, who had escaped from Impel Down, as well as the Blackbeard pirates, who sought to seize Whitebeard's tremor fruit abilities. The 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks was also rumored to have a formidable first mate, Beckman, and his crew was notably elite, consisting only of the best. It was no wonder that when red-haired Shanks intervened in the Paramount War, the Navy chose to cease hostilities. However, Sengoku was a highly astute individual. Upon Shanks' arrival, he did not immediately call for a ceasefire, but waited for Kobe to step forward and utter those words before announcing the end of the conflict. After all, if the Navy halted combat simply due to the presence of the red-haired pirates, it would instill a sense of fear regarding them. Conversely, choosing to cease hostilities to minimize casualties would project an image of the Navy's benevolence. This was the reason Sengoku, as a fleet admiral, did not stop Kobe from speaking, as their thoughts aligned. If not, allowing a mere marine to disrupt the course of battle would be a farce. If such a precedent were set, in future conflicts, any common soldier could call for a ceasefire, leading to a hypothetical world peace. By the way, kid, did you comprehend your observation haki on your own? No. When I entered the Grand Line, I asked Uncle Kurokas for a drink, and he provided me with the method to cultivate observation hockey, Lynn replied. Facing anyone else, he would have kept the identity of his instructor secret. Although Garp appeared to be a rugged, muscular figure, he was quite shrewd and knew what should remain unsaid. Did I see? So it was Roger's ship's doctor that I heard he disembarked at Twin Cape. How is he faring now? Garp inquired with a touch of nostalgia. Quite well, just as spirited as you, Lynn responded. Really? Ha! But, kid, what kind of drink did you offer him that led him to share the methods of learning observation hockey? Garp asked with curiosity. Here, Lynn pulled out a bottle of exquisitely packaged liquor and tossed it over. Caught off guard by the sudden projectile, Garp fumbled to catch it. That was close. It almost fell to the ground. Can't you be a bit gentler? Garp complained. If you can't even catch a bottle of liquor, you might as well resign from the Navy and go farm, Lynn retorted, his usual high aggression on display. Ha ha, I suppose you have a point. Garp then broke into another carefree laugh. Without any concern, he twisted off the bottle cap and took a swig, causing his previously casual expression to transform dramatically. Hey, kid, do you have any more of this liquor? The colossal gates of justice slowly creaked open, allowing the Doghead warship to enter. Following this unique current, Lynn and Garp proceeded to the solemn Marine headquarters. Marineford, that is the ship of Rear Admiral Garp. The sailors gazed upon them with admiration. The name of the naval hero Garp held great renown. Has Rear Admiral Garp encountered pirates? Why does the warship appear so dilapidated? The ship, with a melted dog ear and patched-up hull, docked at Marineford's port. The imposing building marked with the word Navy was likely where Sengoku conducted his business. A.S. Lynn gazed at the Grand Marine headquarters. He mused internally. The family quarters were constructed behind the headquarters, serving as the residence for families. Ha! Kid, rest assured. With me around, coupled with the merits you've established in Fusha Village, Sengoku will surely grant you a satisfactory rank. Garp assured, tenderly placing the half-empty bottle of liquor he had drunk along the way into his pocket. Let us go. After parting with Bogart and the other Navy personnel, Garp led Lynn toward the building where Sengoku resided. Rear Admiral Garp, along the way, the Navy personnel greeted Garp warmly. Suddenly, one of the sailors exclaimed, "Why is that pirate following Garp without handcuffs? Could it be that the condition of Garp's warship is his doing?" I sense a dangerous aura emanating from him. A naval swordsman tightened his grip on his sword and remarked, "Fear not. With Rear Admiral Garp here, did you not see that the pirate isn't even wearing handcuffs and is obediently following him?" The sailors began to speculate about Lynn. "Ha, kid, don't mind these fellows." Garp chuckled heartily. Lynn said nothing. He was accustomed to such scrutiny and had no desire to exert effort in explaining himself. They continued their ascent toward the top of the building. Upon reaching Sengoku's office, Garp had no intention of knocking. He simply pushed the door open and strode in. Garp, Sengoku was about to unleash a tirade at this slacker. Ready for their usual banter, when his keen eyes spotted Lynn accompanying Garp, the anger on his face instantly shifted as he cleared his throat, adjusting his expression. "Ha, Sengoku, let me introduce you to my new disciple." Lynn.it was worth noting that aside from Kazan, Garp had not taken on a disciple in quite some time. You're quick to act. Garp, he had already learned from the Navy in Fusha Village that Lynn had been taken by Garp. Sengoku was aware of Lynn's capabilities, which had already been demonstrated in Fusha Village. In particular, his drawer contained today's newspaper and a report from the Navy, both attesting to an extraordinary ability. If he truly possesses powers of the natural type, then the Navy has gained yet another formidable natural user, alongside Kazan, Sakazuki, and Porcelino. "Please, have a seat." Sengoku endeavored to adopt a more amiable demeanor, for this was indeed a significant addition to the Navy's combat strength. "Lynn, what type of fruit do you possess?" Sengoku inquired with eager anticipation. "Paramecia," Lynn replied, though it was not entirely accurate. After all, he had not consumed a fruit, thus he bore none of the inherent weaknesses associated with the sea. This ability was a result of his regained memories from a past life, and Lynn harbored some suspicion that it was a power bestowed by the system. "Paramecia, you say? Yet you have managed to develop such formidable strength, rivaling even that of a natural type. There may be vast potential for further advancement in your abilities," Sengoku mused, undeterred by the revelation that he had heard from his subordinates of the terrifying prowess Lynn had displayed in the town of Grass Valley. Although not a natural user, the temperature of his abilities was exceedingly high. Next, the discussion turned to the rank Lynn would attain upon joining the Navy. following deliberations between Sengoku and Crane, along with Garp's arguments. Lynn ultimately received the rank of Major. Sengoku smiled, saying, "With your abilities, I have no doubt you will soon rise to the rank of Rear Admiral. Your current position is merely temporary. Welcome aboard, Lynn. Let us echo the Navy's justice across the seas." Sengoku rose and extended his hand to Lynn, who naturally reciprocated the gesture. The next order of business was arranging accommodations. Garp insisted that Lynn stay with him. After all, Lynn was now his disciple. However, considering Garp's boisterous nature and the snoring that had been portrayed in the anime, Lynn felt it necessary to decline the offer of sharing a roof. Even a few walls would not suffice to muffle the snores of a naval hero, which would undoubtedly be far louder than average. "Thank you, Captain Garp, but I prefer a quieter environment. General Sengoku, please arrange for me a standalone residence." He requested a standalone residence. Sengoku's lips twitched slightly, inwardly criticizing the absurdity of such a request. In the precious real estate of Navy headquarters, standalone houses were a rarity, reserved only for those residing in the family quarters or those of the rank of brigadier general or higher. "I apologize, Lynn, but the Navy only provides shared accommodations and single rooms for officers. Standalone houses at headquarters are reserved for those like Garp who have rendered notable service, though family quarters are unrestricted. However, rest assured, the officers' quarters are quite decent. The likes of Sakazuki reside in standalone homes." "Very well. I shall take the officers' quarters." The day had grown late, and Lynn must have been exhausted from the journey. "As for your uniform, someone will come to take your measurements tomorrow. You may request adjustments as long as they do not affect the overall design." Sengoku chuckled as Sengoku continued discussing various Navy protocols with Lynn and guiding him through the completion of his registration forms. He caught a whiff of alcohol. Turning his gaze, he discovered his good friend Garp sipping from his teacup, which was filled with liquor. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, discerning that this was no ordinary drink. "Garp, what kind of alcohol is this? Pour me a glass. It looks quite appealing." "Haha, this is a gift from my beloved disciple. There's only this one bottle left. Once it's gone, it's gone," Garp said, carefully pouring a bit into his cup before passing the bottle to Sengoku, adding, "But do drink sparingly." After tasting it, Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. "What a rich and potent drink. Hey Lynn, do you truly not have any more of this on you? What you hold is the last bottle." Lynn replied that it would be quite strange if my clothing could yield such quantities of alcohol that I asked for Kuroka's. He posed no threat to him, and was, in fact, a sentimental old man. Moreover, who would believe the words of a pirate? As for others, he could not reveal too much about himself unless they were worthy of trust, particularly in the bustling Navy headquarters that I see, Sengoku remarked, somewhat disappointed. He did not truly wish to hand the alcohol back to Garp. Thus, he feigned anger, slamming his hand on the table. "Garp, how can you drink on duty? I shall confiscate this." With that, he locked Garp's liquor in the safe beneath the table. Garp exclaimed in astonishment. Once their business was concluded, Lynn departed the office with Garp. "That rascal. I regarded Sengoku as a good brother and shared fine wine with him, and he had the audacity to seize it." Garp grumbled angrily, leaving Sengoku's office while the station Navy personnel broke into a cold sweat, pretending to gaze at the sky, having heard nothing. Yet, they thought to themselves, perhaps only Rear Admiral Garp would dare to speak so brazenly to Sengoku. "The future Fleet Admiral. This alcohol is produced in my hometown," Lynn disclosed. Upon hearing this, Garp halted his complaints and eagerly inquired about the location of Lynn's hometown, expressing his desire to indulge when he next returned to the East Sea. Lynn shared the whereabouts of Barbary Island in the East Sea, noting that it was a haven frequented by naval heroes, suggesting that pirates would be reluctant to cause trouble there. Sending Garp to Barbary Island had been part of Lynn's scheme all along. Upon learning that the island boasted an abundance of fine wines and delicacies, Garp's spirits soared. "Sengoku, I shall return with exquisite wines, and then we shall see how you plead with me. Ha! I will make sure to flaunt it and tantalize you. You vile little man." Exiting Sengoku's office, Garp led Lynn toward the officer's quarters. "Thank you. I owe you for my promotion from lieutenant to major. After all, the Navy promotes based on merit," and while Lynn did not particularly care for such matters, he appreciated Garp's protective nature. First, he would master the use of Haki and the Six Powers, and then consider his military achievements. "Ha! With your strength, you could easily attain the rank of Rear Admiral." It is Sengoku who is being overly stingy. Garp laughed heartily, Dismissing the matter, they passed the training grounds. Lynn caught sight of the muscular figure of Admiral Zephyr, distinguished by his short purple hair. Currently, Zephyr had resigned from the position of admiral following the tragic loss of his family to pirates and had taken on the role of instructor at headquarters. The future admirals Akichi, Kizaru, and Akainu were all his students at this point. Zephyr had not yet suffered the loss of his arm at the hands of the second Whitebeard, who had not been invited to join the Seven Warlords. Thus still held hope for the Navy. The internal politics of the Navy were convoluted. Zephyr had lost an entire ship of students to the second Whitebeard and had even lost an arm. Yet they still extended an invitation to that pirate to join the warlords. Eventually, Zephyr became disillusioned with the world government's navy and formed the new navy. Such political intricacies were truly vexing. Lynn also spotted Smoker, Tina, and Rosanandi, the familiar faces among them. However, it was not surprising, as Smoker would only be around 17 at this time, training under Zephyr alongside Tina. Rosanandi was adopted by Sengoku and currently resided in the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar. Just a year before he would infiltrate Doflamingo's ranks. However, he noticed the absence of Zephyr's right-hand woman, Ain, the striking beauty with azure hair. Even clad conservatively, she exuded a pure and alluring charm, unlike Nami. Lynn recalled that Ain had become Zephyr's disciple following the incident with the ability users. The thought of Ain's power to restore youth with her reverse fruit made Lynn envious. Pondering whether there might be an opportunity to have her join his crew in the future. What use is all this feeble training? I would improve faster on my own, Lynn mused. Kapu observed Zephyr diligently training the Navy and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Kapu's training method resembled that of Spartan rigor. Were it not for the fact that in a world of pirates, individuals possessed robust physiques and remarkable recovery abilities, applying Kapu's methods in reality would likely leave one incapacitated. If not worse, that moment. Zephyr, who had been fixated on the training Navy, turned his gaze towards Kapu, furrowing his brow. This old scoundrel was once again speaking ill of him behind his back. Were it not for their past camaraderie, Zephyr would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of punches to this indiscreet old fool. That old rascal's observation skills remained as sharp as ever. Noticing Zephyr's glance, Kapu flashed a grin, showcasing his pearly whites, waved his hand, and departed with Lynn. Zephyr felt an overwhelming urge to clobber that old man. Observing Kapu's infuriating demeanor only exacerbated Zephyr's irritation. Suddenly, upon noticing Lynn beside Kapu, Zephyr's frown deepened. What manner of ominous individual was this in the Navy? He seemed as malevolent as a pirate. However, it appeared that he was affiliated with Kapu. Zephyr found himself somewhat intrigued by the newly appeared Lynn. Kapu, the rear admiral, and Lynn, the major, have arrived. Navigating through various Navy facilities and areas, Lynn followed the Navy personnel from the administrative department to the officers' residential zone. Here is the key to room 606. Please keep it safe. Lynn accepted the key handed to him by the administrative Navy, unlocking the door to his assigned residence. The key turned in the lock with a click. A single room with a balcony, fully furnished and pristine, came into view. The space was considerably larger than he had anticipated. The living area was spacious, befitting its designation as an officer's quarters. He had initially expected something akin to a pigeon coop. Upon entering the officer's residential building, Lynn noticed that the distance between the structures exceeded 30 meters, adorned with greenery and flowers. The layout did not feel cramped or oppressive. It was rather well designed. Lynn expressed his satisfaction. After a while, the administrative Navy returned with some daily necessities and thoughtfully pointed out the location of the mess hall. He mentioned that it was the perfect time for dinner and offered to guide Lynn there. Thus, they proceeded towards the mess hall, which was conveniently close to the accommodation area. Typically, breakfast, lunch, and dinner were taken in this venue. He informed Lynn that if he wished to prepare his own meals, he could purchase ingredients from the family district behind, where a large market was available. It was evident that the diligent administrative Navy was committed to ensuring Lynn's acclimatization to Marineford, providing him with a thorough introduction along the way. Although Lynn recognized this was merely part of his job, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude politely. Upon entering the mess hall and receiving his meal, Lynn and Kapu devoured their food ravenously. Their appetite quickly attracted the attention of the other Navy personnel. "That's Rear Admiral Kapu," one Navy exclaimed, astonished that he had chosen to dine at their mess hall today. "And that fellow beside him can certainly eat. Is he a recent addition to the Navy?" The Navy personnel noted Lynn as well, but their curiosity was innocent, devoid of malice. You brat, Kapu mused. What else is there that I don't know? I had no idea you had mastered the art of life restoration. Observing Lynn's abdomen, which remained flat regardless of how much he consumed, Kapu marveled. Aside from your body transforming into something as light as paper, there's nothing else. Lynn replied between bites. I stumbled upon these insights inadvertently. Ha ha, paper art. Huh? Impressive. You have great potential. You shall undoubtedly become my most distinguished disciple. What? Kapu is taking on a disciple after all these years. The surrounding Navy were left astounded and intrigued by Lynn. Their discussions did not intrude upon Lynn's joyful dining experience. The food, crafted by the headquarters chef, was undeniably delectable. After satisfying their appetites, Lynn and Kapu parted ways, while the administrative Navy also excused himself after finishing his meal. Ha ha ha, young one, rest well tonight. Tomorrow will not be so easy. I will send someone to find you, so prepare yourself for the pain ahead. With that, Kapu departed with a hearty laugh. His intention was to forge a stronger physique through rigorous training, which was why he had prioritized Lynn's training. Kapu's methods were undoubtedly stern, but the rewards were equally substantial. Hadn't his grandson, the Straw Hat Luffy, been molded into an incredibly resilient individual through Kapu's iron-fisted training? The seemingly impossible number of sit-ups. Even more astonishing was KB, Kapu's later disciple, who, after merely 2 years of training, was nearing the strength of an admiral, though often jested about online. Such remarks did affirm the effectiveness of Kapu's training regimen. Upon returning home, Lynn shed his clothing, contemplating that he would likely not wear them again. After all, he was no longer a bounty hunter, but rather a major in the naval headquarters. After enjoying a hot shower and soaking in the bathtub, the overwhelming sense of satisfaction lulled Lynn into a blissful state, nearly drifting off to sleep. The following day, Major Lynn, Rear Admiral Kapu has sent me to find you. A Navy from Kapu's crew knocked on Lynn's door. Shortly thereafter, a casually dressed youth pushed open the door at that moment. Lynn had discarded the oversized garments that concealed his form, appearing quite radiant, provided one overlooked his peculiar eyes. Let us go. Lynn followed the Navy as they made their way to Kapu's location. The Navy tasked with tailoring Lynn's military uniform had arrived early, anticipating his training. Regarding the customization, Lynn requested simplicity. Pure white would suffice, avoiding any ostentatious designs, just as the administrative Navy completed his task and departed. Kapu's personnel arrived. Lynn hadn't even had time for breakfast, this moment. He was walking with a pile of food in hand, munching as he went, upon catching the delightful aroma of Lynn's breakfast. Kapu's Navy swallowed hard. Lynn offered a fried dough stick and a cup of soy milk. Major Lynn, thank you. Initially hesitant, the Navy couldn't resist the enticing aroma and gratefully accepted the offering. He mused to himself that Major Lynn was truly a good fellow. After all, one should not judge a person solely on appearances. Didn't you have breakfast? Lynn inquired. Yes, Major Lynn. We had to go for a morning run. Eating breakfast would upset our stomachs and lead to vomiting. As they walked, Lynn learned about their daily training regimen, which included running, push-ups, weighted training, shooting, and sword fighting. Following the Navy, Lynn arrived at Kapu's courtyard. Observing the house with its garden, rock formations, and flowing water, Lynn thought to himself, what luxury! While his own accommodation was pleasant, it paled in comparison to Kapu's. It seemed he would need to buckle down and strive for the rank of Rear Admiral. He recalled that in the anime, KB and Barumbor trained here with Kapu. Lynn, isn't this place quite nice? Would you consider moving in to live with me? A hearty laugh echoed as the robustly built Kapu approached, exuding vitality even in his Navy uniform, showcasing explosive muscle strength. Perhaps not. I prefer my own space, Lynn replied casually, settling down to finish his fried dough stick. He had prepared an ample amount to stave off hunger, but had consumed quite a bit on the way. Sensing the delightful aroma wafting through the air, Kapu curiously took a fried dough stick from the bag, sniffed it, and took a bite. Lynn, what is this food called? It's intriguing. Fried dough sticks, along with soy milk. Lynn replied, handing him a cup of soy milk. He was unconcerned about the customary hierarchy. As Kapu was far from a rigid figure, their relaxed interaction fostered a harmonious atmosphere. Taking a sip of the soy milk with the fried dough stick, Kapu's eyes lit up. Interesting. Young one, you should put in more effort in the future. I shall join you for breakfast. Garp, with a contented expression, savored a piece of fried dough and a sip of soy milk. What a cheeky fellow. Garp, are you attempting to mooch my breakfast? Lynn merely remarked without declining the offer. All right then. Faced with a free mentor who could help him grow stronger, Lynn found it acceptable to fulfill a small request. As he reached into the paper bag, only to find it empty of fried dough, Garp withdrew his hand. You rascal, how could you have made so little? It's hardly enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. I've eaten most of it on the way. Garp had underestimated Lynn's appetite. After a brief respite, today's training commenced up by the beach. A gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing chill. Two figures stood opposed to one another. Young one, are you prepared for what is to come? Ha! Garp's fists, as large as sandbags, collided with one another. Even from a distance, Lynn could feel the latent power within. I am ready to really? Then take my punch. You cannot evade and must not use your observation hockey. Garp had discerned that Lynn relied too heavily on the power of that flame. Thus his physical prowess had not been sufficiently honed through rigorous training. Without utilizing his abilities, Lynn's physical capacity was merely about 8 times that of an ordinary person in the pirate world. It was simply too weak. Therefore, Garp's objective was to enhance Lynn's physicality through the application of hockey during their training, which would subsequently make the mastery of armament hockey far more effective. Bang! A fist imbued with hockey came crashing towards Lynn, and he was sent flying by the force of that iron fist. Again, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lynn spoke. Were it not for his knowledge that such training methods proved effective, he would never have willingly chosen to endure punishment, especially not from Garp, whose hockey-infused punches were genuinely painful. Not bad, young one. Garp approached Lynn with a clenched fist, a smile upon his lips. Gazing into Lynn's determined eyes, akin to iron resolve, Garp sensed that this young man would one day become extraordinarily powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of punches resonated across the beach as Lynn continually fell to the ground. Rise, fall, rise, fall, rise. Faced with Garp's fists, each capable of inflicting excruciating pain, Lynn did not waver. He had begun to understand that while Garp's punches seemed brutal and violent, each strike deliberately avoided vital organs, employing force that would not cause internal damage. In essence, the injuries Lynn sustained were merely superficial. Had Garp truly struck recklessly, Lynn would likely have been bedridden for days. The training continued from morning until dusk. Even Garp was taken aback. Though I controlled my strength, how is it that you've endured for nearly an entire day? This is absurd. Typically, a regular Navy recruit would be on the ground howling in pain after just a few punches. Yet here you are, holding on until dusk. Originally, Garp sought to discover Lynn's limits, but now bang. Lynn was sent flying once more, and then fell into silence. It appeared he had reached his limit. Upon witnessing this, Garp burst into hearty laughter. Not bad, young one, for enduring so long. Lynn's remarkable performance surprised him. Thankfully, the young man had finally collapsed. Garp certainly did not wish to concede before Lynn. This young one had a sharp tongue and could very well mock him with remarks about how this was the so-called hero of the Navy, suggesting that he had grown too old to throw a punch. And so forth. Medical personnel. With Garp's call, medics rushed over with a stretcher to carry Lynn away. Major Lynn truly is extraordinary. He lost consciousness only after being pummeled by Vice Admiral Garp for an entire day. The Navy personnel under Garp were equally astonished. Speaking of which, the last recruit to undergo such training, Vice Admiral Kazan, had only managed to last until noon before succumbing. It seemed that Major Lynn had surpassed Vice Admiral Kazan by a considerable margin. And perhaps in the future, he might even surpass him entirely. Fool, don't speak carelessly. Ah, it hurts. One of the nearby Navy officers received a punch for his reckless words. This fellow had no fear of death. If Vice Admiral Kazan heard, he might freeze him into a popsicle. Ah, I just stepped out for a moment, and already I am the subject of such discussions. Newcomers are truly terrifying. A languid voice rang out, accompanied by the appearance of a tall man with black curly hair, an eye patch over his forehead, and draped in a Navy coat. Vice Admiral Kazan. It was over. He was about to be frozen into a popsicle. The officers who had been speaking scrambled in a panic. Observing their flustered state, Kazan found it amusing. Am I really that fearsome? I am not the one who indiscriminately bombarded the world government's evacuation ships intended for civilians. This incident illustrated how the O'Hara incident had caused a rift in the relationship between Kazan and Sakazuki, who had been allies from the same lineage. "Kazan, it's been a while." Garp greeted him with a hearty laugh. Displaying familiarity. "Garp, it's been a while. Seeing you in such good spirits puts me at ease," Kazan responded with utmost respect. Due to rampant piracy at sea, Vice Admiral Kazan was often dispatched on missions by Sengoku. However, this time, he could enjoy a good long stay. Casting a glance at the injured and unconscious Lynn in on the stretcher, Kazan inquired curiously, "Garp, is this your new disciple?" Kazan had spent some time aboard Garp's ship. Garp had been his mentor, and they shared a relationship that was both teacher and friend, though his true teacher remained Zephyr. Indeed. What do you think? This young lad has held out for an entire day under my iron fists, surpassing your performance back in the day by half a day," Kazan responded nonchalantly. Truly an impressive fellow, with a hint of acknowledgement, well aware of the pain that came with Garp's iron fists. "Kazan, let us share a meal together," Garp suggested. "Thank you, Garp, but I must first pay a visit to Teacher Zephyr. I must take my leave." Kazan bid farewell and departed. When Lynn regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by white walls and medical equipment. It seemed he had collapsed and been brought to the Navy headquarters hospital. Throwing off the covers, Lynn rose to leave. "Major Lynn, you shouldn't be up yet. You need more rest." A nurse gently pressed him back down. "I'm perfectly fine," Lynn asserted. "How could you recover so quickly?" The nurse checked Lynn's injuries sustained during training and, to her astonishment, found that they had significantly diminished. Indeed, meeting the criteria for discharge. "Remarkable recovery," the nurse exclaimed. Given that there were no issues, Lynn was free to go. Although Garp appeared boisterous and carefree, he was, in truth, quite meticulous. After all, enduring a day of such attacks, he had likely worried about any internal injuries Lynn might have sustained, hence the trip to the hospital. Having taken a nap, Lynn realized it was already noon. Exiting the hospital, he looked up at the sky. The midday sun was unbearably scorching. However, for Lynn, it was merely a sensation of comforting warmth that he rose and made his way toward the residential quarters of the Admiral. Upon returning home, Lynn took a shower, changed his attire, and exchanged points within the system for a sumptuous feast. Grasping a piece of meat in one hand and a steamed bun in the other, he devoured his meal with great fervor. Due to the excessive exertion from the previous day, Lynn found himself with an insatiable appetite, and soon the table was laden with a stack of empty plates. Once satiated, he waved his hand, causing the plates to dissolve into specks of light, rendering washing unnecessary. The convenience of the system was indeed remarkable. By the afternoon, Lynn set off towards Garp's courtyard and stepped inside. "Lynn, your recovery is far superior to what I anticipated. I had thought you would need at least a day of rest," Garp remarked with a satisfied smile. "Please continue, Master Garp. I am fully prepared," Lynn replied. "Then let us proceed, young lad, and continue your training under my iron fist." In the following days, Lynn relentlessly pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion. This fervent training visibly transformed his physique, growing stronger with each passing moment. To his astonishment, just a few days of such intense, reckless training had yielded significant growth. Moreover, every time he pushed his body to its limits and fainted, a latent power within him began to forge a connection with Lynn. He had sensed this force before, but with each exertion, the bond deepened. Lynn found himself increasingly intrigued by this gradually manifesting power within him, and his curiosity about its nature intensified, propelling him to continuously challenge his physical limits. A week later, Garp announced, "Lynn, take today as a rest day. Training must be balanced with adequate recuperation for optimal physical recovery." "Alas, it seems there will be no entertaining spectacle today," remarked Akiji, who was lazily reclining on a sun chair on the beach. Ever since Lynn became Garp's disciple, he observed that Akiji would often visit Garp whenever he had completed his assignments from the world government and had free time. The original narrative also depicted a close camaraderie between the two. Once a spirited and ambitious youth, Akiji's dedication to training had waned following the events of O'Hara. Had it not been for that, he might not have succumbed to defeat against Akainu during their confrontation 2 years after the Straw Hat crew set sail. The O'Hara Buster Call, where Akainu disregarded orders and bombarded the civilian evacuation ships prepared by the world government, had left Akiji disillusioned with justice, causing him to become increasingly lackadaisical over time. "Garp, why don't you let this lad spar with you?" Garp suggested that I have no objections. Lynn shrugged. He was eager to test his abilities against this future Aokiji, as their previous encounter had ended swiftly with just one fire blast from him. Let's refrain from fighting, Aokiji replied lazily, wishing instead to enjoy his time in the sun. Observing Aokiji's nonchalance, Garp's irritation flared. Lynn, use that to give this lazy fellow a proper workout, Garp said with mischievous intent. If he dies, I won't be held responsible. Lynn attempted to disclaim responsibility. Rest assured, this fellow possesses the power of the ice fruit and can turn intangible. Without hockey, you won't be able to kill him. Is violence the norm for people nowadays? Why must it always lead to potential death? Aokiji, feeling embarrassed, thought to himself. All he wanted was to bask in the sun during his break. Was that too much to ask? Lynn, commence. Let Aokiji feel some pressure. It will be beneficial for him. Garp urged. My apologies, Admiral Aokiji. It is the old man who has compelled me to act, Lynn replied, brimming with eagerness, seeing Lynn's eagerness to engage. Aokiji realized there was no escaping this battle. I cannot allow the newcomer to underestimate me, Aokiji said, rising from his sun chair and adjusting his eye mask. Instantly, an aura of extreme cold radiated from him, transforming the once warm beach into a chilling expanse. Aokiji, now cloaked in frost, prepared to unleash his powers. Lynn summoned his own abilities. Crimson flames erupted from his body, fiercely igniting a devil fruit user. Akin to that Akainu fellow, Aokiji thought, astonished he had not expected this resilient youth, who had endured under Garp's iron fist longer than he had, to also be a devil fruit wielder with a fire-based ability. Recalling the evacuation ship incident, Aokiji's discontent brewed. He had once believed the Navy existed to uphold justice and protect civilians at sea. However, that belief was shattered when Akainu, another disciple of Zephyr, had mercilessly ordered the bombardment of the evacuation vessels. The memory of that day, coupled with Lynn's fiery aura, ignited a sense of anger within Aokiji, causing the frost around him to spread across the beach. Indeed, Aokiji, do not underestimate this Lynn lad, Garp shouted from a distance, having distanced himself from the impending clash, now watching the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. Since you possess the formidable abilities of a devil fruit user like Akainu, I need not worry about accidentally killing you. Ice Bird. Aokiji summoned a powerful icy bird from his right arm, launching it swiftly toward Lynn, leaving a frozen trail in its wake. Single-handed fire flash. Lynn entered his fiery form, engulfed in flames, his eyes glowing red, his fists transformed into blazing gauntlets. He raised one hand, releasing a torrent of flame that surged forth. In a shocking turn of events, the fiery ray shot forth without any charge, effortlessly cutting through the icy bird and striking his astonishment. Aokiji found himself unable to evade. The intense heat enveloped him, and he seemed to vaporize on the spot. Hey, kid, don't get too cocky. Aokiji isn't that easy to take down. Garp's voice echoed just as Aokiji reformed from the frozen sand, slightly singed but undeterred. That you've got some skills, but luck won't be on your side this time. As Lynn and Aokiji continued their duel, a figure with purple hair appeared beside Garp. To everyone's surprise, Aokiji's power appeared to be subtly suppressed. The newcomer was none other than Admiral Zephyr, who had been conducting training with his students on the beach and had been drawn to the battle. Zephyr, what brings you here, you old coot? Garp quipped, this beach isn't your territory. If you can come, why can't I? Zephyr retorted without hesitation. Garp merely chuckled. Haha, fair enough. Despite their frequent banter, the two shared a strong camaraderie as fellow Navy officers. Garp, is this young man your latest recruit? I heard someone mention you recently took on a student. I presume it's that young lad who exudes an aura of malevolence, Zephyr inquired. Indeed, Lynn is the most exceptional student I have ever had. Garp boasted with pride. I am curious to see just how exceptional he truly is. Zephyr fell silent, engaging in the battle alongside Garp. Meanwhile, Kazan reformed his shape and launched another offensive, realizing that this opponent was proving to be quite formidable. Aokiji instantly unleashed his ultimate technique. In the realm of ice, he reigned supreme. Little Ice Age. Kazan pressed his hand to the ground, releasing a terrifying chill that instantly froze the beach along with the crashing waves. However, Lynn remained entirely unaffected. Rather, the frigid air surrounding him began to melt into vapor. You, my friend, are far more troublesome than I anticipated. Kazan had resorted to a minor ultimate move, wishing to avoid involving the entire Marine headquarters, as he had no desire to endure an earful from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Upon witnessing that the Ice Age had no effect on Lynn, Kazan employed the frozen time capsule. A chilling shockwave surged along the ground toward Lynn. Meanwhile, Kazan's icy form began to disintegrate, merging into the ice beneath him. Faced with the approaching shockwave, Lynn raised his foot and launched a flame blade, which immediately vaporized the frozen wave, dissipating only after traveling a distance. At that moment, Kazan's icy form quietly reassembled behind Lynn, and an ice blade had materialized in his hand, poised to strike. Just as Akiji believed his attack would succeed, Lynn effortlessly evaded the assault. Akiji's attack missed entirely. His pupils dilated in shock. He had not expected Lynn to possess observation haki. Lynn turned, delivering a punch infused with terrifying heat that struck Kazan, instantly dispersing him into a puddle of evaporating ice water. He actually wields observation haki. Zephyr, observing from a distance, gasped, urgently grasping Garp's arm. Garp, did you teach him that? If that were the case, his talent would indeed be astonishing, considering he had only joined the Marines 10 days prior. Watching the excited Zephyr, Garp scratched his nose and replied, "No, this kid learned it on his own after just entering the Grand Line. It took him about 3 months." Garp, aware of what should not be mentioned, conveniently omitted the existence of Dr. Kuroka's from the Roger Pirates. Nevertheless, this only served to make Lynn appear even more exceptional in Zephyr's eyes. What? After the initial shock, Zephyr found himself contemplating Lynn with renewed intrigue. The battle between Lynn and Kazan, a clash of fire and ice, raged on. Realizing that his freezing abilities were ineffective against Lynn, Kazan reverted to his icy form and donned ice gloves, elementalizing his hands before employing the iron fist inherited from Garp. Enveloped in haki, the two then engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat. Lynn had to concede that, without the use of armament haki, he could not truly harm Kazan, the user of the ice fruit. Each time he shattered Kazan into icy shards, the latter would merely reconstitute himself the next moment. Lynn had initially believed he could understand the concept of fire melting ice, akin to the way water counteracts sand in the original narrative. However, after battling, he realized this notion was flawed. It is worth noting that the original work never introduced a natural type element where fire could strike the ice's essence. Ace's demise at Akanu's hands was due to his choice to sacrifice his elemental state to protect Luffy. Enduring the blow with his physical body, the fight continued. Even with armament haki wrapped around his fists, Kazan could do little against Lynn. After all, the enhancement provided by the Blood Flame was simply too significant, boosting his strength, speed, and temperature immensely. The two exchanged blows as the sun began to set, the battle evolving into a contest of endurance. Their fiery clash drew waves of Marines to the scene. Sakazuki observed the evenly matched confrontation with a stoic expression, silently pondering the identity of this fire-wielding individual. Was he a recent recruit? Yet, he sensed a kinship emanating from Lynn that he is incredible, managing to hold his own against Vice Admiral Kazan for so long. Exclaimed Smoker, the silver-haired youth, his eyes wide in astonishment as he witnessed the rapid exchanges of blows that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Not only Smoker, but even the elite students of Zephyr's training camp were left dumbfounded. Having never witnessed such a level of combat, if you all train diligently, you will one day become such formidable warriors. Zephyr interjected at the opportune moment. This was precisely Zephyr's intention in allowing his students to witness such battles. He hoped they would be inspired and train even harder afterward. "Yes, Teacher Zephyr, I will strive to improve," the students exclaimed, their spirits buoyed. "Haha, this spirit is commendable, truly a spirited bunch." Garp laughed heartily. Finally, the battle reached its conclusion. Both combatants having exhausted their stamina, Kazan suddenly collapsed onto the icy ground. I concede. These young ones are truly formidable. Lynn could tell that Kazan was simply weary of a battle he could not win and had chosen to surrender rather than continue. Had the fight persisted, it would have been difficult to predict who would ultimately run out of stamina first. Kazan was still in a state of confusion. Had he truly committed himself, he could have astonished everyone. "You haven't lost," Lynn said, reverting to his normal form and extending a hand to the fallen Akiji. "You, my friend, may exude an ominous aura, yet surprisingly, you are quite amiable. The temperament of those with devil fruit powers often reflects their abilities. Fire-based fruits can lead to users becoming irritable and impulsive. This was exemplified by Ace, who, during the Marineford War, abandoned the opportunity to escape in order to retaliate against Akanu's provocations, ultimately resulting in his demise while attempting to protect Luffy. Kazan grasped Lynn's hand as he was helped to his feet. "Thank you. It has been a long time since I've fought so freely." Lynn smiled. Observing the genuine smile on Lynn's face, Kazan's expression softened slightly, returning to a calm demeanor. "You will be an excellent Marine in the future," Kazan remarked. "That I hope you do not end up like me." As the battle concluded, they shook hands under the setting sun. A testament to the young man's admirable character. Zephyr reminisced, recalling a similar relationship he once shared with Garp. The scene before him stirred memories within Zephyr. "Ha, Zephyr, you were just like this when I defeated you," Garp boasted with a triumphant laugh. However, the moment Zephyr heard Garp's words, he felt nostalgia fade, replaced by a dark scowl. Why should he reminisce about the past with this shameless individual? It was a fair fight. Yet Garp twisted it into a tale of his victory. "Hey, Garp, entrust Lynn's training to me. I'm confident I can mold him into an outstanding Marine." Zephyr suddenly interjected. "Garp, are you implying that under my tutelage, Lynn cannot become a remarkable Marine? Who do you look down upon?" "Zephyr, stop boasting." With that, Garp ignored Zephyr, laughing heartily as he approached Lynn and Kazan. "Garp, you will regret this." Zephyr, clearly unwilling to concede, dismissed his students and slowly made his way toward Sengoku's office. Lynn, Kazan, and Garp returned to their quarters to prepare for a banquet. However, Lynn was bewildered. He had originally come as a guest, but somehow, after merely helping out in the kitchen due to the slow pace of the chef, he found himself designated as the chef for the banquet. "Lynn, hurry up. I've already finished." Garp drummed his chopsticks against his plate, reminiscent of Luffy's antics. "Lynn, I never expected you to possess such culinary skill." Kazan's appetite was insatiable as he gnawed on the thigh meat in his hands. Faced with delectable dishes, his usual languor vanished entirely, replaced solely by a competitive desire for culinary indulgence. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Lynn's mouth as he thought, "Since you all relish your feasting so much, may you gluttons meet your demise." Meanwhile, the chef beside him wore a serious expression, astonished by Lynn's unprecedented cooking techniques, realizing that meals could indeed be prepared in such innovative ways. It was truly a feast for the senses. The chef gazed intently, embodying the essence of a student surreptitiously learning. Lynn did not linger on their antics, instead directing the chefs to chop and prepare the ingredients. In another part of the world, not long prior, in the office of Sengoku, Zephyr knocked on the door. Sengoku replied, "Come in." He had already heard reports from his subordinates about Lynn's battle with Kazan. If not for his overwhelming duties, he would have been eager to witness it himself. After all, since Kazan had adopted a lazy demeanor, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in sparring at the Navy headquarters. "Ah, Zephyr," Sengoku remarked, surprised to see his former comrade. Typically, Zephyr was oblivious to matters beyond training the Navy, dedicating all his energy to cultivating competent naval officers. Sengoku welcomed Zephyr's visit, simultaneously intrigued about the purpose behind it. When Zephyr took a seat and articulated his intentions, Sengoku fell into a deep silence. He was aware of the outcome of the clash between Lynn and Kazan. He had not anticipated Lynn to hold his ground against Kazan, who possessed the powers of the Logia-type ice fruit, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. This indicated that Lynn indeed harbored the potential to rise to the rank of admiral. Furthermore, Lynn was currently devoid of mastery over hockey. Yet he managed to contend with Kazan solely through his innate abilities. This was undoubtedly a cause for celebration within the Navy, considering Kazan was a candidate for future admiral. The potential within Lynn painted a promising picture for the Navy's future, hinting at the emergence of another admiral-level force. Despite his busy schedule, Sengoku had refrained from dispatching Lynn to capture pirates, aiming instead to allow him to focus on training. Little did he expect such a significant surprise to unfold today, leading Sengoku to regard Lynn with increased importance. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku ultimately responded candidly, "Zephyr, it is not that I refuse your request, but Lynn was brought back to the Navy headquarters by Garp. And moreover, he has become Garp's disciple. You are aware that this fellow has not entertained the idea of taking on disciples for quite a while, even when I offered him promising candidates from the Navy. He declined. Should I suddenly transfer Lynn under your tutelage, Garp will undoubtedly storm my office, and I would find myself in quite a predicament." Zephyr seemed to have anticipated Sengoku's reasoning. after taking a sip of tea. He calmly replied, Sengoku, you surely do not wish for a repeat of the incident involving Dragon. Originally a promising candidate for admiral, Dragon was lost to us, and he may even become an adversary of the Navy in the future. I have also heard that after defecting, Dragon formed a so-called revolutionary army to oppose the world government. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened ominously, and he exclaimed in anger, Garp, what on earth did you teach your son? Not only had the Navy lost a potential admiral, but he had also defected to the opposing side. Whenever Sengoku recalled this troubling matter, it robbed him of sleep for nights on end. Furthermore, you know that Kazan was once a dynamic and passionate youth. Ever since he boarded Garp's ship, he has adopted this lazy demeanor. Hearing this, Sengoku's countenance grew even darker. Zephyr, seizing the opportunity, added fuel to the fire. Currently, Lynn has not been following Garp for long, and no issues have arisen thus far, but we cannot be certain. Enough? Sengoku, his face resembling a stormy sky, bellowed. Zephyr, sensing the matter had stabilized, allowed a hint of a smile to surface on his otherwise calm visage. Very well, Lynn will be entrusted to your training. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to inform Lynn of this development. Such a promising talent as Lynn must not be further molded by that old rascal Garp into a problematic officer. With his objective achieved, Zephyr had little reason to linger and took his leave from Sengoku's office. The following day, Garp had waited in his residence for the better part of the morning. Perplexed by Lynn's absence, the Lynn usually arrives early. What could be the reason for his delay? Is he unwell? Frowning, Garp contemplated visiting Lynn's home when a messenger from Sengoku burst in. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Sengoku has sent me to inform you that from today onward, all of Major Lynn's training will be entrusted to Instructor Zephyr. Upon hearing this news and finally understanding Lynn's absence, an unprecedented fury surged within Garp, his heroic aura from the Roger era radiating forth. What audacity, Zephyr and Sengoku, to transfer my disciple without my consent. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not rest easy. With that, Garp, exuding an intimidating presence, clenched his fist and strode towards Sengoku's office. The messenger was left trembling, unable to move under the weight of Garp's aura. Only after Garp departed did he regain his composure. Vice Admiral Garp's aura is so overwhelming, it nearly took my breath away, he exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, Kazan, who had stayed at Garp's residence the previous night, emerged, remarking, as expected of the esteemed Garp, his presence remains as formidable as ever. It seems there is quite a show to witness. With that, Kazan donned his hat and made his way to Sengoku's office. Sengoku's office. Garp demanded, Sengoku, I require an explanation. Why was my disciple sent to that old coot Zephyr? Garp's face was clouded with anger. His imposing demeanor, coupled with his muscular build, left the surrounding Navy personnel in awe. They were eager to learn what had transpired to incite such fury in the naval hero. Sengoku sat firmly at his desk, flanked by his aide, Crane, and a strikingly beautiful female officer, Yearn, who shared a close bond with Crane. Additionally, a robust figure, none other than Vice Admiral Akainu, who had just returned to headquarters, occupied a sofa nearby. He was curious as to why Garp was in such a rage and felt a sense of danger. For the sake of Sengoku's safety, he followed to observe the situation, ready to unleash his magma should Garp dare to act unjustly. Ah, what a lively scene we have here. Kazan, who had just arrived, found a good spot to sit. You lot, Sengoku sighed. Instead of training, you have come to spectate. To temper Garp's fury, he had deliberately invited Crane. Garp, please calm down, Sengoku urged. How can I remain calm when my only disciple has been snatched away by you cunning individuals? Garp retorted, still brimming with indignation. If I cannot even protect my sole disciple, I am unworthy of the title of a naval hero. Typically, Garp refrained from boasting about his status as a naval hero, but this time he made a point of mentioning it, underscoring his regard for Lynn. Garp, have you forgotten about Dragon? Sengoku interjected loudly. Dragon? Garp was momentarily taken aback by the mention of his son. Curse you, Sengoku. Enough with the irrelevant discussions. We are here to talk about Lynn, not that scoundrel. Sengoku, fueled by frustration, chuckled bitterly that it is precisely your lack of proper teaching that allowed Dragon to become a rogue, leading to the Navy's loss of a future admiral. Moreover, that fellow continues to cause trouble for the Navy, forming some revolutionary army that is a constant headache. Garp, tell me, Is this not a reflection of your inadequate teaching skills? You cannot even raise a competent disciple. Just look at Kazan. He was once a paragon of justice. And since joining you, see what he has become. Kazan, who had been observing quietly, appeared bewildered. Hey, why am I suddenly being dragged into this? You can discuss whatever you like, but please leave me out of it. I yearn to be merely a tranquil salted fish. After listening to Sengoku's words, Garp's imposing aura diminished slightly. Indeed, it was a flaw on Dragon's part for not having educated him properly, a fact he did not contest. The situation with Dragon is undoubtedly my responsibility, yet I refuse to bear the blame for Kazan. If it weren't for you all, just as Garp was about to voice his thoughts, Sengoku shot him a glare, prompting Garp to remain silent. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned somber. I suddenly recalled that my warship seems to be in need of tidying up. I must urge those lazy fellows. Upon finishing his statement, Kazan rose from the sofa and lowered his hat further, obscuring his facial expression. As Kazan's footsteps faded away, Sengoku and Tsuru both sighed in unison. Humph, regardless of the circumstances, Lynn is still my disciple. Garp's oppressive demeanor had significantly waned as he plopped down onto the sofa. Garp, could you not entrust Lynn to Zephyr? You are aware that ever since that incident, Zephyr has resigned from his position as admiral and devoted himself entirely to training the Navy. However, we all know that he merely seeks to escape from that painful chapter. It has been quite some time since he last visited this place. That incident was indeed a source of shame for our Navy with respect to Zephyr. After all, who would have imagined that pirates would have the audacity to strike at Zephyr's family? It was our failure to protect them. After Sengoku finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Jiyuan felt a weight in his heart, having learned about the event that had long haunted teacher Zephyr from Tsuru. Now that Zephyr has regained his spirit and expressed interest in Lynn, I do not wish to disappoint him during this rare visit. Let this be our Navy's way of compensating him, Sengoku earnestly advised Garp. However, Garp was unwilling to accept this notion, indignantly retorting, "Nonsense, so, for that old man Zephyr, I must be the one to suffer. My contributions to the Navy are no less than that of Zephyr. Moreover, Lynn is someone I painstakingly brought back, were it not for my exceptional eloquence." How could Lynn have possibly joined the Navy? Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, revealing a wry smile. Involving oneself in the affairs of these two old comrades is truly exhausting, yet one cannot readily lean towards either side. This is indeed a perplexing dilemma. Since we are at an impasse, why not allow Lynn to decide for himself? In a critical moment, it was Tsuru, the Navy strategist, who proposed a solution that satisfied everyone. Meanwhile, Zephyr had not commenced Lynn's training. Instead, he was individually explaining the principles of hockey and the 6 styles to Lynn. Oh, that's how it is that Zephyr's meticulous explanations granted Lynn a deeper understanding of hockey and the 6 styles. Of course, for the 6 styles, you only need to learn the few techniques that are essential for your practice at this stage. Once you have mastered them, you may gradually learn the entirety of the 6 styles until you have complete mastery. After all, learning just a few techniques will yield faster progress than attempting to learn all at once. To be honest, Lynn, who intended to seek out Garp this morning, found himself bewildered when Sengoku's men brought him before Zephyr. Naturally, as a member of the Navy, he could not refuse Sengoku's orders. Furthermore, becoming Zephyr's disciple is one of his aspirations, whether for the sake of future promotions or the desire to master hockey and the 6 styles. It would allow for a quicker comprehension. After all, Zephyr, as a Navy instructor, possesses an intricate understanding of both theory and practical application. In contrast, Garp is merely a cut above Rayleigh, who only knows how to stand back and offer support. Barely meeting acceptable standards, Zephyr, with his extensive battle experience and rich theoretical knowledge, belongs to the elite category of educators. Just as Zephyr continued his explanation to Lynn, a group approached, among them Garp, seething with fury. "Zephyr, you cunning fellow, you dare to steal my disciple. Today, I shall let you feel the weight of my iron fist." Garp's voice boomed with the force of a thunderclap. Zephyr seemed to have anticipated Garp's arrival. Fully aware of his old comrade's temperament. "Garp, it has been far too long since we last faced off. Let me see if this old man has grown complacent." Zephyr's aura was equally formidable, their mutual desires for combat clashing with intensity. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Tsuru strolled in from behind. Exasperated, Sengoku raised a hand to his forehead. "You two old fools, why do you still bicker like youngsters? resorting to fighting at the slightest provocation? The scene before him evoked memories of the past. Cease this. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku's stern shout had an effect, momentarily quelling the combativeness between them. Tsuru interjected, since both of you wish to be Lynn's mentor, why not allow him to choose for himself? Ignoring the feelings of the individual involved is rather reckless. Upon hearing Tsuru's words, Garp reluctantly subdued his fighting spirit, and Zephyr nodded in agreement. The situation had escalated to this extent. Allowing the party in question to decide was indeed the best outcome. Now then, Lynn, what is your perspective? Sengoku turned to Lynn. Instantly, the pressure of the moment fell upon Lynn. However, Lynn remained unfazed, responding with remarkable composure. I want them both. Huh. Lynn's declaration rendered the room silent for a brief moment. Now it was Garp who felt exasperated. He had always known Lynn to be a greedy individual, yet he had dared to hope that Lynn would choose him alone. If so, that would contradict Lynn's very nature. What unbridled greed. Meanwhile, Jun, standing beside Tsuru, had initially been curious about Lynn, the Navy recruit who could garner the attention of both the heroic Garp and the iron-fisted Zephyr. He had come to learn what sort of person Lynn was, only to discover that he was a remarkably insatiable character. It is worth noting that both Garp and Zephyr are highly esteemed figures within the Navy. Securing the mentorship of either would ensure a smooth journey through the ranks of the Navy. Yet this fellow wishes to learn from both. Does he possess the stamina to absorb the disparate teachings of these two distinct mentors? He ought to be wary of the risk of achieving nothing and hindering his own advancement. Jiyuan scoffed internally. In response to Jiyuan's remarks beside Tsuru, Lynn simply smiled, unfazed by the criticism. Lynn, are you truly certain? If you choose to learn from different teachers, your progress may be hindered. Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, Teacher Garp, Lynn replied with a grin, an inexplicable confidence radiating from him. Such audacity. Seeing this, Akainu, feeling disinterested, turned to leave that he had anticipated a clash between the esteemed figures of Zephyr and the heroic Garp. Yet it had concluded so abruptly, leaving him utterly bored. With matters resolved, the dispute came to a close. Garp and Tsuru returned to their office to continue managing Navy affairs, promptly establishing a teaching schedule for both, each taking half a day. Thus, Lynn embarked on his journey as a time management maestro, devoting the first half of the day to training in hockey and the 6 styles with Zephyr, and the latter half enduring Garp's rigorous physical training. Days passed in a flurry of industrious activity. Lynn found himself retiring later than a pig, concluding Garp's training at 10 in the evening, only to rise at 6 the following morning to partake in Zephyr's lessons shortly thereafter. Of course, Lynn was grateful for the leniency of both teachers, who allowed for adjustments in their schedules. In appreciation, he resolved to alter the course of future events as they unfolded. In the blink of an eye. Half a month had elapsed. At Zephyr's training ground, Tsuru, Lynn's figure vanished in an instant, constantly flickering in and out of sight. It is well known that Tsuru, or shave, requires an explosive series of rapid footfalls against the ground, generating a powerful reaction force that facilitates high-speed movement to an enemy's gaze. It appears as though he has simply disappeared. The 6 forms first made their appearance during the Water City incident, embodied by the CP9 members led by Lucci. When Lynn first witnessed the Water City arc, he was utterly captivated by the purity of the technique, untainted by flashy light effects in stark contrast to the ostentatious displays seen in Wano, which seemed to rain down without restraint. This was a true delight to behold. Observing Lynn, who was rapidly mastering Saru in the training grounds, Zifa's hands trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. How long have you been training? Excluding the time spent with Garp, it's only been 7 or 8 days, and you've already learned Saru. What's even more astonishing is that Lynn became proficient in it within just 2 hours. Even elite Navy members like Akainu and Kuzan took considerable time to fully master it. Moreover, beyond acquiring Saru, Lynn's understanding of armament hockey was also beginning to show promise. Though not yet pronounced, it marked a good start. The trainees in the training field, including Smoker, were utterly astounded by the figure that flickered through the arena. Damn it. Why is it that this guy can learn Saru so effortlessly, while I've been training for so long with no progress at all? Smoker grumbled, exhaling white smoke in frustration. At this point, Smoker had already consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, the smoke fruit. Otherwise, given his original character in the narrative, he only learned armament hockey 2 years after Luffy set sail, making it exceedingly difficult to enter the elite training camp of the Navy. Lynn noticed the smoking figure in the distance, but merely glanced at him before redirecting his focus to perfecting his newly acquired zu, striving for greater proficiency. Time flowed like water, and in the midst of busy and fulfilling training, 5 months had passed since Lynn's arrival at Navy headquarters. Once again on Zephyr's training grounds, Lynn stood before a training wooden post, poised to strike. Suddenly, Lynn's hands transformed into a shiny black, as hard as iron, revealing the coverage of armament hockey. Armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, and observation hockey are the latent powers residing within humanity in the world of One Piece. Lynn had already mastered observation hockey and armament hockey for the more advanced and powerful conqueror's hockey. He could only rely on luck and gamble on whether he possessed the qualifications of a king, which appears in one out of millions. The likes of Doflamingo, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lynn are all formidable figures of the New World, possessing such royal qualifications. With a resounding boom, Lynn unleashed a punch against the wooden post. Now enveloped in armament hockey, the wooden training post, utilized by the Navy, disintegrated into a cloud of dust under the impact of Lynn's iron fists. Zephyr, watching the outstanding performance and rapid progress of Lynn, found himself at a loss for words. In just 5 months, Lynn had not only learned the 6 forms of the Navy, but had also grasped the fundamentals of armament hockey, especially considering that Lynn was only 15 years old. He was undoubtedly the youngest prodigy in Navy history. Having been astonished by Lynn's exceptional performances, Zephyr managed to maintain his composure. Even if Lynn were to suddenly awaken conqueror's hockey, Zephyr would not deem it impossible. This naval instructor, the youngest admiral in Navy history, Iron Fist Zephyr, had been thoroughly impressed by the talent Lynn exhibited. Lynn, you're doing remarkably well. It appears you have initially mastered armament hockey. However, I urge you to remain calm and not become complacent. Only then can you progress further. Mastering armament hockey is merely the beginning. Lynn understood that mastering armament hockey was just the first step. There remained various applications of armament hockey, requiring considerable time to practice and master. Armament hockey enhances the user's defensive and offensive capabilities and is the sole means, apart from Sea Prism Stone, to strike against Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Currently, Lynn was aware of 3 methods of utilizing armament hockey. Firstly, constrictive destruction, which Lynn had only just begun to master. Secondly, flowing external release. And thirdly, internal destruction. Just as the observation hockey of Sky Island is referred to as Heartnet, armament hockey in Wano is called flowing cherry blossom. The Straw Hat Captain, Luffy, had mastered the advanced applications of armament hockey, flowing external release and internal destruction, while in Wano, Lynn had a long journey ahead in his training of armament hockey. However, the time was drawing near. He was ready to set sail. At Garp's residence, Garp, with his arms crossed over his chest, looked at Lynn and said, "So, you're planning to depart, are you?" Garp had long since provided Lynn with intelligence regarding the Double Dragon pirates. "Thanks to your training, Garp-sensei, I can feel the changes in my body. Especially the power within my mind is becoming increasingly apparent. I believe that after a period of further training with you, I will be able to unleash that hidden strength." That is good to hear. After training you for so long, I can take this opportunity to return home and see my grandson, while also checking out that Barbary Island you mentioned. The mere thought of that fine liquor made Garp yearn to return to East Blue immediately. Now that Lynn's training had reached a conclusion, he could rest assured that as for the dangers Lynn might face while sailing alone, that was out of the question. With his mastery of both armament hockey and observation hockey, combined with the powers of the Blood Flame fruit, Lynn was more than equipped to navigate the New World. Not to mention the mere West's in gratitude to Garp, Lynn took it upon himself to prepare a feast that would tantalize the appetite. Garp laughed heartily, praising Lynn as an excellent disciple. Of course, for Lynn, this was merely a matter of convenience. The following day, upon learning that Garp was returning to East Blue, Sengoku handed Garp a stack of bounty notices, instructing him to clear these pirates along the way. Initially, Garp intended to refuse, considering it was his vacation. However, under Sengoku's furious insistence, Garp could only scratch his nose in acceptance. "Garp, it's one thing to slack off during Lynn's training, but this time you must deal with the pirates on these bounty notices." Thus, Garp's dog-headed warship departed from the military port. Meanwhile, Lynn opted not to continue training with Zephyr today, but instead visited Sengoku's office that he knocked on the door. "Come in, Admiral Sengoku." Lynn bowed respectfully. "Lynn, Don't call me that. I'm not an admiral yet. Though Sengoku said this, he could not hide the slight curl of his lips. I in my heart. You, who steadfastly uphold justice, are the most suitable candidate for the position of admiral. Lynn spoke with a flair for the dramatic, his expression betraying no emotion, as though Sengoku truly were the best fit for the role. Ahem, Lynn, let us refrain from such flattery and get back to business. Sengoku coughed a few times, interrupting Lynn's praise. However, Lynn noticed that the corners of Sengoku's mouth were nearly forming a checkmark. Having achieved his objective, Lynn shared his thoughts with Sengoku. You mean to say you wish to create a small vessel that can utilize your abilities? Constructed from sea prism stone, Sengoku inquired. My previous ship could not withstand my powers and could only hold up for a limited time. Therefore, I believe that the hardness of sea prism stone should suffice to construct a suitable vessel. Lynn, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but the hardness of sea prism stone is exceedingly high. The method for forging it is only available to the world government, Sengoku explained earnestly. Sengoku was certainly not being stingy regarding Lynn, the future star of the Navy. He had been following Lynn's training closely and was well aware of the terrifying talent Lynn displayed, mastering dual hockey in such a short span. Thus, the matter of sea prism stone was trivial. It is known that some naval vessels have sea prism stone incorporated into their hulls. Once these ships are no longer in use, they are stored in the Navy headquarters' abandoned shipyard. Moreover, Garp's iron fists were honed by striking those sea prism stone warships in training. Currently, there was no shortage of sea prism stone, but the challenge lay in the fact that the Navy lacked the processing methods. They could only rely on those above. I might be able to give it a try. Lynn pondered for a moment and then spoke. Oh, could it be that you know how to process sea stone? Sengoku's expression grew serious. If one could master the method of processing sea stone, the sea stone from the decommissioned warships could be put to good use, playing a crucial role in countering those with abilities. Lynn shook his head and replied, I want to try using my flames. He spoke. A dark flame coalesced in the palm of his hand, an indication of Lynn pushing the temperature to its utmost limit. Sengoku observed the small, yet intensely hot flame in Lynn's palm and nodded. Perhaps we can give it a try. I will arrange for some of the finest shipwrights in the Navy to assist you. Subsequently, Sengoku instructed a Navy officer to lead Lynn to the shipyard, the place where the naval headquarters maintained and repaired warships. Upon arriving at the shipyard, they found numerous warships in dire need of repairs, all damaged due to pirate attacks or maritime accidents, housed within a facility resembling a factory. There, they encountered the shipwright whom Sengoku praised as exceptional, a venerable man with graying hair, wearing a cap adorned with a wrench. Lynn conveyed his intentions. Use your flame to process sea stone. What an intriguing idea. Lynn, is it? Let us proceed. The old man, named Rake, paused his work and led Lynn to the decommissioned shipyard, where many warships lay abandoned due to severe damage. Rendered incapable of sailing, these ships possess sea stone at their hulls. Lynn, you may give it a try. With deft precision, Rake quickly dismantled the wooden planks from the ship's bottom, revealing a substance akin to iron. Indeed, it was sea stone, the nemesis of those with abilities. It was fortunate that Garp had often trained his fist here, causing many derelict ships' hulls to be raised. Among them, numerous ships had their bottoms significantly dented, a testament to Garp's formidable punches. Sea stone is the hardest material in the pirate world, and Garp's iron fists were honed by relentlessly striking this very substance as if it were a punching bag. Lynn recalled from the original text that Garp had shattered 8 mountains with his fists to combat the pointed head of the 8 treasure navy's green pepper. The ability to shatter mountains and deform sea stone undoubtedly attested to Garp's might. Even during the Marineford War, when Ace was killed by Akainu, Garp had restrained Sengoku, fearing he might lose control and kill Akainu himself. Such power to slay an admiral seemed contradictory to the recent updates in the rescue of Kobe, where he was frozen by Aokiji and captured by the Blackbeard pirates. That Lynn's palm was enveloped in a dark flame, ultimately transforming into a blade-like entity of solidified fire. He attempted to slice through the sea stone, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. The dark blade surrounding his palm was extraordinarily sharp, although he felt a considerable resistance during the cutting process. With a bit more time, he could indeed sever the sea stone. Witnessing the successful cut, the shipwright Rake was astounded, exclaiming, "It truly worked. That sea stone, which is countless times harder than diamonds, has been cut." The shipwrights behind Rake gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. Rake, filled with excitement, trembled slightly with exhilaration. With this, the Navy now possesses the capability to process sea stone. Lynn took his time to carve out a substantial piece of sea stone. Ray constructed several shipwrights to transport the chunk to the forge. Lynn, your request is to create a vessel capable of harnessing your power, a single-person ship propelled by your strength, correct? Indeed, Lynn replied. Ha! Leave this matter to me, Rake exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. However, the real challenge lies ahead. We shall see if your flames can melt this sea stone. If successful, the Navy will truly possess the power to process sea stone at will. You will earn great credit for this. Entering the forge, Lynn focused intently on controlling his blood flames, transforming them into a shade reminiscent of the netherworld. This particular fire drained Lynn of considerable stamina and energy. Under Rake's guidance, they began processing the sea stone. Observing the ore known as sea stone gradually shaped by the dark flames, Rake laughed heartily. Lynn, from now on, your status within the Navy will be unassailable. You are the only one capable of processing sea stone. This news swiftly reached Sengoku. What? Lynn succeeded. He has processed that incredibly hard sea stone. Our Navy now possesses the ability to process sea stone. If the Navy wields weapons crafted from sea stone, we will be able to counter those with abilities. Lynn's capability to process sea stone was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the Navy. However, for Lynn's safety, Sengoku decided to keep this news under wraps. 2 days later, at Zephyr's residence. Zephyr had concluded a day of training with his students and returned to his home in the family quarters by evening. Just as he was about to hang his navy cloak on a rack and wash his face, a knock echoed from the door. Zephyr, curious, wondered who could be visiting at this hour since that incident. His home had become a solitary place. The once passionate and optimistic Zephyr regarding the Navy's future had grown taciturn over the years. Few had come to seek him out. With a turn of the doorknob, Zephyr opened the door. Before him stood a young boy clad in white t-shirt and long pants, with strikingly delicate features and pale red eyes, none other than his recently exceptional student, Lynn. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, never expecting that after all these years, the visitor would be the student he had only recently taken under his wing. Lynn, with a pure smile, raised a bottle of unfamiliar liquor in his hand. Teacher Zephyr, may I come in and sit for a while? Upon seeing the smiling youth, Zephyr's mouth twitched slightly. What are you up to with such a grand display, you rascal? Come on in, he replied, eager to see what this young man was plotting. Although their interactions typically occurred within the training camp, Zephyr had come to know Lynn somewhat. The first impression he had was of someone with an aura of mischief. Yet after approximately half a year of acquaintance, Zephyr understood that this was merely a facade. In reality, Lynn was an affable young man, easy to get along with. When the knock had sounded, Zephyr had suspiciously wondered if it might be Lynn. And to his surprise, it indeed was, and he had brought liquor. The door was slightly smaller than the package. Lynn maneuvered it through the entrance, pushing it with effort until it finally entered. Hey, kid, don't break my door. Zephyr wiped the sweat from his brow, watching the door sway. Only when Lynn opened the bag did Zephyr notice it was filled with various foods. Ha, teacher Zephyr, you haven't had dinner yet. Have you? Today, I'm treating you. Feel free, the kitchen is over there. Zephyr, initially expecting something significant, found it was merely about cooking for himself, so he allowed Lynn to proceed. At that moment, Lynn dragged the food into the kitchen. Tossing the bottle of liquor over, Zephyr caught it effortlessly, glancing at the bottle's design. Lynn, what kind of liquor is this? I've never seen one like it. It's liquor from my hometown. You might just like it. With that, Lynn busied himself in the kitchen. Hearing this, Zephyr unscrewed the cap and took a sip, instantly greeted by a rich and robust flavor. His eyes widened slightly as he laughed heartily towards the kitchen. Lynn, thank you for your kindness. I quite enjoy this liquor. I'm glad you like it, Lynn replied. A cacophony of bustling sounds emanated from the kitchen. Along the way, Zephyr wished to lend a hand, for the abundance of food was truly overwhelming. Yet, he was gently urged back to a chair at the dining table by Lynn. This boy, Zephyr chuckled, shaking his head. If my son were still alive, he would be about Lynn's age, perhaps even on his way to becoming an exceptional sailor under his guidance. Zephyr murmured to himself, his voice inaudible to Lynn. In that moment, the frail figure appeared even more melancholic. No one could have anticipated that within the heavily guarded confines of Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, a pirate would stealthily infiltrate and take the lives of Zephyr's beloved wife and child. The anguish of losing one's closest kin is a burden that none can bear, especially when it involves the very navy to which one has devoted a lifetime of service and faith. This somber atmosphere did not linger for long. Lynn emerged from the kitchen, bearing dish after dish of delicacies. "Teacher Zephyr, please eat first. I shall continue," he insisted, before darting back into the kitchen to resume his labors. During this process, Lynn employed his own flames, lest he toil for an eternity. Zephyr gazed at the array of sumptuous dishes, nearly overflowing the dining table, and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Lynn, with so much food, can the two of us possibly finish it all?" "Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, my appetite is quite substantial," Lynn replied, seizing a piece of thigh meat to devour. "Delicious. I hadn't anticipated that you possessed such culinary skills." Zephyr set aside his stern demeanor and began to feast voraciously. Teacher Garp remarked similarly. Lynn added that this. Zephyr almost choked on the morsel in his throat, only to be saved by a glass of water that Lynn offered. "Did you also prepare meals for Garp?" Lynn nodded vigorously while slurping noodles from his plate. "After training, since Teacher Garp's home is nearby and he enjoys it, we often dine there." "You rascal," Zephyr muttered, feeling a mix of pride and disappointment that his thoughtful student had prepared a meal just for him, while Garp, that fortunate fellow, had already savored such delectable dishes on numerous occasions. Had he known, he would have opted for afternoon classes instead. "Teacher Zephyr, if you enjoy it, I can come here frequently," Lynn said, taking a sip of cola, looking thoroughly satisfied. "Humph, that is more like it." With that, Zephyr allowed Lynn some reprieve. The two resumed their hearty consumption of the delightful banquet laid before them. Particularly, Zephyr relished the combination of vegetables and sipped on white wine, feeling an immense sense of relaxation wash over him, as if the shadows of the years had begun to dissipate. Indeed, as an esteemed instructor, Zephyr commanded great respect and affection from his students. However, his overly serious demeanor often deterred them from visiting him unless they had achieved something noteworthy. Just as Lynn and Zephyr were engaged in light-hearted conversation, a figure approached Zephyr's residence. I seem to detect a familiar aroma wafting from Teacher Zephyr's abode. Could it be? The newcomer, holding a bottle of Zephyr's favored sherry, was none other than Admiral Kazan, returning from a mission. Kazan, perplexed, knocked on the door, convinced he had indeed heard that familiar voice. Moments later, Lynn opened the door. "Kazan, long time no see." Kazan's lips twitched slightly. "It's you. How do you manage to be a chef everywhere you go? After all, cooking is a joy in itself," Lynn replied nonchalantly, returning to the table to continue his meal. "Kazan, you haven't eaten yet. Come join us. Lynn's dishes are quite to my liking." Kazan shut the door, placed the sherry beside Zephyr, and helped himself to a bowl of rice, observing his teacher enjoying chicken wings with grease glistening on his lips. Kazan sensed that Zephyr appeared particularly jovial today. Is it because of that boy? Kazan glanced at Lynn, who was sipping cola. "Kazan, if you keep looking around, the food on the table will vanish," Zephyr warned. Upon hearing this, Kazan sat down and dug into the food. "Kazan, don't just eat the dishes. Come sample the wine that Lynn brought for me." Zephyr poured a small cup for Kazan, quickly reclaiming it afterward. Kazan was taken aback by his teacher's stingy gesture. However, after tasting it, his eyes lit up, and he emptied the cup, still yearning for more. "Teacher Zephyr, where did you acquire this delightful wine?" Kazan inquired. "It was gifted to me by Lynn." Zephyr replied with a hint of pride. "Lynn, you truly are a hidden gem. You weren't this generous with Mr. Garp." "Teacher, may I have another glass?" Kazan reverently extended his wine glass. With a sigh, Zephyr noted that the bottle was nearing its end but acquiesced, pouring Kazan another small cup. After all, Kazan was one of his most commendable students and occasionally dropped by to visit. Once the wine bottle was emptied, Kazan turned to Lynn and exclaimed, "Lynn, do you have any more of this wine?" "I haven't had my fill. As luck would have it, there's one last bottle," Lynn said, bending down to retrieve a bottle of white wine from the bag that originally contained food. But Kazan's face lit up with joy as he eagerly reached for it. "Quick, hand it over." Observing the sudden shift in Kazan's demeanor, which resembled that of a playful youth, Lynn, had he not seen the anime, would have always considered Kazan to be a rather aloof character. "Lynn, why didn't you mention it earlier? I was being so cautious, fearing it would run out," Zephyr remarked, extending his hand to Kazan. "Kazan." Zephyr pressed Kazan's head down onto the table, reclaiming the wine from Lynn. "This is the wine my student prepared for me. Don't take advantage of the situation." Though he said this, Zephyr still poured Kazan 2 small cups, subsequently capping the bottle and putting it away. He then opened the sherry that Kazan had brought and began to drink. Tch. Kazan sighed, still wanting more, contemplating asking Lynn if there was any left. The feast continued until 10 o'clock, approaching its conclusion. Lynn, although the pirates in the West Sea are not on par with those in the Grand Line, you must remain vigilant against those with peculiar devil fruit abilities. Underestimating your foes can lead to dire consequences. Zephyr cautioned he was well aware of Lynn's circumstances, having recently taken a leave of absence to discuss matters with him. Having lost family to pirates himself, he understood Lynn's sentiments. Yes, teacher Zephyr, I will be cautious. Lynn replied earnestly. Huh? What are you all talking about? I can't understand a word, Kazan interjected, reclining in his chair, belching. I see. Kazan nodded after grasping the situation. If you need assistance, I can help. However, you must treat me to a drink afterward. Thank you, Kazan, but I don't believe I require your aid at the moment. As he spoke, Lynn clenched his fist, enveloped in hockey, which transformed into a gleaming black hue. Cough, cough. You rascal, I've been at sea for a short time. Yet you've progressed remarkably fast, mastering hockey so swiftly, Kazan exclaimed in astonishment. What sort of talent is this? Mastering hockey in half a year. This fellow must be a once-in-a-century prodigy. However, had Kazan known that the protagonist of the anime, Luffy, took less than a year to master the two-color hockey and awaken Nika, excluding 2 years of training, he would have truly been flabbergasted. Once the festivities concluded, Lynn and Kazan tidied up. Afterward, Zephyr stood at the door, watching the two depart until they were out of sight. Only after they had left did Zephyr laugh heartily. It has been ages since this place felt so lively. Thank you, Lynn and Kazan. I had a wonderful time today. The sorrow enveloping Zephyr diminished significantly at that moment. However, along the way, Kazan persistently pestered him for liquor, to which Lynn could only reply that there was none available until Garp returned. Kazan's eyes lit up at this, and after bidding farewell, they each returned to their respective homes. The following day, in Sengoku's office, Lynn knocked on the door and entered. Lynn, the ship you requested has been completed and is currently docked at the harbor. Sengoku informed him. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Lynn replied, It is indeed our navy that owes you gratitude. Thanks to your flame abilities, we no longer have to rely on the world government to process sea prism stone. Sengoku was well aware of Lynn's purpose for setting sail. Although he recognized that their current strength would allow them to roam the seas without issue, he still advised Lynn to exercise caution. He also provided Lynn with a dedicated Den Mushi, as well as contact information for the Navy in the West Sea. Additionally, he presented Lynn with a half-life card, a permanent log pose, and a map necessary for navigating the climbing sea currents. After all, Marineford is situated in the first half of the Grand Line, and the only accessible areas through the Calm Belt are the East Sea and South Sea. To reach the West Sea and North Sea, one must traverse the Red Line's climbing sea currents or the world government's designated passage on the Red Line. Should one become lost, this life card can guide them back to the Navy headquarters. These various maritime provisions were indeed a boon for Lynn. It is rumored that with your abilities as fuel, the flame boat you ignite is significantly faster than a warship. Therefore, we shall not assign any Navy personnel to accompany you, as they may hinder your speed. Upon your return, you should also possess your own warship, and I will promote you to the rank of colonel, Sengoku remarked with a smile. Processing sea prism stone is a monumental achievement beneficial to the entire Navy. If not for the rapid promotion system and the requirement for approval from the current fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, Lynn's contributions would have undoubtedly warranted a promotion to Rear Admiral. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. Off you go. And remember, I am not yet an admiral. Still refer to me as General Sengoku, he chuckled. After bidding farewell to Sengoku, Lynn exited his office, where Sengoku had already arranged for a Navy officer to guide him. Major Lynn, I am here to escort you. The Navy officer saluted Lynn and led him toward the ship's location. Upon arriving at the naval port, Lynn quickly spotted his newly completed vessel. The ship's rear was equipped with a jet propulsion system, and beside it stood a figure also awaiting his arrival. It was the shipwright. You finally arrived. I am certain you will come to love this super durable new flame boat, proclaimed proudly, for this was indeed his creation. Akin to a son to him. I look forward to your exploits on the sea, bringing fame to this super durable vessel. Thank you, The two shook hands. With and the Navy's send-off, Lynn leapt onto the surface of the flame boat. With a burst of propulsion, the flame boat vanished across the water, drenching the onlookers in seawater as Like laughed heartily, waving Lynn off. Damn pirates, for the sake of justice. Men of the Navy, attack. Whoa. On the open sea. A pirate ship adorned with a skull flag, previously bombarded by the Navy, collided head-on with a Navy warship also marked with cannon scars. Brothers, remember to leave one alive. This captain still needs this lucky fellow to relay information back and boost my bounty. Pirates take pride in raising their bounties. The higher the reward, the greater their influence in these waters. Yes, Captain William. The pirates, with fierce gazes and fierce intentions, grinned menacingly as they licked their blades as the two ships made contact. The pirates surged forth, climbing onto the Navy warship's deck and commencing battle. Lieutenant Lonwyn, there are simply too many pirates, a Navy officer exclaimed, having just felled a menacing pirate, his face betraying concern. Just as he spoke, 3 pirates simultaneously swung their blades toward him, and it seemed he would soon succumb to their onslaught. Lon slash. A blade of energy swiftly struck the 3 pirates, forming a smooth crescent. Under the weight of this powerful attack, the pirates appeared dazed and fell one by one. Thank you, Lieutenant Lonwyn, said the courageous Navy officer as he re-engaged with the other pirates. It seems you possess some strength. Navy Lieutenant, you are a fitting opponent for me. Wah! The pirate captain leapt down from above, his machete bearing down on Lieutenant Lonwyn. Clash! The 2 blades met with a resounding impact, causing Lieutenant Lonwyn to tremble under William's brute strength. Do not let me down. William relentlessly swung his massive blade like a tempest. Lonwyn utilized his remarkable swordsmanship to parry William's ferocious onslaught. I have you now. Die. Just then, 5 pirates launched a surprise attack from behind. Lon Disorder Sword. The blade pierced through the pirates with incredible speed. Lieutenant Lonwyn employed his exceptional swordsmanship once more, swiftly dispatching the 5 ambushing pirates, leaving a trail of fallen foes. However, just as Lieutenant Lonwyn's strength waned and his energy resurfaced, he found himself vulnerable during the brief moment of turning. William, with a sinister smile, unleashed his most formidable power, concentrating it into his great blade as he swung down. Break iron slash. The force capable of cleaving through iron sent a chill down Lieutenant Lonwyn's spine. He hurriedly summoned all his might to deflect the blow, but despite his efforts, he was still sent flying by William's kick. His sword clattered from his grasp. Curse those pirates! Lieutenant Lonwyn struggled to rise from the deck and continue fighting. But William would not grant him such an opportunity. He approached Lonwyn, delivering another kick. Lonwyn was sent sprawling, his body colliding painfully against the iron railing, though both were swordsmen capable of slicing through iron. It was evident that William possessed the greater strength. Wah! Victory is mine. I must admit, you possess some skill, Navy man, but now you shall perish. With that, William brought down his gleaming blade with vicious intent. Lieutenant Lonwyn, the Navy cried out, rushing to assist. The pirates blocked their path, grinning wickedly. You shall contend with us. Despair filled Lonwyn as he faced imminent death. Flames erupted upon the deck. Finger gun, face tap. A figure enveloped in flames appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield, where pirates and Navy clashed. Thud! A fearsome force emanated from the figure's fingertip, creating a gaping wound in William's skull, with a bounty of 89 million berries. Just shy of breaking the 100 million mark, the iron cutter William fell, his expression one of bewilderment as his massive frame collapsed onto the deck. The newcomer was none other than Lynn, who had merely passed by and happened upon the battle aboard the warship. Lynn murmured softly, "Blood flames are indeed more effective. Had I used them earlier, this fellow would have turned to ash by now." Who was that? The death of iron cutter William rendered the scene silent. Both Navy and pirates stared in astonishment. As the pirates regained their composure, one shouted, "Run! The Navy reinforcements have arrived. Captain William is dead." At this proclamation, chaos erupted as the pirates, gripped by panic, sought to flee. Meanwhile, the Navy snapped back to reality. Capture those pirates. Do not let them escape. Suddenly, the morale of the Navy surged, despite their numbers being fewer than those of the pirates. After Lynn eliminated the formidable William, he continued to employ the technique of Soru, flashing across the battlefield, his blood flames transforming into piercing rays and slashing strikes, relentlessly dispatching the pirates present. Before long, the chaos of battle subsided and silence enveloped the scene. Thank you for your support. May I inquire if you are from the headquarters? Longwen speculated, observing Lynn's recent display of the six powers at that moment. Lynn, adorned with a military cap and clad in a navy uniform emblazoned with the word justice, presented a striking figure in pristine white, complemented by his remarkably handsome visage that exuded an air of righteousness. Garp, upon seeing Lynn's uniform, chuckled and remarked, "You look far more dashing than any bounty hunter in that outfit. If I had a daughter, I would consider arranging a match for you." Longwen, still clutching his chest from the painful kick delivered by William, introduced himself. "I am Lynn, a major from the headquarters," with a calm smile. "Is that so? After all, only those who master the six powers emerge from the headquarters." He himself was a Navy officer, serving as the base commander of a naval branch in the first half of the Grand Line. "Major Lynn, thank you for your assistance." Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Longwen and the other Navy personnel respectfully saluted Lynn, their admiration palpable in their gazes, although Lynn's rank was lower than Longwen's. The latter held him in immense respect, recognizing that Lynn's prowess would undoubtedly lead him to even greater heights in the future. After bidding farewell, Lynn leaped off the ship and, under the astonished gazes of the Navy, departed on his flame vessel. Along his journey, Lynn encountered and eliminated numerous nefarious pirates. His exploits against the pirates were captured by the news bird, which clicked away incessantly. Before long, Lynn was sure to be back in the headlines. Moreover, he did not feel the need to restrain the speed of his flame vessel as he sailed towards the twin cape of Red Line, riding the waves with ease. Along the way, he encountered no pirates that posed a threat to him. The next day, Lynn arrived once more at the twin cape, where he had first entered the Grand Line. Kalokas was lounging in a chair, engrossed in a newspaper. Suddenly, Labu emitted a surprised cry. The commotion caused Kalokas to lift his gaze from the paper. Upon glancing towards the sea, he spotted a small boat that appeared to be ablaze. Approaching their location, could that flame signify the arrival of young Lynn? Kalokas mused, a smile spreading across his face as he set down his newspaper and stood in expectation. As the small vessel drew closer, Kalokas erupted into a long-awaited hearty laugh. "Indeed, it is you. The color of those flames is unmistakable. Hey, Uncle Kalokas and Labu. It's been a while." Labu also chirped as he approached, affectionately rubbing against Lynn's hand. After securing the vessel, Lynn leaped onto the shore. "It seems you've been faring well, young Lynn." "No, I should say Major Lynn now that I must admit. This uniform suits you perfectly. You look quite dashing." "Huh? Thank you." Lynn chuckled in return. The two then set a table with food and drink, engaging in lively conversation. "So, the dragon pirates you're searching for are still lingering in the West. No wonder I couldn't find any news despite asking friends in the Grand Line." Kalokas said, taking a sip of his drink while gazing at the sky. "By the way, I have another purpose for coming here, which pertains to information about the Rumbar pirates," Lynn said slowly. "What?" Kalokas and Labu leaned in, their excitement palpable as they awaited the rest of Lynn's revelation. Lynn did not disappoint, sharing everything he knew about the Rumbar pirates. Upon finishing, a solemn silence fell over the gathering. However, Kalokas broke the quiet, shouting to Labu, "Hey, Labu, did you hear that? They did not abandon you." Upon hearing this, Labu's large eyes welled with tears, a mixture of joy and sorrow washing over him. The joy stemmed from the realization that he had not been forsaken, while the sorrow arose from the knowledge that those who had considered him a comrade had perished. "That I never anticipated they would value Labu so highly." Even after the captain succumbed to the plague, and they had to navigate the calm belled away from the Grand Line, the remaining crew continued to sail for Labu. "Truly remarkable men," Kalokas expressed with respect. "I apologize for my earlier misunderstandings," he said, bowing his head toward the distant sky. At that time, he had heard rumors that the Rumbar pirates had abandoned the Grand Line, leading him to believe they had forsaken Labu. Now, upon receiving Lynn's information, he grasped the true circumstances. "Thank you for the information, young Lynn. It is invaluable to both Labu and me. That if you ever need assistance from this old man, I will do my utmost to help," Kalokas said earnestly. "That is splendid news. Having the support of the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King is a great boon," Lynn replied, his expression suddenly turning serious. Kalokas, sensing the gravity, began to sweat nervously, hastily clarifying, "Major Lynn, while I was indeed Roger's ship's doctor, I only agreed to join him to search for the Rumbar pirates. I have done nothing reprehensible." "Oh, no need to be anxious. As long as you haven't committed any grave offenses, I shan't be apprehending you. You rascal, Colokas retorted, and soon both men erupted into hearty laughter, sharing a light-hearted jest. Following this, Lynn played a few melodies for Labu. Eventually, he resumed his journey. Before parting, Lynn left behind some supplies. A mere triviality for him that Colocas's insights into the cultivation of observation hockey were indeed priceless, allowing one to master it in a short period. Consider this a token of gratitude. After bidding farewell to the two, Lynn prepared to leave, when suddenly he recalled, "Oh, Uncle Colocas, I almost forgot. There is something else." "What?" Colocas exclaimed, nearly dropping his wine glass. Lynn then shared the tale of Brooke. It was said that the remnants of the Rumbar pirates, who continued to sail the Grand Line, had suffered a pirate attack. Before their demise, one of the crew members had consumed the devil fruit known as Yomi Yomi no Mi, and that member was now wandering in the Devil's Triangle. The pirates they encountered had coated their weapons with a deadly poison, yet the remnants of the Rumbar pirates emerged victorious. However, with their ships doctored deceased in battle and unable to provide aid. Brooke and his companions recorded their final chorus for Labu. Lynn recounted all he knew. "I can hardly believe such an event occurred. However, if that devil fruit truly exists, it wouldn't be surprising for the deceased to be resurrected." Colocas pondered, then continued, "While I am uncertain where you obtained this information about the Rumbar pirates, I still thank you for it." Colocas had no doubts regarding the veracity of Lynn's intelligence. The young man possessed an undeniable charisma that instilled trust. Far from someone who would toy with an old man like him. "Speaking of the Devil's Triangle, I once accompanied Captain Roger through there that time." Captain Roger spoke gravely of an extraordinary entity residing within. "The mist seemed to emanate from that colossal entity," mused Colocas, lost in reminiscence. In the Devil's Triangle, the shadowy figure of Moria had suffered defeat at the hands of Kaido, with none of his comrades surviving the encounter. Despondent, Moria had sought refuge in these waters, where he could unleash the full extent of his powers, creating legions of undead minions in a bid for vengeance against Kaido. Yet, within the world of One Piece, the spirits of those pirates, once crushed by despair, found their abilities diminished. Moria stood as a poignant testament to this truth. He could not even muster the will to wield haki against the Straw Hat crew. Indeed, this place was steeped in mystery, with hundreds of vessels vanishing each year, as Lynn noted. Particularly unsettling was the immense shadow with crimson eyes, towering even above the mighty elephants. The existence of this shadow remained one of the many enigmas within One Piece. If the shadow glimpsed by the Straw Hat crew near Gaia Island was merely a projection cast by those above, then the dark figures in the Devil's Triangle, glowing with red light amidst the eerie fog, were difficult to dismiss as mere phantoms. There was a substantial likelihood that this shadow was indeed real, especially given Colocas's assertion that Roger had sensed a formidable presence within. The disappearance of ships might very well be linked to the monsters lurking within this mist. "Farewell, Uncle Colocas, Laboon." "Farewell, Brother Lynn." Colocas held a deep fondness for Lynn, while Laboon let out a sorrowful cry, bidding him farewell. The surviving crew of the Rumbar pirates was contemplating a sea voyage in the near future. Colocas pondered this as he and Laboon watched Lynn propel the fiery vessel against the current of the climbing sea stream. What a convenient ability! With this ship, one can traverse the four seas with ease. Colocas exclaimed, chuckling at the sight of Lynn meeting the climbing sea stream. "Laboon, let us prepare to set sail soon." Laboon responded eagerly, now no longer the weak little whale it once was, but a formidable presence that instilled fear in pirates. As Lynn ascended the climbing sea stream, he finally located the westward flow on the map, successfully guiding the fiery vessel into the West Sea. Upon entering the West Sea, Lynn felt a sense of disorientation. Having escaped the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line and confronted with the calmness of these waters, Lynn steered the flaming boat towards the Adro Islands, the territory claimed by the Dragon Pirates. Where the station navy had already been defeated, the Dragon Pirates were led by two brothers. The elder, Billy, had consumed the ancient mutation of the red raptor fruit, his strength ferocious and unmatched. However, he lacked the signature claws of a raptor, sporting instead a robust horn reminiscent of a rhinoceros atop his muscular frame. The younger, Jimmy, had devoured the blue variant of the ancient raptor fruit, characterized by his extraordinary agility. Many adversaries often fell to his elongated claws before even realizing he had struck. Despite appearing to belong to the same category of devil fruits, Their attributes and characteristics were distinctly unique. According to intelligence gathered by the Navy, these two fruits had grown from the same vine, devoured by the starving brothers, endowing them with the powers of ancient Zoan-type devil fruits. This was the information Lynn had procured from the Navy headquarters regarding the dragon pirates. Initially, Lynn had believed this crew to be operating within the Grand Line, only to discover they had remained nestled in the West Sea, steadily expanding their territory. Determined to eradicate this pirate crew, Lynn's strategy was straightforward: to confront them head-on. After 2 days of sailing, Lynn swiftly reached the domain of the dragon pirates, the Adro Islands. The brothers resided on the central island of Adra. Upon entering this maritime realm, a patrol of pirates spotted Lynn clad in a white Navy uniform and hastened to intercept him. A Navy officer, ha ha ha. One man dares to intrude upon our territory. Brothers, fire upon him. The vicious pirates, eager for entertainment, anticipated witnessing the Navy's despair. However, the Navy officer before them exuded no fear. Instead, he unleashed a crimson flame slash that cleaved the pirate ship in two. The conflagration swiftly engulfed the vessel, and amidst the pirates' anguished cries, each was ignited by the rapidly spreading blood flame, transforming their ship into a blazing inferno until it sank beneath the waves. Meanwhile, Lynn navigated his fiery vessel towards the location of the brothers on Darrow Island, incinerating any patrols that crossed his path, leaving them without even a moment to report the impending doom. Unbeknownst to the leaders and officers of the dragon pirates, a crisis loomed. Lynn approached the port of Darrow Island without obstruction. Hey, it's the Navy. How did they manage to let a Navy officer through? One pirate lashed out with a whip at the enslaved islanders laboring on the shore. In response, the guards opened fire in a frenzied barrage. What is happening? Where did he go? The pirates exclaimed. Bewildered as both the boat and its occupant vanished from sight, the pirates searched the waters for Lynn's silhouette. A wave of blood-red flames quietly spread among them. As the flames erupted, the pirates ignited upon contact with the sinister aura, collapsing to the ground as charred remains. Silence enveloped the scene, leaving the enslaved islanders in a state of disbelief at the formidable Navy force that had arrived. Perhaps salvation was finally at hand. Among the throng of oppressed islanders, an elderly man, gaunt and shackled, approached Lynn. Observing the young Navy officer's prowess, his eyes flickered with hope before dimming again. Young Navy officer, you should leave quickly. Though you are strong, you stand alone against them. They will not spare you for killing their officers. Officers? Lynn glanced at the charred remains, noting their weakness. He had inadvertently dispatched one of their leaders. Many previous Navy incursions had ended in death at the hands of the monstrous Billy and Jimmy. Speaking of these two monstrous leaders, the expressions of the islanders darkened. The Adro Islands, once a thriving trade hub, had descended into a hellish realm of human trafficking and despair since the brothers' arrival. And who might you be? Lynn inquired. Regarding the frail yet dignified elder before him, I was the mayor of this central island. Reduced to this state by relentless hunger, the old man lamented. At that moment, more pirates appeared. Quickly, inform the boss. We have an intruder. Ada has been killed by that Navy officer. Having witnessed Lynn's strength, the pirates gripped their weapons with trepidation. However, Lynn paid them no mind, addressing the oppressed islanders instead. From this moment forth, you are free. His calm declaration resonated through the crowd, a simple phrase imbued with the weight of justice, granting the captives a profound sense of reassurance. The mayor was profoundly moved by Lynn's words of freedom. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that enduring a life of servitude was no longer an option. It was time to confront the pirates. The flames danced like stars, shattering the shackles binding the enslaved refugees. Before long, the shackles binding everyone were cast off, granting them the gift of freedom. The chains that had weighed them down were melted away, and we were liberated. The refugees, once shrouded in despair, were suddenly filled with exuberance upon gaining their freedom, their cries echoing around them. The mayor, seizing a sword from the ground, shouted, "Fools, quickly, arm yourselves with the weapons at your feet. Since our brave Navy comrade has chosen to fight for us, we cannot cower behind him. Let us unite and battle. Let us reclaim our families. Let us take back our homeland." At the mere mention of their loved ones suffering on the island, the once despondent refugees felt a fire ignite within them. Reclaim our families. Reclaim our homeland. Fight. The fervor that spread among the civilians instilled a sense of trepidation in the pirates. Damn it. These wretches were mere slaves. How have they suddenly become so fearsome? The mayor's words stirred the blood of the civilians, who picked up weapons from the ground and charged alongside him towards the pirates. Truly, they were a valiant bunch. After uttering this rallying cry, the flames in Lynn's hand burst forth with intensity. At the island's center, within a magnificent hall akin to a palace, stood 2 golden thrones. 2 burly men occupied the seats. The larger one was Billy, while the smaller was Jimmy. Below them, 5 men, each cradling chests filled with jewels, placed their offerings on the ground before the dragon pirates. Among them was a man wearing a peculiar mask. The cadre members flanking them gazed greedily at the treasures with glinting eyes. Oh, much wealth. If converted to berries, it would amount to a fortune. The cadre members were envious of the treasures, but at a glare from Jimmy, they quickly composed themselves. After all, they were just a band of greedy pirates known for plundering and pillaging, admired by other pirate crews. Billy laughed boisterously. "Ha! In light of your earnestness, we shall allow your crew to merge with the dragon pirates, and you shall become our subordinates. Moreover, I have a piece of good news that I have already contacted the world government. And soon, we shall simply pay taxes to transform this into a nation. No longer shall we endure the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Jimmy and I shall reign as kings of this land. And you, my dear subordinates, will rise to the status of nobility." "Ha ha ha!" Billy laughed arrogantly. "Indeed, we have chosen wisely in following you, Boss Billy and Boss Jimmy, who will never forget their loyal followers. You are the true rulers. I, Dong Gu, pledge my life to follow you, boss." The prospect of becoming exalted nobles ignited a fervent glow in the eyes of all the cadre members, for they would no longer have to fear the Navy's pursuit. Their prosperous lives were about to commence. Eagerly, the cadre members expressed their loyalty, vying for favor before the 2 leaders. However, upon hearing Billy's proclamation, the masked man in the audience clenched his fists, a surge of anger welling up within him. The world government would never allow scoundrels like you to establish a nation. It was evident that the man still harbored faith in the Navy and justice. He would not permit this scoundrel to belittle the convictions he held dear. Meanwhile, Jimmy descended from the throne, laughing triumphantly as he reached out to touch the treasures. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar, sticky sensation between his fingers. Something's wrong. Jimmy furrowed his brow in confusion, realizing that the golden cup he had touched was losing its luster, revealing an iron hue beneath. "Attack!" The masked man's command sent the men who had ostensibly come to present treasures into action, their blades flashing like lightning. .5 sharp swords pierced Jimmy's chest. Puffed. Blood spewed from Jimmy's mouth as he stared in shock. Quickly replaced by a surge of fury, the scene erupted into chaos. No one had anticipated that the 5 men presenting treasures would launch a surprise attack on their leader. "Jimmy, how dare you?" Furious, Jimmy swung his massive arm, revealing a claw that had transformed into a dinosaur's talon, swiping at the assailants. The 5 men, elite members of the Navy, unsheathed their swords. Blood gushed from Jimmy's chest as he narrowly evaded the powerful strike of the enormous claw. At that moment, Jimmy had fully transformed into a towering dinosaur human, standing over 3 meters tall. However, due to the severe injuries he had sustained, he remained half-kneeling on the ground, clutching his bleeding wound in agony. "Damn it! How could this be? I aimed for his heart. Why is he still alive?" The masked man felt a sense of foreboding, tightening his grip on his blade. Billy, upon witnessing his brother Jimmy's near demise, did not exhibit an ounce of concern. Rather, he erupted into laughter, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of Jimmy's death. "Fools, my brother must have sensed your treachery long ago. His body had already begun its transformation into a dinosaur. Let me share a secret. The heart of a dinosaur resides in the right side of the chest. Now that you know this, prepare to meet your end." Billy cast a disdainful glance at the failed assassins, his gaze sharpening as his eyes transformed into something inhuman. Simultaneously, his body began to swell, morphing into a crimson behemoth with a colossal rhino horn atop its head and a long, powerful tail adorned with sharp, triangular spikes. Towering at 4 meters high, the dinosaur human's muscular form instilled immense pressure upon everyone present. It was clear that Billy was far more formidable than Jimmy. This was the dinosaur human form of Jimmy, whose overwhelming presence was as despair-inducing as ever. "Jimmy, eliminate them," shouted the cadre members, brandishing their weapons as they surrounded the 5 failed assailants, their faces twisted with malicious glee. "Brother, allow me to deal with these despicable attackers." Jimmy, now filled with murderous intent, stood tall. As he transformed into his dinosaur form, his wounds began to heal gradually, showcasing the remarkable regenerative abilities bestowed by their ancient, mutated heritage. I never anticipated the outcome would be like this. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I have burdened you. Understanding the reason behind the failed assassination, the masked man removed his mask and cast it to the ground, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Yet, he did not appear particularly flustered. Clearly retaining a hidden card up his sleeve, though, I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the former naval commander of this island, our defeated foe, Colonel Hansen. Ha ha ha. I never expected you to still be alive. That I recall that I pierced your body with my horn. You should have perished. Is it truly you? Jimmy exclaimed, taken aback, for he remembered this man had indeed been impaled by his brother. How had he managed to survive such a fate? But this was where it would end. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. That it seems our reinforcements have arrived. You shall surrender your lives today. The cadre members encircling Hansen could no longer contain their arrogance, laughing derisively. Outside, a group of Navy soldiers clad in white uniforms and armed with firearms stormed in. Hansen, are you all right? Leading the charge was a naval officer of colonel rank, accompanied by a pangolin in Navy attire. You lot, though you have the assistance of devil fruit users, how did you manage to infiltrate so silently? What happened to my men outside? Jimmy, sensing something amiss, could not help but inquired. You mean those insignificant pirate scum? I have already dealt with them. The colonel replied nonchalantly, devoid of any tension. The dragon pirates, who have wreaked havoc upon the seas for years. Your reign of terror ends today. If you cooperate and put on shackles, you may yet preserve your lives. The commander brandished the sea tower stone handcuffs in his hand. What a despicable fellow. Jimmy, do not let a few rodents incite your anger. Billy laughed heartily. Today is quite lively, isn't it? So many mice have infiltrated my palace. However, I must express my gratitude to you all. A group that cannot even guard the door is perfect for me to replace. Though the two brothers appeared formidable, Jimmy, having sustained significant damage from the 5 assailants, could not swiftly regain his peak combat capabilities. Hansen understood this well. Although the assassination attempt had failed, it had served its purpose. Rendering one of the 2 leaders of the twin dragon pirate crew, Jimmy, unable to unleash his full power, charge, Hansen bellowed, and alongside the 4 Navy swordsmen by his side, they swung their blades toward Jimmy. Take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. Ha ha ha. My dear brother, it seems you have been underestimated. Facing the 5 Navy men assaulting his brother, Billy remained unfazed, directing his focus towards the naval captain leading the newly arrived squad. I can sense the aura of a strong warrior within you. I hope you can provide me with a thrilling challenge. With a gentle push of his feet against the ground, the seemingly marble resplendent floor quaked, fissures spreading like a spider's web beneath, split apart. The naval captain commanded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. In an effort to protect his subordinates, he could only confront the threat alone. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed, the force of the collision causing the grand palace to tremble. Captain Gulag's sword intercepted Billy's horn charge, the immense power numbing his hands slightly. Meanwhile, the naval subordinates seized the opportunity to disperse. Led by the pangolin navy, engaging the cadres of the twin dragon pirate crew, the scene erupted into chaos as the sounds of battle filled the air. Around Captain Gulag and Billy, a void formed. As no one dared to approach, Gulag executed his exquisite swordsmanship against Billy's colossal fists, managing to exchange blows for a moment. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. It has been ages since I have fought with such enjoyment. To show my respect for a strong opponent, I shall grant you a swift death. Billy welcomed Gulag's attacks with ease, the swordplay almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Pirate, cease your foolish fantasies. Justice will prevail. After uttering these words, Gulag and Billy briefly disengaged at the same time. Gulag's sword flickered, and a wave of sword energy surged forth from his position. The sudden appearance of the sword energy made Billy's pupils constrict, struggling to evade, but the sharp horn atop his head was severed. The sword energy, having destroyed one of Billy's offensive means, sliced directly toward his golden throne. Cleaving it in two. Captain Gulag's strength was sufficient to warrant a general's rank. Yet he remained at the captaincy for certain reasons. Billy, who had remained calm and composed until this point, now erupted with fury, his eyes brimming with madness. What have you done to the throne of my kingdom? You scoundrel, this is bad. Brother is about to lose his temper. Despite bearing numerous sword wounds, Jimmy, still vigorous, swept his tail to send a Navy man flying, creating distance to glance at his brother. A look of helplessness crossed his face. The newly constructed palace was doomed. Pirates, do not look away. Your opponents are here. Hansen and the elite Navy, possessing the strength to cut through iron, unleashed suffocating attacks upon Jimmy. Enraged, he truly did not wish to resort to that form, as it would destroy their palace. However, it seemed that his brother had already reached a boiling point. The palace was inevitably lost. Faced with the elite Navy's superior swordsmanship, he had no choice but to follow Billy into that transformation. Dinosaur transformation! Captain Billy is about to transform, the cadres exclaimed in alarm. Hastily, they disengaged from the Navy and rushed towards the exit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gulag shouted, "Hurry and get out." The Navy, taking heed, followed the pirates toward the exit under the guidance of the Pangolin Navy. Just then, a burly pirate cadre, making his escape, unwittingly dislodged a massive pillar, blocking the door. Damn pirates! Ha ha ha! Navy, you shall be buried here. As the pirate laughed and prepared to leave, a swift, slicing strike soared toward him from behind. It pierced through the obstruction, cleaving the pirate in two. Quick, the Pangolin urged, seeing the obstruction at the doorway nearly destroyed by Captain Gulag's sword energy. He promptly struck the loose debris with a powerful punch, sending dust flying and clearing a path for the Navy to escape. With the Navy's departure, Gulag breathed a sigh of relief, now unencumbered, ready to unleash his full strength against the leaders of the Twin Dragon pirate crew. Roar! A resounding beastly roar echoed throughout the spacious hall, causing the remaining Navy personnel's ears to ring. Accompanied by the roar, Billy's form rapidly expanded. Soon, the opulent hall was overwhelmed by Billy's beastly transformation, the ceiling collapsing under the strain. Debris rained down as Jimmy, realizing the palace could not be saved, also underwent his transformation. The Navy, who had relentlessly pursued him, were sent sprawling by the force generated by this transformation. Dust swirled, rocks tumbled. Once the two brothers completed their transformations, the entire palace crumbled, reduced to ruins. Sunlight streaming in, Captain Gulag relentlessly unleashed sword energy upon the falling debris, ensuring the Navy's elite members suffered minimal harm. The battlefield had transitioned from an indoor skirmish to an open-air arena. Gazing upon the towering, colossal figures of the brothers, Gulag felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated their transformations to be so immense. Billy's dinosaur form reached approximately 45 meters in height, while Jimmy stood slightly above 33 meters, yet still formidable. Although some observers had witnessed the brothers' transformations before, none expected them to be so gigantic. A naval officer, poised for battle and at the threshold of the iron-cutting realm, declared, "This will be a challenging fight. Colleagues, let us fight for the justice of the Navy until the very last moment." Hansen's gaze was sharp, his spirit unwavering. He seemed to have brushed against the edge of sword mastery during the previous skirmish. If he could achieve a breakthrough in the upcoming battle, he and Gulag together would embody two sword masters, presenting a viable chance of victory. For the sake of justice, he had tirelessly trained over the years. His past efforts would finally bear fruit today. Hansen was but a breakthrough away from becoming a sword master. He could never forget how brutally these two had slaughtered the island's civilians. Today was the time to reclaim that justice. For justice, the Navy personnel, filled with fervor, felt their inner fire surging like a wild beast, refusing to allow these villains to disrupt Captain Gulag's battlefield. The Pangolin Navy utilized their enormous claws, slashing through a cadre, cleaving him in two. This Pangolin is a devil fruit user, truly troublesome. Curse it. If given the chance, I too shall seek out a devil fruit upon the seas. The Pangolin Navy led the naval forces in this region, relentlessly charging towards the cadre of increasingly numerous pirate minions that had gathered for an unknown duration at the forefront. The Pangolin forged ahead valiantly, dispatching any obstructing pirates with a single swipe of his claw. Consequently, the Navy and the pirates became ensnared in a fierce and desperate battle. Billy's elongated tail swept across the battlefield, forcing the Navy to evade with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Jimmy moved with incredible swiftness, wielding his massive claws, which resembled sickles, as he rampaged through the fray. The terrifying power manifested by their beastly forms proved to be a considerable challenge for the elite Navy forces. What an irritating tale! Gulag raised his long sword, gradually holding his breath, Upon reopening his eyes, he unleashed a series of devastating slashing strikes. Instantly, Billy's colossal tail was severed, blood gushing forth. Roar! Billy howled in pain, charging fiercely at Gulag with the newly grown horn atop his beastly form. His massive frame thundered across the ground. This is bad, Gulag thought, realizing he could not withstand such an assault, and thus unleashed another slashing strike aimed directly at the head of the mutated raptor Billy. However, to his astonishment, the sword energy merely left a shallow gash on Billy's head. Though his sword energy had proven effective against Billy's tail, why did it merely result in a minor wound on his head? This is impossible. Gulag could not comprehend why this creature's body was so extraordinarily resilient. Humph! Jimmy, the cerulean raptor nearby, scoffed. My brother's beastly form is incredibly tough, capable of withstanding cannon fire. The only notably vulnerable part is likely his tail. As he spoke, a marine skilled in swordsmanship was sent flying by a single swipe, crashing into the distant ruins, buried beneath the rubble, with his fate unknown. What irked Jimmy further was the presence of Hansen, a former subordinate of theirs, who buzzed around like a persistent fly, having been knocked down countless times, yet always rising again. And once again, the battered Hansen climbed to his feet, such is the world. With unwavering conviction, one can rise repeatedly. This time, I shall slay you and devour you. Jimmy gaped his enormous maw, roaring as he charged towards Hansen on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Yet Hansen displayed no fear, his senses sharpening as he focused entirely on the sword in hand, even narrowing his eyes slightly to perceive the wondrous essence of the moment. Upon witnessing his own disregard, Jimmy was filled with indignation. If you desire death so ardently, I shall oblige. The colossal dinosaur form of Jimmy closed in, mouth agape, ready to swallow Hansen whole. At that moment, Hansen's eyes burst open, gleaming with a fierce light. His hand seemed to brim with immense power as he swung his longsword. The force emanating from his blade transformed into a more potent slashing strike, aimed directly at the gaping maw of the approaching Jimmy. Puffed! The terrifying slash severed Jimmy's sharp teeth, plunging deep into his body. Blood erupted from Jimmy's mouth, his pupils dilating in shock, and his massive form collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Gulag struggled to evade Billy's horn charges, the massive jaws snapping and the sharp horns relentlessly assaulting him. Witnessing the conclusion of the battle beside him, he could not help but exclaim, Hansen, well done. To his surprise, Hansen had attained the realm of a sword master in the face of death. Now, their only opponent remained. With Hansen and himself, two swordmasters joining forces, they could vanquish the formidable Billy, the leader of the Double Dragon Pirates. Gulag could see the dawn of victory approaching. Instantly, the weight upon Gulag's shoulders lightened. Billy, surrender at once. The clash of Gulag's sword against Billy's formidable physique ignited a shower of sparks. TCH, ancient type abilities are truly troublesome, especially the mutated raptor. Gulag leapt onto Billy's massive frame, slashing with his blade, yet could only leave faint traces of blood. Gulag, here I come. Hansen, having defeated the fallen Jimmy, sprinted towards them, his sword glowing as he unleashed another impossibly solid slashing strike upon Billy's vast crimson body. Like Gulag's attack, it too only left a shallow wound. Coupled with Billy's immense regenerative abilities as a mutated ancient type, that mark would soon vanish. Let us combine our full strength and strike the same spot. Observing the situation, Gulag quickly devised a strategy. Joining forces with Hansen, they unleashed slashing strikes at the same location. Soon, Billy's thick skin began to yield under the relentless barrage of their flying slashes. Billy attempted to shake them off, yet the two were tenaciously clinging to him, refusing to be dislodged. You pests! Roar! Billy roared in frustration, having already lost his tail and unable to reach the two with his short forelimbs. Don't get too cocky. The thick dinosaur skin had begun to split under their combined assault. Next, they directed their strongest slashing strikes towards the exposed wound on Billy. In agony, Billy emitted a chilling, beastly roar. You pests, perish! A ferocity ignited in Billy's eyes. His crimson skin appeared as if it were ripening, releasing plumes of red steam. His enormous dragon eyes glazed over, confusion swirling within them. Oh no, Boss Billy is about to unleash that technique. We must flee. Remaining here will mean death alongside the Navy. The members of the Double Dragon Pirates, engaged in battle, paled in realization, the group erupting into chaos as they sought to escape, seizing upon the pirates' moment of disarray. The Pangolin Navy struck down another cadre member. Meanwhile, the Pangolin Navy was already covered in various wounds. After all, some among the cadre of the Double Dragon pirates possessed considerable strength. The cadre had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Pangolin Navy. After dispatching a burly cadre member, the Pangolin Navy uneasily glanced at the battleground, now reduced to ruins. Since earlier, his instincts had sensed a profound unease. He could only hope it was a mere figment of his imagination. This is bad. The intense steam erupting from Billy sent the two who were attacking from behind tumbling away, sliding across the ground before finally halting their retreat. So hot. That bastard. Gulag and Hansen suffered varying degrees of burns from the scalding steam, their sword blades glowing red. Nevertheless, they grit their teeth against the excruciating pain, determined to continue fighting until the very end. The justice they bore upon their shoulders would not permit them to falter. Now that the Double Dragon brothers had lost one of their combatants, it was the perfect opportunity to annihilate the Double Dragon pirates, as long as they could eliminate Billy, the last leader. This pirate crew steeped in sin would cease to exist. Hold on, Hansen, Gulag urged that I want to fall. For so many years, I've trained tirelessly with the Double Dragon pirates as my goal. Over the years, the Navy had dispatched countless troops attempting to eliminate the two brothers, yet all had met with total annihilation. What was even more despairing was that even a general sent from headquarters had fallen here. Gulag gazed at Billy, who was engulfed in red steam and plunged into chaos, and he vaguely sensed that perhaps this very power was what had allowed Billy to defeat a Navy general. Roar! Billy, engulfed in a surge of overwhelming power, lost all sense of self-awareness as crimson steam billowed from his body. With a wild fury, he charged towards the two, his massive horns leading the way. Resembling an enhanced behemoth of a train, the ground trembled ominously beneath him, and spiderweb-like fissures radiated outward from his epicenter, exuding an aura of sheer intimidation. How is this possible? The thought of such an assault left Gulag already wounded. In a state of despair, with a bitter smile, he muttered, "It seems we are destined to perish here." That Hansen's hands trembled slightly from the overwhelming force, yet his gaze remained resolute. Gulag, do not falter in the face of evil. Do not tarnish the name of justice. You, a mere junior, need not lecture me, Gulag retorted, his eyes ablaze with determination as he gripped his sword tightly. The courage they both displayed in the face of imminent death allowed these two sword masters to transcend their limits, their spirits igniting with newfound vigor, surpassing even their previous might. They unleashed twin great arcs of energy, their enhanced strikes cleaving through the air with tremendous force. As they soared, the two slashes merged into one, forming an expansive and formidable sword aura, infusing it with their combined resolve. This united sword energy hurtled towards the frenzied, swiftly approaching crimson trajectory of Billy. After channeling that savage power, Billy's physique transformed drastically, erasing any speed disadvantages his massive size had previously imposed. In that moment, he resembled an unstoppable prehistoric beast, charging forward with unbridled fury. The united sword energy collided with Billy's fierce charge, momentarily halting his advance. Yet, the power that could obliterate a brigadier general was no jest. In an instant, the combined sword energy, facing the ferocity of Billy, shattered and dissipated under the overwhelming force. How is this possible? Gulag and Hansen gasped in shock, rendered powerless. Damn it! Hansen, in a fit of rage, lunged forward with his sword. Hey, Hansen! Gulag, with no choice, followed suit, joining the fray. Their strength had been nearly depleted after executing the advanced strike, leaving them with little hope against the rampaging mutated raptor. With such blinding speed, even fleeing seemed impossible. They saw no path of retreat. It appeared that their sense of justice would meet its end here. Colonel Gulag could feel the terrifying and despair-inducing death aura emanating from the mutated raptor, and, with the resolve that accompanied death, he prepared to confront the ancient beast alongside his valiant comrade. Gulag's second-in-command, the Pangolin Navy officer, felt his pupils constrict in terror and could not help but scream. Meanwhile, a cadre equipped with long, sharp weapons on his arms seized the moment of distraction from the Pangolin officer and ruthlessly thrust his weapon toward him. Die. You deserve it for slaughtering so many of our brothers. Ha! The Pangolin officer was on the brink of being ambushed to death. Suddenly, a figure akin to a blood-red comet, trailing a long tail, shot through the ground. Blood Flame A. It was Lynn, who, while clearing the path of pirates and rescuing enslaved civilians, arrived just in time to witness the scene and acted without a moment's hesitation. Though it seemed he had been fighting for quite some time, the battle on the island had already commenced before Lynn even set foot on the shore, just as the pangolin officer turned to face the incoming pirate. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead from the urgency of his situation that he hastily raised his hand to block the incoming attack, but it was too late, just as the sharp weapon was about to penetrate his body. Lynn appeared, like a blood-red meteor streaking across the ground. He intervened. Thud, the pirate's head exploded. A gruesome spectacle. Lynn's fist, enveloped in armed color, gleamed with a metallic sheen as flames roared around it. The pirate's skull burst like a watermelon. And astonishingly, his body ignited in an instant, causing him to collapse to the ground, ultimately becoming a charred corpse. Lynn did not cease his assault, employing his swift movement to dart among the remaining pirates. In no time, the group of pirate henchmen and officers were similarly engulfed in flames, perishing amidst their agony. Had it not been for the ongoing battle with the Navy, it was likely that Lynn could have wiped them all out in a single strike. "Who are you?" The pangolin officer, witnessing Lynn in his pristine white uniform, noted that he was not from their branch. However, his formidable strength was sufficient. "Please, save us." Where did everyone go?" In the blink of an eye, they had vanished. Lynn, resembling a meteor, showed no sign of slowing down, racing towards the leader of the twin dragon pirates. After Gulag and Hansen clashed with the massive beast Billy, they were unable to withstand the force of the impact and were sent flying. Their chests caved in. Remarkably, despite their defeat, both remained alive, demonstrating the extraordinary resilience of individuals in this world. As they lay on the ground, struggling to rise, their bodies had reached their limits, devoid of strength to grasp their swords, which had flown who knows where. With both Gulag and Hansen incapacitated, the furious, colossal dinosaur showed no intention of relenting. Its iron hooves trampled the ground, creating a seismic upheaval, thunderously approaching the fallen duo. "Damn beast!" Hansen seethed with rage. Gulag, with a bitter smile, lamented his own lack of strength. "Farewell, my friend. On the road to the afterlife, your company will spare me the loneliness." "I'm sorry, Gulag. It is I who am too weak." Hansen, determined not to surrender, attempted to rise once more, but ultimately succumbed to the ground. At that moment, Billy, shrouded in red steam and chaos in his eyes, approached the two. He lifted a colossal hoof, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step, and brought it crashing down upon them. They were powerless to thwart his advance. Just as Billy was about to crush them, Lynn arrived at breakneck speed, appearing before Gulag and Hansen, engulfed in flames. He launched himself into the air above Billy, condensing his armed color into an unremarkable yet devastating punch. Bang! Roar! The enormous dinosaur's head contorted grotesquely, its silver teeth shattering as Lynn's fist, imbued with tremendous force, sent it flying. The immense body created a whirlwind as it soared, clearing the debris in its wake. Boom! Billy's colossal form crashed into a pile of rubble, and the stones that had accompanied him fell upon him, burying him beneath a mountain of debris. From a distance, it appeared as though a massive tomb stood in tranquility. "Are we saved?" Witnessing the sudden appearance of the fearsome young Navy officer, who surpassed even Billy, both men were taken aback. Just a moment ago, they were on the brink of death, and now they found themselves inexplicably alive. After processing the stark contrast of their circumstances, they took a moment to accept the reality of their survival. "Ha! What a stroke of luck today. Not only have we annihilated the twin dragon pirates, who have terrorized the West Sea for years, but we have also emerged unscathed. I knew Lady Luck was smiling upon me." Gulag laughed heartily, covering his face. Hansen, speechless, replied, "I don't know this guy." Hansen looked up at the young naval officer who had saved them. Although Lynn was merely 15 years of age, he had already reached a height of 1.9 meters, resembling a young man. "May I inquire where you hail from, naval officer? Regardless, thank you for rescuing both me and the fool beside me." Hansen attempted to rise to express his gratitude, but the pain radiating from his chest prevented him from doing so, forcing him to lie still. "Oh, the agony. This is all your fault for being reckless. You've put me in quite a predicament, you fool." Gulag berated Hansen. "My apologies, Gulag. When we get back, I shall treat you to ramen." Hansen chuckled, though the pain compelled him to quickly suppress his laughter. "That sounds acceptable, but I demand the colossal ramen." Gulag laughed as he too endured the pain. The atmosphere lightened considerably after Lynn had vanquished Billy, allowing everyone to relax. Meanwhile, the Pangolin Navy was hastening their approach from a distance. "Quick, where are the medics?" Reporting. "Major, we did not bring any medics," a soldier stated candidly. The Pangolin Navy's expression darkened as he continued. "Contact the 155th Unit on standby at sea and have them send a ship's doctor." "Understood." A naval officer produced a din mushy from his pocket and made the call. "Colonel Gulag." "Colonel Hansen, we have dispatched the troops stationed offshore. I assure you, you will be all right," the Pangolin Navy assured them. "Of course, we have just managed to eliminate one of the leaders of the Twin Dragon Pirates." "Jimmy, I still have much to achieve." Gulag laughed. "Cough, it hurts." "Fool, I was the one who defeated Jimmy," Hansen interjected. They exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Watching these two survive and begin to fool around, Lynn felt speechless. What lively characters they were to be. "By the way, may I ask who you are?" "Major of the headquarters, Lynn," Lynn replied calmly, though his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the ruins, mentally counting down 5 for Dada. "So you are the headquarters major. No wonder you are so remarkable," Gulag exclaimed as everyone present was left in stunned silence. "What? This person is so powerful, yet is merely a major." The Navy officers present had witnessed Lynn's ability to dispatch Billy with a single punch. An opponent that even two swordsmen could not contend with. Could such strength truly belong to a mere major? "You have truly astonished us. No wonder the headquarters sent only one person." "Brother, thank you." Gulag grinned widely, expressing his gratitude to Lynn. "Hey, Gulag, look quickly. It seems Billy is still alive." Hansen's pupils dilated and shocked. "He's really not dead. What a resilient monster. Prepare for battle." The Pangolin officer gazed at the rocky grave, which began to tremble violently, stones cascading down, prompting his subordinates to raise their guns and draw their swords in readiness. "Ha! Do not underestimate me. And my brother Jimmy. Wake up! Stop sleeping." A thunderous roar echoed through the plains. Everyone except Lynn instinctively covered their ears, as it was overwhelmingly deafening. Following Billy's roar, Jimmy's colossal form began to shake violently, his sharp claws digging into the ground as he struggled to stand. "Oh, the pain! I will kill that Hansen." Jimmy's eyes blazed red, filled with murderous intent towards Hansen. "Billy, I can understand. But how is it that Jimmy, having been struck by my slash, can still be alive?" Hansen stared incredulously at the gigantic blue figure rising from the ground. "Truly, a creature from ancient times. Their vitality is remarkable." Gulag expressed mild surprise, but did not regard the revived Billy and Jimmy as a significant threat. "But can't you see there's a powerful figure here? We are bound to win without effort." Lynn had sensed someone battling the Twin Dragon brothers while he was at the port. He had taken some time to eliminate pirates and assist enslaved civilians along the way. Through his observation hockey, he sensed one of the two powerful presences had weakened, likely due to either Gulag or Hansen's efforts. Upon arriving at the scene, he was surprised to discover that other naval forces were also engaged in combat against the Twin Dragon pirates. As he watched the two giant dinosaurs converge, Lynn's expression remained calm and unperturbed. "Jimmy, let us employ that technique. This newly arrived naval officer is too powerful. Damn it, I will ensure all you meddlesome fools perish. I shall become king." Billy roared, determined not to allow his dream of kingship to be thwarted. "But brother, using that technique will destroy everything on this island." Jimmy expressed concern. "Foolish Jimmy, without that technique, we cannot defeat this formidable naval officer. The destruction of this island is of no consequence. There will always be a suitable place for us to establish our kingdom upon these seas." As he spoke, Billy's dinosaur form began to emanate a crimson glow, radiant and fierce. Observing this, Jimmy's form also transformed, radiating a brilliant blue light. Instantly, the two became the focal point of the scene. "What are they doing?" Hansen struggled to lift his head, observing the strange activity of the two brothers from afar. Momentarily dazed, though uncertain of their intentions, an unsettling feeling washed over him. But in the distance, the two brothers, glowing with various luminescent hues, began to rush towards each other. The closer they drew, the more their red and blue lights intensified, until they appeared as two radiant orbs, blindingly brilliant. Ultimately, the two orbs of light collided at that moment. A terrifying aura erupted from the center of the swirling red and blue. Several Navy personnel were sent flying by the force, while Gulag and Hansen, shielded by Lynn, remained relatively unaffected. The mingling of red and blue light began to form a vortex, violently spinning, swiftly generating a raging tornado that tore at everything around it. Moreover, its scale continued to expand. The spreading winds sliced through the surroundings like countless blades, obliterating everything if allowed to continue. The entirety of this island would be annihilated. Truly, one could not underestimate a devil fruit of this caliber. It possessed terrifying power. Damn it, Hansen exclaimed in despair. Yet, observing the unflappable young naval officer standing firm, Gulag found solace and relaxed. Well, Hansen, I understand your urgency, but do lie down and watch closely. We may witness something truly entertaining. Gulag said expectantly. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had elapsed. The scene fell eerily silent once again, as the ever-expanding tornado came to a halt. The crater over 50 meters in diameter now lay before them. Resembling a site struck by a meteor, the interior aglow with a fiery red hue, with some areas still ablaze with blood-red flames. Within the fiery pit, Billy and Jimmy lay defeated, sprawled neatly on the ground. Their bodies charred, faintly emitting the scent of roasted meat. The weakened Jimmy had succumbed entirely to that strike. Meanwhile, Billy's chest continued to heave sporadically as he fought for breath, after coughing up blood. He yearned to laugh heartily as he usually did, but soon found his throat choked once more by the torrent of blood. Cough, cough, spit. Billy struggled to expel the blood from his throat before he could finally speak. Despite his body being severely burned and tattered, he was still filled with spirit. Once, Jimmy and I were just ordinary civilians. Though we lived in poverty, our family, our parents and Jimmy, were happy, until that fateful day. Billy was lost in the reverie of his past. Father, mother, I, alongside Jimmy, managed to catch a magnificent fish by the seaside that if mother consumes this fish, her illness shall surely be alleviated swiftly. Billy and Jimmy, brimming with excitement, raised the substantial fish above their heads, shouting joyfully towards their home. That it was not until we drew closer that we discovered a small battalion of royal soldiers had gathered at our abode. Their presence a foreboding sign. Meanwhile, from within the dilapidated wooden shack, a man's voice pleaded for mercy. I implore you, grant us a reprieve. We can no longer provide the necessary tribute. The man, devoid of dignity, knelt before the leader, whose armor gleamed with greater splendor than that of the common soldiers, desperately begging for clemency. Just days prior, they had paid their dues. Why must they be taxed anew? Exhausted in both body and spirit, the man felt an overwhelming sense of despair, even harboring resentment towards the kingdom. Yet, he could utter no words of dissent. Instead, he groveled like a dog, pleading for his family's sake. At this juncture, the captain, adorned in resplendent armor, shifted his gaze to a frail woman lying on the bed nearby. Though she appeared weak, her beauty was accentuated in her fragile state. With a sinister grin, the captain remarked, I could allow you a few extra days, but the sudden taxation is due to the king's desire to host a banquet for foreign monarchs. This is a matter of great importance for the kingdom's prestige, and I find myself in a difficult position. However, I cannot defy the king's orders. Therefore, if you would permit this lovely lady to accompany me for a few days, I shall temporarily spare you. What say you? Am I not a generous benefactor? Absolutely not. I will not surrender my beloved. The man, who had previously seemed timid, resolutely rejected the captain's outrageous demand. How dare you refuse my kindness? I was prepared to delay your payment under the king's pressure, yet here you stand, ungrateful. With a frustrated sigh, the captain ordered, seize him. Make sure he does not perish. At least extract this tax from him before he dies. The captain's laughter echoed with malice. Instantly, the man was met with a barrage of punches and kicks from the soldiers. While the frail woman wept, pleading for mercy, the small wooden shack transformed into a hellish scene. Meanwhile, the captain commanded his subordinates to take the weeping woman away. Just then, a stone hurtled through the air, striking the captain squarely on the back of his head. Scoundrels, leave my home. Struck without a helmet. The captain wiped the blood from his hand in fury, turning to confront his assailant. Who dares to ambush me, the captain of this kingdom? In response to the captain's wrath, a flurry of stones rained down upon him, obscuring his face in blood. The culprits were none other than Billy and Jimmy, who, despite their tender years, exhibited remarkable strength, raining blows upon the captain. How infuriating! Those wretched little brats. What are you doing? Kill them! The captain bellowed, his demeanor resembling that of a possessed fiend. Billy and Jimmy, taken aback by the captain's bloodied visage, recognized the futility of their father's situation. In a fit of desperation, the man seized a medicinal jar from the ground and hurled it at a soldier who was advancing with a drawn knife. Smash! The jar shattered, and though the soldier wore a helmet, the impact left him momentarily dazed and incapacitated. Billy, Jimmy, flee, head for the sea, never return. The ongoing struggle incited the captain's fury to a fever pitch. Causing him to lose all semblance of reason, he drew his dagger and plunged it into the man's body, extinguishing his life. Behold the fate of those who dare to resist me. You deserve this. The captain's scarred face twisted into a malevolent grin, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. As the captain sought to withdraw his blade, he found it ensnared by the dead man's grasp. At that moment, the mother, who was known as Ai Lee, had somehow acquired a kitchen knife and lunged at the captain. Thud! Blood spattered as the soldier beside her drove his blade into her body. The knife slipped from her hands, and with blood staining her lips, she mustered a final, tender smile towards Billy and Jimmy, whispering, "Sail forth, and live well." With that, she closed her weary eyes and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The events transpired in a blinding flash, so swift that Billy and Jimmy scarcely grasped the reality of their loss before they found themselves bereft of both parents. "You vile wretches! How dare you slay this woman? She was all I had left." Yet, to the soldiers, she was merely a commoner. Her demise held little consequence, and they coldly retorted, "One less peasant to worry about. Perhaps the next will yield more." The captain laughed heartily. "Indeed, you speak the truth. Now, capture those 2 children. Do not let them escape. I refuse to shoulder the burden of their taxes." "Yes, sir," came the reply from his subordinates. "Captain, the children have already fled." "What? A pack of fools. How could they escape in the presence of so many? Pursue them at once." The captain seized a sword from a nearby soldier, severing the dead man's hands to reclaim his own blade. Then led a handful of soldiers in pursuit. Billy and Jimmy, filled with anguish, sorrow, and hatred, managed to evade their pursuers. They sought refuge in a cave nestled between the cliffs, a secret hideout where they often played. Here, they escaped the soldiers' grasp. As they ventured deeper into the dark, boundless cavern, fatigue set in, and hunger gnawed at their bellies. Finally, a glimmer of light beckoned them forward. Within, they found luminous stones and a water source, filtered through the earth, cascading into a small pool. Nearby, a vine bore 2 oddly shaped fruits. The starving brothers, heedless of potential poison, seized the fruits and devoured them, regardless of the unpleasant taste. Soon after, they felt a strange transformation engulf their bodies, morphing them into fearsome dinosaur-like beings. Initially frightened by their new forms, the brothers, fueled by vengeance, resolved to harness their newfound power for retribution. Leading Jimmy out of the cave, they sought the captain still scouring for them. "Ah, splendid. You have finally returned. Do not fear. Even if you have offended me, I shall not harm you. Come, children, let us return." The captain feigned benevolence, harboring deep-seated hatred for the 2 who had injured him, plotting to imprison them for their family's debts and later torment them. As the soldiers encircled them, Billy and Jimmy exchanged glances and, tapping into the powers of the devil fruit, transformed into their monstrous forms. "What manner of beast is this?" The soldiers recoiled in terror, while the captain, stricken with fear, began to retreat. "Advance. They are merely 2 creatures." Seizing the moment as the soldiers shielded him, the captain bolted, wishing fervently for a swifter escape. Moments later, anguished cries of despair echoed from behind, the scent of blood saturating the forest. With eyes alight with vengeance, the brothers soon caught up to the captain, and amidst his desperate pleas for mercy, he was met with unimaginable torment before meeting his end. After the captain's demise, the brothers commandeered a fishing vessel and set sail. 3 years later, having established the twin dragon pirate crew, they returned to their homeland, the Domino Kingdom. Upon entering the realm, they unleashed a tempest, shattering the kingdom under the ferocity of their power. In an instant, the once prosperous kingdom transformed into a desolate mire, with only the occasional remnants of crumbled edifices buried in the earth. Bearing witness to what was once the capital of the Domino Kingdom, the 2 brothers, having set sail to exact vengeance, indulged in their burgeoning powers while relentlessly plundering villages to amass wealth, thereby expanding the ranks of the Shuanglong pirate crew. Regrettably, Lynn's original village also bore the consequences of their actions. "What? So it was you who caused the incident in the Domino Kingdom 9 years ago?" At some point, the Navy had fashioned 2 makeshift stretchers, Gulag and Hansen were placed upon them, hoisted by several sailors. By now, the temperature of the crater had significantly cooled, for the strike had been executed with the intent of instantaneous devastation. Should Lynn choose, he could unleash a vast ocean of blood fire that would burn for days without extinguishing. The tale concluded. Indeed, you are a mere reflection of the tragedies that plague this world. However, I implore you to embrace death. Lynn's tone remained flat, his expression devoid of emotion. But ha ha ha, I never anticipated you would spare me. In this realm, it is the victor who writes history. Yet, I recall a particular naval regulation stating that incapacitated pirates should primarily be captured. This means I can still survive. Ha ha ha. Navy, mark my words. One day, I shall escape from your prison and seek vengeance for my brother, Jimmy. Billy's gaze towards Lynn was filled with a malevolent hatred. Akin to the devastation wrought upon the capital by a tempest, he would undoubtedly return, fueled by revenge. Boom! A surge of blood fire erupted from Lynn's fist as he struck down upon Billy, who lay in the crater. The searing flames ignited fiercely, and amidst Billy's anguished cries, he was ultimately reduced to dust upon the earth. All naval personnel. Yes, Colonel Gulag, the sailors shouted with fervor, the leader of the Shuanglong pirate crew. Billy posed a threat to the safety of Major Lynn due to his desperate last stand before death. But to protect himself, Major Lynn had no choice but to slay Billy on the spot. Gulag declared, Nanny, a last-ditch effort? Colonel Gulag, do you take us for fools? It was clearly Major Lynn who struck first. Under Gulag's icy glare, the sailors quickly aligned their stances in unison. They declared, the leader of the Shuanglong pirate crew. Billy made a last-ditch effort, and Major Lynn, out of necessity, killed him to protect himself. Sighing, Gulag conceded, Fine, you're the boss, you call the shots. Observing the uniformity of their statements, Gulag's stern visage softened into a warm smile. Now, don't be so tense. Ha ha ha. Having a commanding officer like me is your good fortune. Gulag reverted to his affable demeanor. All sailors, including the recently reverted Pangolin Navy, felt a twinge of embarrassment. With a superior like you, we are truly fortunate. However, such sentiments remained unvoiced, as they recalled Gulag's earlier predatory expression. Hansen, on the other hand, shrugged nonchalantly. He was not one to be overly rigid in the face of the hero who had aided them in vanquishing the Shuanglong pirate crew. A slight deviation from strict justice seemed permissible. Ha ha ha, Lynn. This way, you can accept the accolades for eradicating the Shuanglong pirate crew without a blemish on your record. Later, I'll report it on your behalf. Prepare for a promotion. Lynn found Gulag to be an intriguing character, seeing in him the untamed spirit of a true warrior. Such individuals, in the world of One Piece, could go far, growing ever stronger. Provided they did not meet an untimely demise, the absence of Gulag during the Marineford War in the original narrative might be attributed to his demise at the hands of the pirate Billy. Report, Colonel Gulag. The 4 lieutenants who were struck by pirate Jimmy have been located. They are unharmed, albeit unconscious. Upon hearing this, Gulag erupted into hearty laughter. These 4 seasoned sailors had been borrowed from other divisions. Had they perished while he survived, he would have been inundated with their superior scorn. Brothers, mission accomplished, a resounding victory. We have survived. Let us celebrate. Ouch, ouch, ouch. After his exclamations, Gulag clutched his chest, racked by intense pain from overexertion. Observing this, the Pangolin Navy and Hansen exchanged bemused glances. You truly appear to be in a celebratory state. You fool, Gulag, and stop acting like a pirate, feasting all the time. Focus on healing. The one who voiced this critique was Hansen, while the Pangolin Navy could only grumble quietly in his mind, wary of openly criticizing their superior, after Lynn updated them on the situation at the Adela Islands. The Navy, still basking in the exhilaration of victory, regained their focus. The pirates Lynn had dealt with were from the main island of Dela, while the other islands continued to suffer under pirate oppression. Witnessing this, Gulag attempted to rise, but was swiftly brought low by the pain from his wounds. Curse it! I am too weak. If only I could recover swiftly, those insignificant minions would be nothing. Acting sooner could have saved more lives, freeing the oppressed civilians from their torment. Hey, Most, contact my fleet. Have them assist Major Lynn in rescuing the civilians from the other islands. The Pangolin Navy, referred to as Most, replied, but the ship's doctor is still aboard the warship. If we neglect you, even if you survive, irreversible injuries may ensue. Thus, I refuse your unreasonable demand. Prioritize getting the ship's doctor here. Most stood firm, outright rejecting Gulag's orders. Gulag, infuriated, chuckled darkly. Fine, fine. You think you've grown wings, huh? I saved you from pirates and brought you back to train, and now you've reached the point of defying my commands? Be careful, or I'll have you discharged when we return. During this affectionate exchange between superior and subordinate, a hesitant sailor approached the fuming Colonel Gulag and reported, "Sir, Major Lynn has already departed." What? That fellow left so swiftly. Faced with most resistance, Gulag had no choice but to hasten the arrival of the ship's doctor. Simultaneously, he contacted other fleet divisions on standby, upon learning that the notorious Billy and Jimmy brothers had met their end. The division commanders wasted no time in ordering their ships to swiftly encircle the islands of the Adela archipelago. After all, the brothers had previously survived bombardments, having obliterated 12 ordinary warships. Their strength was indeed formidable. Flee! A demon! It's a demon! He has come to the island! As pirates shouted in panic, some stumbled and crawled, desperately trying to rise. It was then that a fiery beam suddenly shot forth, piercing the head of a frantic pirate. Not even a whimper of surrender escaped his lips before he collapsed. His body ignited in flames, eventually turning to ash and nourishing the earth through Lynn-S adjustments. The flame attack known as Inferno Finger was not only a piercing strike but also ignited any pirate it touched. The sheer number of scoundrels was overwhelming. They seemed to multiply endlessly. Yet, with civilians still residing on the island, he could not simply unleash a conflagration that would engulf the entire area. Wait. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lynn-S mind. Envisioning a new tactic to experiment with, should this endeavor prove successful, the eradication of pirates in such situations would become significantly more manageable. Lynn concentrated, gathering bloodfire in his palm. Subsequently, he unleashed clusters of bloodfire into the sky, where they danced and swirled. Each orb burned with intense heat. Although dispersed, their power remained sufficient to clear out the pirates. Lynn named his newly developed technique Bloodfire. Starlight. Countless orbs of bloodfire floated in the air, casting the sky into a crimson hue, as though the apocalypse had descended. Scatter. As Lynn deftly commanded the stars, they scattered in various directions across the island. Activating his observation hockey, Lynn clearly sensed the locations of the pirates. Although he could not achieve the extensive coverage of the vast sky island like Enel, his abilities were more than sufficient for an island of this scale. As Lynn's fingers danced, a multitude of pirates were ignited. Reduced to ashes, each ember, rather than lingering, swiftly shot towards other pirates. Despairing wails echoed throughout the island, resembling a hell on earth. The pirates were consumed by terrifying, high-temperature blood flames that floated in the air, crying out in agony as they turned to ash. While Lynn focused intently on manipulating the countless blood flames akin to stars, a sudden snap resounded. Fire, a hidden paparazzo, known as the flame photographer, infiltrated any location to capture images. He captured the moment of Lynn controlling the flames with his left hand, his concentration palpable, from a side-angle shot. This photographer was a legendary figure, elusive and omnipresent. Having photographed the bounties of the Straw Hat Pirates and other notorious pirates, he always managed to capture outstanding bounty portraits from unique angles, rumored to have consumed a devil fruit, though no evidence existed. Lynn never anticipated that he would gain notoriety once more in such a manner. Even his observation hockey failed to detect the presence of this naval photographer lurking in the shadows. However, later on, due to the photographer's frequent forgetfulness in opening the back cover of his camera, he was dismissed from the Navy. Even after his dismissal, he persisted in his photographic endeavors, joining Morgan's newspaper and working tirelessly to capture images. His most recent appearance was within CP0, disguised as a CP0 member to take photographs while engaging in a gunfight against Morgan's, ultimately being defeated alongside other CP0 members. This raises questions about whether the flame photographer was truly part of CP0 or merely masquerading as one. Given the assault on their own newspaper chief, with a sigh of relief, Lynn cleared all the pirates from the Adela Islands. Although some pirates had received news of Lynn's defeat of their two leaders and attempted to flee, they were met with cannon fire from naval ships stationed in the surrounding waters, preventing their escape. Should one inquire about the disobedient branch navy, Lynn simply produced Sengoku's Den Den Mushi and issued a commanding order. Under the thunderous voice of Admiral Sengoku, the branch leaders hastily communicated with other ships, ensuring compliance with Lynn's directives to secure their positions that Lynn's stamina was nearly depleted. After all, the vast territory occupied by the Twin Dragons pirates had taken considerable time to reclaim. It was now afternoon, approaching dusk as the sun began to set at last. "I found you." "Major Lynn." Lynn responded. "What is it? Have I perhaps overlooked a pirate?" The beastly, transformed Pangolin Navy officer, Most, appeared before Lynn in a flurry. Panting heavily, he had searched extensively for Lynn, only to be directed to the island's location by a ship from another branch once he learned of Lynn's whereabouts, concluding the cleanup of the last island. Upon seeing Lynn, Most expressed his admiration and quickly conveyed his purpose. "Major Lynn, the residents of the main island of Adela, whom you rescued, wish to express their gratitude for eliminating the Twin Dragons pirates by hosting a banquet in your honor. However, if you are unavailable, I can inform them." Realizing he was merely a messenger, Lynn replied, "Of course, I have time. The remaining pirates of the Adela Islands have been dealt with, and I find myself quite famished. Let us go. By the way, what is your name?" Having expended much energy, he could not refuse the banquet before him, although Lynn had relied on his formidable devil fruit abilities to clear the pirates. Reclaiming the Adela Islands within a day was no small feat. Most was immensely excited, his gratitude for Lynn evident in his fervent gaze. "I am Most, the aide to Colonel Gulag." After introducing himself, Most continued, "Thank you for your contributions to the Adela Islands. I, Most, shall remember it always." It was known that they had battled the Twin Dragons pirates for several years, unable to gain any advantage, suffering significant losses among familiar naval comrades. Surely, the destruction of the Twin Dragons pirates would grant peace to the valiant souls of those fallen Navy men. On the main island of Adela, a grand banquet was unfolding, with long tables laden with food filling the spacious streets of Adela town. The port continuously welcomed Navy ships transporting suffering civilians from other islands. This was likely Colonel Gulag's idea. Only someone with such a spirited character could conceive such a delightful notion. This was an unprecedented banquet uniting all the inhabitants of the Adela Islands. The chefs worked tirelessly, their cooking utensils worn from the effort, but their faces radiated the warmth of sunshine, an expression not seen in years. The defeat of the Twin Dragons pirates had liberated them, granting them the long-awaited taste of freedom. Tables overflowed with delectable food and drink. Now that the Twin Dragons pirates had been vanquished, they would no longer endure hunger. An abundance of provisions was being transported from the Twin Dragons pirates' icehouse and granaries, enough to feed the entirety of the Adela Islands for an entire month. Additionally, a treasure trove of riches was discovered within the Twin Dragons pirates' vault, predominantly consisting of paper bills. Refugees were continuously ferried to the banquet site by naval ships. The frequency of ship arrivals gradually diminished. The surface of the sea settled into tranquility. Yet, in the face of the tantalizing aroma of the food before them, everyone, despite salivating, refrained from indulging. They awaited one man, one who had defeated the Twin Dragons pirates, one who had brought them liberation and freedom. Even the port was thronged with individuals, all gazing expectantly at the calm sea beneath the night sky. At that moment, a little girl, holding her mother's hand, appeared, her face gaunt from hunger as she gazed longingly at the dishes on the table, drooling incessantly. She had not seen such food in a very long time. The little girl gently tugged at her mother's hand, whispering, "Mommy, I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Dear, hold on a little longer. We will eat soon," her mother replied, smiling gently to soothe her. "Mommy, who are we waiting for?" With a tone of reverence and gratitude, her mother replied, "A hero, one who saved us and granted us freedom on Adela. Hey, what are you all doing? If you're hungry, start the banquet." As the words left his mouth, Colonel Gulag, bandaged and leaning on a crutch, casually tore a succulent, aromatic drumstick from the table and handed it to the little girl. The onlookers were captivated by the tender, delectable chicken leg, their mouths watering uncontrollably. "How embarrassing. I can't believe I'm drooling," murmured the refugees, wiping their mouths yet unable to contain their hunger, upon seeing the chicken leg presented before her. The little girl's eyes sparkled with delight, yet she hesitated. She withdrew her outstretched hand and declared, "Mommy said I can't eat until our hero arrives, so I won't." Yet, to face this unwavering little girl, so resistant to the allure of food, was child's play for Colonel Gulag. Chuckling, he remarked, "If you don't finish this chicken leg, that hero may never arrive. You surely wouldn't wish for your mother and everyone else to suffer in hunger while awaiting the arrival of that hero." Meanwhile, the navy behind Gulag darkened their expressions, unable to contain their disdainful thoughts. Our leader is as shameless as ever, lacking any sense of decency, deceiving even such an adorable little girl. Hearing this, the young girl accepted the chicken leg. To ensure that Hero's appearance, everyone should eat quickly. I will do my best. The little girl genuinely believed Gulag's words meant to comfort children, stretching out her small hand to take the tender, falling off the bone chicken leg from Gulag's grasp, while the surrounding commoners struggled to control their drool. Unable to contain themselves, they turned away to avoid gazing at the delectable food. That's right, obedient children are the good ones. Gulag affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, grinning broadly. The flavor of the chicken leg burst in her mouth, causing the little girl to shed tears, yet she smiled through them. It's so delicious. If I finish this chicken leg, everyone will be able to enjoy such food. Witnessing the little girl's innocence and her selflessness for others, the crowd erupted in laughter, the atmosphere turning warm and heartening. Indeed, what the Navy uncle said is true. Once you finish that chicken leg, the hero will appear, and then we too shall feast on such delicacies. The Navy behind Gulag lamented. Oh no, Colonel Gulag despises being called uncle. Hey, calling me uncle is going too far. I'm only 27. Gulag immediately erupted in fury, his cane striking the ground as his feet stomped incessantly. The Navy personnel worriedly cautioned, be careful, or your wounds might reopen. Haha, my apologies, Navy brother, but you look older than I am at 39. Upon hearing this, Gulag stumbled again. Can we refrain from discussing this? It must be said, Gulag is an expert at lifting the spirits of those around him. The recently liberated commoners were amused, finding immense relief from their burdens. Gulag cleared his throat. Ahem. Now, you all should proceed to dine, for I believe that individual will not mind. Yet, despite Gulag's words, none moved toward the dining table. This left Gulag feeling helpless. He understood the oppressive weight of the double dragon pirates looming over them like a spiked boulder, threatening their very lives at any moment. However, Lynn had removed this looming threat, granting them the freedom they had long suffered without. It was evident how significant Lynn was in their eyes. Observing their insistence to wait, Gulag relinquished his hope of having the commoners sit down to eat now. He then spoke again. I have something to share with everyone. The noise in the crowd ceased at Gulag's proclamation, all eyes turning toward him. Ahem, it is not anything grave. Henceforth, the Adela Islands will be under the protection of our 155th Navy Division. I am Colonel Gulag, and I hope to receive your continued support. What? This affable Navy brother is actually Colonel Gulag. Ha ha ha. I acknowledge you, Colonel Gulag. I've heard you fought valiantly to defeat the double dragon pirates and rescue us, sustaining severe injuries in the process, nearly losing your life. You are a kind, brave, and just Navy officer. From now on, the Adela Islands are in your hands. The entire crowd shouted in unison. The tales of Gulag, Hansen, and Lynn's confrontation with the double dragon pirates had spread among the commoners observing from afar. Ha! Leave it all to us at the 155th Division. I am not some useless fellow like Hansen. Gulag laughed heartily, not forgetting to tease his friend, who was the commanding officer stationed at the Adela Islands. Meanwhile, Hansen, wrapped in extensive bandages and leaning on crutches, emerged from the crowd. It seemed that the aftermath of his battle with Jimmy had finally revealed the extent of his injuries. Gulag, you are truly my best friend. Hansen approached Gulag, his face a shade of deep red, whether from anger or the shame of failing to defend the Adela Islands against the double dragon pirates was uncertain. Perhaps it was a mix of both. Oh, Hansen, I thought your injuries would require you to stay in bed for several days, but you've recovered so quickly. Hansen stood beside Gulag, deliberately maintaining a distance, refusing to show him a friendly face, turning his gaze away. This was his greatest concession and acknowledgement of Gulag's capabilities, allowing him to take over the defense here. After all, his own 147th Division had been completely wiped out. Leaving him all alone, you are Colonel Hansen? The mayor, alerted by the commotion, pushed through the crowd to reach them. The mayor, now clad in fresh attire, stood before the Navy officers, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at Hansen, who was covered in bandages. You are the old mayor. How wonderful. You are still alive. Hansen smiled. Colonel Hansen, during the invasion of the double dragon pirates, you fought valiantly against the pirate leaders Billy and Jimmy. We thought you had perished. The mayor recounted the harrowing battle Hansen led against the double dragon pirates. The ordeal could only be described as tragic, yet Hansen managed to rise time and again. bolstered by his unwavering spirit. Listening to the mayor's account, many in the crowd were moved to tears, reflecting on the once valiant figure who had fought to protect them, with fervent emotions. They shouted, "Colonel Hansen is truly a brave man, a true and just Navy officer. Thank you for your past protection. Please, do not say such things. After all, I could not protect you," Hansen replied with a bitter smile. That battle had left him severely beaten. Faced with the onslaught of the Double Dragon brothers, he had been unable to protect anyone, neither the civilians nor his own subordinates. Even his swordsmanship had been insufficient to cut through iron. "Colonel Hansen, please do not belittle yourself. You are also a hero of the Adela Islands." "Ha, Hansen. See, they indeed hold you in high regard. What do you say? Would you consider staying that way? The 155th Division would have 2 swordmasters." Gulag clapped Hansen's chest, laughing heartily. "You scoundrel Gulag, do you wish to see me dead? One day, I shall take my revenge on you." The pain in his chest nearly left Hansen breathless, shoving Gulag's hand away. He steadied his breath and replied through gritted teeth, "You think too highly of yourself. The division would never assign 2 swordmasters to this location. I might be transferred elsewhere. That so?" "What a pity," Gulag said. "Look, mother, I have finished." The little girl raised the now bare chicken bone, which bore clear bite marks. Evidently, she wanted to gnaw on the bone itself, unwilling to waste a morsel, though her small teeth were insufficient to do so. Just as the little girl exclaimed with innocent delight, several warships appeared on the distant sea, sailing toward them. Lynn stood at the bow of one of the vessels, the evening breeze causing his cape emblazoned with the word justice to flutter dramatically. "It's a hero. The hero who liberated the Adela Islands has returned." The crowd gathered at the port erupted in thunderous cheers, each person brimming with love and gratitude for Lynn. Were they waiting for me? Lynn observed the overwhelming sea of people with a mix of astonishment. "Indeed, Major Lynn, you have vanquished the Double Dragon pirates and saved everyone. We are all immensely grateful to you," most respectfully replied. "Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? He merely avenged his parents in the West Sea. He had not anticipated such a warm welcome. Dinner is served. Everyone need not wait for me." Lynn first held his breath. Taking a deep inhalation, his cheeks puffed out like a hamster hoarding food. Then, releasing a breath, he shouted loudly. The sound reverberated throughout the entire port, ensuring that everyone heard Lynn's voice. "Ha. I told you he wouldn't mind. I had already suggested you all start eating." Gulag bellowed. The commoners, their faces flushed with excitement, began to take their seats under the order maintained by the Navy and some of the civilians. Lynn had also allowed the last wave of civilians from the few warships to partake in the feast. "Thank you, Major Lynn." The civilians aboard the ship bowed in gratitude, while Lynn waved his hand, urging them to hurry, feeling somewhat awkward with so many waiting for him to begin the banquet. "Major Lynn, please follow me." A Navy officer dispatched by Gulag welcomed Lynn to the dining area. Upon sitting at the table with Gulag, Hansen, and the other Navy personnel, the atmosphere on the island became lively. Simultaneously, the sound of bang 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 fireworks erupted above Delra Island, adding to the festivity of the banquet. Starting tomorrow, it would herald a brand new day of freedom and joy. For the first time in history, all the islanders of the Adela archipelago gathered for a grand banquet, and all this was made possible by Lynn's arrival. Under Lynn's suggestion, Gulag kindly contacted the mayor along the way to select a group of people to spread the word around Delra Island, advising them to control their food intake, as eating too much after being hungry for so long could be fatal. Fortunately, that evening, no one succumbed to overeating, and Gulag heaved a sigh of relief that it would be far too tragic for a new life to begin only to end so abruptly. However, this was the world of One Piece, and death would not come so easily, except for a certain blue-haired girl who tragically fell to her demise while searching for a whetstone. After the banquet concluded, Lynn settled into the quarters arranged by Gulag. Soon, the next day arrived. With the Double Dragon pirates dealt with, Lynn was set to set sail. Upon learning of Lynn's departure, both the Navy and the commoners came to bid farewell, all feeling a twinge of reluctance. They hoped their hero would linger a few more days. Faced with the warm hospitality of the crowd, Lynn expressed that he had tasks ahead, needing to pursue pirates. With that, the crowd had no reason to hold him back. Tears mingled with smiles as they waved goodbye, expressing their heartfelt gratitude and wishes for a safe journey. Lynn responded with a gentle smile, encouraging them to take care and live well in the face of such warmth. Lynn could not maintain a cold demeanor, but instead displayed a friendly disposition. The warship Lynn boarded gradually departed the port, fading into a small black dot on the horizon, disappearing from view. No matter where one is, the people are always the most endearing beings. Major Lynn, I have already prepared your ship, shouted Most, the pangolin devil fruit user and Gulag's aide. Thank you, Lynn replied, feeling honored to receive such assistance. Gulag emerged from the warship, accompanied by Hansen and others. Lynn remarked, I was wondering where you two were. I didn't realize you had been waiting on the warship. Lynn, I have submitted the report on the Double Dragon pirates. And your contributions were paramount. Upon returning to headquarters, a promotion awaits you, Gulag declared with joviality. Once again, thank you for vanquishing the Double Dragon pirates and saving us, should you require assistance in the future. Do not hesitate to seek us out. No matter how challenging the road may be, we will bravely rush to your aid, Hansen added. Though both were still bandaged, Gulag no longer needed a cane to walk normally. And Hansen had progressed from using 2 crutches to 1. Their injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. After exchanging a few more words, the trio began to bid farewell, just as Lynn was about to leap from the warship onto the flaming boat moored below. A sailboat was seen speeding towards them from the direction of Delrar Island. Wait, Major Lynn. The mayor's voice called out from the ship, prompting Lynn to look up and spot the mayor and his entourage. Hurry up, the mayor urged the sailors to navigate the boat closer. Mayor, what is the matter? Has something happened? Gulag inquired, frowning. That shouldn't be the case. The pirates of the Adela archipelago have indeed been eradicated, and there should be no oversight. Reports from other departments that scoured the islands cannot be false. The mayor, panting for breath, finally exclaimed, You are leaving too quickly. This is a gift we prepared for Major Lynn and all of you. Oh, a gift? Gulag's eyes brightened, eager to see what it was. 8 wooden crates were brought aboard by the Navy. The 8 large boxes were neatly arranged on the deck of the warship, and everyone's curiosity piqued at what they contained. This is our token of gratitude from the Adela archipelago. Please accept it, the mayor said with a beaming smile, adopting an air of mystery that heightened their anticipation. Several Navy officers opened the crates. A dazzling golden light burst forth, illuminating the faces of those gathered. How blinding! Gulag shielded his eyes, then, feigning despair, shouted at the mayor, How could you use such a thing to test me, the head of the 155th Division? Quickly, take several boxes to my office on the ship. I must examine them closely to ascertain their authenticity. Meanwhile, Hansen grimaced, shouting, Hey, Gulag, when will you ever change your greedy ways? You must not forget that you are a just Navy officer. Although the Navy's regulations state that any treasures obtained from defeating pirates must be surrendered, I believe the current Adela archipelago needs these resources to rebuild its shattered homes. Upon hearing Hansen's words, the mayor smiled with satisfaction. In fact, I have already set aside some currency for the reconstruction of the Adela archipelago. These gold and silver treasures are reserved for you brave heroes, even if the cash runs short. We can excavate the ruins of the Double Dragon Brothers' palace. There still lie 2 golden thrones. The mayor had brought all the gold and silver treasures in large boxes, hastily sailing here, had he not feared being late. He would have dug up the 2 golden thrones to bring along as well. He had risen early to prepare, but was surprised at how early they departed. Thankfully, he managed to catch up. Ha! Hansen, did you hear? This is our reward for being heroes, Hansen retorted. Even if the Adela archipelago has the funds for reconstruction, shouldn't we be turning these into the Navy? Foolish Hansen, your honesty makes you susceptible to great losses. Gulag admonished sagely. What great loss? Hansen scratched his head in confusion. Forget it. Gulag began to say something, but quickly swallowed his words. Let us consider it an advance application for funding to uphold justice at sea. For maintaining the warships and weapons, as well as aiding civilians and clearing out pirates. Do you understand now? The approvals from above will not come swiftly. This can be used in emergencies. Finally, Hansen was persuaded by Gulag and nodded. That makes more sense. You truly won't pocket it for yourself? Hansen remained skeptical of his old friend's integrity, especially in the face of money. That I assure you, I am clearly a competent and upstanding colonel within the Navy. I trust Gulag. The 2 individuals found themselves at an impasse. Lynn spoke up. Gulag was not as simple as he appeared. He harbored a sense of justice, yet he did not adhere blindly to outdated rules. This was Lynn's observation, gleaned from his interaction with Gulag. With Lynn's utterance, the outcome was determined. Ultimately, the 8 large boxes of jewels were divided among the 3, with each person receiving 2 boxes. The surplus 2 boxes, initially meant for Lynn, were instead left for Gulag that I hope these will be of use to you, Lynn stated. Gulag responded with a mysterious laugh. Fear not, Lynn, I shall not disappoint you. With this sum of money, he could finally pursue some ventures. Hansen, however, shook his head. You two are so cryptic. I can hardly comprehend. But, Gulag, if you truly intend to use this money for good, I shall gladly give you my 2 boxes of jewels. Lynn could not help but admire the unassailable sense of justice exhibited by the colonel named Hansen. Yet, he was somewhat too straightforward. Should he uncover certain truths about the Navy, one could only wonder how he might react. Perhaps he would resort to raiding celestial dragon slave ships to liberate the enslaved, inevitably becoming a wanted pirate himself. Nonetheless, if such an event were to transpire, Lynn resolved to lend him a hand. Individuals like him were, much like Tiger, quite endearing. Hansen, you are truly my best brother. We are good brothers, and I need not speak further of gratitude. Upon witnessing Hansen's demeanor, Gulag was elated. With this substantial fortune, what was there to worry about in achieving great endeavors? Hey, Lynn, do you require an escort? Gulag called out kindly to Lynn, who was aboard the flame boat, now laden with several boxes of treasured, no need. Just a minor inconvenience. Farewell, Lynn declared, releasing blood flames to power the jet. And the flaming vessel shot forth like a rocket, leaving a long trail across the ocean. What an interesting fellow, ha 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 ha. Sailors, set sail, Gulag commanded. Yes, Colonel Gulag, the sailors chorused. Hansen, congratulations. You may be reassigned to the Grand Line. The pirates there are no less formidable than those in the West Sea. Be wary of those cunning rascals, and do not let your guard down. And remember, if you find yourself in a bind, do not act impulsively. Be sure to contact me, Gulag advised earnestly. Understood. When did you become so chatty? And don't underestimate me, you rascal Gulag. The two bantered playfully as the warship departed. The vast ocean fell back into tranquility. Lynn continued to navigate the flame boat swiftly across the West Sea, his aim not being Reverse Mountain, but rather his homeland, Belset Island, located within the flower country at that moment. Lynn stood at the bow of the flame boat, the rapid sailing causing his naval jacket to flutter in the sea breeze, the word just as clearly visible, after some time spent examining the nautical chart acquired from Gulag on Delra Island. Lynn finally pinpointed the location of his hometown. It was a rugged, mountainous island with limited arable land. Yet, the mountains were rich with wildlife, fruit trees, and wild vegetables. The villagers primarily survived through hunting and fishing. The only cultivable area was the land behind the mountain, where a freshwater river flowed. Reflecting on the past and the memories of his parents in this world, Lynn vividly recalled how his mother would often take him up the mountain to gather wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits. His father would hunt or fish alongside other villagers, bringing their catches to nearby islands for sale. His parents shared a harmonious relationship, never quarreling, and although the family was not wealthy, they lived happily together. Until that fateful day. Lynn took a moment to steady his thoughts, steering the flame boat directly towards the island that had come into view. After 8 years, I have returned. Lynn felt it was nothing short of a miracle that he had survived the onslaught of the Twin Dragon's pirate crew. Drifting across the seas, after setting sail, he had faced abduction, maritime disasters, and other misfortunes, ultimately arriving in the East Sea aboard a merchant vessel. He recalled how his journey mirrored that of Sanji in the original tale, who had also endured hardships from the North Sea. Traversing to the East East, his feet touched land. Lynn's storage ring shimmered with a flicker of white light, causing the flame boat, which had docked at the shoreline, to vanish into his spatial ring. After stowing away the flame boat, Lynn strode purposefully into the depths of the island. To be honest, Lynn was somewhat hazy regarding the village's location. The place he had spent the most time on the island was indeed the village itself, and the woods where he gathered vegetables with his mother. Many areas remained unexplored, utilizing his blood flame abilities to enhance his speed. Lynn leaped atop a tall tree. He then nimbly traversed between the trees, searching for the village that had been destroyed by the Twin Dragon's pirate crew. In the world of One Piece, most territories are dominated by islands, many of which are uninhabited. There are even numerous instances like Lynn's village, where an island hosts but a single village. After a thorough search, Lynn still could not locate the village. Opening the map once more, Lynn confirmed that, if his navigation skills were accurate, he was indeed on an island named Belset. He attempted to activate his observation hotkey to search for any discoveries. If that failed, he would have to invest more time in his search. The observation hockey spread out from Lynn in like a radar, expanding outward. He moved cautiously while scanning, as his mastery of hockey had not reached the genius level of Enel. Capable of encompassing an entire sky island. At that moment, Lynn in detected the presence of a living being on the island. It was a person exuding an aura of twilight. Could it be another survivor like himself? Lynn's flames intensified as he leaped into the air, utilizing the flames to propel himself closer to the individual. The view before him suddenly expanded, revealing nearby vegetation that showed signs of having been cleared. Before him stood a familiar yet altered village. It could not be mistaken. This was indeed the village where he had once lived with his family. Lynn entered the village, now filled with numerous dilapidated houses due to the pirate attack. Most structures had crumbled into ruins, and he soon spotted his former home, a seemingly ordinary yet spacious wooden house, now cloaked in cobwebs. Upon entering, Lynn searched the interior but found no trace of his family's remains. They had hidden him in a wardrobe during the attack, allowing him to survive. He had been only 7 years old at the time. Gazing at the familiar items within the house, Lynn lost himself in thought for a moment, but ultimately redirected his gaze and exited the dwelling. That he raced towards the location of the individual sensed by his observation hockey, igniting his feet with flames for a rapid dash. Before long, Lynn emerged from the village. After a brief trek, the surroundings opened up once more. Mounds of earth appeared in the grassy expanse ahead. These were the graves of the villagers. Someone had buried the deceased villagers, ensuring their bodies were not left exposed. Indeed, there were survivors besides himself. In the clearing directly in front of the graveyard, not far away, stood a modest stone and wood structure, from which a plume of smoke rose from its chimney. The presence of the living that Lynn had sensed emanated from that very house. Knock, knock, knock. Lynn approached the door and politely rapped upon it. Who is it? Who would come to this remote island? A middle-aged man with graying hair and wooden-framed glasses opened the door, quickly spotting Lynn in his pristine naval uniform. Who are you? A Navy officer? May I inquire as to why you seek me? The elderly man, whose face bore an expression of twilight, asked with curiosity. The Navy had never been known to venture here. A silver pendant hung from the man's neck, holding a round locket that could contain family photographs. Lynn paused momentarily, uncertain, and then spoke hesitantly. Uncle Gavin. Upon hearing the young naval officer call out his name, the silver-haired middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. That it had been ages since anyone had uttered his name. How did this sailor know it? Who are you? The middle-aged man inquired earnestly, leaning in to scrutinize Lynn's face. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity at that moment, Lynn adjusted his cap slightly, revealing his pair of faintly crimson eyes. Boom! The instant the middle-aged man beheld those eyes, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning, a buzzing echo reverberating in his mind. After a brief pause, his hands began to tremble, his voice quavering with excitement. You must be Lynn, right? You finally remember me. Uncle Gowan, you took care of me when I was a child. Lynn broke into a broad smile. The man, referred to as Uncle Gowan by Lynn, trembled all over, tears streaming down his cheeks like an unrelenting cascade. Am I dreaming? Lynn, is it truly you? Indeed, I have returned, Lynn replied with a grin. Uncle Gowan, won't you invite me inside for a moment? I am a bit hungry, and I intend to devour all the food in your household that I in times past. Gowan would have undoubtedly retorted with a dismissive get lost. You little glutton. All right. Yet now, Gowan grasped Lynn's arms with trembling hands. Repeating all right thrice, he could hardly believe that the gluttonous boy he once knew had survived. There were still other survivors in the village besides him. With a warm gaze, Gowan watched as Lynn heartily consumed rice accompanied by mushrooms and wild vegetables foraged from the forest, as well as some game meat. Though Gowan now appeared frail and weary, in his youth he was a skilled hunter in the village, possessing the strength to wrestle with bears, and later became a merchant after venturing out to sea. It was during his time as a traveling trader that the dragon pirates ruthlessly attacked this medium-sized village. Aside from Lynn and Gowan, no other souls had managed to survive. Even now, Gowan felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Astonished that the most extraordinary child among them had not only survived, but had grown into a fine young man, he observed Lynn gobbling up the food on the table. It felt as if time were reversing, transporting him back to the past. Gowan's heart fluttered with a mixture of relief and joy. It is truly wonderful that you are alive, he exclaimed, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. Uncle Gowan, let us look forward. We must live well that I am certain Aunt Di would not wish to see you in such a state. After taking a sip of water, Lynn let out a satisfied burp. Indeed, she was always so gentle and understanding. Encountering her was the greatest fortune of my life. Yet, I am the one responsible for the demise of both her and her child. Had she not been with me, had she not married me, she would not have resided here, nor would she have perished alongside her child at the hands of pirates. It is all my fault. I caused their deaths. Gawain seemed to age several years in an instant. Engulfed by his own remorse, Lynn could only offer a few words of consolation, which brought a slight alleviation to the middle-aged man's burden. By the way, Lynn, how did you manage to survive those pirates? Lynn recounted his harrowing experiences of fleeing and drifting. Upon hearing about Lynn's perilous journey, Gawain's heart ached. Child, you truly endured much suffering. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that you survived is a blessing. Those pirates deserve nothing but contempt. If only I had been there that day. How could they have so easily invaded the village? Gawain was unaware that it was the very pirate crew that had attacked the village. Being in such a remote area, only Lynn had witnessed the event. Otherwise, given Gawain's character, he would have long since charged in with his hunting knife. For years, I have been seeking information on those scoundrels. Yet I have found nothing. There were too few witnesses and too little evidence left behind. Otherwise, I would have slaughtered those wretches. As Gawain spoke, his eyes glinted with murderous intent, wishing fervently to avenge the village and the mother and child. Child, do you know which pirate crew attacked the village? Gawain desperately hoped to glean information about the pirate crew from the sole witness. Lynn, it was the dragon pirates. But fret not, Uncle Gawain, I have avenged the village. Their leader, Billy, and Jimmy have both met their end at my hands. Lynn replied slowly. What? It was the dragon pirates. Gawain exclaimed in shock. Occasionally, newsbirds would deliver newspapers, and he had heard whispers of the happenings in the West Sea. He knew the dragon pirates to be an exceedingly large crew, boasting a fleet of over 100 ships. It was said they currently occupied the Adela Islands, enslaving its inhabitants, the dragon pirates. A truly despicable lot. Gawain's heart brimmed with vengeance. Yet as he stood to fetch his weapon and seek retribution, he suddenly froze, sitting back down. Child, what did you just say? I seem to have missed something crucial. Gawain stammered, uncertain. He had been so fixated on his wrath towards the dragon pirates that he had not fully comprehended Lynn's words. However, he faintly recalled hearing that the dragon pirates had been vanquished by Lynn. Lynn patiently clarified, the dragon pirates have been completely annihilated. I took action, and their leaders, Billy and Jimmy, are no more. You need not bear the burden of hatred any longer. Upon confirming that he had understood correctly, Gawain gasped, and the surrounding air fell into a stunned silence. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the sound of a news bird echoed from outside. It seems today is fortunate. Another news bird has arrived, Gawain said. Please wait a moment. He intended to take this opportunity to purchase a newspaper, allowing himself a moment to digest the monumental revelation Lynn had shared. Upon opening the door, he saw the newsbird perched atop a wooden windmill over a meter high, standing before the house. Gawain retrieved 50 belly from his pocket and handed it to the newsbird, which deftly accepted the payment as if it had human hands. Then opened the tube strapped beneath its body and produced a newspaper to present to Gawain. He processed the information Lynn had just revealed. He absent-mindedly opened the newspaper. The headline read, The Burning Star of Justice, the Navy's New Hope, Flame Lynn, single-handedly annihilates the dragon pirates of the West Sea, slays their leaders, the evil dragon Billy and the slaughter dragon Jimmy. The accompanying image depicted Lynn, focused and commanding Flame. Starlight, his profile radiating seriousness and dedication. This is, Gawain trembled as he read the newspaper, soon bursting into laughter with a sense of relief. Lynn, you have endured so much these years. He entered the room, handing the newspaper to Lynn. He could hardly fathom the weight of hatred this child had carried, surviving with vengeance against the dragon pirates as his sole purpose. Surely, this was why he had joined the Navy. Lynn accepted the newspaper and opened it. Fortunately, it appeared to be a credible source, likely not from Morgan's, but rather a collaboration between the Navy and Morgan's Press. After all, the newsbirds were known for their swift transmission of information across the seas. After placing the newspaper on the table, Lynn stood and said, Uncle Gawain, please take me to see their graves. Very well, but since we have avenged our grievances, it is time to let go and look forward. Do not dwell on the past as I have. It only leads to endless sorrow. Gawain gently advised. Lynn, still young, had a bright future ahead of him, potentially becoming an outstanding naval officer, which filled Gowan with pride. The once gluttonous child had transformed into a formidable young man. With a generous heart, Gowan felt joy for Lynn. He led Lynn to a small mound of earth, the final resting place of Lynn's parents. I laid them to rest together, Gowan stated. Thank you, Uncle Gowan. You have done what I have long wished to accomplish. Lynn Dow, there is no need for thanks. I merely wish to spare the villagers from the sight of death that lay strewn about, granting them a peaceful resting place. Thanks to Uncle Gowan overseeing this cemetery, it has been well maintained, untouched by the encroaching weeds and greenery. Uncle Gowan, I have become a Navy sailor now. You may join me at the naval headquarters in Marineford. Come with me. After a prolonged silence, Lynn finally spoke. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Gowan was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Taha. I suppose my efforts in caring for you were not in vain after all. Yet, I must decline your kind offer. My heart longs to remain in my hometown, and I have no desire to venture elsewhere. Moreover, I find great comfort in my current abode. Gowan gently turned down the invitation. Wishing not to burden Lynn.ic, Lynn replied, not pressing the matter further, as he gazed towards the distant sea, the soothing breeze caressing his cheeks. Indeed, this was a splendid place to reside, perched high above with a view of the cerulean ocean. Even witnessing the sun's rise. 3 days later. Hey Lynn, look what I caught today, a rare prize, indeed, one you seldom see, Gowan exclaimed excitedly, entering the house while cradling a rabbit nearly his height, adorned with horns. Eager to boast to Lynn. Not here. Lynn's absence was evident, and instead, the interior was filled with an abundance of supplies nearly overflowing the space. Where had this boy procured so many provisions? It must have been a laborious task for him to transport them from the ship. Gowan discovered a note on the table in the living room and quickly surmised its contents. Picking up the paper, he read the farewell message, along with words encouraging him to live well. Upon finishing, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gowan understood that Lynn, now a sailor, could not linger here for long. You truly have a kind heart, but allow me to prepare a meal for a proper send-off. Alas, such delectable rabbit meat shall be mine alone to enjoy. Before long, Gowan had whipped up several dishes, the table adorned with a plate of fragrant rabbit meat. He also opened a bottle of unfamiliar liquor. As he took a swig, a violent cough erupted from him. Cough, cough. This drink was peculiar and unsettling. Perhaps he should take a more cautious sip. Gowan opted for a smaller glass this time and savored a piece of the tantalizing rabbit meat. As if he had been transported to paradise. What a delightful drink, capable of bringing joy. How intriguing. Ha ha ha. It was undoubtedly a high-quality spirit exchanged by Lynn through the system. Yet, Gowan couldn't help but chuckle at the sheer volume of supplies that had nearly filled the hall and 2 additional rooms. It seemed he would be sleeping on the floor tonight. He could only wonder when these provisions would ever be depleted in these past few days, upon learning of the destruction of the pirate crew that had ravaged the village. Coupled with engaging conversations, Gowan's spirits had lifted considerably, and the aura of impending death that had once lingered around him was gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Lynn had departed from his homeland, Bayerst Island, sailing across the vast ocean. In addition to sharing meals and conversations with Uncle Gowan and his parents, Lynn had also taken the time to renovate and tend to his home, restoring it to a semblance of its former glory. Thus, Lynn had finally laid his heart's burdens to rest. What lay ahead for him was clear. Pirates, I am coming. Prepare to meet your demise. With flames enveloping him, Lynn piloted the fiery vessel, its stern erupting in blood-red flames. Slicing through the waves with unyielding resolve, time rewinds to 3 days prior, Barbary Island. Another day of peace and tranquility, yet today, an unexpected sight graced the port, a dog-headed warship in the Hua Tavern on the first floor's hall. Hey, that Navy officer appears to be the legendary hero Garp, doesn't he? Who is Hero Garp? You fool. You don't even know the Navy's hero Garp. He was once the rival of the pirate king Roger and the one who captured him. The patrons whispered among themselves, astonished at the presence of such a prominent figure in their remote Barbary Island. Garp, however, paid them no mind, his focus solely on his meal. Wah! The dishes you've prepared are far superior to those concocted by that Lynn fellow. Garp relished the food before him, prompting a sigh of relief from Chef Papireau, who wiped the sweat from his brow. A single complaint from the Navy hero could spell disaster for their establishment. Though Paparo was confident in his culinary skills, he understood that trouble could arise unexpectedly. It seemed that this Navy hero had come purely for the pleasure of dining, allowing Paparo to relax. "Wait, Mr. Garp, did you just mention Lynn?" Paparo inquired eagerly. "Indeed, that lad has become my disciple," Garp replied, savoring a bite of the freshly served intestines, his eyes lighting up with delight. Before long, the dish was nearly empty. "What? Lynn has joined the Navy. He has become the disciple of the legendary hero Garp." Both Paparo and a nearby waiter were taken aback, incredulous but recognizing the potential of such a development. "This is fantastic. Knowing that our captain is thriving within the Navy brings us peace of mind." Lynn had been away from Barbary Island for nearly 9 months, with the last news being the defeat of the pirate crew at Grass Valley 5 months prior. With no word from Lynn during this time in the Grand Line, their concerns had grown. Just then, a chef who had gone out for supplies burst in, clutching a newspaper, excitement radiating from him. "Chef Paparo, there's news about Captain Lynn." Paparo eagerly took the paper, unable to suppress a smile as he read its contents. As expected of Captain Lynn, he has made a name for himself across the seas in such a dashing manner. "Let me see," Garp said, wiping his hands with a napkin before taking the paper from Paparo. The headline was striking: "The Bane of All Evil, Navy News Star, Blood Flame Lynn. It seems Lynn has successfully avenged himself." Garp chuckled. "I knew with his current strength, such feats would be a walk in the park for him. He has vanquished the Twin Dragons pirate crew and liberated the enslaved civilians on the island, hosting an unprecedented grand banquet at Adela Island, a feast open to all. It must have been quite the spectacle, especially as the refugees, despite their hunger, had endured the pangs of starvation while eagerly awaiting Lynn's arrival." The port was a throng of people. Apart from the captivating image of Lynn commanding blood flames, there were also photographs capturing Lynn's triumph over the Twin Dragons brothers, the eradication of the remaining pirates, and the gathering of civilians at the naval port, all waiting for Lynn. The atmosphere was one of jubilation, with happiness radiating from every civilian's face. Garp continued to read. An inexplicable warmth surged through him. "You are the true hero of the Navy, Lynn." In this regard, even Garp felt a twinge of inadequacy. Lynn possessed an infectious charisma that brought freedom and joy to others. Such a scene, where the streets were filled with adoring crowds, was an experience Garp had never known. Ha ha ha. "Truly, I have chosen an exceptional disciple. Who would have thought that one day I could cultivate such a remarkable sailor?" Garp boasted unabashedly, after finishing his meal. Garp made sure to pack some pig intestines and a bottle of fine white wine, noting that the combination was simply delightful, were it not for the desire to return home to witness Luffy. He truly would not wish to depart from this place so swiftly. Meanwhile, on the other side of Bababali Island, at the sales headquarters of the perfume factory, Amber was diligently attending to matters on her desk. At that moment, the door to her office was abruptly thrust open, startling Amber and igniting her temper. Just as she was about to reprimand the intruder, she recognized it was Iway, and her demeanor softened somewhat. Furrowing her brow, she said, "Iway, if there's nothing of great importance, I shall not spare you." Completely disregarding Amber's displeasure, Iway exclaimed excitedly, "Amber, look, Boss Lynn is so handsome, especially in that naval uniform. What should I do? I've suddenly developed feelings for Boss Lynn. Should I confess my love?" With hearts in her eyes, Iway was overtaken by youthful infatuation. Amber, however, merely twitched her lips in bemusement as she accepted the newspaper from Iway's hands to take a look. Indeed, that fellow did possess a certain charm, and the uniform suited him well. Amber, now more mature, refrained from displaying the same foolishness as as she continued to read, particularly captivated by the account of the rescue of civilians. The ensuing grand banquet. Her mood became increasingly tumultuous. It seemed that Bababali Island had produced an extraordinary hero. Truly, he deserved the title of boss. In the past, Amber had always referred to Lynn by his name, but this time, she acknowledged him as boss. At Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, laughter echoed as he remarked, "Ha ha ha. Crane, you see. I told you my judgment would not fail. Lynn is destined to become an exceptional naval officer." This incident involving the defeat of the Twin Dragons pirates has garnered him widespread admiration. Even Crane, typically stern in demeanor, allowed a rare smile to grace her face as she gazed at the newspaper featuring Lynn. Indeed, he is a fine young man. What he has accomplished is precisely the justice that the Navy has long sought. Just then, Zephyr entered the room with a measured gait. "Sengoku, I have heard news of Lynn." "Indeed, The news of Lynn's triumph over the Twin Dragons pirates reached us a day ago. Due to the exclusive collaboration between the Navy and Morgan's newspaper, it took an extra day to circulate across the seas. The Navy's efficiency pales in comparison to Morgan's. Here, the newspaper has just arrived. Take a look, Zephyr. As Zephyr casually settled onto the nearby sofa and unfolded the newspaper, he mused, I told you, with his current strength. Even a bounty of 500 million would not pose a challenge for him. The Twin Dragons, lacking mastery of hockey, were no match. Satisfied with Lynn's victory over the Twin Dragons pirates, Zephyr continued reading. Billy's bounty stands at 500 million, while Jimmy's is 390 million. However, as he encountered the segment detailing Lynn's decisive extermination of all pirates on Adela Island, a flicker of concern crossed Zephyr's mind. Since his family fell victim to pirates, the once mighty admiral known for his mercy was no more. Zephyr harbored no pity for the pirates. Rather, he feared Lynn might evolve into an extremist like Sakazuki. Although Sakazuki was efficient in eradicating pirates, his methods occasionally resulted in collateral damage or unjust killings of civilians, a source of discontent for Zephyr. He did not wish for Lynn, whom he had meticulously nurtured, to become like Sakazuki. Thus, witnessing Lynn's resolute actions on Adela Island left him with an ominous sense of foreboding. As his gaze shifted downward, Zephyr's expression gradually transformed. The civilians Lynn had rescued thronged the port, eagerly awaiting his arrival. When Lynn finally appeared, the crowd erupted in heartfelt cheers. Gazing at the image of Lynn standing upon the warship, a long-buried fervor surged within Zephyr, sending goosebumps across his skin. It is Z, the hero he had longed to become in his youth. He had never achieved that dream, yet his remarkable disciple had become the hero he yearned for. Though Lynn basked in the adoration of the people, behind this glory lay considerable hardship. After all, he was still mastering a newly developed technique to avoid harming civilians or to save them. He had to focus intensely on controlling the numerous flames, for instance, to accelerate a fireball and rescue civilians from the clutches of pirates. He needed to regulate the volume of other flames. Given the vastness of an island and the multitude of pirates and civilians, how many precise flames did he need to control beneath the surface of this apparent glory? Lynn was utterly exhausted. He simply bore the burden without revealing it, maintaining an expression devoid of strain as he manipulated the countless fireballs. Truthfully, Lynn was reluctant to resort to this taxing technique unless his strength increased. It was a dual torment of both spirit and body. Moreover, Lynn had never anticipated receiving such fervent acclaim from the populace. In the latter half of the Grand Line, a sea area was graced by the presence of a colossal ship resembling a whale, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. It is Blood Flame Lynn. Upon seeing the newspaper in Marco's hands, a dark-haired youth named Alan felt an immense pressure, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had fortuitously encountered several members of the Whitebeard crew while they were away on business, which had allowed him to join the crew. The journey had been fraught with perilous adventures. Alan, do you know this naval officer? Marco inquired with keen interest as soon as Lynn's name was mentioned. Alan's expression shifted dramatically, tinged with fear. He is a truly terrifying individual. My previous captains perished at his hands. He shows no mercy to pirates. He even delights in using that blood flame ability to torment them, inflicting suffering akin to being scorched by hellfire. He is an exceedingly wicked pervert. Alan continued, Captain Marco, if our crew encounters this man, we must flee swiftly. He did not wish for the Whitebeard pirates to repeat the grim fate of his former captains. He relished his time here and cherished the familial bonds shared among the crew. That moment, a ruggedly handsome, powerfully built young man with dark skin appeared behind Alan and Marco. This was Teach, who would later kill Whitebeard and seize the Tremor fruit. Teach laughed heartily. Hey, Alan, don't underestimate the Whitebeard pirates. With our old man around, we fear no one. Marco nodded in agreement. Teach is right. We Whitebeard pirates are the freest crew on these seas. Unafraid of anyone, not even the Navy. If I encounter that fellow, I would relish the opportunity to battle him. Alan thought to himself. It's over. Why won't they listen? Lynn exudes an ominous and malevolent aura. Alan wished to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from crossing paths with Lynn. Grura, what are you fools discussing? A massive man, akin to a small mountain, approached with an imposing presence. This moment, Whitebeard was at the pinnacle of his strength, standing 6 meters tall, devoid of the various syringes that would later adorn him. Old man, the three called out joyfully, their voices filled with respect. Marco then handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Old man, we were discussing this naval officer. Foolish Alan believes we cannot contend with him, Marco said indignantly. Humph. If that fellow were to appear before me, I could fell him with a single punch. At this moment, Marco was still a brash youth in his 20s, basking under the protective wing of Whitebeard. His gaze lofty and dismissive of all formidable figures aside from Whitebeard himself, in his heart, he believed that the Whitebeard pirates were the most powerful entity upon these vast seas. Just as Marco's words fell, a heavy hand descended upon him. It was Whitebeard. Foolish son, do not be arrogant. This sea will never run short of strong adversaries. Marco gingerly touched the bump on his head and could only respond with a reluctant, yes, Gururara, this fellow is extraordinary. He possesses a magnetic force reminiscent of Roger, yet even more terrifying. Whitebeard remarked thoughtfully as he perused the newspaper. It seems that another individual akin to Roger is emerging in these waters. Perhaps this Navy officer will become a formidable opponent for us in a way. Old man, is he really that strong? I didn't sense anything particularly special about him. Tiki exclaimed in astonishment. Marco, equally displeased, added, yes, he is merely a rookie Navy officer who has just begun to make a name for himself. What is there to commend about him? If I encounter him next time, I shall surely make him flee with his tail between his legs. In response to Marco, another swift chop landed atop his head, causing yet another bump to sprout. Hey, old man, that's not fair. Tiki also said something. So why am I the only one getting hit? Marco protested indignantly. The more foolish the son, the more he must be beaten to gain enlightenment. Whitebeard replied. Marco. Now, returning to the present, Lynn remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of the notorious pirate Whitebeard from the New World, a titan of the Roger era. At this moment, having bid farewell to his hometown of Belster Island, nestled within the Flower Country, he continued to navigate his flame boat aimlessly across the West Sea. When encountering pirates, he would sink their ships. And when reaching islands or towns, he would strike back against pirate assaults. Though Lynn's actions in slaying pirates were in line with his Navy duties, he felt as if something was amiss. Subconsciously reaching for the bounty notice tucked in his waist pocket, his hand met only emptiness. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Subsequently, Lynn burst into laughter, exclaiming, at last, I understand why I felt something lacking when I was defeating pirates before. What I lacked was the bounty. Now that I've become a Navy officer, all I receive for eliminating pirates are merely military merits. Lynn resolved that once he elevated his rank to a certain level, he would discreetly start a side venture as a bounty hunter. After all, the allure of quick earnings as a bounty hunter appealed greatly to Lynn. Cleansing the seas of pirates while making money seemed a splendid arrangement. As Lynn's thoughts meandered, a pirate ship approached in the waters ahead, its mast proudly displaying a skull pirate flag adorned with crossed knives and forks. It was none other than the gluttonous pirate crew, boasting a bounty of 22 million berries. Hey, Captain, it seems there's a Navy officer navigating a peculiar vessel ahead, one pirate remarked. Idiot, do I need to teach you how to handle such trivial matters? Bring him down. We are the freest pirates upon these seas. At that moment, a hefty figure lounged on the deck, a table before him laden with an array of meats and fruits. The captain of this pirate crew was gluttonous Anchi, a man endowed with extraordinary strength capable of demolishing a small house with a single punch. He was en route to the Red Line, intending to ascend the currents into the Grand Line. Understood. A pirate adjusted the cannon, preparing to aim at the Navy officer. However, they were bewildered to discover that, unbeknownst to them, the Navy officer had suddenly vanished. This revelation left the pirates in a state of confusion. Hey, you must be seeing things. The sea ahead is calm and devoid of anything. The pirate who had spotted Lynn took a few steps forward and leaned against the railing, perplexedly rubbing his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Huh, how strange. I distinctly saw a Navy officer on the sea. Just as this pirate expressed his confusion, the atmosphere aboard the ship turned eerily silent. The once jarring sounds of the captain's chewing and the boisterous celebrations of his comrades had vanished. Hey, why is it so quiet? I'm not accustomed to this. After a moment, the pirate turned around, only to find the deck strewn with the lifeless bodies of his comrades. The pirate nearest to him had also collapsed, their bodies bearing the singular mark of a searing, bullet-riddled wound. What in the world is happening? The remaining pirate hastily drew his blade, anxiously directing it forward. His mind was a blank, unable to comprehend how his companions, who had been drinking and chatting just moments ago, had all fallen silent. Who is it? Show yourself. Amidst the oppressive and uncanny atmosphere, the pirate's mind finally broke down, prompting him to shout loudly. Tap, tap, tap. In this uncanny ambience, footsteps echoed from within the cabin on the deck. A shadow gradually emerged from the darkness. A ghost. It must be a ghost. As the figure became clearer, it was none other than the Navy officer the pirate had spotted on the water. Who are you? The pirate, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, was about to question when a searing ray pierced through his forehead, causing him to collapse in a manner identical to his fallen comrades. Lynn, with a small bag of valuables worth 4 million berries slung over his shoulder, had seized the opportunity to loot during the pirate's moment of shock and fear. This pirate captain really knows how to feast. He has nearly depleted my funds. Lynn kicked aside the lifeless body of gluttonous Anshi and nonchalantly grabbed a piece of untouched leg meat from the table, taking a bite. Food is innocent. 10 days passed. On a golden sandy beach, Lynn reclined on a sun lounger with his eyes closed, relishing the warm embrace of the sun. Over the past few days, Lynn had been diligently purging the pirates from the West Sea. However, the expanse of the ocean was vast, and it was impossible for him to cleanse it all alone. Thus, he visited the nearby Navy branch to obtain a hefty stack of bounty notices and information regarding the whereabouts of several notorious pirates. Although Lynn's individual strength was limited and he could not eliminate every pirate, he managed to eradicate the most significant threats. During this period, the seas had indeed calmed considerably. Today, Lynn planned to take a break and return to the Navy headquarters. He had fallen behind in his training with Garp and did not wish to abandon it midway, especially with the hidden power within him gradually being awakened. Lynn was also curious to discover what this concealed force within him truly was. Listening to the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore, Lynn felt an immense sense of tranquility. Just as he prepared to drift off to sleep, lulled by the ocean's lullaby, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming, visceral hatred and murderous intent, akin to a predatory beast stalking its prey, an oppressive pressure enveloping him. Although the emotion was not directed towards him, Lynn's observation hockey still sensed it. His rare moment of respite was thus interrupted. Rising to his feet, Lynn donned a naval cap that lay nearby, eager to uncover the source of this overwhelming negative aura. Based on his prior experiences with observation hockey, he discerned that the owner of this emotion was not on the small island, but rather upon the sea not far behind him. Lynn stood up, causing the chair on the beach to vanish, and transformed into a crimson streak as he sped towards that direction and on the surface of the sea near the island where Lynn resided. 2 sailing vessels were locked together. One of them bore a pirate flag, depicting a skull with razor-sharp fangs, exuding a menacing aura. This was none other than the rapidly rising Hound pirates, helmed by a wielder of the dog fruit from the Zoan class. The other ship was a merchant vessel, that moment. All the pirates had boarded the merchant ship, stealthily advancing towards the unsuspecting merchant, who seemed oblivious to his surroundings. Instead, he fixated greedily on a young girl on the deck. He had exerted considerable effort to secure her. He believed that by bringing this girl to the Sabati archipelago as a tribute to the celestial dragons, he would strike it rich. He yearned to ascend to nobility. This girl was undoubtedly the most breathtaking entity he had encountered in his years of trafficking. Were it not for the prospect of elevating his status, he would have wished to keep her close for his own amusement. The girl seated on the deck was bound tightly, her mouth gagged to prevent any attempts at self-harm. Her exquisite blue eyes, reminiscent of a starry sea, were shrouded in shadows, devoid of life. Yet, this could not diminish her stunning beauty or the rare allure emanating from her unique eyes. Especially captivating were her long, flowing locks of sapphire-like hair cascading over the deck, rendering her a delicate, enchanting sprite. Capture this little sprite. Considerable costs had been incurred. 25 of their brothers had perished at the hands of those who resisted. Captain Hadji of the Hound Pirates remarked, "Captain Hadji, your efforts are commendable. To express my gratitude, I am willing to add an additional 10 million berries to the original price, totaling 40 million berries," said the merchant as he directed his subordinates to retrieve 40 million berries and present them to Hadji. Now that's more like it. Hadji greedily accepted the 40 million berries. "Captain Hadji, a prosperous partnership. I believe it won't be long before we seek your collaboration again," the merchant stated. "I think our partnership concludes here," Hadji abruptly replied after securing the money. "Captain Hadji, I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning," the merchant said, sensing something amiss and becoming cautious. "Captain Hadji, allow me to offer you an additional 8 million berries. How does that sound?" Having focused intently on the prime merchandise, he had failed to notice the encroaching pirates. It was only then that the merchant sensed their ominous presence, though fortunately, it was not too late. His expression grew grave, yet he remained composed. After all, who could navigate the treacherous seas without a few tricks up their sleeve? Ha ha, what a joke. I intend to take all your money. How else can I account for the brothers we lost? Brothers, attack, Hadji commanded, and the pirates who had silently surrounded the merchant sprang forth with sinister smiles. Brandishing their blades, engage. Realizing the situation was beyond salvaging, the merchant ordered his subordinates to retaliate. Tat, 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 tat. The merchant's men swiftly drew their concealed submachine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the advancing pirates. Taken aback, the pirates did not anticipate the merchant's hidden arsenal, and they fell, screaming, under the sudden gunfire. Hadji, in a panic, urged the surviving pirates to retreat and seek cover. You treacherous scoundrel, I never imagined you had such a trick up your sleeve. Hadji shouted in fury, the merchant's unexpected assault having caught them off guard, resulting in heavy casualties among their ranks. The deck was stained with the blood of the pirates, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gore. How about it, Captain Hadji? If you are willing to withdraw now, I shall let you off the hook, considering the great assistance you have provided me. After all, he was merely a merchant, unwilling to be placed under a bounty by the Navy for raiding a village, which would jeopardize his future endeavors. This was precisely why he had contacted the Hound pirates to abduct the girl. Though I know not where you acquired those high-grade weapons, do you think I, Captain Hadji, am just anyone? Do you know why my pirate crew is called the Hound Pirates? Ha ha ha, surrender your lives to me. Hadji cackled madly, his laughter laced with unbridled rage. This scoundrel had killed so many of his hard-won crew members. Die. Hadji emitted a roar that resembled that of a wild beast. Not good. Fire. Aim for him. Be careful not to hit the merchandise. The merchant's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld Hadji, now partially transformed by the devil fruit, his body sprouting animalistic fur. Who is it? Hadji kicked the merchant over, eliciting a pained cry, before looking up toward the source of the voice. The Navy. Lynn's naval uniform billowed in the wind, the word just as fluttering in the sea breeze. It seems you are all alone. Prepare to meet your end. Hadji's pupils constricted as he braced himself, propelling his muscular legs toward Lynn. Yet, Lynn's expression remained unchanged as he faced the rapidly approaching Hadji. 13 seconds later, defeated Hadji in 1 second, cleared remaining foes in 5, and bound the ropes in 7 seconds. Having lost both arms and legs, and having fainted from excruciating pain, Hadji was bound back to back with the merchant. Lynn approached to untie the young girl at this moment. Only Lynn and the blue-haired girl remained alive in the arena. All the other pirates had been slain by Lynn. A strong hatred, unlike anything I have ever felt before, seemed to reside within you. If that is the case, I shall leave those two to you. After swiftly untying the girl, Lynn cast her no further glance and ambled towards the cabin, anticipating the delightful treasure hunt ahead. Once freed, the blue-haired girl slightly swayed her delicate body, her expression darkening as she unsteadily rose to her feet on the ship's deck. Gradually, she made her way towards the pirate's cutlass that had fallen on the deck, her azure locks shimmering like waves under the sun, captivating yet tragic. Without the assistance of a maid, her every step dragged along the wooden planks. Please no. I realize my mistakes. I shall never dare again. The merchant cried out in a relentless stream of anguish as the girl, with her fragile form, approached him, dragging the long blade behind her. The cacophony outside seemed excessively chaotic and cruel, especially for such an adorable girl. Lynn, indifferent, continued to gather the spoils, albeit the incessant noise outside, reminiscent of a novice slaughtering a chicken, left him somewhat speechless. He wished to inform her that chickens should not be killed in such a manner. After a thorough search, Lynn discovered a sum of 150 million berries. During this time, he finally realized that the pirates of the West Sea possessed greater strength and wealth than those of the East Sea. Even the elusive devil fruit users could occasionally be encountered in the West Sea. The East Sea truly deserved its reputation as the weakest of the four seas. With this knowledge, Lynn felt reassured. In due time, he would find an opportunity to visit the auction house, bring back a few devil fruits, and return to Barbary Island, after which he would not need to worry much. Emerging from the cabin, Lynn found that the torment outside had ceased. He glanced at the two indistinct corpses and mused on the truth of the woman being akin to a venomous scorpion. A good man like him, who gently dispatched pirates, it was a form of happiness. Must I even thank you then? Mused a pirate who had met his end at Lynn's hands. I said a bit better now, gazing at the girl in the bloodstained blue dress. Lynn spoke softly. Afterwards, he picked up the 40 million berries that originally belonged to the hyena Haji, relieved that this pile of money lay at a distance and remained untainted. Thank you for your assistance. Navy officer, the girl earnestly bowed, her face still etched with the sorrow of lost family. Her delicate voice was melodious, sweet and soothing, no need for thanks. After all, I am a Navy officer now. It is merely my duty. Lynn replied casually as he counted the money. Navy officer, do you have a particular fondness for money? Inquired the blue-haired girl. Not particularly a fondness, but I do enjoy watching the numbers increase bit by bit. Lynn replied. Although the girl did not comprehend his reference to counting, it was evident she was intrigued by money. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mattia Shalu from Notting Island. Would you be able to escort me back home? My family is quite wealthy. Tio express my gratitude for the opportunity to avenge my family by personally dispatching my enemies. My family is willing to offer you a generous reward, Mattia stated respectfully. Notting Island? Lynn retrieved a sea chart from his pocket, actually drawn from his spatial ring. Soon, he located Notting Island marked on the map. Conveniently, it lay along the route to the Red Continent and was not too far away. Very well, Lynn nodded in agreement. Upon the boundless ocean, a small boat, ablaze with flames, sped across the surface. At the bow sat the young sister, Mattia, her expression somewhat dazed, as if recalling her family. Lynn stood at the stern, propelling the fiery vessel, maintaining a safe distance to avoid stepping on her hair. Occasionally, he glanced at the stunning cascade of blue locks that sparkled like gems in the sunlight. Throughout the journey, Lynn had wished to pose a question to Mattia, yet out of respect for her femininity, he refrained, remaining curious. He was eager to ask how she managed her lengthy hair during restroom visits. Here, Lynn produced a chilled bottle of cola from his pocket and the sound. Mattia did not turn to look, remaining lost in her sorrow, extending her hand backward like a marionette. Just then, the icy sensation transmitted through her palms startled Mattia from her melancholy reverie. She quickly withdrew her hand, glancing back in curiosity. Oh, it's a frozen cola. No wonder it's so cold. As Mattia recognized the source of the frosty touch, she prepared to sink back into her sadness. But suddenly her mind jolted awake. Wait, we are on the ocean. How could there be a frozen cola? Am I hallucinating from excessive grief? Mattia turned around, hesitating before speaking softly. Navy officer, may I ask where this frozen cola came from? We are in the middle of the ocean. Lynn replied. I purchased it in town earlier. Mattia responded. I see. You bought it in advance. She thought. Who would believe that? It clearly looks like it just came out of a freezer. It is still emitting cold vapor. Besides, even if what you say is true, how could cold air last so long in this scorching ocean? What is wrong? Don't you like cola? Lynn asked, pulling out another chilled bottle of pure water, also emitting cold vapor, and handed it to Mattia. Lynn's gesture once again caused the girl with eyes as beautiful as the stars and the sea to experience a moment of bewilderment. Haha. Beads of sweat appeared on Mattia's forehead as she mechanically chuckled awkwardly. What a peculiar Navy officer. So, was this also purchased in town? Navy officer, the once sorrowful girl began to brighten upon interacting with Lynn. Having spent the journey with her head down, unwilling to speak, especially after enduring such profound loss, Lynn then retrieved a cup of ice-cold milk from his pocket, opened the cap, and took a sip. This time, it's not a lie. The cola truly was bought in town. The seemingly unremarkable pocket turned out to hold an astonishing array of items, piquing the girl's curiosity about Lynn. Could he be a user of a devil fruit? No, that couldn't be. The Navy officer already possessed the power of flames, so it was unlikely that a person could only consume one devil fruit. Consuming more would lead to an explosion. Mattia slowly lifted her delicate chin, her beautiful eyes curiously scrutinizing the peculiar Navy officer before her. Previously, Mattia had been engulfed in sorrow, unable to truly appreciate the man who had saved her and provided her the opportunity to avenge her family, a debt of immense gratitude. From her vantage point, she could clearly see Lynn's face, partially obscured by his military cap. Lynn gazed ahead, his eyes sharp and straightforward, clad in a pristine white Navy uniform, his coat billowing in the wind with the word justice emblazoned upon it. He exuded an aura of sanctity, radiating an irresistible charm that mirrored the justice he represented. He is truly handsome, Mattia thought. Moreover, the aura of justice that emanated from him caused Mattia to momentarily lose her composure, stirring a longing within her. If I were to join the Navy, could I become an exceptional being like this officer? Surely there are many others like me who have lost their families to pirate attacks. However, Madia quickly shook her head vigorously, attempting to cast aside the notion of joining the Navy. She was merely a weak woman in need of protection. Joining the Navy would only bring trouble to others. Her parents had perished in their efforts to shield her from danger, and she viewed herself as a useless burden, a calamity to her family. Madia's gaze dimmed once more, the brilliance of Lynn's confidence and justice casting a shadow of self-doubt upon her. Turning away, she succumbed to a state of contemplation. Lynn skillfully maneuvered the flaming vessel at a swift pace, and given that Nodding Island was not too far away, he soon navigated the ship to the waters off its coast. "Is this the place?" The girl slowly lifted her head and replied, "Yes." The pirates had attacked the village, and her father sent some guards to assist, unaware that the pirates' true target was her. To protect her. Her parents had been slain by that devil fruit user. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to cascade down her cheeks, dripping onto the deck. Lynn said nothing. Sometimes, it was better to let the tears flow than to bottle up such grief. Once they reached the shore and secured the vessel, Lynn disembarked first. However, the girl's seemingly frail physique caused Lynn to furrow his brow slightly. "You are not merely delicate in appearance. Within you lies a formidable power waiting to be discovered." This girl harbored a hidden potential that was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, how could she have so profoundly stirred Lynn, who was enjoying a respite on the beach? For the first time, Lynn felt an intense, overwhelming aura emanating from her, a presence that only the strong could possess. In another world, such an aura might be inconsequential, as a weak body could not stir any waves. But here, in the idealistic world of One Piece, as long as one's spirit was robust and the will to grow stronger existed, one could indeed become an undeniable powerhouse. Lynn extended a hand to Madia. "Thank you." Madia stepped onto the shore, her bare feet sinking into the soft, verdant grass. Ahead lay the village. Her home was on the mountain not far from there. Lynn, with a thought, retracted the flaming vessel. Witnessing Lynn's seemingly magical maneuver, Madia was only slightly surprised this time. Having become accustomed to such wonders, the two then proceeded toward Madia's home. "Hey, look over there. Is that Miss Shallow? How wonderful. She is safe and sound. Quickly, go find Butler Claire. Miss Shallow has returned with the Navy." With Madia's arrival, the previously somber village erupted into lively chatter, villagers weeping and exclaiming, "We are so sorry, Miss Shallow. It's all because you helped us fend off the pirates that your family." However, before the sentence could be completed, another villager interrupted, "Have you no sense? Can't you see she is grieving for her family?" Madia's family held significant prestige on this island, regarded as the economic lifeblood. This once impoverished and backward village had flourished thanks to Madia's family, who encouraged the villagers to cultivate tobacco and collected the harvest for themselves. Over the years, the villagers had prospered immensely. Madia's father ran a tobacco company, which was known to be highly lucrative. Moreover, he was a congenial man, often engaging in cheerful conversations with the villagers, never looking down upon anyone based on their status. Yet, such a good man had fallen victim to pirates. Leaving the villagers in profound mourning, Madia walked slowly towards her home. Surrounded by the protective embrace of the villagers, a man came rushing towards her, disregarding his appearance, followed by two maids. "Thank goodness, Miss Shallow. You have finally returned." At that moment, Butler Claire appeared, looking disheveled, with hair resembling a bird's nest, and one of his glasses shattered, completely oblivious to his state. "If something had happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face the master," Claire exclaimed, tears and snot streaming down his face, ruining his entire suit. Lynn remarked, "You'd better keep your distance from me." The maids rushed to Shalow's side, taking the silky blue locks that Lynn had been holding, and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Navy officer, for taking care of our Miss Shallow. For why Shalow's hair was in Lynn's possession. It was a matter of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Earlier, her hair had trailed behind her like a mop, and unable to bear the sight, Lynn had picked it up and brushed off the dirt. For someone with OCD, such a sight was tormenting. "Thank you, Navy officer, for bringing our Miss Shallow back. As promised, I shall present the agreed-upon amount." Butler Claire expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Lynn replied, "What promise?" Moments later, Lynn was invited to Madia's home, a spacious and somewhat damaged luxurious villa perched on a picturesque mountain, a remnant of the pirate attack. "Would you prefer coffee or tea, Navy officer?" Butler Claire asked respectfully, treating Lynn as an esteemed guest. "I'll have tea. I'm not accustomed to coffee." "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare it immediately." After Claire departed, the large hall fell silent, leaving Lynn alone. Meanwhile, Madia was led away by the maids for a bath. It wasn't long before Claire returned personally, pushing a cart laden with tea and exquisite pastries, though he could have assigned the task to other servants. His dedication to serving Lynn was evident. It was clear that Claire held immense loyalty to Madia's family, deeply thankful to Lynn for bringing back their sole surviving heir. After carefully pouring a cup of tea for Lynn, Claire began to converse with him. It turned out that Claire had been saved by Court, Shalu's father, from a shipwreck and had since been nurtured by him. Due to Court's affable nature, their relationship resembled that of father and son. Since Shala had no desire to take over the family business, Court wished to pass on the family legacy to Claire, yearning to return to his family after spending most of his life at sea. However, Claire could not accept this, leading to a fierce argument, the only one they ever had. Claire's steadfastness in this matter left Court with no choice but to relent, due to Claire's exceptional talent. Entrusting the company to him is the only way to ensure peace of mind. However, Claire insists that this inheritance can only be passed on to Miss Shalu, even if she lacks both the aptitude and desire to inherit the company. He asserts that he will shoulder all responsibilities. Consequently, after Colt's retirement, this estate remained under the Madia family, with Claire managing it quietly, solely to repay Colt's nurturing and life-saving grace. It was only because Claire was occupied with external company matters that he narrowly escaped the massacre orchestrated by the hyena Haji. Upon receiving the news of trouble at home, he hurried back, even stumbling several times on his left foot while rushing. Therefore, what did you mean by the amount you mentioned earlier? Lynn took a delicate sip of red tea, finding the flavor quite pleasant, and indulged in a few more sips before soon reaching the bottom of the cup. Claire respectfully poured another cup for Lynn and remarked, in order to ensure Miss Shalu's safe return, I have spread the word externally that whoever can bring her back will receive 5 billion. Lynn spat out his tea in disbelief, asking, how much did I mishear? Admiral, you did not mishear it. I will offer 5 billion berries to you. Once again thanking you for bringing back Miss Shalu. If Colt and his wife knew that Miss Shalu had returned alive, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. What extravagant generosity! That must be the accumulation of several generations. Lynn thought, utterly astonished by the magnitude of such a sum. In essence, he inadvertently saved a life and, in return, received 5 billion berries. If it weren't for the perilous nature of the pirate-infested world he inhabited, he might have considered resigning to live a life of leisure with such a fortune. He wondered what the foolish hyena Haji would think upon learning of this. The merchant had only offered him a meager 40 million berries. To be honest, if this family is so wealthy, they could have simply kidnapped the Madia family's heiress and extorted money from them instead. However, Lynn had grown accustomed to it. Most pirates were simply that foolish. A bunch of mindless killers. By the way, since you have such wealth, why haven't you acquired any devil fruits? Upon hearing Lynn's question, Claire smiled wryly. We already have devil fruit users, even 3 of them. I never expected that one pirate could eliminate them all. Lynn inquired curiously, what fruits did they possess? Claire replied, one was the butterfly fruit, another the monkey fruit, and the last one the serpent fruit. I reviewed the footage from the surveillance snail, but none of them stood a chance against that colorful furred hyena. Lynn sighed. What a shame, but upon reflection, it makes sense. One is a pirate who survives on the edge of a knife daily. While those 3 were merely comfortable bodyguards in a mansion, they never took the time to develop their powers. How could they possibly contend with such a brutal pirate? In response, Lynn advised Claire, pay close attention to those powerful fruits. Zoan type and Logia type are the best. The Devil Fruit Compendium mentions them, so I need not elaborate further. I recommend that if you wish to acquire powerful fruits, you should take the time to visit the Grand Line, specifically Sabaody Archipelago or the renowned auction houses in the West Sea. You might just come across a formidable Zoan type or Logia fruit. Even an ordinary person could become powerful merely by consuming one. Of course, regular training should not be neglected. It may be challenging for an ordinary person to venture to the Grand Line and then return to the 4 seas. However, this family is quite affluent and could easily hire trained sea beasts to assist with transportation. There are companies along the Grand Line that provide such services that I have witnessed others using this method to navigate upstream. Alternatively, you could take the humble route and traverse the mountains and land. The slopes near the sea currents are not vertical. Claire nodded, determined to procure a powerful fruit next time and consume it himself. He vowed never to allow such a dire situation to occur again. As the 2 conversed, a delicate figure resembling a fairy, a blue-haired girl named Shalu, having changed into clean clothes, approached slowly, flanked by maids. With the servants holding her long hair, it finally no longer dragged on the ground. Miss Shalu, would you like to rest in your room for a while? The butler Claire inquired with concern. Ever since her parents passed away, the once lively girl had not shown a smile. Claire, please go to the underground safe and retrieve some money to thank this naval officer. Miss Shalu, that is not appropriate. That money was left by Mr. Colt for your living expenses that if you need funds, you should draw from the company. Claire refused, then turned to Lynn, saying, Admiral, please stay with us for a few days during this time. We will treat you well, and I will arrange for the money to be transported here. I have no objections. After all, it is 5 billion, if someone is willing to offer such a sum. I have no complaints, Lynn replied, eager to continue his unfinished vacation. The amount was simply too generous, and he was more than happy to wait a few more days. By the way, Admiral, may I ask which branch of the Navy you serve? What is your name? Claire realized he had yet to learn the name of the naval officer who had done the Mattia family a favor. Major Lynn from the naval headquarters. Upon hearing this name, Claire's pupils contracted, and he noticed that Lynn's eyes mirrored those in the newspaper, tinged with a faint red hue. Claire trembled slightly, his tone growing even more respectful. Could it be that you are the naval rising star? The Blood Flame Lynn? The name Blood Flame Lynn had recently echoed throughout the West Sea, instilling fear in the hearts of pirates. Many territories previously ruled by notorious pirates had been completely eradicated by this esteemed figure. Pirates gathered in taverns would pale at the mere mention of this name. There was even a saying circulating among the West Sea pirates, beware the Blood Flame Lynn, the end of all voyages. Lynn swallowed a piece of pastry from the table and nodded. No wonder, I found you somewhat familiar. I felt as though I had seen you somewhere before. I had no idea you were the one who liberated the commoners of Adela Island. Claire exclaimed with excitement. He had read about it in the newspaper and deeply admired Lynn for rescuing the common people in a world where the lives of the ordinary were as insignificant as grass. Receiving assistance from a powerful figure was a rare blessing. That he had fled the kingdom with his family due to oppression, but his parents perished in a shipwreck, leaving him as the sole survivor. Claire felt a strong sense of empathy towards this matter. Meanwhile, Shalu paid little attention to the conversation, her gaze fixated on Lynn's face, noticing his cheeks puffed out from eating, which she found amusing. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile graced her lips. As tea time concluded, Lynn was assigned to an opulent and luxurious room. Enjoying the royal treatment, he would reside there for the next few days while Claire attended to the arrangements for Mr. Colt and his wife's funeral. Reclining on a bed as soft as white clouds, Lynn's body and mind relaxed, and he soon drifted into slumber. The following day, the Mattia family held the funeral, with the couple's photographs displayed in the memorial hall. Grateful villagers, who had benefited from Colt's benevolence over the years, came to pay their respects, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the life they now led, free from hunger. As Mattia gazed upon her parents' remains, a surge of the overwhelming power that Lynn had once sensed erupted within her. Simultaneously, the desire to eradicate all pirates from the sea intensified within her heart. This pressure. Could this child possess the potential to become a king? Lynn felt the weight of this pressure for the first time, even if it had not yet erupted. However, it merely provided a subtle sense of pressure to Lynn. The hidden power within this girl may very well be the untapped potential of Conqueror's Hockey. Lynn mused, resting his chin on his hand. Once the funeral concluded and the bodies of Court and his wife were laid to rest, this busy day finally came to an end. Next came the time for the banquet. Given that it was a funeral banquet, Lynn made an effort to maintain a semblance of elegance and decorum while dining. After satisfying his appetite, he returned to his room, where he had no obligations for the next few days other than to empty his mind and rest. The recent days spent subduing pirates had taken a toll on his body. Just as Lynn was about to drift into a peaceful slumber under the gentle caress of the evening breeze, a voice came from outside the door. You all may return now, Mattia spoke in a calm tone. But the maid began, her voice laced with concern. Ultimately, however, under Shalu's insistence, the maids had no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, the house was impeccably clean. Even the floors sparkled, leaving no worry of soiling his hair. Very well, Miss Shalu, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call us. Tap, tap, tap. Delicate fingers gently rapped against the luxurious wooden door. The commotion outside had already been detected by Lynn's observation hockey. Rising abruptly, he approached the door and opened it. Inside the room stood Mattia, while Lynn casually lounged in a chair, leaning back and gazing out at the hazy night sky. Waiting for Shalu to speak, the girl hesitated momentarily, clutching her skirt tightly, but soon mustered the courage to voice her thoughts to Mr. Lynn. Do you think I would be suited to become a member of the Navy? I wish to eradicate all the pirates at sea, just as you do. As she mentioned pirates, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent emanated from her upon hearing her desire to join the Navy. Lynn paused for a moment before firmly stating, "You are not suited to become a member of the Navy." His words doused the fiery passion within Madia, leaving her complexion slightly pale, with a hint of self-deprecation. She replied, "So, a weakling like me truly cannot become a member of the Navy?" Although she was aware of her own frailty, she felt an undeniable sense of resentment. She longed to join the Navy and rid the seas of the detritus. That was precisely why she had sought out Lynn late at night, harboring a flicker of hope. Yet, it seemed her aspirations were indeed unfeasible. Observing the girl now engulfed in self-doubt, Lynn cleared his throat a few times. "What I meant to convey is that you are not suited to join the Navy, but that does not mean you cannot become a strong individual." Madia's eyes widened with excitement. "Can I truly become strong?" she inquired, her eagerness palpable. Lynn then proceeded to elucidate the complexities of the Navy, including the celestial dragons that in essence. He conveyed that joining the Navy would be beyond her grasp. Moreover, your beautiful hair would inevitably attract the attention of the celestial dragons. Encouraging someone to join the Navy could lead to dire consequences, except in the case of orphans. Lynn never interfered with the choices of others. He could only offer advice that so? Madia pondered as she absorbed the truths about the Navy. Her expression dimmed slightly, and the desire to join the Navy in pursuit of justice began to wane, especially when considering those loathsome celestial dragons. She had never imagined that the Navy existed to serve such despicable creatures. "But Mr. Lynn, why did you choose to join such a Navy, despite its shortcomings?" Madia questioned, bewildered. "Indeed, I have come to understand the truth. Yet why did I choose to join the Navy? Initially, my goal was to grow stronger by joining the Navy. But now it encompasses more than that. Madia, many individuals, like yourself, have lost their families at the hands of pirates and thus aspire to join the righteous Navy to eradicate them, allowing others to live under its protection and experience happiness. This sentiment is not misguided, nor are those who gather under the Navy for such a purpose. Perhaps I initially joined solely to grow stronger, but now I have additional motivations, while striving for strength. It is not out of the question to protect these fools along the way." Lynn reclined lazily in his chair, a casual smile gracing his lips that Lynn's words, though simple, ignited a burgeoning wave of inspiration within the girl, causing her azure eyes to shimmer with newfound determination as she expressed her admiration for Lynn. "Mr. Lynn, you just said that I can become strong, correct? Even though I am currently weak and lacking in every regard?" Madia's tone shifted as she posed her question. "Indeed, do not underestimate yourself. That I can sense the hidden potential of a strong individual within you. With a bit of effort, you will inevitably become a powerhouse. Perhaps even surpassing me. Of course, that was merely a possibility." Madia was still a long way from catching up to Lynn. With Lynn's affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Madia's face, showcasing her charm and delight. "Since a powerful person like Mr. Lynn has said this, I shall endeavor to train with all my might. I yearn for strength. I aspire to be a reliable person like you, Mr. Lynn. Therefore, please become my mentor. I implore you." Madia gracefully grasped her skirt, bowing with earnestness and sincerity. Lynn could feel her unwavering resolve to grow stronger. "While I understand your fervent desire to become powerful, I cannot afford to dedicate my time to nurturing a young girl. I am quite busy, you see." Lynn turned his gaze to the crescent moon outside the window and spoke. "Mr. Lynn, you are being unreasonable. I'm already 13 years old, hardly a mere child. I just happen to be a bit shorter." Madia pouted, clenching her petite fists in frustration. Clearly, Lynn's dismissive attitude had provoked her sense of pride, and her internal insecurities had noticeably diminished. "Now, do hurry back. I still need to get some sleep." With that, Lynn waved his hand, signaling her to leave. When he noticed Madia's reluctance to depart, he picked up a lock of blue hair that had fallen to the floor. "Since you have matured, you must learn to take care of yourself." He gently pushed her out the door, placing the hair into her hands. Once he closed the door, silence enveloped the room. Though Madia felt a warmth in her heart, she also simmered with indignation. "You jerk, this is my home." "Humph," Madia huffed, clutching her hair and storming off, her mind swirling with thoughts. The following morning, at the dining table, Lynn indulged in breakfast. One must admit, the wealth of a high-status family certainly afforded an abundance of delectable cuisine. With the funeral behind him, Lynn felt liberated from constraints, devouring the food laid before him with fervor. The butler, Claire, watched in astonishment, offering an awkward chuckle. Truly, you possess an impressive appetite. Lord Lynn as the spread on the table dwindled under Lynn's assault. Claire discreetly instructed the maids to bring forth more pastries. Tap, tap, tapped out at that moment. The sound of footsteps approached from the entrance of the dining hall. Madia appeared, her blue hair flowing, accompanied by several maids carrying money-laden chests. One by one, they placed the chests on the floor before Lynn's table and opened them to reveal their riches. Mr. Lynn, if you can make me strong, this 20 billion berries shall be yours. Madia declared with determination. I must decline. What do you take me for? The power I have painstakingly acquired cannot simply be given away, Lynn replied, sipping his tea before gently refusing. Then I shall offer more. Madia persisted. You are mistaken. This is not a matter that can be resolved with money. Lynn reiterated his refusal. 25 billion, 30 billion, 40 billion. Madia showered him with ever-increasing sums, her determination unwavering. Ultimately, Lynn, with some reluctance, conceded, very well. I shall reluctantly accept the role of your mentor. However, in light of this monetary exchange, I am willing to impart to you every ounce of strength I possess. Grant me a few days' time. And please relocate my funds into my chamber. Upon hearing Mr. Lynn's consent to teach her the path to strength, Madia's anxious little hands finally relaxed. Fortunately, Mr. Lynn has a fondness for money. Hey, Miss Shallow, what is going on here? Meanwhile, the butler, Claire, stood by, utterly dumbfounded. His attention was not directed at the money, but rather at Miss Shallow's sudden aspiration to grow stronger. Claire, from this moment forth, I wish to become powerful enough, Madia declared, showcasing her resolve. No, Madia, you must leave this matter to me. Your frail body is too delicate and may sustain injuries, Claire advised patiently. Just the thought of that tiny frame straining through training and getting hurt was more than he could bear. Moreover, Shallow was the sole heir of the Madia family. If anything were to happen during the training process, how could he face Lord Corte? Silence, Claire, I'm the head of the family now, Madia retorted firmly. Claire sighed. Well, it seems I cannot dissuade you that I shall increase the number of people watching over Miss Shallow and prepare several excellent physicians to prevent any mishaps. After finishing another round of breakfast, Lynn, satisfied, retreated to his room for a nap. If Madia had not witnessed Lynn's prowess, she would surely have doubted whether such a slothful individual could truly guide her to strength. Time flowed swiftly. And soon, the fourth day arrived. Today, Lynn was to depart from the Madia residence and return to the naval headquarters. Here, this is the method I promised to teach you, one that will enable you to grow stronger. In Lynn's chamber stood two figures, Shallow and Claire, while Lynn remained seated. He handed Madia 4 tomes detailing the 6 forms modification and the dual color hockey training methods, along with a foundational physical training manual. These were written based on his insights, and the optimized 6 forms modification differed slightly from what was taught within the Navy, making it more accessible. The dual color hockey training method additionally included Lynn's thoughts on Conqueror's hockey. Hoping to aid the young lady, one could consider these 4 books treasures or mere scraps of paper. It depended on whether one possessed the conviction to strive for strength and persist. Cradling the heavy stack of tomes, Madia felt a profound weight in her heart. Could this be the sensation of wielding power? It was immensely fulfilling, although Shala had yet to commence her studies. She held unwavering trust in Lynn, believing that these invaluable texts would undoubtedly empower her. Meanwhile, Claire opened one of the tomes on 6 forms modification and began to flip through the pages. Soon changing countenance. This was brimming with substantial content. Some sections even included diagrams illustrating the principles of the 6 forms and how to exert force, though he had yet to explore the other volumes, such as the dual color hockey training and the foundational physical enhancement manual. Claire was confident they would be just as remarkable. Miss Madia, these precious volumes must be preserved at all costs. They must not fall into the hands of others, nor should it be disclosed that Mr. Lynn was the one who imparted this knowledge. This is a valuable gift he meticulously crafted for you. Observing the 6 forms, which could only be learned within the Navy, Claire stated cautiously, the 4 billion spent was well worth it. It could even be considered a tremendous gain. This is a life-saving treasure. Madia, too, opened one of the tomes on 6 forms modification and then another on dual color hockey, nodding gravely. She could hardly contain her eagerness to begin training in accordance with the detailed methods laid out within. I recommend starting with the foundational physical training manual to establish a solid base. This will greatly enhance your subsequent learning of my unique, optimized version of 6 forms modification or dual color hockey. Lynn remarked nonchalantly. Many trivial practitioners could grasp the basics of hockey, but the latter stages of the 6 forms were primarily utilized for offensive maneuvers, serving little purpose outside of auxiliary applications. In the later stages of the narrative, battles would revolve around hockey confrontations. Hence, there was no need to conceal his capabilities, resulting in a windfall of 4 billion for him. Lynn planned to reserve a portion for acquiring a devil fruit, while allocating the rest to recharge the system. Yes, Mr. Lynn, I am immensely grateful for the precious books you have taken the time to write. Mattia's cerulean eyes shimmered with gratitude in the days that followed. Lynn had either been eating or napping in his room. Mattia had assumed he had forgotten, only to discover he had been diligently writing these materials in truth. Lynn spent most of his time sleeping. Aside from slumber, he was indulging in meals. One must admit. The beds at the Mattia residence were remarkably comfortable, making it difficult for Lynn to rouse himself. By the coast, the azure waves lapped rhythmically against the shore. Lynn had already set down the flame boat, and Mattia and Claire had come to bid him farewell. Lynn departed with an abundance of gains. Not only the 4 billion learning fees from Mattia, but also an additional 5 billion from Claire, all of which had been entrusted to Lynn and subsequently stored within his spatial ring. This wealth likely represented generations of savings for the family. The sheer amount of money disappearing at Lynn's touch left Claire in astonishment. His eyes bulging, Lynn couldn't help but marvel at the profound depth of this family, which had accumulated wealth over several generations. Initially, Lynn had considered discreetly leaving behind the methods to grow stronger as a gesture of goodwill when departing, as an investment in a future potential powerhouse of the 4 emperors. However, this family was simply too affluent, rendering that plan futile, whether it was a life-saving grace or guidance on the path to strength. They had given so much that Lynn felt overwhelmed, converting it all into currency. Mr. Lynn, must you leave so soon? Would you not consider staying a few more days? I find it difficult to part with you. Mattia expressed, her reluctance evident. Although Lynn had shown a mercenary side, his appearance, demeanor, and distinct aura easily endeared him to others. It's been a while since I've been out. It is time I return to headquarters. The warring states have already been calling, urging me to return for my promotion ceremony, with the fleet personnel arranged and awaiting my arrival. Very well. Take care, Mr. Lynn. I shall become powerful until I surpass you and become an even mightier force. The young lady vowed. Ha ha ha, such an ambitious individual. However, surpassing me is no simple feat. Farewell, and may we meet again upon the vast ocean. After bidding farewell, Lynn activated his flame boat and set sail, riding the wind and waves as he gradually distanced himself. Mattia waved obediently, watching Lynn depart until his vessel vanished into the azure horizon. Only then did she turn to Claire and say, Claire, you should join me. Miss Chalou, is it truly permissible? This is an exceptionally precious method for gaining strength. Claire replied with a smile. While he too held some interest in these techniques for empowerment, the desire to learn was not overwhelming. He was far more eager to acquire a devil fruit that could grant immediate strength. He had seen how arduous these training methods could be, often demanding a significant investment of time that most people would struggle to endure, leading to a sense of discouragement in Claire's mind. Studying these techniques seemed less efficient than simply obtaining a devil fruit for a quicker enhancement, especially since their family currently had a rather weak defensive force. However, he would willingly endure the hardships if it meant training alongside the head of the family. Nevertheless, he needed to procure a suitable devil fruit promptly. He could not bear to witness such painful events unfold again. Of course, Claire, you are also my family. It seems that the once fragile Miss Chalou has indeed grown. Claire thought, his eyes misting as he rubbed them. This family had always regarded him as one of their own, never treating him as an outsider. From now on, he would strive even harder to serve the Mattia family. Pledging his loyalty to the newly appointed head, Miss Chalou, cease your incessant prattle. Claire, embrace yourself for the arduous training that awaits in hell. Indeed, Miss Chalou, in 2 days, we shall set sail for the Grand Line. Twin Cape. After bidding farewell to Mattia, Lynn ventured to the various islands' jewelers, acquiring a substantial collection of jewels and gold. He utilized a system to convert these treasures into points. The reason he did not enlist the help of Mattia's steward, Claire, to exchange these items was due to his apprehension that much of what would be exchanged could not be absorbed by the system. Moreover, directly absorbing gold and jewels would be inconvenient for others to witness, potentially leading to speculation about his actions. Thus, all matters concerning this had to be handled by him personally to maximize his gains. This journey to the West Sea has indeed been fruitful. First, there was the treasure of the Adra archipelago, followed by a total of 9 billion berries from the vicinity of Matia, in addition to the riches seized from the defeated pirates. This has propelled Lynn into the realm of a billionaire. To be candid, Lynn has been captivated by the hidden power within Matia and desires to cultivate her potential. Who knows, in the future, she may become a formidable ally, rivaling even the 4 emperors. This young girl harbors immense potential within her diminutive form, requiring a guide to unlock her capabilities. However, the thought of Matia's uniqueness and the risk of attracting the attention of the celestial dragons if she were to join the navy dissuaded Lynn from this idea. Ultimately, they are but fated to cross paths briefly, and it is likely they shall not meet again. Nevertheless, the few meticulously compiled training tomes he left behind will suffice to empower her into a formidable force. Lynn eagerly anticipates the achievements she may attain, potentially possessing the Conqueror's Haki. Oddly enough, where could Kalokas and Labu be? As Lynn navigated the currents to enter the Grand Line, he arrived at Twin Cape. Upon reaching the lighthouse, he found no trace of the 2 familiar figures. Lynn speculated that they might have received news about surviving members of the Rumbar pirates and ventured into the fog-laden Devil's Sea to search for Brooke. With no one present, Lynn redirected his flame boat, its rear expelling fiery jets. Heading towards the headquarters, in his palm lay Sengoku's life card, a piece of paper that seemed to possess a life of its own. Gradually shifting toward the location of Marine headquarters, Marineford. After a considerable period of sailing, Lynn finally returned to this place. He wondered if Garp had returned from his vacation, just as Lynn docked his vessel in an open space at the port. A sudden chorus of excited shrieks erupted nearby. "Hey, look, that's Major Lynn. He looks so handsome, so dashing, Major Lynn. Lynn." Observing the jubilant exclamations from several female Marines, who expressed an ardent fondness for him, Lynn was taken aback, but managed a polite smile. Major Lynn smiled at me. I'm so happy, I could die. Nonsense, Major Lynn was clearly smiling at me. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Listening to the chatter of the female Marines, Lynn fell into a contemplative silence. What on earth transpired during his absence? He hastily departed the scene. Making his way towards Sengoku's office that moment, a Marine approached him. "Major Lynn, Admiral Sengoku has sent me to escort you. Please, follow me." Along the way, they encountered numerous female Marines gazing at him with starry eyes. Lynn inquired, "Do you know what this is all about?" The guiding Marine smiled. "It's due to your outstanding performance in the Adra archipelago. Coupled with your dashing photographs, many female Marines at headquarters have developed a secret admiration for you. Major Lynn, don't miss this opportunity. You might just find a girlfriend." "Girlfriend? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I don't have any particular affection for anyone at the moment." The guiding Marine continued to smile warmly at Lynn, filled with admiration. Lynn's actions in upholding justice had long been their aspiration. Thanks to the Navy's promotion of Lynn, he was not only popular among the female Marines, but also regarded as a role model by many of the male Marines who aspired to emulate him. The Navy's advocacy of Lynn had a positive impact on the training of the Marines. After all, who among the lower ranks does not yearn to become a hero who protects the innocent? Most had joined the Navy to pursue such justice. I see. Now understanding the situation, Lynn felt a bit speechless. No wonder he sensed the atmosphere akin to a fan circle. It was uncertain whether this development was a blessing or a curse for him. It's the rising star of the Navy, Major Lynn. Major Lynn, amidst the adoring gazes of the male Marines and the infatuated cries of some female Marines, Lynn responded to their warm welcome with polite smiles and nods. Refraining from arrogance despite the admiration he received at long last, Lynn arrived at Sengoku's office. Initially feeling somewhat out of place, he gradually acclimated. The guiding Marine knocked on the office door. Entered a resonant voice imbued with authority came from within. Reporting in, Admiral Sengoku. I have brought Major Lynn. Sengoku. Well done. You may leave now. Yes. The Marine departed after fulfilling his duty. Lynn surveyed the office, where only Sengoku and Tsuru were present. Lynn, you have finally returned. I appreciate your hard work combating the pirates in the West Sea during this period. Sengoku praised with a smile. Lynn replied professionally, It is merely my duty as a Marine. It is nothing to be troubled by. Ha ha. Well said. If only everyone could be as proactive as you, Lynn, the evils of the sea would diminish significantly, and all could live in peace. Listening to Sengoku's words, Lynn felt a twinge of discomfort. Does he not recognize who the greatest evil is? Until those wretches are eradicated, evil will continue to proliferate. Of course, Lynn kept such thoughts to himself, merely internalizing his frustrations. Once he becomes powerful enough, perhaps he will endeavor to alter the current state of the Navy. Although he is already quite strong, he is still far from his own expectations. After the exchange of commendatory remarks, Sengoku transitioned to the matter at hand. The commendation ceremony was originally scheduled to take place a week prior, but I wish to wait for your return to commence. Your exceptional performance during this period has undoubtedly made you the star of this event. Sengoku smiled that Lynn's accomplishments had brought him great relief, as he had resolved many issues with the notorious pirates of the West Sea. Reports frequently arrived from the West Sea, detailing how certain pirate crews were incinerated by mysterious flames. The stream of good news had Sengoku grinning from ear to ear. With Lynn alleviating the pressure in the West Sea, the Navy could now allocate some personnel to address the pirates of the Grand Line. In contrast to that slothful Garp, Lynn's outstanding performance greatly satisfied Sengoku. There were even hints of considering Lynn for a future admiral position. Not at all. Everyone is equally striving to combat the pirates. It is all for the sake of justice, and every Marine plays an essential role, Lynn replied. Well. Sengoku was deeply moved by Lynn's humble words that as Marines, everything is done to uphold justice. The commendation ceremony serves primarily to promote those Marines whose military achievements have reached a critical threshold. It is a grand ceremony held amid throngs of Marines, aimed at enhancing their motivation to achieve merit and promotion. Since you have returned, let us schedule the commendation ceremony for tomorrow. In the meantime, I will arrange for someone to take you to your ship. After your arduous journey, you deserve a good rest. We shall address all matters tomorrow. By the way, if you intend to find Garp for training, remember not to let him slap you. It would tarnish your image for tomorrow. In the Warring States. A hearty laugh escaped. I understand, Commander of the Warring States, he said. Ha! You rascal, how many times must I tell you? I am not a commander yet, the Warring States replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to the Warring States, Lynn made his way towards Zephyr's elite naval training camp. He planned to first check on Zephyr and then inquire about the situation on Barbarian Island with Garp. At the Naval Elite Training Camp, Zephyr was diligently guiding his students through their training, striving to enhance their abilities while correcting some of their more serious flaws through combat. For instance, Zephyr was personally instructing Smoker, who had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. Smoker, you are overly reliant on your devil fruit, which leads you to underestimate everything around you. Your desire and conviction to grow stronger are far too weak. I understand, Teacher Zephyr, Smoker replied. With a hint of impatience, he possessed a fruit that allowed him to become intangible, and he believed that learning the 6 powers was of no benefit to him. Consequently, his progress was minimal compared to his peers. Sigh, Zephyr thought, feeling helpless. Even with Smoker's formidable Logia fruit, he would never master hockey if he did not adjust his mindset. The last student who was similarly stubborn and relied excessively on his Logia powers was Borisolino. The future Marine Admiral Kazuru, who had consumed the Pika Pika no Mi. Aside from being a bit arrogant, Smoker did not possess any significant flaws in character. He would eventually become a righteous Marine. After the Marineford War, Smoker, humbled by the Empress's hockey-infused kick, recognized his shortcomings. Over the following 2 years, he diligently trained in hockey and observation hockey, making rapid progress and soon mastering the 2-color hockey technique. Given that the original Smoker was also a rebellious student who frequently defied orders, Zephyr's somewhat gentle training approach had limited effectiveness in helping the proud Smoker. Just as Zephyr was contemplating his frustrations with Smoker, a voice resonated behind him, one that he found quite familiar. Hello, Teacher Zephyr, long time no see. Turning around, he saw Lynn grinning at him. The moment he spotted his most outstanding student, Zephyr's earlier concerns vanished. Ah, Lynn, how have you been during this time? Zephyr inquired with genuine care. Of course, there have been no worthy opponents in the West Sea to challenge me, Lynn responded, easing Zephyr's worries. Ha, and you, young man, performed admirably at the Adela Archipelago, saving many civilians. You accomplished what I had always wished to do, Zephyr praised sincerely. Not at all. It is all thanks to your wise teachings, Teacher Zephyr. Do not elevate me too much. I did not impart that to you. It is your own sense of justice that guided you to make such choices. Zephyr chuckled. By the way, Teacher Zephyr, what are you doing now? Lynn asked, glancing at Smoker ahead. Why does Smoker look so displeased with his training? Ah, that arrogant Smoker. I am truly at my wit's end with him, Zephyr admitted, a glint of inspiration flashing in his eyes as he looked at Lynn. How about letting Lynn have a go? Perhaps it will yield unexpected results. Lynn, why don't you spar with Smoker? Let me see if you have been slacking off during this time. Lynn's current strength was sufficient to easily overpower 100 smokers. Facing such an opponent was hardly a challenge. Thus, Zephyr intended for Lynn to teach Smoker a lesson, igniting the spark of ambition within him to grow stronger. Lynn understood Zephyr's intentions. Teacher Zephyr, isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm afraid I might accidentally kill Senior Smoker. Lynn playfully provoked at T-17. Smoker was 2 years older than 15-year-old Lynn, and while they were of similar height, Smoker was brimming with youthful arrogance, even more so than at the beginning of the story. Provoked by Lynn's words, Smoker's anger flared, and he declared, if we are to fight, then come at me with all you've got. Though you are a Marine rookie, you cannot defeat me in the face of my Logia powers. Observing Smoker's dazed expression, Lynn hesitantly turned to Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, haven't you taught Senior Smoker about hockey? His skeptical demeanor made Zephyr's mouth twitch slightly. Lynn, do not slander me. I make it clear to every Marine student who enters my training camp on the first day. Lynn finally understood the source of Smoker's arrogance. He had never been bested by hockey. Thus, he had to concede that Smoker indeed had the misfortune of having the wrong teacher. Had he been Garp's student, it would have been an entirely different story. No wonder there was a divergence in teaching methods between Garp and Zephyr. They were indeed at odds in this regard. Garp's approach was rigorous and relentless, while Zephyr focused on reasonable training and theoretical education. As an exceptional naval instructor, a rebellious student like Smoker would achieve maximal growth under Garp's tutelage. On the training ground, Lynn and Smoker stood a distance apart, while the surrounding students gathered, momentarily abandoning their training tasks to witness the duel between the Marine rookie and the renowned Smoker. Watch closely. This is the formidable power of hockey, the hidden strength within us humans that can overcome even the Logia. Zephyr seized the opportunity to teach, hoping this battle would impart valuable insights to his students. Now, I will refrain from using my abilities, as it would be too much of an advantage, Lynn stated earnestly, Smoker's face flushed with anger. Lynn, do not underestimate me. If you do, you will suffer a crushing defeat. With that, Smoker activated the powers of his smoke fruit, enveloping himself in a swirling cloud of white smoke. White fist. The smoke-formed fist surged towards Lynn with ferocious speed. Yet, Lynn merely closed his eyes, utterly disregarding Smoker's assault. Seeing Lynn's indifference to his relentless barrage of white punches only fueled Smoker's rage. His fists flew faster, convinced that victory was within his reach, just as he thought he had landed a hit. Lynn's body inexplicably shifted, dodging the first blow. The pattern continued. With his eyes closed, Lynn seemed to possess an unseen awareness, evading each of Smoker's fierce punches with ease. How is this possible? I was so close. Smoker's disbelief grew as he witnessed Lynn evade his attacks effortlessly, mere inches away. This must be impossible for a human. Even with observation hockey, it cannot be this absurd. Frustrated, Smoker decided to change his approach. White Snake. Once again, he extended his smoke-formed arm towards Lynn, this time resembling a white snake, aiming to strike him. Lynn, utilizing his observation hockey, easily avoided the attack. But the snake-like arm seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing Lynn relentlessly. Lynn dodged again, and as Smoker increased his attack frequency, Lynn's movements adapted to avoid the increasingly erratic and aggressive strikes. Despite Smoker's earnest efforts, he could not land a blow on Lynn. Instead, he found himself gasping for breath, panting heavily, resembling someone suffering from kidney deficiency, just as this fellow was grappling with the formidable Smoker. Desperately devising a plan to capture Lynn's figure vanished from sight. What had begun as a passive receiving of blows transformed into an offensive stance. Whoosh! Like a specter, Lynn reappeared, now standing beside Smoker. You bastard, when did you? By the time Smoker sensed Lynn's presence, it was already too late. That Lynn's fist, poised to strike, had morphed into a gleaming black iron color, simultaneously emitting a faint whisper akin to that of a demon. On the battlefield, you would be dead. Boom! The iron fist aimed at Smoker's abdomen struck lightly, unleashing a tremendous force that erupted suddenly. Smoker's abdomen caved in, and he expelled bitter water from his mouth, which had involuntarily opened due to the pain, his pupils dilating, eyes turning white as he lost consciousness. The milky white mist that enveloped Smoker also dissipated with his fainting. Lynn deftly caught Smoker's collapsing body with his shoulder. Scratching his head with an embarrassed chuckle, Zephyr-sensei, my apologies that I intended for him to remember the pain of defeat, but it seems this fellow is too weak and has fainted. Although Lynn had controlled his strength, Smoker was still far too feeble. Listening to Lynn's explanation, Zephyr fell silent, pondering that Smoker had merely endured senseless blows. His momentary suffering would hardly serve as a lesson etched in his memory. In Zephyr's plan, after Lynn defeated Smoker, he would have dropped a few provocative remarks to help Smoker shed his arrogance and ignite a drive for strength within him. Nonetheless, this outcome was still acceptable. After such a blow, it was likely that Smoker would take his training in hockey more seriously moving forward. Subsequently, Zephyr instructed 2 students to take Smoker from Lynn's shoulder and carry him to the infirmary. Major Lynn, a handsome young man with golden short hair, approached Lynn. He hesitated briefly before mustering the courage to greet Lynn, the superior captain. This was Don Quixote Rocinante, the younger brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo. In the future, he would infiltrate one of the 4 teams of the Don Quixote family, becoming the leader of the Heart Pirates, codenamed Corazon. Virgo was the first generation of Corazon in the Heart Pirates, while Rocinante was the second at this moment. Rocinante bore no trace of the comical clown makeup, instead radiating the vitality of a youthful son. "Who are you?" Lynn inquired. "Major Lynn. Hello, that if all goes well, I will become your first officer aboard the ship. My name is Rocinante, and I look forward to working with you." The young man smiled gently, revealing an infectious, sunny grin, though his tone carried a hint of nervousness. Compared to Doflamingo, Rocinante evidently inherited his father's kindness. Even after his family was stripped of their wealth, his mother succumbed to illness, and their mansion was burned down, he harbored no hatred towards the common folk. Rocinante understood that all of this was retribution for his identity as a celestial dragon, and he could blame no one but himself. Had anyone else endured such suffering, they would have long succumbed to darkness. "That I see." Lynn nodded, extending a friendly hand to shake Rocinante's. He smiled slightly and said, "I look forward to working with you, Rocinante. I will be relying on you for many matters aboard the ship." At this moment, Rocinante did not fully grasp the implication of many. "Not at all. This is my first time being assigned such a role, so I may not perform well at first, but I will do my utmost." Receiving Lynn's kind treatment and recognition, Rocinante bashfully scratched his head, appearing somewhat shy. This rising naval star, Mr. Lynn, was not only youthful but surprisingly easy to get along with. Initially, Rocinante had expected him to be as cold and difficult to approach as depicted in posters. But now he felt a sense of relief. Lynn pondered that this was likely a deliberate arrangement by Sengoku to allow his adopted son to gain experience under his command. After all, given Lynn's current strength, the probability of suffering defeat against pirates was quite low. But it must be said that Sengoku truly cared for his adopted son. However, it remained unclear why Sengoku would assign such dangerous tasks to Rocinante, who was relatively weak, only for him to ultimately perish at the hands of Doflamingo. After conversing with Rocinante and Zephyr for a while, Lynn finally rose to his feet and headed towards Garp's quarters. "Rocinante, now that you have the opportunity to follow Lynn, be sure to observe his every word and action closely. You might learn some profoundly beneficial lessons. And remember, do not slack off in your training. Although your time in the Navy's elite training camp has been short, I can sense a hidden, tremendous potential within you. Celestial dragons of ordinary appearance typically do not possess inferior talents. With diligent effort and rigorous training, anyone can become formidable. Even the most unassuming, runny-nosed, overweight celestial dragon possesses decent physical attributes and exceptional resilience." Zephyr regarded Lynn's departing figure with a hint of satisfaction, then turned solemnly to Rocinante. "I will do my best." "Zephyr-sensei, thank you for your guidance." Standing upright, Rocinante earnestly replied. At Garp's residence, within the Grand Mansion, a tall figure, cloaked in the Navy's emblematic coat of justice, was stealthily infiltrating Garp's abode. It was evident that Kazan had just returned from a mission, for he would not typically don the attire representing naval righteousness. Kazan, how peculiar. exclaimed Lynn, a smile gracing his lips as he noted Kazan's unusual demeanor, though he was internally perplexed about the fellow's intentions. Upon hearing this, the black-haired Kazan broke into a cold sweat. He quickly turned, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, indicating that they would converse later. Subsequently, Kazan resumed his furtive and clandestine actions. Lynn, intrigued by Kazan's mysterious antics, settled onto a smooth, rounded stone nearby, watching with keen interest. At the same time, an unexpected package of spicy strips appeared in his hand. How delightful, he mused, for these spicy strips, acquired from the system, boasted a flavor unlike any other. Lynn had long observed that whether it was liquor or snacks, items obtained from the system were exceptionally delectable, far surpassing the tastes of his previous life. Pinching a succulent strip between his fingers, he savored the rich flavored as Lynn reveled in the exquisite taste and texture of the spicy strips. Kazan had successfully penetrated Garp's residence, making his way towards Garp's chamber with the ease of familiarity. Upon opening the door to Garp's room, Kazan's gaze fell upon a neatly arranged row of liquor bottles on the cupboard, and he swallowed hard. Ever since he discovered that Garp had brought back several crates of fine liquor, he had often come to Garp's place to indulge. The quality of these spirits was unparalleled. Once one had tasted the exquisite liquor, all others seemed bland in comparison. Who would have thought that Garp, after a brief outing, would return with such a bounty? In reality, Garp had already gifted Kazan 2 bottles upon his return, but they had been quickly consumed. When he sought more from Garp, the latter had been reluctant, asserting that the liquor was hard-won from the East Blue and barely sufficient for his own needs. Thus, Kazan found himself compelled to act covertly while Garp was away. Yet, a lingering doubt troubled Kazan. Although Garp's liquor was indeed delightful, it somehow paled in comparison to the spirits he had tasted at Zephyr. Could it be that Garp's offerings were freshly produced while those from Lynn had been aged for years? This seemed plausible, for it would explain why the same type of liquor tasted so remarkably different, while the flavor of Garp's spirits did not quite measure up to that memorable night at Zephyr's home. Kazan considered it the finest he had sampled thus far. Just as Kazan reached for the neatly arranged bottles, expecting success as in previous attempts, an icy shiver coursed down his spine. One endowed with the powers of the ice fruit. Kazan should have been impervious to cold, yet the chill emanating from behind him sent a tremor through his entire being. How curious! Why has the air turned so frigid all of a sudden? Kazan instinctively turned to glance over his shoulder, only to behold a figure that filled him with dread, the very person he least wished to encounter. His esteemed mentor, Garp. Garp's brows were furrowed, his face ablaze with fury, yet oddly, a chilling smile graced his lips, one that sent shivers down the spine. Garp, if I were to claim I merely entered to admire your room, would you believe me? The back of Kazan's head was slick with perspiration, and an awkward smile crept across his visage. Is that so? I assumed you were here to pilfer my liquor once again. I wondered why my stock had suddenly diminished. It turns out it's you, the scoundrel Kazan, who has been stealing my spirits. With each word, Garp's smile grew increasingly sinister, his fury reaching a boiling point, yet he maintained that eerie grin that he cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like bones grinding against one another. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Kazan shouted, "Wait, Garp. I only wanted to." But Garp would not grant him the opportunity for explanation. With a swift motion, his iron fist surged forward, sending Kazan flying amidst a cloud of dust. In the chaos, Kazan crashed through the wooden partition, plunging into the nearby pond with a resounding splash. "Oh no, I'm going to drown. I can't swim." Just as Kazan braced for the worst, Lynn, seated nearby on the stone, could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha! You've certainly outdone yourself, Kazan. The moment I return, you and Garp put on such a comedic performance for me. By the way, the water in that pond is only half a meter deep." Realizing the shallow depth of the pond, Kazan rose, embarrassment washing over him as he processed the humiliation he had just endured before Lynn. Clearing his throat, he emerged from the half-meter deep water, adjusting his attire and tossing a noisy frog from his head back into the pond. Seeking to shift the conversation, he inquired, "So, Lynn, when did you return?" "Not long ago," Lynn replied, extending the package of spicy strips towards the dripping Kazan. "If it's just liquor, just let me know. The next time I return to the East Blue, I shall bring you a few crates." "Really?" Kazan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" "Ha ha. Thank you, Lynn. Kazan beamed with J. Oh, wide uppy by the way. What is this? It's a bit spicy, yet I can't stop eating, after savoring a piece of the spicy strip. His eyes lit up once more, and soon, he was devouring the strips one after another. Seeing Kazan's insatiable appetite, Lynn produced several more packages from his pocket and handed them over. Thanks, Lynn, Kazan exclaimed with delight. Kazan, if you dare to steal my liquor again next time, I won't show mercy. Garp grumbled, swaggering out from the wall Kazan had shattered, a bottle of liquor in hand. Garp, it's been a while, Lynn greeted. Bowing respectfully, Garp's rigorous training had greatly aided him during this time. Now that Lynn had returned, his next task was to continue enduring Garp's iron fists, all while unlocking the second surge of power he felt within him through Garp's soul-piercing training. Haha, Lynn, how was your journey to the West Blue? Did you gain anything? Garp's demeanor shifted instantly upon recognizing Lynn, his anger dissipating, replaced with jovial laughter. After all, Lynn was his most prized disciple. Kazan, however, could not help but shout. Hey Garp, is this favoritism? In the outdoors, a flowing stream fills a bamboo tube, and with a resounding thud, the water cascades onto the stones below, spilling into the pool beneath. Meanwhile, Lynn, Kazan, and Garp are seated cross-legged around a square tea table in the lower part of the house. Garp's courtyard boasts a stream, a small rockery, and verdant bamboo and other plants. Sitting here evokes a sense of leisure and tranquility as a gentle breeze caresses their faces, and they sip on oolong tea. Lynn finds his spirit relaxed and quite content this moment. Garp and Kazan indulge in white liquor and spicy snacks with great gusto. With Lynn's arrival, Garp, in a joyous mood, shares a bottle of white liquor with Kazan. Kazan, having utilized the powers of the ice fruit, freezes the moisture from his damp clothes, brushing off the ice particles that fall away, leaving his attire dry. The duo munches on the spicy snacks, their mouths smeared with oil. Garp cannot help but admit that the combination of spicy snacks with white liquor is utterly addictive, making it impossible to stop. Lynn retrieves 6 more packages of spicy snacks from his pocket and leisurely declares, "This time, it's truly the last." Upon seeing the packages of spicy snacks scattered on the table, Garp and Kazan swiftly reach out to snatch them, akin to hunters spotting their prey. However, wisdom comes with age. The seasoned hero Garp proves his mettle. Ultimately, Kazan manages to seize 2 packages, while Garp claims 4. Hey, Mr. Garp, you are quite greedy. Taking 4 packages for yourself, it should be 3 for each of us. That's only fair. Kazan attempts to morally bind Garp with the notion of fairness, yet Garp, unfazed, leisurely responds, Kazan, defeat is defeat. Those lacking strength have no right to make demands. Lynn ponders this. Kazan, unable to secure any advantage and now ridiculed by Garp, twitches his lips slightly before tearing open a package of spicy snacks and joyfully devouring the contents. Though Kazan appears to be a frigid individual, especially during this period of confusion, he is, in fact, one of the most passionate among the future admirals. With a fiery heart, he consumes the cold ice fruit. Lynn's presence rejuvenates Kazan, allowing glimpses of his once vibrant, spirited youth to resurface. Garp then engages Lynn in conversation about their journey through the West Sea. Lynn, your efforts in combating pirates as a Navy officer are commendable. However, there are many formidable foes in these waters that you, with your current strength, cannot contend with. If you push too hard, it could be fatal. Do exercise caution. The ordinarily unserious Garp takes a rare moment to impart earnest advice to Lynn. I will be cautious, Garp-sensei. Lynn nods, humbly accepting Garp's guidance. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they conclude their conversation. At Lynn's request, he prepares to resume the long-overdue training of honing his haki through physical exertion. Garp's iron fists are indeed painful, yet the rewards Lynn reaps are immeasurable. Lynn, you truly are diligent. Have you already begun your training with Mr. Garp upon your return? I cannot compare to your dedication, remarks Kazan lazily, propping his head with one hand, reclining on the floor. Gazing at the distant bamboo stream, his eyes half closed in feigned slumber, Lynn, with a gaze imbued with depth, glances at the sky and casually replies, because each of you seems so unreliable, I will have to protect you all. Though spoken in a light-hearted tone, Lynn's words carry an inexplicable weight. Upon hearing Lynn's statement, Kazan initially stands stunned. Then, his lethargic spirit is inexplicably stirred. his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplates turning to inquire about the meaning behind Lyn's words. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lynn has already followed Garp's lead and departed. All that remains for Kazan is the sunlight illuminating Lyn's navy coat emblazoned with the word justice that I in that moment. Lyn's resolute youthful figure appears so dazzling in Kazan's eyes, gradually looming larger. Lynn, you truly have moved me unexpectedly. But you are merely a junior. Refrain from boasting to your seniors. I am not in need of your protection. Kazan's once dormant fervor is reignited by Lyn's words, and the lethargy dissipates from his demeanor. With a newfound seriousness, he clenches his fists and departs from Garp's abode. From this day forth, Kazan gradually resumes the training he had long neglected. Bang! In the face of Garp's reinforced hockey-infused iron fist, Lynn has no intention of resisting the powerful blow and is sent flying. He leaves a long scratch on the soft sand as he lands. Garp's punches remain as painful as ever. Lynn had previously thought that with his increased resilience, the agony he would endure from Garp's training would diminish over time. However, reality proves otherwise, while Lyn's physique grows stronger under Garp's rigorous training. The power behind Garp's iron fist continuously escalates, compelling Lynn to evolve through relentless pain. Curiosity piqued, Lynn wonders how Garp's punches can strike with such soul-piercing pain. He once asked Garp about it, to which Garp replied with a hearty laugh. Ha ha, kid, that is the love-filled iron fist of an old man, striking at the soul. Perfectly normal, wouldn't you say? Lynn found himself momentarily speechless in response. Especially during their journey through the West Sea, Lynn attempted to envelop his own fists with hockey to strike himself, but the result was merely raw pain, lacking the profound impact of Garp's punches. Thus, Lynn reluctantly abandoned the notion of training himself with hockey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lynn rises once more from the sandy beach. Kid, it seems you've grown lax during this time. Ha ha, but fear not. I shall restore your body to its former glory. Garp bellows with laughter, leveraging his jumping force to unleash a punch brimming with power, causing the air to scream in protest. Lynn's lips twitch slightly. It is not that his ability to withstand punishment has waned, but rather that Garp has escalated the difficulty, casting a sidelong glance at the medical personnel by the beach. Lynn realizes that today's training will be particularly intense. After all, apart from the few initial training sessions, Garp had not arranged for any medical staff since. It seems I shall likely be carried back on a stretcher today, Lynn muses. Nevertheless, this is preferable, as it brings him closer to uncovering the hidden power within himself. With a resounding crash, Lynn is once again sent flying, the pain coursing through him only fueling his determination to rise again. Continue. In the office of Sengoku, a Navy officer is currently reporting to him. Splendid news. Kazan has regained his fighting spirit and has commenced training. Excellent, though I am uncertain what has spurred this change in him. It is undoubtedly a positive development, Sengoku remarks, gesturing for the officer to take his leave. Thank you, Admiral Sengoku. The officer bows respectfully and exits. Meanwhile, the strategist Tsuru, flipping through naval documents, comments nonchalantly, Kazan's resurgence of fighting spirit. Might it be related to Lynn? After all, they often spend time together. Sengoku smiles in agreement. Regardless, this is a boon for the Navy if it is indeed Lynn's influence. We must express our gratitude. However, I have heard that Garp, that unreliable old fool, has gone particularly hard on Lynn during training today. Sigh. I hope that at tomorrow's commendation ceremony, he is not limping in with bandages, causing me more trouble, Sengoku laments. Tsuru, accustomed to such antics, resumes her work. As the two have been bickering since their days as ordinary sailors, despite the noise they generate when together, it has become a familiar sight. However, it can be said that the relationship between Garp and Sengoku is the epitome of the Navy's foremost camaraderie. Meanwhile, in another corner of the training ground, Kazan was perspiring profusely during his rigorous training, attracting astonished gazes from fellow sailors who were also engaged in their own training. It is worth noting that Kazan had not frequented this place for quite some time. Amidst the relentless toil, Kazan murmured softly, Lynn, if you don't explain the meaning of that statement to me in the future, after all the sweat I've shed, I shall not let you off easily. From Lynn's seemingly nonchalant tone, Kazan sensed an unprecedented gravity through his observation hockey, as if something momentous was being concealed, something that could potentially trigger upheaval in the world. And, in truth, that was indeed the case. The following day dawned bright and clear, with gentle sunlight and a cool northern breeze. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the sailors stationed there set aside their tasks and training to gather in the plaza. The ceremony would serve as a catalyst for motivation and progress among the Navy personnel. During this event, commendations and promotions would be bestowed upon those who had recently distinguished themselves through their achievements. And Lynn was among them. As time passed, the expansive plaza gradually filled with sailors, all standing in attendance. In front of the elevated platform, rows of seats were arranged, with the frontmost row designated for vice admirals. Behind them were the rear admirals and commodores, followed by colonels, lieutenant colonels, and majors. The junior officers, captains, lieutenants, and ensigns stood in the back, each according to their rank. At this moment, an elderly man with short purple hair and a robust physique found his place among the vice admirals in the front row. Although Zephyr had retired from his position as an admiral to become a Navy instructor, no one dared to question his right to sit in the front row. After all, Zephyr's students were nearly ubiquitous throughout the Navy headquarters, including notable figures such as Kazan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and others who would dare to voice dissent. His students would surely swarm to his defense, leaving anyone who dared to object in a state of disarray at that moment. Another robust figure with black crew-cut hair and a face showing signs of age, yet still brimming with vitality, casually sat down next to Zephyr. The newcomer was none other than the naval hero, Garp. Hey, Zephyr. How have you been? I heard people say you've been feeling under the weather lately. Not quite as spry as before. Garp chuckled heartily. Humph, Garp. There's no need for your concern. I could outlive you by a century. Zephyr retorted defiantly. Though this pair often engaged in light-hearted banter, no one would dare question the depth of their camaraderie, forged through years of shared bloodshed and battle for the Navy. As Garp and Zephyr conversed, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino arrived in succession, taking their seats. Normally, the Navy was preoccupied with apprehending pirates at sea, rarely having the opportunity to return to headquarters. However, recent reductions in pirate activity had granted them a rare reprieve to gather here. Garp settled on Zephyr's left, with Kazan to his right, followed by Borsellino and Sakazuki in the rows behind. Familiar faces of future vice admirals began to appear: Shuki, Fire Mountain, Spider Demon, Squirrel, Doberman, Bastille, and Darmetia, along with a few giant Navy personnel. Their massive frames were strategically placed to avoid obstructing the view of those behind them, including the likes of John Giant and LaCroix. The Navy's presence was formidable. Of course, such gatherings were not frequent. They occurred occasionally to inspire the Navy to strive harder in their pursuit of justice against pirates. Yet, truth be told, Lynn had never captured a single pirate. Even the staunchly righteous Sakazuki would occasionally return with captured pirates to impel down. However, Lynn had fought pirates for so long at sea without bringing back a single one. It is known that, according to official regulations, the Navy does not possess the authority to execute pirates. They are to be captured and imprisoned and impelled down, unless a pirate resists arrest violently, posing a lethal threat to the Navy personnel aboard. By the way, where is Lynn? Zephyr inquired with curiosity. Isn't he with me? I walked here alongside him, Garp replied, gesturing over his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zephyr turned to look back. The sheer number of sailors made it difficult to see, prompting Zephyr to rise from his seat. Scanning the crowd for Lynn. Thanks to his towering stature, he finally spotted Lynn seated among the chairs designated for majors, his arms crossed in front of him, eyes closed in a meditative state. Appearing half asleep, upon locating Lynn, Zephyr's lips twitched slightly. Sengoku is quite stingy. Despite Lynn's significant contributions, he only promoted him to major, Zephyr lamented. Garp nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. You're not wrong. Sengoku indeed has a frugal disposition. You see, he initially intended to promote Lynn to lieutenant, but only relented to a major after my vehement insistence. In my view, given that Lynn eliminated over 20,000 pirates in Sioux Valley and rescued countless civilians, a Commodore rank would not be excessive, especially considering that Lynn has thoroughly cleared the seas of notorious pirates. If Sengoku does not promote him to Vice Admiral, I would lose all respect for him. Garp's eyes sparkled with conviction, fiercely defending Lynn. This was the very reason Lynn had entered the Navy through Garp. He was fiercely protective of those he considered worthy. Zephyr nodded in agreement. Lynn not only dismantled the twin dragon pirates in the West Sea, but also obliterated countless wicked pirates. Surely he deserves a promotion to Vice Admiral. Moreover, he is the only genius in Navy history to master the 6 powers and the 2-color hockey in such a short span. Mastering the 2-color hockey and 6 powers within just 6 months. Who could possibly achieve that? Yet it happened right before our eyes. He, after all, was trained by us. Just as Zephyr and Garp united in their critique of Sengoku's stinginess, a voice interjected, "I can't pretend not to hear what you're saying." Tsuru, standing a short distance behind Sengoku, exclaimed, "Sengoku, don't make me intervene. I had no part in your discussions." Sengoku replied, "Tsuru, can't you provide me with a way out?" "Hey, Sengoku," Garp said, despite his earlier remarks about Sengoku's frugality. He greeted his longtime friend warmly. Sengoku cleared his throat, feigning ignorance of the previous comments. After all, Garp and Zephyr were not adversaries he could easily contend with. By the way, Sengoku, what rank will you assign to Lynn this time? Zephyr asked with curiosity. Garp also regarded Sengoku with serious anticipation. As the two men awaited Sengoku's response, he finally began, "I hope you can understand that since Lynn has been with the Navy for less than half a year." "Don't keep us in suspense, Sengoku," Zephyr urged, noticing Sengoku's hesitance. "The promotion is not solely based on merit. Seniority also plays a crucial role. Therefore, I plan to assign Lynn the rank of Rear Admiral for now. And once his seniority is sufficient, I will promote him further." The discussion regarding Sengoku has concluded. Unless the Navy finds itself in an extraordinary situation where no personnel are available, such as the massive conscription that occurred 2 years prior to the onset of the current narrative, Fujitora would immediately ascend to the rank of Admiral upon his appointment. In simpler terms, Lynn has proven to be exceedingly capable, having eliminated a considerable number of pirates from the West Blue, thereby easing the internal pressures within the Navy and allowing for the redeployment of additional forces to the Grand Line. After listening to Sengoku's words, Garp's expression revealed a look of, as expected, Zephyr. "See, I told you that old coot Sengoku is a miser." Zephyr, raising the teacup on the table, took a sip, nodded slightly in disappointment, and remarked, "Sengoku is indeed stingy," observing his former comrades, who displayed a profound sense of disappointment in him. Sengoku's lips twitched, his forehead veins bulging into a diamond shape, as he scolded the two. "While you are only concerned with promotions and salary increases, I, as the marshal, the acting marshal, must consider far more. You cannot fathom the weight of the pressure I bear." Meanwhile, Tsuru took a seat beside Garp and gently interjected, "Enough, Sengoku, there's no need to quarrel over matters that have already been settled, since everything is in place. Let us commence today's meeting. Everyone is present and awaiting your address." The once empty square of Marineford was now filled to capacity with Navy personnel. Sengoku then adjusted his attire and, accompanied by several officers, proceeded to prepare for the necessary arrangements for the assembly. As for Lynn, the subject of discussion, he remained blissfully indifferent, resting with his eyes closed. After enduring Garp's relentless attacks the previous day, he had held on until 11 o'clock at night. Although Garp's iron fists were painful upon impact, Lynn persevered through sheer will. The strenuous training had left him somewhat drowsy today. However, to Lynn's delight, he felt a newfound connection to the hidden power within him. A small area of the barrier that had previously confined this force now bore cracks resembling a spider's web. That if he continued this grueling training regimen, the day when he would break through that barrier was surely not far off. This marked the emergence of another latent power within Lynn, following the blood flame. At this moment, all officers and sailors had gathered at Marineford, with the exception of a few who were occupied with duties elsewhere. The combined might of the assembled Navy would likely instill such fear in the pirates that they would lose all desire to fight. The moment Sengoku ascended the platform, the previously noisy Marineford square fell silent. Many sailors gazed up at Admiral Sengoku with respect. Behind Sengoku on the elevated platform, 3 seats designated for admirals remained unoccupied. Currently, Sengoku was the sole admiral of the Navy during Lynn's time with the Navy. He had not encountered any of the remaining 2 admirals apart from Sengoku, aside from Garp, who had declined the position, and Zephyr, who had stepped down. Thus, the appointments of the other 2 new admirals were yet to be finalized. It was only later, when Sengoku was promoted to marshal, that Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino would ascend to the esteemed ranks of admiral. The 3 admirals could be considered the face of the Navy. The only downside to becoming an admiral was the constant obligation to heed the commands of the celestial dragons. When Garp repeatedly turned down the admiral position, the once impassioned Kazan excitedly exclaimed, "Garp, you are truly incredible." Kazan held great admiration for Garp's unique personality. Upon taking the stage, Sengoku began with a lengthy, impassioned speech prepared in advance. This only deepened Lynn's drowsiness, causing his previously slightly closed eyes to fully succumb to heaviness. In contrast, the atmosphere among the other sailors was charged with enthusiasm, their faces alight with fervor and inspiration. Observing this, Sengoku's lips curved upwards ever so slightly. Next, holding a list in hand, Sengoku began to read aloud the names of sailors who had distinguished themselves during this period, inviting those mentioned to ascend the platform for recognition and promotion. The sailors whose names were called wore expressions brimming with pride, smiling as they stepped forward toward the elevated stage. Yet, some notably individualistic sailors rose with solemnity, maintaining a serious demeanor as they approached the platform. When Sengoku reached the final name on the list, a broader smile spread across his face. Lynn had been a significant asset during this time, greatly alleviating the pressure the Navy faced from pirates. And it would not be an exaggeration to declare him the greatest contributor to this commendation ceremony. "Lynn," Sengoku announced, casting a smile toward the audience below. However, he was perplexed to find that Lynn was not among those rising to the occasion. "Lynn," Sengoku called again. Did that reckless Garp strike him so hard that Lynn was now hospitalized, lying in a sickbed? A slight grimace crossed Sengoku's lips as he silently cursed Garp for bringing him trouble. To confirm Lynn's absence, Sengoku activated his observation Hakai. In no time, he detected a solitary figure daring to doze off amidst the assembled ranks of the Navy during the commendation ceremony. Sengoku furrowed his brow, focusing on the slumped silhouette. That figure seemed oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lynn. "Lynn," Sengoku bellowed, his powerful voice echoing throughout Marineford Square, startling many sailors into covering their ears. Had it only been a short while since I returned to headquarters, and Sengoku's voice had somehow grown even louder, it was deafening. "Idiot, don't speak so carelessly, or he might hear you. You really want to be summoned to the office to face that booming reprimand?" The thought of being chastised by Sengoku sent shivers down the spines of the sailors. They would prefer to battle pirates than confront Sengoku. Under the weight of Sengoku's booming voice, the dozing figure was finally stirred. Slowly lifting its head, "Did I a time to eat?" The youth's somewhat dazed and languid voice rang out. The surrounding sailors were taken aback. The one who had dared to sleep through Sengoku's roar at such a public gathering had awoken to ask if it was mealtime. Not only were the nearby sailors rendered speechless, but even Sengoku on the platform found himself at a loss for words. "Lynn, hurry up and come up here. Everyone is waiting for you," Sengoku coughed lightly. Reminding the freshly awakened Lynn, devoid of any reproach in his tone, that "My apologies, Marshal Sengoku. I was rather fatigued yesterday." Indeed, Sengoku's speech had been remarkably soporific, as if it possessed an enchanting power that lulled even Lynn, who wielded both forms of hockey, into a deep slumber that felt reminiscent of his previous life, when the principal would drone on endlessly at the podium. Realizing the situation, Lynn stood up, lifting his sun-kissed, handsome face. Clad in his pristine Navy uniform, he exuded a sense of justice, radiating an alluring charm in every movement. "Ah, it's Major Lynn. I can't believe he was sitting right next to me. Major Lynn is so handsome." The nearby female sailors were instantly captivated by Lynn, their hands cradling their cheeks, eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly entranced. Lynn, feeling somewhat bashful, thought to himself, "I don't believe I've consumed any charm fruit. Ha, what a popular fellow." Garp laughed heartily. "Well, who can blame him? After all, he is my disciple." Zephyr gazed at the shameless Garp, rendered speechless, and took a delicate sip from his cup of tea. Disregarding Garp's insinuations, that he merely muttered to himself, "Youth is truly wonderful." This was how he had met his own wife. Meanwhile, Lynn graciously acknowledged the welcoming gestures of the naval men and women around him, smiling as he navigated through the floral throng. Fortunately, these female sailors were not overly enthusiastic to the point of overwhelming him. It struck Lynn as peculiar. When clad in his bounty hunter's black coat, he exuded an aura of malevolence that instilled fear in everyone, making them wish to flee at the mere sight of him. Yet, upon donning the Navy uniform, a symbol of justice, he was met with adoration and admiration, especially from numerous young women. It was indeed a curious phenomenon. one that Lynn himself could not comprehend. The reason, however, was quite simple. Lynn was the type who embodied darkness when faced with it, and light when in its presence. The malevolent aura he possessed was subdued by the Navy's emblematic Garp, rendering him remarkably trustworthy and radiantly optimistic. Once he shed the influence of justice, that sinister presence would re-emerge. Nonetheless, these perceptions were merely external. Lynn's character would remain unaffected, observing that others were gradually ascending the platform. Lynn noted that he was still some distance away from the dais and would require additional time to reach it, not wishing to keep Sengoku waiting. With a swift motion, he sprang into the air, employing the moonwalk technique, stepping lightly upon the air as he advanced rapidly towards the elevated stage. That the moonwalk. Sakazuki murmured in disbelief. This young man had only joined the Navy for less than 6 months. Yet, he had already mastered one of the more challenging techniques of the Navy's six, the moonwalk. However, recalling Lynn's formidable prowess displayed during his confrontation with Kazan, Sakazuki reconsidered. Mastering even a single technique in half a year was not entirely implausible. Still, dedicating 6 months to learning a technique without offensive capabilities seemed rather wasteful. Nevertheless, it was reported that this sailor had recently been engaged in anti-pirate operations in the West Sea, where he had successfully vanquished all the pirates he encountered, which was commendable. The stern-faced Sakazuki internally lauded him, resonating with Lynn's unwavering commitment to combating piracy. Lynn alighted gracefully on the platform, aligning himself with the other sailors. Nearby, another waiting naval officer gave Lynn a friendly thumbs up, exclaiming, "Lynn, your moonwalk was splendid." Lynn smiled modestly in response, downplaying his achievement. Once all the named sailors were lined up, Sengoku addressed them with some ceremonial words, and the awarding and promotion ceremony commenced in earnest. Sengoku personally bestowed medals and appointment letters to each naval officer who had made notable contributions and amassed sufficient military merit during this period. "This naval officer has eliminated a certain pirate crew," he would announce, subsequently declaring their new rank. Lynn cast a glance at the recipients, recognizing some characters he had encountered in the anime. Although the events were still far from the narrative's commencement, he could discern their likenesses. They included Fire Fist Ace, Squirrel, Doberman, Spider, and Stoloberry. Each was honored with the military rank they had rightfully earned, most displaying excitement and gratitude towards Sengoku. The sailors in the audience watched the proceedings with fervent eyes, motivated to strive diligently against piracy in hopes of one day receiving their own accolades. Lynn has eradicated 20,000 pirates from the notorious Grass Valley and 4 captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. He also dismantled the highly dangerous Twin Dragons pirate crew, which had previously destroyed a nation, rescuing the civilians of the Adela Islands. He shall be promoted from the rank of Major to Brigadier General. Congratulations, Lynn. May you continue to uphold justice for the Navy, Sengoku concluded, beaming with optimism as he handed Lynn the appointment letter for his new rank. Simultaneously, he adorned Lynn's chest with various medals symbolizing honor. "I pledge my heart to justice," Lynn echoed, uttering a somewhat awkward yet earnest phrase, before resolutely pounding his fist against his chest. "Excellent." At Lynn's spirited declaration and impassioned gesture, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, Lynn was remarkable. Below, Zephyr observed Lynn's performance, his eyes also glimmering with pride. Thus, the commendation ceremony drew to a close. Sengoku then delivered an inspiring speech to the assembled sailors. Shortly thereafter, a nearby officer handed Sengoku the transponder snail for public address. Now, let us hear from some of the recently active naval officers about their perspectives on what constitutes an exceptional Navy officer, Sengoku announced, eliciting an enthusiastic response from the audience, eager to learn how to be exemplary sailors. Meanwhile, some of the less confident officers took hesitant steps back, as if fearing an impromptu quiz from a teacher. "Please, not me," they thought, having never contemplated the question and unsure how to respond. After Sengoku's prompt, he began to circulate among the ranks of newly promoted officers, his gaze sweeping over them with a smile, ultimately presenting the transponder snail to the squirrel. The squirrel, initially nervous at being chosen, steadied himself and spoke with calm conviction. "I believe that as an exemplary naval officer, one must approach both pirates and duties with a serious and composed demeanor, remaining loyal to one's responsibilities. Unexpected circumstances must not disrupt one's focus." Report complete. Admiral Sengoku. His voice resonated through the plaza, amplified by the transponder snail, ensuring all could hear. Well said, Sengoku acknowledged, clearly pleased with the squirrel's remarks. Loyalty and composure are indeed qualities befitting an outstanding naval officer. With Sengoku's approval, the squirrel breathed a sigh of relief, his chest swelling with pride and honor, as the sailors below nodded in agreement. Zephyr, too, smiled faintly. The squirrel was among his favored disciples, and he was satisfied with his response. Next, Sengoku positioned the transponder snail before a man in his 30s, sporting an impressive tuft of black hair and an expressionless demeanor. His head, combined with the towering hair, appeared almost like a square rod. At this stage, he lacked the lengthy black beard he would later sport before the narrative began. This man was Stillowberry, a hero in the anime who had once bravely climbed the Red Soil continent to liberate celestial dragon slaves. Pausing before the transponder snail, Stillowberry took a moment before stating flatly, "In the face of superior orders, absolute obedience is paramount." After a brief silence where Sengoku awaited further comment, he interjected, "What Stillowberry says is also true. An exceptional naval officer must follow orders without hesitation." The naval officers in attendance nodded in unison. This was a duty that every sailor must fulfill. Subsequently, Sengoku placed the Din Mushi before Daoboman, who sported a distinctive mustache, long brown-black curly hair, a small X-shaped scar beneath one eyelid, and a larger X-shaped scar at the base of his neck. Daoboman was one of the vice admirals who had the courage to follow Akainu in the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War. And he was also bold enough to vocally chastise the fierce pirate Shanks. His own strength was not to be underestimated at this moment. Daoboman bore fewer scars than when he had first appeared during the Marineford War. Seizing the opportunity to speak, Daoboman stood tall, his expression grave, and declared with piercing intensity, "Admiral Sengoku, I believe that to be an exceptional Navy officer, one must possess an unwavering spirit that fears not the forces of evil. Even when faced with formidable foes like the insurmountable pirates, we must rise for the justice and glory of the Navy. In critical moments, even comrades must be left behind, as we bravely advance against malevolence. All of this is for the sake of the Navy's justice." Daoboman articulated his thoughts with absolute conviction. "Excellent," Sengoku responded, acknowledging the severity of Daoboman's words while firmly agreeing with the resolve to combat evil. Daoboman's perspective resonated closely with Sengoku's own unwavering sense of absolute justice. Below, Sakazuki smirked slightly, indicating his approval. Daoboman's ideals were closely aligned with his own, suggesting that he was destined to ascend toward the rank of admiral. If the chance arose, he would certainly recruit Daoboman for his inner circle. Nearby, Zephyr offered no commentary, simply nodding in acknowledgement. While Daoboman's sense of justice was commendable, it fell short of meeting his standards. Upon hearing Daoboman's declaration, some of the Navy personnel in Marineford gazed at him with admiration, believing him to embody the very justice they had long sought. Conversely, another faction remained silent, eagerly anticipating the next speaker, hoping for words that would resonate with their ideals. Thus far, the only individual garnering the highest approval from the Navy had been the muskrat's speech. Next, Sengoku scanned the crowd and swiftly selected the remarkable Onikumo, who had recently excelled in the eradication of pirates during an external assignment. However, Sengoku found it perplexing why the lower-ranking sailors who accompanied Onikumo on missions often returned in significantly fewer numbers. Upon hearing the previous addresses, Onikumo wore a disdainful expression. "What do you call justice? Observe mine. I shall demonstrate that the justice within my heart is the most radiant presence here." It was as if his innermost thoughts had been overheard. Sengoku approached and presented the Din Mushi to Onikumo. Some of Onikumo's subordinates trembled at the prospect of being assigned to such a commander, lamenting their misfortune and yearning for an opportunity to escape from this hellish situation. This man resembled a pirate cloaked in the Navy's uniform. Onikumo, however, remained indifferent to his subordinates' thoughts. Even if he heard their discussions, he would remain unmoved to him. These individuals were merely tools for executing his vision of justice. The seas were rife with civilians eager to join the Navy, and he could easily replace those who proved obstructive to his mission. He would show no mercy to those who hindered his pursuit of justice. With a voice that was both uncomfortable and unassailable, Onikumo proclaimed, "I believe that to be an outstanding Navy officer, one must absolutely eradicate evil. Without hesitation, we must eliminate those vile pirates. Anything that stands in the path of justice must be obliterated." Whether they be civilians or comrades, all must be prepared to sacrifice themselves for justice, just as one would fire upon a pirate amidst a crowd without hesitation to swiftly combat evil. Onikumo's forceful declaration reverberated throughout the Marineford Square, with all naval personnel clearly hearing his excessively absolute rhetoric. Below, Sakazuki frowned slightly. What kind of justice is this? The reason I targeted O'Hara's refuge was to prevent the dissemination of knowledge that could bring chaos or even annihilate the world. The collateral damage during the Marineford War was regrettable but unavoidable. After all, it did eliminate many pirates, and the Navy personnel mistakenly harmed were but a small fraction, a commendable outcome under the circumstances. Moreover, I showed leniency towards deserters, first urging them to return to the battlefield. It was only those who disobeyed orders that faced the consequences. Onikumo, the justice you carry is merely brutality. Sakazuki contemplated, questioning whether such a person could truly embody the essence of a Navy officer. By the time the narrative unfolds 2 years later, it becomes evident that Akainu's choice to elevate Tiapone would reveal his keen judgment regarding the character of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Onikumo's subordinates exchanged bitter smiles upon hearing his remarks, their expressions reflecting resignation. We wish to sacrifice for justice, but not to be executed for merely obstructing your path. Such a fate is not what we seek. As the naval personnel below engaged in fervent discussion over Onikumo's statements, Lynn stood with his arms crossed behind his head, gazing at the azure sky. That a cloud shaped curiously like a chicken leg drifted by, causing Lynn to instinctively swallow a tea that moment. His thoughts had long since wandered away from the assembly, arriving instead at the Navy cafeteria. Wow, look at how serious and handsome Rear Admiral Lynn appears. While pondering, Lynn's fervent female admirers gazed at him with hearts in their eyes, their pulses racing. Surely, Rear Admiral Lynn was contemplating how to respond to Admiral Sengoku's inquiry. How reliable. Meanwhile, Kazan, who was seated normally in a chair and had noticed the commotion among the female sailors, couldn't help but smirk slightly at Lynn's apparent preoccupation. I can't shake the feeling that this kid is just thinking about what to have for lunch today. Beside him, Pagliusolino, who would later become known as Kazuru, was still youthful, already exhibiting a rather lewd demeanor. He reclined with a rather disreputable posture, casually trimming his nails with a pair of clippers, and after finishing one hand, he blew gently on his fingertips. Every movement, even those that seemed innocuous, exuded an air of sleaziness. One could not help but acknowledge that Kazuru was indeed a unique character. One could only wonder where the Navy had unearthed such a hidden gem. This conference is becoming increasingly tedious. Admiral Sengoku could have concluded matters right after the assignment was announced, yet he insists on dragging it out with needless chatter. Kazan mused, his gaze drifting toward those on stage articulating their interpretations of justice. Lynn, Sengoku's voice abruptly called Lynn back from his musings to "It's your turn. Lynn, it is your moment. How does one define an outstanding Navy officer?" Sengoku held up the din mushi, directing the question toward Lynn. In that instant, the previously raucous crowd fell into an unexpected silence, eager to hear the insights of this recently prominent naval star, the fiery Lynn, concerning justice, under such classroom-like circumstances, akin to a teacher calling upon a student to respond. Lynn took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. Ahem, he began, pausing to organize his ideas in his mind, then continued, "I believe that to be an exceptional Navy officer, one must adhere to 10 essential principles." Noticing Lynn's unique perspective, Sengoku inquired further, "What are those 10 principles?" Lynn's confident and melodious voice resonated through the din mushi, spreading throughout the Marineford Square. The naval officers collectively held their breath, awaiting Lynn's elaboration. To this pivotal moment, Zephyr nudged the dozing Garp with his foot. "Is it over?" Garp yawned, stretching lazily. Observing Garp's ability to doze off in such a setting, Zephyr's expression stiffened. "Not yet. But it's Lynn's turn to speak. In that case, I am curious to hear what this kid has to say." Kapu rubbed his bleary eyes, still caught in the haze of slumber. Humility, honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, perseverance, benevolence, justice. Only those who adhere to these 10 principles with unwavering commitment can truly be considered exceptional members of the Navy, declared Lynn with unwavering resolve. As his words resonated, a pin drop could be heard throughout the venue. Could it be that I have misjudged Lynn? Was he genuinely contemplating what it means to be an outstanding naval officer? Kazan, drenched in sweat, exclaimed in disbelief. How could he express such audacious phrases with such conviction and poise? Truly, Lynn has put forth an unprecedented perspective. Sengoku felt an inexplicable force emanating from those 10 principles, stirring his innermost sense of justice. Lynn, could you elucidate the meaning of these 10 principles for us? He asked, his hands trembling slightly, as if grasping at something profound. The naval officers below turned their gaze towards Lynn, eager to glean answers from him. Although Lynn had introduced the Navy's 10 principles, without his explanation, the profound significance of these words, perhaps the very direction of the Navy's future, would remain obscured. First, humility. One must not display arrogance simply because of their naval status. An exceptional naval officer must embody the character of humility when interacting with others, in the presence of all who harbor no malice. One should maintain a demeanor of courtesy and grace. Next comes honesty. To earn the trust of others, one must be honest and confront their own soul, enduring the interrogation of their inner self. Thirdly, compassion. One must show sympathy for those who have encountered misfortune. Lynn meticulously expounded upon each of the 10 principles. As he continued to elaborate, the hearts of the naval officers surged with fervor. With each of Lynn's words, they discovered their own paths forward. Their inner sense of justice appeared to be continually refined. Upon hearing his words, all the naval officers gazed at Lynn with fervent eyes, unable to contain their emotions. This was the very essence they had long sought, justice belonging to the Navy. Lynn illuminated the path for those who were once lost and possessed a vague understanding of justice. Sengoku, too, handed the den mushi to a nearby officer, applauding enthusiastically. Excellent, truly excellent. Lynn, you have articulated so well. Not only have you incorporated the qualities mentioned by Wapple, Stohis, and Doberman into these 10 principles, but you have also enhanced them significantly. My previous doubts have been entirely dispelled by your tenets. I have become enlightened regarding the qualities an officer must possess. The assembled naval officers responded to Lynn's address with thunderous applause. Truly, he is the rising star of the Navy, Brigadier General Lynn, who has resolved the doubts that plagued my quest for justice. Many officers were moved to tears by Lynn's words. Among them was a gaunt figure, appearing malnourished, who was overwhelmed with emotion, tears, and snot streaming down his face. You speak so well, Brigadier General Lynn, he cried. This man would eventually meet his demise at the hands of civilians. Lynn's 10 principles provided him with a clear direction toward becoming an exemplary naval officer. Yet, just as the officers were rising in recognition, filled with excitement and fervently applauding, Lynn raised his hand. The applause gradually subsided, yet the inner turmoil of the crowd remained. The hearts within their chests throbbed with fervent blood. Before these 10 principles, their hearts beat violently. All eyes were fixed upon Lynn, eagerly anticipating what astonishing words he would utter next. Moved by the path to justice, the officers wiped away their tears, maintaining a serious posture of attentive listening. Sakazuki regarded Lynn with a solemn expression. Zephyr lifted his teacup, attempting to soothe the sudden surge of emotion within his heart. He was aging and could not withstand such intense stimuli any longer. Kazan, too, took Lynn's 10 principles to heart, as they resonated with his own understanding of justice. Amidst this serious atmosphere, where everyone awaited with bated breath, Lynn abruptly spoke in a tone that had turned unexpectedly cold. I apologize, everyone. The aforementioned 10 principles are merely my ramblings. Please forget them all. A collective gasp reverberated through the room as numerous naval officers collapsed to the ground, akin to fallen vegetables, their legs twitching skyward. Even the towering giants among the naval officers emitted a thunderous sound as they fell, sending tremors through the venue. Dust filled the air. This is bad. Where are the medics? Quick, summon the doctors. The officers had been struck down, losing consciousness. Zephyr, too, found himself unsteady, nearly dropping his teacup. Fortunately, having endured many trials, he remained resilient enough to avoid a heart attack. Ha! Kapu clutched his belly, tears of laughter streaming down his face. What was expected to be a dull conference had taken an unexpectedly amusing turn. Thank goodness I did not miss it. Ha! Kapu, the hero of the Navy, remained unaffected by Lynn's antics, showcasing his formidable spirit. Lynn, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall not spare you. Sengoku, supported by an officer, gradually rose from the ground. Straightening his posture and tidying his somewhat disheveled appearance, in order to restore order to the Navy. To promote these 10 principles, one must first slay the dragon. Otherwise, all would be for naught. Of course. Such sentiments were one's Lynn could only harbor in silence. If he were to voice these fervent thoughts, it would not be long before the world government dispatched him to become a pirate. He would be cast out from the Navy, shattering his very livelihood. Thus, the time was not yet ripe. Now was not the moment to propose such radical notions on a certain planet in a distant world. A master of clay art and a literary giant, Mr. Radala, clad in a black robe adorned with fiery red clouds, with a ponytail of golden hair and a single black line of a mustache. Once stated, before one can mature, they must first earn the trust of their enemies, become a bomb planted in the heart of the enemy, continually growing and expanding. One day, this bomb will detonate in a magnificent explosion of unparalleled artistry. The majority of the naval officers, previously struck down by Lynn's words, gradually rose to their feet. "Lynn, you must provide us with a reasonable explanation today," shouted a swordsman, his finger poised threateningly against the hilt of his blade, ready to draw at any moment. The close combat specialists among the officers cracked their knuckles, the sound of bones grinding together creating an atmosphere of intense pressure. The sense of having their path to belief so brutally crushed ignited a fierce anger within every officer who had previously placed their faith in Lynn's words. "Lynn, I shall see how you quell our fury." Sengoku crossed his arms, standing aside, evidently shaken by Lynn's remarks. "That I believed and accepted your words, only for you, the very beacon of our faith, to suddenly declare them mere nonsense?" Meanwhile, Kazan had regained his composure, returning to his seat. "If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I shall freeze you into an ice pop." Faced with this atmosphere of impending confrontation, Lynn cast his gaze toward the distant Mary Geos, wanting to say something, yet ultimately chose silence, for he still required time to grow, to reach a level where he could contend with the dragon. Under the dragon's influence, no individual could remain unscathed. Initially, he had merely wished to blend into the Navy, to grow stronger in simplicity. Yet, possessing such formidable power, he finds himself ensnared in a world rife with malevolence. How could he possibly justify the fiery blood coursing through his veins without undertaking a monumental endeavor? Time, indeed, is the most elusive resource he currently lacks, until he fully harnesses his immense strength. He opts to remain concealed within the ranks of the Navy, since fate has led him to this dark world in dire need of upheaval. Would it not be a lamentable waste to neglect the rich tapestry of cultural traditions from his past life? One day, I shall ignite the flames of my blood across every corner of this realm, purging it of all sordid impurities. Just as Lynn's spirit and conviction reach a critical juncture, an intangible force quietly begins to germinate within him. The sound of something shattering reverberates deep within his consciousness, and Lynn becomes acutely aware of this anomaly. Could it be? Sensing the peculiar disturbance within, Lynn hastily probes the fissured barrier inside him. To his astonishment, he discovers that the barrier has cracked, releasing a soft, radiant light. What is this? Lynn slowly raises a hand, curling his fingers into a claw, as an unseen force rapidly coalesces between his palms. Under Lynn's command, a transparent mini-tornado gradually takes shape. Simultaneously, he feels an unprecedented lightness in his body, as if he could effortlessly float at will. Could this hidden power within him be telekinesis? "Hey, Lynn, hurry up and give us an explanation." A Navy officer calls out from below. "My apologies. I was lost in thought for a moment." "Thank you for your patience," Lynn replies, retracting the power within him. At that moment, after activating this force, a refreshing clarity washes over his mind. Perhaps influenced by this suspected telekinetic ability, everything shall be addressed upon our return. In the presence of the eager Navy officers awaiting answers, Lynn cannot yet disclose that the existence of the celestial dragons is the reason the Navy's 10 commandments cannot be upheld. The final commandment is justice, to vanquish evil. Yet, the greatest evil lies directly above them. Thus, Lynn asserts that these commandments are mere empty rhetoric. The 10 commandments of the Navy must await the destruction of this vile dragon, followed by collective deliberation and refinement, before they can serve as a standard for Navy conduct. The rationale behind my assertion that the Navy's 10 commandments are futile for you is quite simple. You are utterly incapable of realizing them. At least, not at this moment. What? Lynn, do not underestimate us. You scoundrel. I thought these 10 commandments were a ruse, and you nearly shattered my newfound faith. It turns out that Lynn merely underestimated their potential. Upon hearing this, the Navy officers wiped the cold sweat from their brows, exclaiming, as long as it's not a deception, that's all that matters. I told you, these 10 principles, which resonate with boundless power, could never be false. Simultaneously, Lynn's disdainful demeanor ignites a fervent ambition within the Navy, and the atmosphere gradually becomes charged with enthusiasm. Beside them, Sengoku observes as the once wayward proceedings realign with the theme of inspiration for the awards ceremony. Feeling somewhat speechless, Lynn, you truly are a man of miracles, Sengoku silently admires. Just moments ago, he feared the ceremony would descend into chaos, only to witness a remarkable turnaround. However, if one were to select an exceptional individual capable of embodying the 10 commandments, to my knowledge, there is currently but one person within the Navy who can fulfill these principles. Lynn drops another bombshell, causing the entire venue to erupt in a clamor. What? Who could it possibly be? He can actually adhere to these challenging 10 commandments. These commandments are impossible to fulfill without extensive study. The Navy officers buzz among themselves. Lynn, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Sengoku feels a flicker of excitement within, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Presently, within the Navy, the only one who meets the standards of the 10 commandments is likely him. As the Navy awaits with bated breath, Lynn slowly directs his palm toward the crowd. Every officer momentarily brushed by Lynn's hand swallows hard in anticipation. Could he be referring to me? Amidst the mounting anticipation, Lynn's hand hovers over Garp, who sits sipping tea, parched from his previous laughter. In an instant, countless gazes converge upon Garp. In no way. How could it possibly be Vice Admiral Garp? Indeed, though hailed as a hero of the Navy, the unkempt Garp could not possibly be the one. Ha ha. Indeed, the individual Lynn speaks of, who embodies the Navy's 10 commandments, is none other than myself. Garp exclaims, setting down his teacup and adjusting his tie with the exuberance of a Nobel laureate. Sengoku feels a twinge of regret that it is not he who is being acknowledged. Observing Garp's smug demeanor, Sengoku can only shake his head. Garp has been left in his wake, light years behind. He is certainly not the one. As expected, Lynn's hand glides past Garp and settles on Zephyr. That individual is none other than the esteemed teacher who has nurtured countless exceptional students. Meanwhile, Garp, who had been momentarily elated, now finds himself in a state of frustration. What? You little rascal, were you merely toying with me? Very well, from now on, I shall hold nothing back in training you. Prepare to endure my iron fist, in the name of love. Boom. When Lynn calls out Zephyr, it is as if he has been struck by lightning. His body going rigid, the teacup, which had survived 16 rounds of tea during Lynn's earlier thunderous proclamation, finally succumbs, slipping from Zephyr's hand and shattering upon the floor. Lynn's words resonate profoundly within Zephyr's soul. He is an exceptional Navy officer. He fulfills the standards of the Navy's 10 commandments. Zephyr remains in a state of bewilderment. Since the loss of his family, he has never considered himself a remarkable officer. Until now, his disciple Lynn has deemed him an outstanding Navy member. An indescribable surge of emotion wells within him. Lynn then begins to recount Zephyr's life, many of which Zephyr had previously shared with him, albeit embellished for effect that he cites various instances from Zephyr's life, illustrating the character traits that align with the 10 commandments of the Navy. By the end, every single aspect aligns with the Navy's 10 commandments. The crowd is swayed by Lynn's narrative, acknowledging that Zephyr is indeed an exceptional Navy officer. It turns out that the finest Navy officer has been right beside us all along, our very own Zephyr. The Navy officers' respect and recognition for Zephyr reach new heights. Even the ruthless Gaijin Spider exclaims, "Excellent, Teacher Zephyr." Although Gaijin Spider is known for his brutality towards subordinates and initially skeptical of the 10 commandments, he has no qualms when it benefits his mentor. After all, he is the man who shed tears over Zephyr's demise during the upcoming siege against him, a debt of gratitude he will forever remember. Lynn finds himself somewhat perplexed by Gaijin Spider, who, despite his cruelty, harbors deep feelings for those close to him. The Navy officers cast their respectful gazes upon Zephyr, while Lynn allows a subtle smile to grace his lips. Thinking, "Teacher Zephyr, I have repaid a fraction of your kindness. At the very least, I have aided you in temporarily overcoming the sorrow of losing your family. Once the forthcoming events conclude, I shall owe you nothing more." As Sengoku delivers his succinct, uplifting farewell remarks, the awards ceremony reaches its conclusion. Suddenly, a Navy officer mischievously remarks, "Admiral Sengoku, Lynn just stated that the Navy's 10 commandments are mere nonsense and thus rendered void. Does that mean he hasn't answered your question? Therefore, I implore you to once again pose a question to Vice Admiral Lynn, urging him to provide a response that differs from his previous one." Upon the utterance of a particular remark, the naval officers in attendance erupted in raucous approval. Sensing the malevolent intentions of those below, who harbored thoughts of vengeance against him, Lynn chuckled lightly, exclaiming, "You truly hold grudges. Very well, I shall accept your challenge." Then, Sengoku, with a renewed seriousness, inquired, "What, in your opinion, constitutes an outstanding naval officer, or rather, what do you deem to be true justice?" He escalated the difficulty of the question, seemingly eager to witness how Lynn would respond. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn replied, "I believe that true justice lies in ensuring that every individual in this world has enough to eat, allowing all to wear genuine smiles born from their hearts." Upon concluding his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. This notion of justice appeared simple and unadorned, yet the audacity of achieving a world where everyone is well-fed seemed insurmountable. Nevertheless, the audience acknowledged Lynn's definition of justice. Recognizing the arduous path it entailed, one worthy of their respect, many among the lower ranks of the Navy had enlisted precisely because they could not afford to eat, and Lynn's vision resonated deeply with them. Among the spectators, T.Pen was profoundly moved by Lynn's heartfelt and soul-stirring interpretation of justice, tears streaming down his face, a reaction even more fervent than when he had encountered the tenets of naval conduct. Yet, those around him refrained from mocking his emotional display, for they shared the same sentiments. Brigadier General Lynn had indeed captured the hearts of the common folk, inspiring admiration and a desire to follow in his footsteps. Although T.Pen's rank was not particularly high, he felt a burgeoning inclination to stand beside Lynn in the pursuit of this challenging form of justice. Thus, the awards ceremony concluded with Sengoku's closing remarks, marking a triumphant moment for Lynn, who had emerged as a noteworthy figure within the Navy and garnered the recognition of all the lower-ranking officers due to his final words that as he departed the venue. The sailors greeted him warmly, to which Lynn responded with a smile. Fortuitously, he encountered no one intent on covering his head with a bag or assaulting him as he passed by Jaiwang. She unexpectedly smiled at him, complimenting, "Newcomer, you are quite capable. I particularly enjoyed your exposition on the Navy's 10 principles." With that, she gracefully strode away, revealing her long legs beneath her ample naval coat. Quite fair, was Lynn's assessment, safely returning to his quarters in the officers' district. Room 606. Lynn reflected on his recent promotion to Brigadier General. Though he noted that some rewards had yet to be dispensed, he surmised he would likely be relocating the following day to a more spacious and comfortable brigadier zone, affording him the opportunity to practice in a courtyard. With some leisure time on his hands, Lynn prepared to delve into the mysterious, latent power that had begun to awaken within him. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking at his door interrupted his thoughts. After casting a keen observation through the door, he deduced that it was Kazan. Having recently taken a tumble, was this individual seeking trouble? To err on the side of caution, Lynn exchanged a few bottles of liquor from the system and placed them on the table. Twisting the doorknob, he opened the door to find a tall figure with tousled black hair. "Kazan Lynn, today you truly stole the spotlight. Virtually all the Navy recognizes you now," he exclaimed, entering uninvited. Upon spotting the liquor, his eyes gleamed with delight. He swiftly circumvented Lynn to seize a bottle, declaring, "I had no idea you had liquor at home. Since you don't drink, allow me to indulge." Lynn replied, "You are indeed quite unreserved. Help yourself." "Really? Then I'll take it all," Kazan said, hoisting the bottles as he prepared to depart. "Wait, weren't you here for a reason?" Lynn queried. "Forget it. You probably wouldn't divulge anything anyway. That I'll catch up with you another time," Kazan retorted as he exited with the liquor. Lynn shook his head, muttering, "What a peculiar fellow." After closing and locking the door, he resolved to thoroughly investigate his newfound powers, positioning himself in the center of the living area. He stood tall and relaxed his body, channeling the enigmatic energy within him outward. That moment, a curious phenomenon transpired. Lynn's feet lifted off the ground, and he began to float, I possess the ability to fly. Lynn exclaimed with elation in the world of One Piece. Flying was a rare and coveted skill, and he had unexpectedly acquired it. Clearly, the rigorous training under Garp had not been in vain. The rewards were indeed bountiful. Filled with a sense of wonder, Lynn floated around the living room like a ghost. Once the novelty waned, he gently landed back on the floor. Although his blood flame could propel him briefly through the air, it was not true flight, and he could not sustain it for long. Now, Lynn had genuinely unlocked the ability to fly. After a brief trial, he discovered he could presently only soar at the height of the living room. But with further development, he would surely ascend to greater heights. Determined to explore the potential of this newfound power, Lynn envisioned the azure sky and fluffy clouds above. A large bird soared through the air, descending as villagers waved to summon the news bird, exchanging 50 belly for the day's newspaper. This newspaper is dreadfully dull. I feel as though those 50 belly were squandered, lamented the villager as he ambled homeward. Newspaper in hand, in the world of One Piece, devoid of televisions or smartphones, the common folk primarily entertained themselves by either drinking at taverns or purchasing news from birds, their swiftest means of acquiring external information. As the villager perused the drab newspaper, a subsequent statement following the 10 principles of the Navy suddenly captivated his attention. That I believe that true justice lies in ensuring that every individual in this world has enough to eat, allowing all to wear genuine smiles born from their hearts. Though these words appeared unremarkable, they ignited a tempest of emotion within the villager, causing his pupils to dilate in astonishment. How can there be a naval officer who genuinely cares for us? He exclaimed incredulously. He recalled the name of this officer, who had previously appeared in earlier editions of the newspaper, a noble figure who had rescued civilians from pirates, the bane of all evil. The rising star of the Navy, Flame Lynn. To think that such a person cares for our well-being. I am moved to tears. Hey, everyone! Look! Big news! The villager shouted, clutching the newspaper as he rushed toward the bustling heart of the village. Instantaneously upon reading that statement, the hearts of all those present were warmed, igniting fervent discussions about Lynn. I recognize it. This officer is a commendable naval figure, a good person. Such scenes unfolded across villages worldwide, with Lynn indelibly etched in their memories. Flame Lynn left a profound impression upon their hearts. Most villagers harbored hopes that this noble officer would successfully implement such justice upon the seas. They were willing to endure any length of time, be it 10 or 20 years, just to witness that day arrive. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, within a heavily guarded naval base exuding an air of seriousness, Atlas, having completed his menial tasks for the day, was fervently exercising to strengthen his frail physique. 201, 202, 203. As Atlas sweated profusely, pouring forth his passion, a figure clad in Navy attire approached, a lower-ranking officer smiling as he handed Atlas a newspaper. Atlas, there's news about that person. You might enjoy today's edition. Thank you, Senior. Atlas held immense respect for the predecessors of this naval base, even though he was merely an ordinary civilian without any connections. They treated him with great care and affection. Here, among them, they felt akin to a family. This harmonious atmosphere instilled in Atlas a constant determination to grow stronger. I must become powerful enough to protect everyone when the time comes. This was a recurring thought in the young boy's heart. By the way, Atlas, one must not rush through training too hastily, as it may lead to injuries and burdens on one's body. I see you have already trained for half the day. It is best to take a break now, advised a junior naval officer with concern. Yes, Senior. Upon witnessing Atlas's vibrant demeanor, the officer smiled and waved goodbye. Atlas then ceased his training, sat on a nearby piece of equipment, and opened a newspaper. As he flipped it open, the 10 principles of the Navy proposed by Lynn struck him immediately. Humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, perseverance, charity, and righteousness. Below these words were Lynn's explanations, clear and comprehensible. Incredible, truly. Lynn is remarkable. The boy's eyes sparkled as he absorbed the tenets of becoming an exemplary Navy officer, grappling with his confusion and lack of clarity regarding justice and how to act upon it. Atlas gained a deeper understanding. I have resolved that upon returning home, I will post these 10 principles by my bedside and recite them 10 times every morning. Lynn, await my promise. I shall become a formidable Navy officer who will astonish you and earn your recognition. The young Atlas's gaze was resolute. I in the world of One Piece. As long as one possesses a strong will to propel oneself forward, what fear is there in becoming powerful? On the other side of the Grand Line. At the G213 branch, Hansen had earned accolades following the incident with the Twin Dragons pirates, achieving the rank of colonel in the Grand Line after surpassing the swordsman threshold. It is noteworthy that the prestige of a colonel in the Four Seas differs significantly from that of one in the Grand Line. A colonel in the Four Seas ranks 3 levels lower than their Grand Line counterpart. Upon breaking through the swordsman realm, he was deployed to guard the G213 branch, becoming its commanding officer. At that moment, Hansen had just returned from a mission, with a group of recently captured pirates tied up aboard his warship. Accompanying him were several children. As the ship docked at the G213 branch port, the families of the tearful children hurried forth. The moment the children dashed down from the vessel, the tension in their parents' hearts dissipated, and tears cascaded forth like a torrential flood. Thank goodness, you're back. My child. Woo-woo. Each parent excitedly embraced their offspring. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, for making you worry, the children cried as they hugged their parents. Thank you, Colonel Hansen, for bringing back our children. The parents collectively expressed their gratitude towards Hansen. Meanwhile, civilians gathered around the port, casting appreciative glances at the righteous naval officer. Hansen, with a hearty smile, urged them to return home, stating that this was merely his duty of justice, having vanquished another evil. Hansen was in high spirits. He had been tirelessly navigating the seas, wholeheartedly executing his sense of justice. Just as he was escorting the captured child trafficking pirates to prison, a naval officer approached him. Handing him today's newspaper, Hansen took it and, after reading, felt a surge of emotion. Lynn, you are truly remarkable. I am still far from your level. Hansen chuckled as he read the 10 principles, particularly the last one, which promised that everyone would have enough to eat, causing him to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Lynn was approached by naval officers from the Affairs Department, leading him to his newly assigned residence at the headquarters, which included a courtyard. Mr. Lynn, I heard you are moving. I'm here to assist. At that moment, Rosinante, slightly out of breath, approached with a smile. Having witnessed yesterday's events, Rosinante was in awe of Lynn, who was only a few years his junior. Ah, Rosinante. Good morning. Lynn greeted his subordinate with a smile. He was quite pleased with Rosinante, a principled officer, despite the latter's current weakness, which Lynn could easily overcome with a mere breath. However, as long as he possessed a kind heart, Lynn had no qualms about guiding him to become stronger. Imagining the future confrontation with Doflamingo, Lynn envisioned himself triumphantly stepping on the defeated foe and declaring, "Foolish brother, I have won. Surrender and accept your just arrest." The thought of such a scene amused him. Lynn and Rosinante, under the guidance of the naval officers, arrived at a tranquil residence. The officer retrieved the keys and opened the door to the abode. The first sensation that greeted them was a delightful floral fragrance. Upon entering and surveying the courtyard, they found an array of potted greenery, the space impeccably clean, with traces of recently cleared weeds. Though it lacked the elaborate water features of Garp's residence, for Lynn, it was already quite satisfactory, providing ample private space for activities and clandestine training. After leading Lynn to the location and handing over the keys, the officer hurriedly took his leave. The house was a modestly modern 2-story structure. Once inside, with Rosinante's assistance, the furniture was quickly arranged according to Lynn's preferences. Lynn then instructed Rosinante to fetch a few belongings from his previous residence, which consisted mostly of clothing and lightweight items. It felt gratifying to have someone to direct. "Report, Mr. Lynn, I have brought what you requested," Rosinante announced. "Just place it over there." Lynn casually gestured to an empty spot. After organizing everything in his new home, Lynn patted Rosinante on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, Rosinante. Let us go out and relax. I'll treat you to a meal. Oh no, please allow me to treat you." "It is my honor to host Mr. Lynn for a meal," Rosinante responded respectfully. "Ha, is that so? Just don't regret it." Lynn jested. By the way, Rosinante, don't you have training today?" After closing the door to his residence, Lynn stepped out with Rosinante. "Actually, today is a rest day," Rosinante replied. "Ah, that explains why you had time to come by." Lynn almost forgot that the elite training camp under Zephyr allowed a day of rest every 2 weeks. Although Lynn had chosen not to take those days off, dedicating them to training instead, they chatted and exited the naval base. A sentry approached them. "Hello, please present your exit permits," Rosinante sheepishly replied. "Mr. Lynn, I forgot mine. Please wait. I will go to the front office to retrieve it. Wait? Upon hearing Rosinandi's words, the sentry scrutinized Lynn and suddenly recognized him. If it is Rear Admiral Lynn, there's no need for such formalities. You may proceed without a permit. This is the order of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Navy officer explained that those deemed loyal to the Navy could freely enter and exit the civilian living areas. Rear Admiral Lynn, my apologies for not recognizing you earlier. The sentry apologized sheepishly. Due to Lynn's hat being pulled low, the officer had not identified him at first. Lynn noticed that this officer was a new face. No wonder he hadn't faced any obstruction when he previously left without his uniform to seek Zephyr. It seemed that permits were required for leaving, but Sengoku had apparently granted him a privilege. No problem. Lynn waved his hand and, taking large strides, departed the naval base alongside Rosinandi. They arrived at a vibrant residential area brimming with life, where a bustling market sold fresh produce, and various clothing stores and restaurants lined the streets. Lynn observed numerous naval personnel clad in their uniforms, engaged in cheerful banter as they strolled about. Mr. Lynn, I know of a barbecue restaurant that serves exceptionally delicious food. I have visited this establishment several times. Rosinandi smiled as he recommended a place he frequented. Very well. Lynn nodded in agreement. To be honest, he had only been here once before when he sought out Zephyr, and he had not taken the time to truly explore the area. Today was a rare opportunity to venture out, and he intended to make the most of the naval headquarters. He spent the majority of his time in training, after their meal and a leisurely stroll. He still had to meet with the members of his fleet in the afternoon. As they passed a street, Lynn felt a sense of familiarity, as if it were the very avenue where a kainu dealt with deserters. Under Rosinandi's guidance, they navigated through the sparse crowds toward the restaurant. That moment, a tall figure with short purple hair came into view. It was Zephyr. He was currently selecting fish at a fishmonger. After making his choices, he frowned slightly, seemingly uninterested in the lackluster catch, and prepared to leave. Teacher Zephyr. Despite his advancing years, Zephyr remained robust and sharp of hearing. He turned to the source of the voice and quickly spotted Lynn. Waving alongside Rosinandi, both of whom were his students. Lynn. Zephyr's typically stern demeanor softened into a knowing smile upon seeing Lynn. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the meat sizzled on the grill, releasing a fragrant steam. As Rosinandi skillfully added various seasonings to in no time, the irresistible aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Lynn, I truly appreciate your assistance yesterday. Being recognized as an outstanding naval officer has rejuvenated Zephyr these past 2 days. Lifting his spirits as if a long-standing fog had lifted, he remarked, Not at all. I merely stated the truth. You rascal, Zephyr chuckled helplessly, unsure of how to respond to Lynn's candidness. Thanks to Lynn's words from the previous day, many naval officers now viewed Zephyr as an aspirational figure, showering him with respect. This compelled Zephyr to remain vigilant. Since he had become their ideal, he too needed to perform admirably. This was one of Lynn's objectives. With this heavy burden of celebrity, Zephyr could no longer dwell on the past or wallow in self-reproach. While Lynn and Zephyr engaged in light conversation, Rosinandi expertly placed the grilled meat onto 2 plates, presenting them before Lynn and Zephyr. Rosinandi, you did well, Lynn praised, admiring Rosinandi's adept grilling skills. As someone with culinary knowledge, Lynn could clearly see that Rosinandi had mastered the timing and seasoning to perfection. Rosinandi scratched his head, smiling humbly.